Chapter 2460, Manager and whether it's Ming cloth or cloth from the Eastern, Western, or Southern Oceans. None have a width as large as this Australian cloth. Hand-woven fabrics were limited by the reach of human arms, so the width was generally quite narrow. Narrow width didn't seem a major problem for making clothes, but for large items like sheets, bedding, flags, and banners, it greatly increased the workload. This must be cloth woven by machine. Such width is beyond human capability. The guest is indeed an insider, the shop assistant nodded repeatedly. These are all Australian machine-woven cloths. These machine-woven cloths aren't common, are they? I rarely see them on the mainland. The guest is right, they're indeed rare. The shop assistant, finding a congenial visitor whose bearing and conversation suggested a colleague from the mainland, invited the counting house manager to meet him. The manager was surnamed and over 40 years old, with a chubby middle-aged face that made people happy at first sight. The two exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Following the principle of speak only 30% to strangers, Chen Lin said only that he'd come from Guangzhou for the first time to purchase goods. Manager and immediately invited him to the counting house to serve tea. Chen Lin saw it was still early, and being invited by a local merchant was a good opportunity to understand the local situation, so he readily agreed. The two sat in the counting house. A helper brought tea. They exchanged names and discussed market conditions. Chen Lin talked about some textile market conditions and news in Guangzhou, then asked about the local situation. Manager and was very talkative and explained the local fabric market clearly and logically. It turned out that retail in Lingao's textile market wasn't as finely divided as in the Ming era. Though there were silk shops specializing in silk, patterned cloth shops specializing in cotton cloth and various names like velvet and satin shops, more common were fabric shops that carried all kinds of fabrics. Rui Hexiang, managed by Manager N, was an all-encompassing fabric shop. I dare not speak for all of Hainan, but locally in Lingao, the only one with more complete fabric patterns and colors than mine is the Cooperative General Society Mall. Even Friendship Department Store may not have goods as complete as mine. Just take my shop sign. It was written personally by an elder. Speaking of this, the manager's pride was palpable. No wonder the characters on the shop sign have form but scattered spirit, Chen Lin thought privately. This writing isn't even as good as father's. Rui Hexiang dealt in everything from silk, cotton cloth and linen, to woolen cloth and even banana cloth. A Hainan Island specialty with extremely small production. In terms of product categories, it could truly be called comprehensive. However, from a sales perspective, such a wide variety of fabrics were mostly foils, not much sold throughout the year. Bulk sales were mainly concentrated on cotton cloth, linen, and woolen cloth. Silk sales were very small. Local commoners are mostly uninterested in silk, Manager said. Sales aren't even a fraction of various cloth types. Could the price be too expensive? No, Manager shook his head repeatedly. Though silk isn't produced locally, plenty is imported from various places, so it's not rare. He casually quoted retail prices for several common varieties. Though Lingao calculated in meters, Chen Lin quickly converted them to tailoring feet in his mind. The prices were almost the same as on the mainland. Prices are almost the same as on the mainland. Though the retail price is the same, after all, it's transported from afar, so selling a bolt of silk here actually earns less than in Guangzhou. It's just to complete the variety. Since the price isn't expensive, why doesn't everyone buy? Manager said this was a complicated story. In terms of Lingao's total population and the middle-income group capable of purchasing silk clothing, Lingao's silk retail sales shouldn't be lower than Guangzhou's. However, this group, originally the main force of silk consumption, were mostly naturalized citizens eating Australian rice. Because the elders advocated simplicity, the clothes naturalized citizens wore daily were mainly cloth or wool. Silk clothing had become unpopular. Presumably you also know, What those above like, those below will follow. These elders set an example by not wearing silk clothes, so even those who can afford to buy and wear them have gradually become unwilling to purchase. Yes, I've heard people say this in Guangzhou. They call it trend, also fashion. Unexpectedly, these two Australian terms, freshly learned from Li Yayar, made manager and look at him with new eyes. I didn't expect Brother Chen to have studied Australian learning too. His tone held real appreciation. I don't dare claim that. I was merely taught a thing or two by an elder. Being instructed by an elder is a great blessing. Manager and nodded repeatedly. Exactly, it's this fashion trend. Australians like to use Westerners' woolen cloth for clothes, so it became popular locally. As soon as the weather turns cold, everyone wears woolen clothes. So silk sales in Lingao were truly pitiful. Manager and said that if not for quite a few wealthy households who had migrated from outside and still had the habit of wearing silk, sales would be even worse. Fortunately, among Australians, there are also elders who like silk. The special supply channel can still sell a lot each year. Word is that several female chiefs are working on improved traditional clothing and have released some brand new styles. If they can wear them first, this silk material will sell much better. At least local young women will follow and learn. Speaking of this, manager and smiled subtly. Chen Lin was somewhat puzzled but asked another question. Fabric shops here are few. I wonder why. Lingao commoners mostly buy ready-made clothes and rarely make clothes themselves or hire tailors, Mandarin said. Though Lingao had a large population, most were naturalized citizens, eating Australian rice, working in factories, farms, or various organs. Their clothing focused on simplicity and durability. Australians ran their own garment factories, mass-producing ready-made clothing for the market. When they make clothes, it's not one by one but thousands and tens of thousands. Buying material in bulk is naturally cheap, and machines are used in the factory. Cutting is one person, sewing another, opening pockets and sewing buttons yet another. Holding machines, the work is done in an instant. A few thousand garments can be made casually in a day. Calculated per piece, labor cost is virtually zero. So the price of these ready-made clothes is extremely low. What ordinary commoner would still go have clothes made? Unless a tailor has excellent skills, he can barely scrape by. Then doesn't that mean fabric shops all have to do bulk business? You speak correctly, manager nodded. In Lingao, if a small fabric shop relies only on market retail, it can scrape by. But a big shop like ours must have bulk business from big customers. The customers were naturally garment factories. Fabrics imported from various places were traded in the port trading market, and fabric shops went there to bid in bulk. The materials Australians used in the past were all transported by themselves or bought directly from foreign merchants. In recent years, they've begun changing to purchasing from local fabric merchants. This was new. Chen Lin thought Australians are most skilled at trade. They could clearly buy the lowest-priced fabric directly from sea merchants. Why let wholesale merchants take a cut of the profit? Could there be some trick to this? But this question couldn't be asked directly. He could only hide his doubt. While talking, a commotion suddenly arose outside, someone talking loudly. Just as manager N was about to inquire, a helper entered the counting house, his face full of nervousness. What is it? People from Master's family have come. Manager N frowned and immediately stood up. I'll go have a look. Turning to cup his hands to Chen Lin, my apologies, something's happened out front. Let me go deal with it first. Chen Lin estimated it was getting late, so he hurriedly rose. It's getting late. Manager, please go attend to your business. I'll come to disturb you another day. Manager and didn't ask him to stay, saying, though it's our first meeting, little brother, I feel we're old friends at first sight. Since so, please come to chat again when you have time. He took a calling card from the box on the table. This is my card. If you have any difficulties, bring it to the counter and ask for me. Chen Lin accepted the calling card and thanked him repeatedly. Manager and couldn't bother with more politeness, lifted his robe and walked out. Two people had come into the shop hall, a master and servant, both in old Ming attire. The leading master was aggressive, very much looking like he was here to inflict punishment. Two shop assistants bowed repeatedly to greet him but couldn't quell his anger. Chen Lin thought, could there be some business dispute? He heard the master say angrily, "The person ran away while buying things in your shop. She's unfamiliar with this place. If not for your abduction, how could she have run? Now my master says you must hand over the person whether you like it or not." The assistant who had greeted Chen Lin earlier smiled apologetically. "Master Zia, please understand, we can't be blamed for this. Fifth concubine came to choose material, and the shop understands the rules of big households. Assistants avoided her according to custom, letting master and servant choose, and to reply after choosing. No one expected she would climb out the window and run. Besides, fifth concubine had a maid beside her, and following servants and cart drivers outside. So many people failed to watch her closely. Her running away can't be blamed on this small shop." Hearing this, Master Zia flew into a rage, reaching out with a slap directly, hitting the shop assistant so hard he spun around and almost fell, staggering before barely standing firm. Then came a backhand slap, knocking him to the ground. "What thing are you? Daring to argue right and wrong with this master? You're rebelling." Master Zia shouted at his servant, "Are you dead? Beat him hard for me." The servant rolled up his sleeves and was about to act when manager and shouted, "Stop," and rushed out urgently. Arriving in the shop hall and seeing the beaten assistant still on the ground, he instructed, "Help him to the back and have a doctor look at him." Attendants helped the man up. Turning to cup his hands to Master Zia, he said, "Master Zia, I wonder where this small shop has offended you that you would strike people." End of chapter. Chapter 2461. Department store strike people. This master is beating a dog. Master Zia's aggression didn't diminish. He looked very much like he wanted to beat manager in two. Don't think of sliding past the matter of fifth concubine. Seeing a dispute arise, Chen Lin found it awkward to leave just then, so he paused to wait for things to calm down. It was nothing unusual for powerful households to bully others and slap a few assistants. The first requirement for a shop assistant was to swallow one's anger. From starting as an apprentice, being beaten, scolded, and bullied was common daily fare. No matter how abused, insulted, or even beaten, one had to welcome customers with a smiling face. Though manager and came from a merchant family and had learned business since childhood, opening a shop meant encountering unreasonable customers. Business etiquette emphasized harmony bringing wealth. Encountering this kind of customer, one usually advised with good words, accepting a small loss rather than conflicting with them. But today's matter was truly too outrageous. He sneered, "Fifth concubine is not a member of my household. She has legs and goes where she wishes. Why come to me demanding the person? Master Zia had better go out quickly to search. Don't waste time here and delay your master's business." Master Zia flew into a rage. "You old bastard, think I don't know? Without that loose woman of your family seducing and abducting her, would fifth concubine have run? If you don't give an explanation today, don't think of keeping this shop open." Hearing the words "loose woman," manager N's face showed anger. He gave a cold snort. "This is not Ming territory. It's not your turn to run wild here. 18, blow the police whistle." An assistant responded and immediately ran to the street. Shortly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from outside. Master Zia's face changed instantly and he turned to leave. Manager and blocked the door sideways, sneering, "Master Zia, the whistle is blown. When the police come, I'll close the shop and we'll go together to the station to sort out right and wrong. See if my shop can stay open. Those two slaps weren't for nothing." Master Zia pushed and shoved, trying to leave, but manager and wouldn't budge. Growing desperate, he shouted, "Do it." The servant landed a blow to the head, leaving manager and dizzy and sitting on the floor. Master Zia seized the opening to dart out the door and the servant leaped out after him. Both fled. Seeing this, Chen Lin hurried out, helped manager N up and asked with concern, "Manager N, are you all right?" Manager N shook his head, blinked twice, saw it was Chen Lin and said, "I'm fine. Many thanks, little brother." By then, Assistant 18 had also returned. The two supported manager and between them to help him stand. 18 said the patrol police will arrive immediately. Before he finished speaking, the clattering of iron-soled leather shoes running already sounded outside. Two patrol police officers entered through the shop door. What happened? Manager and immediately gave a rough account. The leading policeman asked. The person ran away. Yes, but I know who he is. Since that's the case, come to the station first to make a record. We'll summon the person tomorrow and process it then. The policeman looked around the shop. Which one was beaten? Him? He pointed his chin at Chen Lin. Chen Lin said quickly, not me. Manager and hastily explained, he's a customer here looking at goods. This matter has nothing to do with him. The one beaten is a shop assistant resting in back. The person was knocked unconscious and can't get up. Send the person to the health center, have a doctor take a look, and bring a diagnosis certificate to the police station tomorrow. Chen Lin had seen many Australian police in Guangzhou, but this was his first time witnessing police handling a case directly. He found it novel. He watched the two policemen work methodically, first inspecting the scene, then questioning everyone present one by one and making records. Though the policeman taking notes wasn't particularly brilliant, often asking manager and how to write certain characters. After finishing the records of those in the shop, the policeman called Chen Lin over for questioning. Manager and said, he's a passing customer. He was talking to me in the counting house just now and didn't come out, saw nothing. Chen Lin knew this was manager and's kindness, not wanting him to get involved. But today's matter, that surnamed Zia had really bullied people too much. Relying on being a guest of an elder and knowing a thing or two about Australian police administration, Chen Lin said generously, I saw everything from the doorway just now. I'll be a corroborating witness. He immediately recounted the situation in full detail and signed the record. Wait for news tomorrow, the policeman said, putting the documents into his file bag. Come to the police station to process it then. You this. My surname is Chen. Living at Jasmine Hotel, right? If there's nothing, we won't look for you. If you need to appear in court, a notice will be sent to you. Will you be in Lingao in the near future? Definitely within 3 or 5 days. Chen Lin didn't know such a matter required going to court and was somewhat nervous. If there's a summons, I'll definitely appear. The patrol police left. Chen Lin saw it was getting late and hurriedly bid farewell. Manager and felt somewhat guilty. Shouldn't have dragged you into this. Don't speak like an outsider. We colleagues are one family. How can we let them bully us for nothing? Besides, this is under Australian rule. They can't act like high-end mighty masters here. Manager and laughed. Good, good. Unexpected that though little brother came from the mainland, your thinking is very progressive. Truly a hero of youth. Please come to the shop to chat when you have time. Delayed by this incident, Chen Lin dared not stroll leisurely anymore. He ran straight to Friendship Department Store along the main street. This Friendship Department Store was one of Lingao's 2 major department stores. Following the map along the main road, he soon arrived near Bapu Bay. His view suddenly opened up. Before him was a circular square, paved entirely with bricks and stones, very flat. In the center stood a statue, a general in military uniform on a leaping horse. Chen Lin was curious. Who is this? Could it be some famous general of the Great Song? Walking over and seeing the inscription below, he learned it was a statue of Han Fubo General Ma Yuan. Right, the Australian army is the Fubo army, and this Qiangzhou prefecture was also pacified by Ma Yuan crossing the sea. Australians erecting his statue makes sense. The department store building stood at the southeast corner of the square. Looking from afar, heads bobbed in front of the building, clearly prosperous business. The main building was only 3 stories high. From architectural style to volume, it was roughly no different from county department stores of the 70s. But in the eyes of most people in this timeline, this was already a huge mansion. Across the top of the building, a line of huge Song typeface characters read, Develop production, prosper the market. The massive characters, each fully a person's height, combined with their red color, gave a strong visual impact even from a distance. Friendship Department Store was positioned for the mass market. According to Li Mei, it was aimed at countryside business. Because Bapu was centrally located in the county and near the sea, merchants traveling from outer counties and the mainland to Lingao mostly transferred buses and ships here. The large flow and gathering of people naturally created unlimited business opportunities. Since it was positioned for countryside business, it couldn't be too concerned with taste. It needed the shocking sense of this is a big city, but couldn't be so luxurious and modern that people felt, this is not a place I should enter. Therefore, Li Mei had rejected various high-end, fancy design plans in the planning stage, choosing the simplest rectangular building and limiting it to 3 floors. Structures favored by various Senate public buildings, high atriums, verandas, roof gardens, curved stairs, were all avoided, except for some crushed glass sand-blasted patterns on the walls for decoration. The entire building could be called unadorned. This made Chen Lin, who had seen Great World and Longhao Bay Hotel, somewhat disappointed, too ordinary. He strolled inside the building. The layout here differed from Guangzhou's Great World. Great World was actually more like a shopping mall of the old timeline or a lower-end market street. Friendship Department Store was still a traditional counter store. The first floor was the tallest and brightest, with a ceiling height of nearly 5 meters. Though large gas chandeliers were installed here to minimize safety hazards from the gathered crowds, large glass windows were used on the first floor. Enormous floor-to-ceiling glass windows made of countless panes, each nearly 10 square meters, tried to bring in natural light and reduce dependence on artificial lighting. However, this also brought side effects. For engineering reasons, a considerable portion of these huge windows couldn't be opened. Therefore, in summer, scorching sunlight would pour into the room in large quantities, while ventilation volume was insufficient to lower the indoor temperature. Given the department store building's huge volume, the various air conditioning systems available to the Senate were far inadequate. So in most seasons, awnings had to be put up outside the windows. Only in the current season did sunlight shining through the huge windows feel comfortable. The first floor sold high-frequency consumption goods. Chen Lin didn't know what fast-moving consumer goods meant, but from the counter layout and corresponding signs, he could roughly see that the first floor sold food, alcohol, tobacco, candy, toiletries, hardware, and general merchandise. Though varieties were plentiful, a dazzling array, some high-end consumer goods familiar to Guangzhou people, like National Scholar Unparalleled, Nanhai cigars, and Limu Mountain Oolong, were nowhere to be seen. The counters sold mostly medium and low-end goods. Even so, Chen Lin was still shocked by the wide variety of goods here. The fermented bean curd sold at the food counter alone came in more than 10 different varieties. There was the simplest fermented bean curd, wrapped in vegetable leaves, matched with wine lees, with chili, fragrant, spicy, stinky, sweet. All kinds available. Purchasing was also very convenient. For retail, one didn't need to bring one's own container. Specialized bamboo-woven small oil paper baskets were provided by the store. There were also specialized gift packages. Outside the basket, they would put an exquisite box for you, paper, wood, or bamboo, diverse and beautiful to look at. But the price went up accordingly. These Australians doing business truly rack their brains and haggle over every penny. End of chapter. Chapter 24, 62. Ladies' Wear Department. Chen Lin originally planned to spend most of his time at the silk and cloth counter to check the local textile market in Lingao. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered this department store, he was attracted by the grotesque and colorful scene before his eyes, and involuntarily followed the flow of people to look at things casually, checking the counters and shelves one by one. He squeezed his way to a circular wooden counter. This counter was rare. Not only did it not sell any goods, but it was also higher, almost like a pawnshop counter, and just like a pawnshop, it was equipped with wooden bars. Could this be a pawnshop? But there was no sound of singing out tickets from the counter, only the occasional clinking sound. While he was puzzled, suddenly there was a swish sound above his head. Looking up, he saw an object like a document holder hanging on an iron wire, whistling past on the wire with a whoosh. Looking along the iron wire, he saw that centered on this circular counter, dozens of iron wires were suspended in the air like a spider web radiating in all directions, connecting various counters around to this place. Looking carefully again, there were 2 more such circular high platforms in the store. These 3 high platforms were arranged equidistantly along the central axis of the shop. Chen Lin figured it out after a little thought. This was where the accounting desk was. Shop management most tabooed shop assistants handling silver and money directly, and Australians were no exception. Watching carefully how the assistants in the counters sold goods, they all wrote out bill slips, then put the received money and bill slips into the clip, hung it on the iron wire, and pushed it hard to send it out. In a moment, the accounting desk returned it. The assistant took down the clip, took out the bill slip and change, and handed them to the customer along with the goods. His family had been engaged in industry and commerce for generations. Although he was young, he had a lot of experience. He immediately understood the benefits of this iron wire spider web. The most effective way for big merchants to prevent assistants from stealing goods and stealing money was centralized collection and delivery against receipts. He heard his father say that several large north-south goods firms in Suzhou did exactly this. But for a shop as big as Friendship Department Store, many hands would be needed to run bills back and forth. This iron net saved time and effort. Although it wasn't profoundly deep, the idea was very ingenious. Australians indeed have capable people, Chen Lin thought. In fact, thinking carefully, although Australians have many strange techniques and ingenious skills, they bring even more new methods and new ideas. Some are not created by them first, but they can always do it more thoughtfully and brilliantly than predecessors. Australian learning is indeed unfathomable. He walked around the store and didn't find the place selling fabrics. Asking the assistant, he learned, need to go to the 2nd floor. Li Mei spent a lot of thought on the specific design. This Friendship Department Store not only replicated the county-level department store of the old timeline in appearance, but also basically followed the model of traditional Chinese shopping malls in layout. It was just that the quantity of goods and consumption power in this timeline were very limited, so in terms of variety and scale, it could only be considered a miniature version. The 1st floor was for high-frequency consumption goods, the so-called fast-moving consumer goods. The 2nd floor was arranged for clothing, shoes, hats, and various textiles. The layout was also more spacious than the 1st floor, bright and roomy enough for customers to try on and compare. The 3rd floor sold expensive goods, such as famous cigarettes and wines, jewelry, clocks and watches, leather goods, etc. There were fewer consumers and less traffic, allowing the target customer group to choose and compare leisurely. This layout started from modern department stores in the Republic of China era of the old timeline and continued into the new century. Malls in countless Chinese cities replicated such a layout. Only with the increase in scale and the development of the times, furniture, household appliances, and other goods were added. Chen Lin climbed the spacious stairs to the 2nd floor. The clearance height of the 2nd floor was not as high as the 1st floor, but there were many windows, shelves and counters were not so dense, and there were much fewer customers. As soon as he went up, he felt his eyes brighten. The environment here was much better than below. On the 2nd floor of Friendship Department Store, ready-made clothes were the largest sales category, occupying almost half of the area. Originally, ready-made clothing manufacturing did not exist in this timeline. Regardless of being rich or poor, people wore clothes either made by female family members at home or by hired tailors. There was no system of mass manufacturing. Even items requiring mass production, such as soldiers' combat jackets and officials' uniforms, followed the model of wholesale contracting and scattered production. Only after the Senate landed did they use the equipment brought to establish the first garment factory to make uniforms and work clothes for soldiers and laborers in bulk. Later, they began to make clothes for elders, and gradually the trend of purchasing and wearing ready-made clothes spread among naturalized citizens, then progressively expanded to ordinary commoners. So the ready-made clothing counters here immediately aroused Chen Lin's strong interest. He had seen ready-made clothing stores in the Great World in Guangzhou. The impression was not deep. Because the sales targets of ready-made clothing stores in Great World were mainly naturalized cadres and dependents of the northbound detachment, as well as newly recruited naturalized staff locally. The category of goods highlighted practicality. Except for Australian underwear, which was quite special, all Chen Lin saw in the ready-made clothing store were boring uniforms, nothing more than different materials and fabrics, while styles were almost exactly the same. Of course, speaking of Great Ming's attire, there was nothing fresh in style either, but at least the patterns, decorations, and colors were richer and more colorful. Compared to the Australians' black, blue, gray, and white domination, there was still a big difference. However, the ladies' wear department on the second floor of Friendship Department Store overturned Chen Lin's impression of Australian clothing. The variety of clothing styles displayed here, the complexity of colors, and the novelty of patterns completely surpassed Chen Lin's past cognition of clothes, especially women's wear. So clothes can be made like this. Australians emphasized display very much in selling clothing. Various clothes were fixed on display boards, hung on clothes racks, or put on wooden mannequins. The latter made him feel somewhat uncomfortable every time he saw them. Although these mannequins were completely impressionistic, without hair or facial features, the body contours were very realistic. In Chen Lin's cognition, wooden human figures were either grave goods or statues of gods in temples. Displaying them in the store grandly wearing clothes made him feel somewhat mentally uncomfortable. This was probably also considered the Australians' strange overseas custom. Chen Lin browsed the counters of the ladies' wear department with great interest. In any timeline, women were always the main consumers of textiles. As a fabric manufacturer, the Chen family had always been very concerned about new fashionable patterns. The assistants in the ladies' wear department were almost all female, wearing gray suits of buttoned open-collar tops and skirts, with long name tags on their chests, all smiling and greeting attentively. Someone came to greet him as soon as he passed by. Chen Lin was not used to being greeted by female assistants and said, just looking casually, not buying anything. The entire second floor had about half of its area selling women's wear. Not only were there many styles, but the color schemes and styles were also much bolder than the ready-made clothing stores in Great World. The legendary short skirts revealing knees, Chen Lin had heard of many times but never witnessed with his own eyes. Even the Australian female students seen on the ship, whose attire could be called shocking to the world, had skirt hems still at the knees. But among the various skirts displayed on wooden mannequins here, several completely revealed the knees. Unexpectedly, Australians really have such clothes. So short, if the movement range is large, most likely thighs will be revealed. Just thinking of this made Chen Lin's face hot. Thinking further, if going up and down stairs or running and jumping in urgency, wouldn't it be? Chen Lin dared not think further. Somehow, he remembered the Australian female student seen on the ship. A nameless agitation rose in his heart. He quickly stopped his romantic thoughts and silently reminded himself to focus on his career. What did the style of women's wear matter? The key was to look at the materials used. Right, materials used. Chen Lin focused his attention on the materials. He soon discovered that the choice of fabrics for women's wear was very complex. Not only were all kinds of fabrics he knew used, but multiple fabrics were often used on the same set of clothes. Various colors, accessories, lace, patterns. Some patterns were very fresh, which he had never seen before, presumably also brought by Australians. And a long strip of fabric with hollow patterns, seemingly made of silk gauze and specially sewn on the edges of clothes, aroused his interest even more. Asking the female assistant, he learned this was called lace, Huabian. This is really good stuff, Chen Lin thought. Using it to decorate the edges of clothes looks much better than simply piping with fabric strips. Piping and bordering can only play with color and width. The style and texture of this lace can produce many patterns. He studied it carefully and roughly knew this was also woven, but he couldn't see the specific craftsmanship at all. This lace also has a big market. Wonder if we can introduce it together in this cotton mill. Chen Lin thought, I should ask Chen Xiaobing these few days. He immediately called the saleswoman and wanted to buy a lace shirt. I wonder what size your treasured family member wears. This stumped him. Firstly, he didn't have a treasured family member. Secondly, although traditional clothing also required measuring the body to cut clothes, the clothes made were generally loose and not strict on size. Seeing the female assistant take out 5 sizes for him to choose, he instantly felt dizzy. This, casual, is fine. Guessed, the size difference of these clothes is very large. 1 size difference means it can't be worn. The female assistant was very considerate. How about this? What is the height of your treasured family member? And how much is the weight? Chen Lin thought, how would I know? He had a bright idea and said, her height and figure are about the same as the young lady's. Then it's free size, average size. The female assistant nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll write a ticket for you. After buying clothes, he went to the fabric counter to look casually again. The fabrics here were indeed of many varieties, but compared to Manager An's Rui Hexiang, there was nothing particularly outstanding. The two were just par. Chen Lin was slightly disappointed. Seeing the sky outside getting late and looking at the big clock on the wall, it was already 5:20. Chen Lin dared not stroll anymore and hurriedly turned back downstairs. There was still some distance from here to Longhao Bay Hotel. Fortunately, he had already seen that there were rickshaws waiting for customers at the edge of the square. Giving more tips and asking the driver to run faster, he could make it. End of chapter. Chapter 2463, Molesting Women. Chen Lin took the paper bag containing the shirt, hurried a few steps down the stairs, and headed towards the main entrance of the store. Just as he left the gate and was about to go down the steps, he was suddenly bumped, staggered, and the bag in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, a crisp sound came from the side as if something had shattered, accompanied by a scream. He was startled. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw that the person he bumped into was a young woman, sitting on the ground wearing Australian-style women's clothing common locally, with her skirt flipped up revealing 2 calves. One hand was rubbing her waist, glaring at him viciously. Seeing him looking over, this woman covered her face with both hands and cried out loudly, "Stinking hooligan! Catch the hooligan, you pervert! Lowlife!" Chen Lin was dumbfounded with shock. Where had he ever seen this? He came from a merchant family and usually avoided provoking women the most. Not to mention unmarried maidens, even with old women on the street, he would keep a distance when passing by, just to avoid gossip and affecting his reputation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in Lingao, he ran into such a thing. He was young after all and instantly panicked, waving his hands wildly. Miss, I am not. This proper-looking young man not learning good molesting women on the street. Looking at his appearance, he is a Ming person. Looking at the appearance, he is also a young master of a rich family, accustomed to bullying men and dominating women, I suppose. My great song won't indulge him. Catch him to the police station and beat his butt to bloom. Seeing him white and tender, his butt must also be. Shh, what nonsense, you are about the same as him. Hearing various discussions in his ears and the increasing crowd of onlookers, Chen Lin was completely confused. While he was at a loss, someone suddenly whispered in his ear, "Why not run fast?" Chen Lin shivered and got up to rush out. However, he had just run a few steps when the crowd shouted loudly, "Catch the hooligan! Someone is molesting a woman," followed by someone shouting, "Someone is abducting a woman." Everyone shouted in unison, "Hit!" Now Chen Lin was scared out of his wits, only thinking of running. Unexpectedly, before he ran a dozen steps, he was surrounded, and fists and feet fell like rain. Chen Lin still remembered what an old accountant in the family had said. When surrounded and beaten outside and unable to run, cover the head with arms and curl the body to protect the chest, abdomen, and groin. Fortunately, the beating didn't last long before police whistles were heard. "Don't hit people! Don't hit people!" A voice dispersing the crowd sounded outside. "Everyone scatter, scatter!" Several hired petition police employed by the mall dispersed the crowd and pulled Chen Lin, who had been beaten black and blue, up from the ground. The leading policeman looked at his appearance and frowned. "You look like a decent person. How could you do such an ugly thing? Go to the police station for a trip." Petition police couldn't handle cases, so they immediately transferred him to Bapu police station. Chen Lin was still in shock at this moment and couldn't say a word. He let himself be manipulated by several policemen. He was escorted all the way to the police station for detention, waiting for interrogation. "What? Molesting a woman?" The duty officer frowned. "Which bastard full of food with nothing to do has such elegant interest again?" His head started to hurt again. 15 consecutive hours of duty and bullshit from all kinds of people had reduced his hormone levels to the lowest and raised his blood pressure to the highest. There was still 1 hour before getting off work, and now came such a character. "Looks like a Ming person, seemingly quite rich." The policeman who delivered him reported. "Has the involved party arrived?" "Arrived, but later said the girl was not feeling well and was frightened, so she went back first, saying she would come again tomorrow." "Tomorrow then. Anyway, it's not urgent." Hearing the party didn't come, the officer waved his hand. "Take a statement from him first, lock him up for a night to cool down. We'll talk tomorrow when the party comes." After instructing, the assistant yawned, poured down a cup of strong tea, rubbed his eyes, and began to write today's duty summary. Chen Lin was dragged around like a puppet on a string, and only recovered his senses when he arrived at the police station. This is getting into a lawsuit. Although he still didn't understand why that woman framed him, he understood how bad the current situation was. Not to mention he had missed the welcome banquet, he was also imprisoned. However, no matter how he explained he didn't do bad things, the police turned a deaf ear and took him to the interrogation room on their own. "Name?" "No, Officer Che, this is a misunderstanding." "Shut up, answer what asked." Chen Lin, the Lin for long rain not stopping." "What long rain not stopping?" "Yes, just a rain, you, on top." Chen Lin knew there was no reason to argue with people in public offices, so he could only swallow his anger and say. Unexpectedly, this policeman had just become literate not long ago and found writing very difficult. He felt it was wrong after writing several times in cursive. "You group of bird scholars, creating characters so complicated. Watch me slap you with a big ear." Hearing this, Chen Lin dared not say a word, fearing he would really give him a big slap. He had heard of various tricks in the Yamen. Although he also heard that Australian police were different from Great Ming's Yamen runners and constables. Since ancient times, official hearts were like iron and royal laws like furnaces. Falling into the hands of public offices, most likely there would be no good fruit to eat. Finally, Chen Lin wrote the name himself. "From Guangzhou." "No wonder." The policeman glanced at the clothes on him. "Looks like a rich person." "This lowly one is a traveling merchant." "Can traveling merchants molest women?" No, this lowly one is wronged." "Wronged my ass. A big maiden damaged her own reputation to frame you. I see you still don't know the severity of my great song's laws." The policeman pointed at his nose and scolded. "This lowly one is really wronged." Chen Lin now tasted what it meant by unable to defend oneself with 100 mouths. He defended repeatedly. "This lowly one just arrived in Lingao today. Just arrived in Lingao and molested women. This lowly one didn't." Chen Lin wanted to cry but had no tears. "This lowly one came to Lingao with the Guangzhou Industrial and Commercial Delegation. If the officer doesn't believe, ask and you will know." The contact cadre is called Chen Xiaobing. Hearing him say this, the policeman actually paid attention. He had seen this matter in this week's social situation briefing. If he accidentally arrested a guest of the Senate, the police station had no right to handle it themselves. Seeing the policeman roll his eyes, he asked, "Since you came from Guangzhou, where are you staying?" "I am staying at Jasmine Hotel in Bapu." This immediately made the policeman laugh loudly. Chen Lin asked puzzledly, "Every sentence this lowly one said is true. The room card is still on me." "Since you are a member of the delegation, don't you know the delegation stays at Longhao Bay Hotel? When did you move to Jasmine Hotel? I see you guys are very dishonest." The policeman slammed the table. "I advise you to understand, this is not a Ming Dynasty yamen. You'd better reflect well here, waiting for your deserved punishment." Chen Lin wanted to cry but had no tears, defending again about insufficient rooms and so on. The policeman was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, took him to the temporary detention room, involuntarily asked him to take out all items on him for registration, took away his trouser belt and waist belt, opened a barred door and locked him in. "You squat here for a night first, and we'll process it tomorrow when the party comes." The guard policeman was anxious to get off work. "Officer, officer, I'll write a note. Trouble you to ask someone to help send it to Longhao Bay Hotel for me. They know." Chen Lin held his trousers and shouted desperately behind the iron bars, looking at the back of the policeman leaving with hands behind his back. The few detained criminals in the same room all looked fierce and evil, looking like bad people at a glance. There was also a drunkard lying on the bench snoring like thunder. That night Chen Lin didn't sleep all night, trembling with fear in the detention room, daring not close his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of stories of prisoners in jail he heard before. What torture, what punching and kicking, what young and handsome prisoners would be sodomized. Finally, the night passed without incident. When the sky was slightly bright, Chen Lin fell asleep instead. When he woke up, the sun was already high. The prisoners in the same room had changed several people. The drunkard was also nowhere to be seen. He waited for going to court in fear and uneasiness. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted until the afternoon. At noon, the guard gave him a piece of dry food as hard as stone and a cup of hot water. Chen Lin saw this guard was old and had kind eyes, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Officer, when do I go to court?" "Go to court?" The guard shook his head. "You are that one who molested a woman yesterday." I didn't molest her, she framed me. People who come in here all say they are wronged." The guard laughed. "Don't be impatient, just wait." "How much longer to wait?" "Anyway, as long as not convicted, detain you for at most 72 hours. You have already passed 1 day, wait at most 2 more days to go to court, maybe won't even wait that long. You rest assured, yours is a small romantic crime, probably sentenced to 12 lashes. You can leave after the beating. The butt will hurt for a week and be fine." The guard looked calm. Officer, can I beg you to do a favor? Ask someone to help send a message for me. Heavy thanks." "Heavy thanks? Send a message? Didn't you register the notification recipient when you came in?" "No." "Then tell me, I'll help you register." Chen Lin felt like grabbing a life-saving straw and hurriedly told the guard the room number of Chen Ding and himself at Longhao Bay Hotel. Trouble officer to find someone to help send the letter. Because Chen Lin was searched, he had nothing on him, so he could only use the most sincere tone. "That Master Chen is my uncle. He will definitely thank heavily when delivered." "Okay, I'll help you arrange it. How do these guys do things?" the guard said and walked away on his own. Chen Lin sat in the detention room, days feeling like years, only waiting for his uncle and Chen Xiaobing and others to come rescue him. However, waiting left and waiting right, there was no news. Seeing twilight gradually falling, he was like an ant on a hot pan. Where on earth did uncle go? End of chapter. Chapter 2464. A strange case actually. Just when Chen Lin was worrying about his chrysanthemum anus, in the detention room, Chen Ding, Wu Yijun, and Chen Xiaobing arrived at Bapu police station and reported the news of Chen Lin's disappearance. Chen Lin's absence from the banquet already surprised Chen Ding. This nephew always knew propriety, and was definitely not a scattered person. He would absolutely not be absent from such an important banquet without reason. Not appearing meant something likely happened. Chen Ding sat on pins and needles during the banquet. As soon as the banquet ended, he spoke with Chen Xiaobing, and the three rushed to Jasmine Hotel together. Knowing he went out in the afternoon and hadn't returned yet, now the matter became serious. Chen Xiaobing suggested calling the police immediately, so the three came to the police station to report. It was also Chen Lin's bad luck. When they came to report, the shift just changed to night duty personnel. No one knew such a person was still locked in the temporary detention room. Thus, Chen Lin was registered in the missing persons book and also on the public security temporary detention personnel roster on the same day. Wait until noon the next day, Chen Ding received the notification and hurriedly notified Chen Xiaobing. The two rushed to the police station, only then bailing Chen Lin out. I can release the person, only the processing time limit hasn't passed yet. What if this girl comes to ask again? The duty policeman asked. If she comes to ask, just notify me. I will arrange for him to come over to handle it. My contact information is written on top. Chen Xiaobing said, but I think she won't come. He looked at his watch. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. If she really wanted to handle it, she would have come early. That's true. The policeman nodded. Actually, he wasn't clear about Chen Xiaobing's rank, but seeing the visitor wearing crisp cadre suit, hanging a fountain pen on his chest and wearing a watch, he looked like a big shot in bearing. He dared not neglect in words and deeds. Since someone came forward to bail, it wasn't a violation, so he processed the bail procedures immediately. He also called someone to take out the detained items. These are all temporarily seized items. You can check against the list. Chen Lin was still in shock, only thinking of running away. How could he care about checking? He agreed indiscriminately and urged his uncle to leave quickly. What's the rush? Third uncle said. You verify it for a bit. As soon as Chen Xiaobing arrived here, the police were very respectful to him, so Chen Ding realized this young man was a big figure. His nephew just arrived in Lingao and was framed, suffering imprisonment for nothing. He had to make up for it a little through Chen Xiaobing. After checking, the three left the police station. Outside, seeing the blue sky and white clouds, Chen Lin exhaled a breath, feeling his 3 souls and 6 spirits return. You missed the banquet last night. Today your Uncle Wu set up a feast for you, saying to wash away your bad luck. The place for the feast was in a restaurant in Bapu. The owner of this restaurant was a salt worker from Makun in the past. He worked as a chef under Australians for a few years, now resigned to open a shop, specializing in various seafood. Wu Yijin set the banquet here not because he coveted his live seafood, but because this place opened recently, guests were relatively few, and it was convenient to talk in the private room. He worried for half a day about Chen Lin's disappearance, strongly suspecting the opponent he provoked in Nancha set a trap. He knew a thing or two about the situation in Nancha, knowing this child's second uncle was a local ruffian and had attached himself to an elder. Plus Chen Ding was attacked inexplicably in Guangzhou, all made him vaguely feel some conspiracy. But on second thought, this was Lingao. No matter how bold Chen Xuan was, he wouldn't dare to run wild in Lingao. Besides, Chen Lin came to Lingao essentially to do things for him. If he really wanted to deal with this nephew, Nancha was 10,000 times more convenient than here. Suspicion aside, yesterday's banquet yielded plenty. Amidst drinking and chatting, he not only deepened feelings with many Guangzhou local bigwigs, but also met many elders and responsible senior naturalized cadres. These people were all gods of wealth. Especially hearing he invested in cotton spinning, it could be seen that elders all had approving looks. How was it? Did you suffer? Seeing Chen Lin enter, Wu Yijin patted his shoulder directly and asked with a smile. This was also Australian etiquette. Many thanks for Uncle's concern. Just locked up for a night, trembling with fear. Fortunately, didn't suffer flesh wounds. It's good that you're fine. Wu Yijin stood up to propose a toast. I know your character, you would never do such a thing. Let's drain this cup of wine to get rid of bad luck. Chen Lin drank the wine and everyone sat down. Chen Ding said, "This matter is very strange. You are my own nephew, I know your character best. You won't do this low-down thing." Chen Xiaobing interjected, "Correct, this matter indeed has problems." "Look, Comrade Chen also trusts your character." "That's not it," Chen Xiaobing blurted out, immediately feeling it wasn't quite appropriate to say so, and hurriedly said, "This matter not being processed on the same day means there is a problem. Not coming until today makes it even more suspicious. Even if she really had something urgent and couldn't come, she would entrust someone else to come." Seeing everyone casting their gazes at him, Chen Xiaobing said unhurriedly, "Gentlemen, think about it. For such case of molesting women on the street, it cannot be convicted solely by the victim's accusation at the time. There must be collateral evidence. It was easy to find witnesses if processed at that time. By today, finding collateral evidence is already not easy. Dragging it for another day or two were to find witnesses. This woman was not seriously injured. Why did she evade when it could be processed on the same day, and hasn't appeared until this afternoon today? That is indeed the logic." Wu Yijun nodded. "Comrade Chen speaks correctly. I became suspicious as soon as the news reached me. Later, when processing procedures, I found a comrade in the station and inspected the records. I saw the name and address left by that woman. One look and I realized it was wrong. The address is fake." "Fake. Correct," Chen Xiaobing said. "The address she left is exactly the site of the Light Industry Demonstration Park Phase II, which is about to start construction. Demolition was just completed 10 days ago. Although the names of several villages haven't been formally announced for cancellation yet, there hasn't been a single resident household there for long. For such an important matter, she actually left a fake address. But what is her purpose in framing Liner?" Chen Ding was very confused, except for making Liner stay in jail for a night. "This I don't know either." Chen Xiaobing shook his head. "I wonder if you have any enemies." "Enemies naturally exist, but no one has such boldness, right?" Chen Xiaobing also felt strangeness. Obviously, this matter was unlikely done by an outsider. It must be done by local residents familiar with Lingao. What was the motive for doing this? Chen Xiaobing had always received vigilance education. These questions immediately aroused his high vigilance. He immediately associated it with the possibility of great Ming spies or lurking enemies. He decided to report this situation to the Political Security Bureau in the afternoon. Chen Lin's heart moved at this moment, but thinking again, it seemed unlikely. Since this matter had passed, there was no need to cause extra complications. Chen Ding asked, "It's just that we only bailaid him out now. The case hasn't been closed. As long as she doesn't appear after 6 o'clock this evening, this case will automatically terminate." Chen Xiaobing said, "It's almost 4 o'clock now. You elders rest assured." Hearing him say this, everyone at the table felt relieved. Chen Lin felt somewhat regretful about missing the banquet yesterday. The two uncles recounted the scenes at the banquet one by one, making him repeatedly say he had no luck. "What's important about a meal?" Wu Yijun said. "Next, we are arranged to visit the industrial park. This is the good opportunity to broaden horizons." At the same time, in the textile factory within the Lingao Light Industry Park, two elders, Li Shan and Zhu Baio, were leading naturalized citizens to do the final inspection to avoid safety problems tomorrow. Strictly speaking, neither of these two touched the side of textiles. Both were from mechanical backgrounds. Although Mo Zion, Minister of Light Industry responsible for the textile industry, placed high hopes on light textile promotion, he himself was unfamiliar with light textiles and machinery, and held a bunch of errands concurrently. So the matter of the textile industry had to find someone else. Thus, Zhu Baio, who was a mechanical engineer and had developed textile machine plans like the Song Silk Machine and Old Silk Machine, became the person in charge of the light textile department. However, mechanical manufacturing was one thing, and engaging in textile industry was another. The textile industry was a very market-heavy industry. The manufactured goods were not mainly facing production enterprises like heavy industry, but more facing countless consumers. Even products sold to garment factories were actually influenced by the weather vane of consumer preference. Consumer consumption was not completely rational, nor singular. Light industry production mostly needed to cater to market tastes. If relying solely on state will for production, not only would it require a large number of management cadres, but it would also be difficult to cope when facing market fluctuations. This was also why the textile industry was the first to marketize after the reform and opening up. Old state-owned factories, accustomed to command mode production, found it hard to keep up with the rhythm when facing the wave of marketization, and were eventually eliminated. If balance between production and sales couldn't be achieved, the textile industry would be unsustainable. Lingao's state-owned weaving factory was currently in a dilemma. Although the Senate was not interested in developing the textile industry to satisfy internal use and production of special fabrics, this largest cotton textile demonstration enterprise under the Senate was built during the first 5-year plan. It was mainly used to produce various special need fabrics that no one else in this timeline could produce yet, and also produced some civilian cloth. However, after a few years, after the woven cloth satisfied internal use, the development of the cotton textile industry seemed to stagnate. Australian cloth didn't seem as best-selling as Songjiang cloth either. Coupled with the estimation of the cotton textile industry by the development conference during the first 5-year plan, it became normal that machines couldn't compete with home-woven cloth. After all, the Senate didn't place much hope on this piece either, as long as it could stably produce various special fabrics. Civilian cloth completely became an insignificant supporting role. Zhu Bio thought the light industry department was willing to continue producing these cloths purely to ensure the mechanical industry mouth could maintain textile machinery capacity. End of chapter. Chapter 2465. Demonstration Textile Factory. Zhu Bio felt that the current predicament of the cotton textile industry stemmed from 2 reasons. The first aspect was the planning issue during the first 5-year plan period. From the beginning, the Planning Academy didn't intend to spend much effort on cotton textiles, and various imported cotton cloths, whether domestic or imported, could already fully satisfy basic demands. If not to satisfy some special demands, this demonstration textile factory probably wouldn't even have been built. Of course, from Zhu Bio's perspective, it was hard to say the Planning Academy's decision was wrong. Putting aside the abundant supply of cotton cloth, just looking at the objective conditions of Hainan itself, it was indeed not quite suitable for developing the cotton textile industry. Although Hainan was the birthplace of cotton textile technology, compared to Songjiang, production efficiency had already been left several streets behind by Songjiang. Jiangnan not only had cotton spinning on a scale, but also an equally huge silk weaving industry. There were far more skilled artisans for manufacturing looms than in Hainan, and improvements in both technology and craftsmanship were much faster. Hainan, in reality, did not have a scaled textile industry. It basically remained at the stage of family sideline business. The second aspect was the business model issue. During the first 5-year plan, due to demand for special use products like canvas, the Planning Academy believed a textile industry of limited scale could be established. To compress investment, they proposed the rather pitfall-laden model of the putting-out system for spinning. The result was obvious. Collected yarn couldn't be hung on mechanical looms. Human hand-spun yarn was uneven and unstable. Once hung on a loom, it was very prone to breakage, and the quality of the cloth was also relatively poor. Especially the warp yarn bearing tension. It broke easily when force was great, causing difficulties for production. The strength of yarn threads prevented machine production speed from going up. Even distributing carded cotton slivers to processing households couldn't solve this problem. Spinning could only produce uniform and tough yarn using mechanical power, or at least hydraulic power. Human power was difficult to spin yarn of better quality, and these machines often required a certain footprint, which ordinary peasant families couldn't afford. Only workshop owners with certain capital could afford them. These two problems added together naturally formed the current embarrassing situation of the textile industry. Zhu Baiao had to force himself to continue being his person in charge. With the unfolding of the Senate's capacity expansion plan, reorganizing the textile industry with the help of private capital was put on the agenda of the Ministry of Light Industry. Originally disheartened, Zhu Baiao unexpectedly got an assistant. A scapegoat named Li Shan ran out willing to take over the textile promotion cause, responsible for soliciting investment and sales for light textile industry. So Li Shan came to partner with him. Li Shan also came from a mechanical background, but after working in mechanics for a few years after graduating from university, he was dissuaded by the low-wage, high-intensity career and jumped ship to become an agent in a real estate company. He had considerable experience in persuading people to invest. This time, the Guangzhou bidding was completed smoothly, and both felt very excited. Firstly, the textile industry could have greater development, and their own discourse power would increase accordingly. Secondly, various old equipment in the factory could be eliminated incidentally. Doing an industrial upgrade, Zhu Baiao had been planning to install new looms all these years. To welcome the arrival of the financial backers, starting from 3 days ago, the demonstration textile factory stopped work in turns by area and production line for cleaning, wiping, and repairing equipment. From top to bottom, everyone was busy turning upside down. The two patrolled back and forth several times, roughly marking out a visiting route, allowing financial backers to fully understand the whole process of cotton textile production. After the last inspection ended, the two dragged their sore legs back to the office. The office was originally enjoyed by Zhu Baiao alone. After Li Shan came, they squeezed together, making it easier to discuss matters. A sharp steam whistle sounded outside. Zhu Baiao subconsciously looked at the wall clock, 7 p.m. In another hour, the day shift workers would get off work. Hearing this steam whistle, the night shift workers living in the factory dormitory area would have to prepare for work. He glanced at the latest monthly report on factory industrial accidents and sighed secretly. Although the safety of the textile factory was better compared to other industrial enterprises, by the standards of the old timeline, the injury rate and occupational disease incidence rate of the demonstration factory were still too high. The reason was self-evident. Working 12 hours in a workshop filled with noise and moisture, labor intensity was too great, leading to excessive mental and physical fatigue. Now the schedule of the demonstration factory was that each team worked 12 hours under a 2-shift rotation system. Within this, there was 30 minutes for mealtime and a 15-minute rest every 4 hours, so the actual working time reached 11 hours. Initially, the demonstration textile factory didn't arrange shift work. Production stopped before dark. The reason was that there was a lot of cotton dust in the textile factory. Once a fire started, it could cause a large-scale fire disaster. Using gas lamps for night lighting was too dangerous. Later, after the electric power department could produce electric lamps, the Planning Academy changed the textile factory to a 2-shift rotation enterprise, conducting 24-hour production. Zhu Baiao always complained about the Planning Academy, since most current cotton cloth production was for special use and belonged to price-insensitive products. Why adopt such radical cost-cutting means? It didn't belong to products that must be produced continuously. Moreover, the cotton textile industry had never been a main development industry, so there was no need to reserve workers through a multi-shift system. But complaint was complaint. Under the state where the Senate's industrial enterprises generally adopted the 2-shift production mode, he couldn't be an exception. Old Zhu, look at how this arrangement is. Li Shan handed him the reception schedule. Zhu Bio was already over 50, properly an old Zhu. We've studied these things many times, still need to comb through. Zhu Bio pushed the document away. We'd better study how to sell those backward capacities tomorrow. Can the price of your Model 25 ring spinning really not come down? Li Shan asked. Ring spinning had great advantages. First, the footprint was much smaller, and the key was that efficiency improved a lot. Really can't. Model 25 ring spinning is mechanically powered. The spindle body is okay to say. In the past, it was made of cyclobalanopsis, Qinggang Li, a type of oak, and substitute materials can be found without cyclobalanopsis. But the spindle shaft, roller, and yarn guide hook parts must be iron. Otherwise, wear is too severe and the textile factory mechanics will curse. It's fine for us to use it ourselves, but if changed to old moneybags using it, their own machine repair ability is poor. If machines break down every few days, won't they go crazy? Current steel quota has gone up, but the price, honestly speaking, is still too high. Li Shan frowned. I'm afraid old moneybags can't accept it. If you insist on using wood, it's not impossible, but this loss rate will go up. Zhu Bio said, I have also considered similar problems. How about adopting post-period maintenance of replacing only, not repairing? This can significantly reduce maintenance pressure and reduce downtime, but doing so involves changes in machine design and rising maintenance costs. I see. Let's hoodwink the big households on board first. As long as their invested cost is large enough, when they find they're on a pirate ship, they can't get off. Sunk costs are too big for them to bear. And as long as they can mass produce, they can kill Songjiang cloth immediately. They won't worry about not making money. When they make money, we'll hoodwink them to upgrade. Li Shan gestured like a treacherous merchant. Hope it's as you said. I feel those big households aren't easy to hoodwink. Otherwise, Hainan has been here for so many years, yet private factory mechanization is still just those few. Zhu Bio said helplessly. Initially, machine promotion was half-hearted, equivalent to a certificate of allegiance for Hainan local big households, but after pushing for a long time, the scale was like a snail crawling. Up to now, most private enterprises were still handicraft industries, using machines sparingly. Wanting the horse to run yet not giving grass to eat, would people be willing? Machines are expensive and they can't get the core. Strange if they were willing. Li Shan was really convinced. Initially coming over to look, a mule spinner spindle actually sold for $2 a spindle. Only a ghost would buy. This was like building a gas stove with rocket engine technology. The market couldn't accept it at all. Didn't know who proposed manufacturing this kind of machine. And this time, after researching with Zhu Bio, through various technical downgrades and woodization of components, the cost of a set of machines was compressed to 1/3 of the original. As for the price, it was simply selling at a loss. Thinking of ways to hoodwink big households to buy machines first was the key. As long as they bought machines, follow-up maintenance consumables were one sum, and various training could scoop another wave. Our complete set of hydraulic spinning equipment is losing money even selling at cost. Zhu Bio felt somewhat heartbroken. Losing money is also the Planning Academy's business. We just sell the machines and let the factories run. Early the next morning, Wu Yijun and his party prepared to set off to visit the factory. The place they were going to was the Lingao Textile Industrial Park. The park was located in the southern mountainous area of Lingao, a very remote place. One had to take the city rail to Nanbao town first, then transfer to horse carriages. The reason for choosing the south of the county initially was mainly considering the proximity to the Li area here. Large amounts of kapok, grass cotton, and hemp resources from the mountains could be obtained nearby. It could also radiate to the Li area and absorb Li people for employment. The south of the county also had abundant water resources and poor-quality coal that could be used to burn boilers. These were all essential for textile enterprises. Led by Chen Xiaobing, the group boarded the city rail at Bapu, went all the way south and arrived at Nanbao at noon. They had lunch in Nanbao. At this time, someone came to report. The carriage of the demonstration textile factory was already waiting in the town. Without delay, they boarded the carriage and set off immediately. The textile factory sent a Dongfeng official model carriage, elegant and solemn in appearance, comfortable inside. These few people rode this kind of carriage, which they had only seen in pictures before, for the first time, and found it very fresh. Chen Lin still had some boyish nature, looking east and west, said, "Uncle, why don't you buy one in Guangzhou too? Both imposing and comfortable. Wouldn't it be beautiful to use it to shuttle guests? Much more lavish than the sedan chair used at home." Wu Yijun laughed loudly. "How can I afford this carriage? Just these two fine horses, the annual expense equals that of a dozen people. Not to mention this carriage can't run in Guangzhou either. Just with so many bridges on the road, how can this vehicle go?" End of chapter. Chapter 2466, Mule Jenny. It is said that in the new urban area built under Master Liu's supervision, there are no high bridges. All are flat bridges laid straight, and roads are all renovated according to Lingao standards. Australian cars and horse carriages will be able to run in Guangzhou in the future. Chen Xuan said, "This is also a business opportunity. Even so, what runs at the beginning will be Australian cars. The cost of horse carriages is too great." Wu Yijun shook his head. "You don't know, under Ming rule, there were quite a few Chinese letter Wangku, silkpant/playboys in Guangzhou who liked horses and kept a few good horses at home. Keeping horses is much harder than keeping people. Extremely delicate. The horse groom raising horses is familiar with horse nature, yet a horse can't live more than 4 or 5 years. Sometimes they die not long after being bought. Isn't Hainan hotter and more humid than Guangzhou? Why can they raise horses here?" Chen Lin didn't understand. "This I don't know. Presumably, raising horses also has some Australian secret method. If horses can't be raised, opening an Australian car dealership is not bad either." Chen Ding suddenly said, "Car dealership?" Wu Yijun was a merchant after all, with a lively mind, and understood immediately. "Just like current sedan chair Hong." "Correct. I asked the rickshaw puller last night. There are 2 kinds of pullers here. One buys the car themselves and then buys a taxi license to pull. But there aren't many such people. Cars are expensive, and many people can't afford them. Most still rent cars from car dealerships and pay daily car rental fees." "This is a good business," Wu Yijun nodded. "As long as investing wants to buy a batch of cars, the rest is sitting and collecting rental fees. This business is worth doing. It's just that sedan chair Hongs had territories in the past. I haven't asked if Australians have such regulations. I think there probably are." Wu Yijun's eyes were piercingly bright. He felt this was another great business opportunity. The carriage went all the way south. Several people talked and laughed, not feeling bored. Only without Chen Xiaobing accompanying them in the carriage, having no one to ask when encountering novel things was somewhat regrettable. When the carriage arrived at the gate of Nanbao Textile Park, Chen Xiaobing, who had arrived earlier, was already waiting there. Under his guidance, the group walked into the park. Here, red brick sawtooth-shaped factory buildings were scattered like stars, boiler room chimneys towered into the clouds, and trees provided shade in factory courtyards and roads. Chen Xiaobing introduced that there were multiple factories set up here, engaged in cotton spinning, silk spinning, hemp spinning, wool spinning, weaving, printing and dyeing, and multiple textile-related industries respectively. However, the scale of the factories was not large, mainly playing a demonstration role. The technology of these factories will be open to private enterprises in the future, just that currently cotton spinning is the easiest and has the most market. Chen Xiaobing guided while introducing. "Come, please walk this way." The roar of machines in the workshops was clearly audible on the road. Small rail cars transporting raw materials and finished products flowed endlessly on the road. Several people clicked their tongues upon seeing this scale. So many factory buildings and machines. Chen Xiaobing took them to the first factory building. A man wearing work clothes, looking no more than 30-some years old and smiling, was standing at the door early. "This is Chief Li Shan." Chen Zio being introduced, the person in charge here. He will answer professional questions here for everyone. An elder actually condescended to receive them. The three couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by favor. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, Li Shan said, "Let's start from here." Zio Bing distribute masks to everyone. Before entering the workshop, everyone had to wear masks properly. With him leading in front, the group walked into the factory building. The noise inside the factory was several times louder than on the road. As soon as they entered, they felt deafening. The temperature and humidity of the air in the workshop rose steeply. Workshops of textile enterprises often needed to maintain certain air humidity. Coupled with the heat emitted by machines and the masks, it made people feel chest tightness and shortness of breath even more. However, looking at the receiving elder, he showed no sign of intolerance, wearing a mask and leading the way to explain in front. They entered the preparation workshop for the first process of the production line. Here was piled with huge cotton bales. White cotton wadding, dust, and debris floated in the air. Even wearing masks, it made people feel itchy throats. Zhu Bio explained that the cleaned cotton used here had already passed the ginning process. Because ginning required too much manpower, the ginning process was mainly done by raw material producing areas. After clean cotton was baled and transported to the workshop, opening and carding were carried out. Loosening and combing cotton fibers facilitated twisting into slivers for roving. This process was the link with the greatest manpower demand in the entire production line. Watching workers busily feeding and moving, Zhu Bio asked someone to distribute samples of clean cotton, opened cotton, and carded cotton to each big household, and said, "Here there are a total of 60 Type 35 opening and carding integrated machines. Each one can produce about 10 kilograms of carded cotton per hour. If converted to Great Ming units, that is about 16 caddies and half a shichen 2 hours. Chen Ding asked, "May I ask, Chief, what is the use of this carded cotton?" Everyone naturally understood loosening cotton songmian. Although the Australian cotton loosening method was somewhat peculiar, it was not beyond comprehension. Traditionally, spinning also required loosening cotton first, usually bowing cotton with bowstrings. Besides loosening cotton, it could also remove remaining impurities, making cotton cleaner. But this carding cotton shumian was not understood. Under traditional craftsmanship, loosened cotton was generally directly twisted into slivers and then spun by weavers. There was no carding process. In principle, the ancient sliver-making process was also a kind of carding, but there were differences in craftsmanship. Carding technology was a cotton processing technology developed in modern Western Europe of the old timeline, more adapted to large-scale machine production. Therefore, Zhu Bio explained, "This extra process exists for subsequent production. Please follow me, everyone, and you will know." The essence of the production line was the combination of individual machines, but Lingao's textile industry couldn't achieve continuous operation yet. Especially since speed regulation of steam machinery was inferior to electricity, manpower was still needed to combine individual machines. Workers were seen feeding carded cotton into the next machine. After mechanical drafting and slivering, it became roving bobbins. This behavior made the Chen family uncle and nephew somewhat puzzled. For a moment, they still didn't quite understand the function of this extra process. To them, it was obviously an extra redundant process. Everyone may still be puzzled, but there is one point everyone might discover. The roving coming out from here is all regular, unlike the uneven thickness from family spinning. Li Shan explained. After he said this, everyone suddenly realized. Looking into the factory again, at this stage, it was basically male workers doing the work, and all were labor-intensive jobs without skills to speak of, simply feeding and moving. This meant that through these processes, yarn with regular and uniform thickness could be woven without skilled spinners. Chen Lin also understood at this time how previous spinning achieved such consistency. This process seemed redundant but was essential. Next was the process of spinning roving into spun yarn. Here was equipped entirely with mule jennies. This mule jenny was also one of the detours taken in the cotton textile industry. The reason was that initially, handmade cotton yarn collected was found to be uneven in thickness and difficult to hang on looms for weaving. After discussion, mule jennies, which were originally not intended for use, were installed as a remedial measure. The so-called mule jenny was actually a hybrid of Arkwright's water frame and the spinning jenny. The yarn spun by the former was coarse and rough in texture. The yarn spun by the spinning jenny was fine but had poor strength. The mule jenny combined the drafting rollers of Arkwright's machine and the main sliding carriage of wooden spindles of the improved spinning jenny, producing yarn that was both fine and strong. By principle, mule jenny belonged to intermittent spinning machines. Textile machines of this principle had complex structures and low efficiency. They were especially suitable for long fiber spinning, capable of weaving fine high-count yarn. The problem was that the cotton the Senate could collect was mostly short-staple cotton. Except for a few Sea Island cotton produced on Hainan Island, there was basically no long-staple cotton. Although Zhu Bio despised this machine very much, in the state where the textile industry didn't rank at all, having something to use was considered not bad. Not good to use didn't mean couldn't use, built it to make do first. This making do lasted until now. Originally, it should have been eliminated after ring spinning was developed, but due to resource rationing reasons, only old equipment in too poor condition to continue use was eliminated. The Planning Academy intended to sell those mule jennies in decent condition to private enterprises. Even if they were backward capacities prepared for elimination, these machines were dazzling existences for the visiting group. Spindles of mule jennies were seen installed on frames. With tracks continuously moving back and forth, roving was wound on this end, and spun yarn was unrolled from the winding drum on the other side. Female workers were working on this side. With skillful hands dancing, rolls of spun yarn were continuously stacked aside. Compared to previous processes, the mule jenny side surprised them even more. They had learned from numerous rumors before that the Australian song could drive the power of water and fire, seeing with their own eyes the power of water and fire used for rapid spinning. As the team advanced, Chen Lin confirmed it was indeed exactly the same as sold in Eastgate Market Department Store. This yarn was absolutely better than any spun by any skilled spinner of Great Ming, and the output was dozens of times the original. Worthy nephew, how do you think of this Australian yarn? Wu Yifan was an outsider after all. Besides feeling it was fine, he couldn't see other tricks. The only thing clear was that the output of this yarn was huge. If cotton was guaranteed, native yarn could absolutely not compete. Just didn't know why Australian yarn didn't flood Guangzhou Prefecture. Exquisite regarding comparison. Both the finished product and the process are eye-opening. With such a set of machinery, it doesn't matter whether there are skilled spinners or not. The only need for skilled hands is the last process. Such workers probably cannot be found anywhere except Lingao. Chen Lin said with mixed joy and worry. They could only watch workers operate from the walkway. Of course, some people were unwilling and squinted hard, leaning over to see clearly. But no matter how they looked at the high-speed running machines, they couldn't understand them in a short while. Chen Lin also leaned over to watch. He only saw Australian female workers with skillful techniques, stacking many yarn cones very quickly, but he couldn't see clearly how exactly it was done. End of chapter. Chapter 2467, Factory Construction Plan. After viewing the spinning process, they went to the weaving workshop. As they walked, Li Shan introduced the performance and output of the looms. The group watched the shuttles of the looms dancing, the clicking sounds ceaseless, yet there was no one operating them beside the machines. Only female workers walked around inspecting and connecting threads. Chen Lin calculated silently in his heart. There were about 50 or 60 machines here, but only a dozen or so people patrolling back and forth. It seemed that one skilled hand could watch 4 or 5 looms. This was too astonishing. Not only were these looms fast, but they also used very few people. Taking Nancha as an example, if 20 female workers and dozens of laborers could be trained, less than 100 people could run 100 machines. According to this chief Li Shan's introduction, one machine here, if weaving ordinary plain cloth, operating only during the day and not at night, could weave about 60 meters per day. Roughly calculated at 3 meters per zhang, that was 20 zhang of cloth. He knew in his heart that a good skilled loom weaver could only weave a little over 1 zhang of cloth in a day. This production efficiency was simply a difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, a mechanical weaving factory had one person watching 4 or 5 machines. 50 machines a day. Chen Lin shuddered. Once this thing came out, how could there be a way for native cloth to survive? Thinking again of his own silk weaving workshop, if it could also be like this. His sense of crisis became even stronger. If his second uncle, whom the whole family looked down upon, could really connect with the Australians and transform and upgrade silk weaving like this, where would be the way for him and third uncle in the future? Must find a way to seize back control of the silk weaving workshop. Chen Lin thought, if he can cling to an elder, so can I. Chen Ding, on the contrary, was not as worried as this nephew. Instead, he discussed with Wu Yijun enthusiastically from time to time. After seeing the weaving factory, the next production link should have been the printing and dyeing factory. However, at present, the Senate did not yet mass-produce chemical dyes, and there was no intention to promote the printing and dyeing industry, so Li Shan led them around a corner to the exhibition hall. The final destination of the visiting group was the exhibition hall of the Light Textile Park. Here were displayed hand-spinning machines collected from various places and various textile equipment produced by the Bern General Machinery Plant. These equipments varied in size and shape, looking dazzling, and one couldn't figure out what they were used for. Fortunately, there was a description in front of each machine, briefly describing its specific use and production efficiency. Finally, there was a sand table display, showing the complete production process of various textile enterprises and the floor plan layout of relevant factory workshops in the form of models, which was clear at a glance. Chen Ding said, "These equipments perform their own functions. Combined, they form a workshop, and several workshops combined form a factory. In that case, there is not much difference from a workshop. It's just that the scale is large," Chen Lin said, "and also manpower is not used. Just this not using manpower is not something we can hope to reach." Wu Yijun was somewhat worried. "Just now I asked young brother Chen. He said these equipments are either powered by steam engines or water turbines. He specifically asked about my intention. Steam engines need to burn boilers. Australians say coal must be used. This is not easy to buy." Chen Ding said, "I wonder if burning firewood is okay." I asked. Young brother Chen said, "Don't think about burning firewood. Must burn coal." If buying coal is inconvenient, then only hydraulic machines can be used. Coal was not as widely used in Guangdong as in the north. Coal-producing areas were mostly in mountainous regions, making mining and transportation inconvenient. Plus, timber resources were abundant, so even smelting mostly used charcoal. The only stable coal supplier was the Australians. But the steam coal was not enough for the Senate's own use, let alone for commercial market supply. Therefore, the so-called steam engine power choice was just for show. Effectively, what was mainly promoted was the hydraulic textile factory. This was not only considering the fuel problem, but also considering that the maintenance workload required for steam engine power units was large, and private factories lacking technical personnel would find it difficult to maintain. Nancha has plenty of rivers, and my family is a large clan. Using water is not a problem. Listening to Comrade Chen's meaning, steam engines have great strength and can drive more machines, but hydraulic machines satisfy the condition of not using coal and are easier to use. Not using coal can save the expense of burning coal. The three people couldn't care less about looking at the sand table and started calculating costs. Using hydraulic machines, according to the description and the sand table, there would be a large expense for the construction of canals and dams when building the factory building. However, although the expense was large, it was a one-time investment. Unlike steam engines, which had to burn coal every day when running, wasn't this equivalent to burning money? Chen Xiaobing watched them coldly as they whispered and whispered around the sand table, knowing that these few were calculating costs. He didn't disturb them, only speaking when they opened their mouths to ask. After the visit, Li Shan invited the group to the park guest house for a short rest. The guest house was a small 3-story brick building. Because they were not staying overnight here, they were only invited to rest briefly in the lounge. This lounge was very distinctive. Australian decoration styles included luxurious ones and simple ones. These three had seen some, but only this place was different. Saying it was traditional, it had common hall furnishings, but a 4 waters returning to the hall-style skywell open courtyard was specially set up. A pond was dug in the skywell, equipped with a small rockery. Under the murmuring flowing water were more than 10 red carp. Next to it was a statue of Guan Gong with closed eyes, and potted orange trees and pine trees were also displayed. The three roughly understood that this was a feng shui arrangement for seeking wealth, and secretly wondered in their hearts. This was really rare. This display was also set up after Li Shan came. The reason? It was because he believed in this. Zhu Bio disapproved of this but couldn't stop him, so he let him have free rein. The group sat down in the hall. A young girl came out carrying teacups to serve tea. Chen Lin looked at her and felt she looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen her. Turning his head to see Chen Ding, obviously, he had the same feeling. The girl was also slightly stunned when seeing them, then covered her mouth with the tray, seemingly laughing. Before the Chen family uncle and nephew could understand, Li Shan had already walked in with large strides. "Gentlemen, how was the visit?" "Eye-opening." Wu Yijun hurriedly stood up and responded. "I won't say much polite talk. You are all future responsible persons of cotton mills. If such a set of equipment is delivered to your hands, can it operate normally?" There was a meaning of examination in these words. Fortunately, they had discussed most of it before coming. Combining with the sand table just now, the three made some calculations again. Don't look at Wu Yijun as an outsider. In terms of business acumen and speaking ability, he was the strongest among the three. Immediately, he elaborated on several key points one by one: how they chose the factory site, how to solve the water source problem, the source of workers, raw material procurement, market, etc. Although merchants of this era couldn't make flashy PPTs, the basic business operation ideas were the same. Wu Yijun spoke with logic and rough data. It made Li Shan nod continuously, feeling very admiring in his heart. Indeed, those who dared to bid were not mediocrities. In that case, you also have a well-thought-out plan. Dare not accept the praise. After all, this is a major event involving tens of thousands of taels of silver. Since we want to proceed, we must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, if we lose silver, we also damage the Senate's face, right? Ha ha, you really know how to talk. Li Shan laughed loudly, feeling there was a trace of threat in this middle-aged merchant's words, but this made him feel the visitor was more practical. No more nonsense. What worries do you have? Speak out. Avoid worries. The three exchanged glances quickly. This was the key point. Wu Yijun sorted out his thoughts and said, "Reporting to the chief, everything else is easy to say. What we worry about most is that these machines are all brand new things, and there isn't a single skilled worker. With so many completely new production equipments and processes, anyone with common sense knew how many problems would be hidden inside. Current weavers were completely useless and all had to learn the trade from scratch. Your doubts are also normal. After all, this is a completely new start for you." Li Shan said, "But on this you can rest assured. In the relevant contract we have included 3 years of free technical guidance. For a project like cotton textile, 3 years of free technical guidance is more than enough. Machine production is not as difficult as you imagine." Seeing they still had doubts, Li Shan simply revealed the specific plan. Once entering the factory civil construction stage, you will recruit workers. Regarding approximately what quantity of male and female workers, and what requirements to meet, a specific standard will be given to you. You recruit according to this. After recruitment is full, send them all to Lingao to work and learn in the factory you just visited, using the method of old leading new. When civil construction and installation are all completed, they can start production as soon as they return to the factory. This method is good, Chen Lin blurted out. These workers' accommodation and food in Lingao. It's like this. Your workers work in the demonstration factory, receiving wages and related allowances according to the treatment of apprentices here. Food and accommodation expenses will be deducted from their income. Originally, the Planning Academy meant to ask the bidders to pay internship fees and food accommodation fees. But Li Shan thought this expense was too large and also too unkind, working for you for free and having to pay wages in reverse. After all, our project contract includes technical service clauses. There is no reason to ask people for money again. Besides, this project takes at least half a year from the start of civil construction to completion and operation. We are equivalent to using cheap labor for 6 months. We don't lose anything at all. Chiefs are really thoughtful. However, as a factory with modern production, there must be modern management. So besides apprentices, relevant management personnel should also be selected and sent to study by you according to requirements. Li Shan smiled. These positions require a longer time to learn and also require a certain cultural foundation. I suggest you select suitable personnel to come to Lingao for study as soon as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 2468. Li Tang and Enjiu. This marked the beginning of the discussion process for formal implementation details. Hosted by Chen Xiaobing, both sides began to proceed with specific implementation. This batch of capacity diffusion private bidding projects adopted a one-on-one model. That is, each project had an enterprise under the Senate for counterpart implementation. The specific factory site was set in Nansha. Chen Ding and Chen Lin planned to take this opportunity to borrow the Australians' power to squeeze the annoying Chen Xuan out of the power center of Nansha. Wu Yijun stated that he had purchased several hundred mu of sand fields, alluvial fields in Nansha, which could be used to grow cotton. The Chen family uncle and nephew also patted their chests, saying Nansha was the world of the Chen clan. Whether growing cotton, opening factories, or repairing water channels, there would be no obstacles. Our Chen Lin is also the eldest grandson of the eldest branch of the clan. The future clan leader will definitely be him. Selecting the factory site in Nansha is foolproof. How would Li Shan know the little schemes in their hearts? Hearing them speak extravagantly, and hearing it was in Xianshan County, exactly the county where Li Yar went to improve silk, he felt the conditions were suitable and approved this site selection. Both sides also agreed on the relevant schedule, including worker training, civil construction technical guidance, and the arrival time of relevant infrastructure personnel, among a series of details. Finally, a Memorandum of Nansha Cotton Mill Cooperation Agreement was initialed. According to this agreement, the cotton mill would enter the preparatory stage in March, followed by the start of civil construction and equipment installation, striving to start operation, Kaich, in the autumn of 1637. Specifically, the Chen family uncle and nephew had to complete the preparation work for infrastructure land in Nansha in March. Chen Ding took the opportunity to propose that he hoped an elder or a high-level naturalized cadre would be present to boost morale. This will be handed over to Chen Xiaobing. Li Shan understood these people's thoughts. It was true that the Chen family was very powerful in Nansha, but the clan internally might not be a monolithic block. Whether Chen Lin, this young man, could hold the fort then was also hard to say. Thinking of various troubles caused locally during the westernization movement in the late Qing dynasty, their request was also very reasonable. He immediately stated his position. He is your counterpart cadre. You can go through him for relevant affairs. As for us, we will also go to your place to have a look every now and then. Thank you, Chief. The Chen family uncle and nephew looked at each other. Now let's see if Chen Xuan still dares to be rampant. In addition, we have selected the technical cadres for counterpart aid to you. Since you are here today, meet them and get to know each other. Not long after, 4 young men and women came in from outside. All wore uniform cadre suits. One of them was the girl who served them tea just now. As soon as this girl came in, she pulled the sleeve of another girl. The two looked towards the Chen family uncle and nephew and immediately looked at each other and laughed. The Chen family uncle and nephew realized almost simultaneously, aren't these 2 girls the ones who took the same ship as them to Lingao? Because they were wearing student uniforms at that time, but now changed into cadre suits. They didn't recognize them for a moment. Meeting here at this time, the uncle and nephew coincided in thinking of the evaluation old pervert, and both felt somewhat awkward. Let me introduce. Li Shan didn't know they had such a past story and introduced. These are all students studying at the textile school. This year is their last academic year, so they are arranged to intern in your factory. Saying that, he introduced again. These are the future shareholders and general manager of Nancha Textile Factory. He introduced them one by one. Only then did Chen Lin know that these 2 girls, one was named Li Tang Pear Sugar Li Tang, and the other in Jiu Safety 9 in Jiu. There was also an older one named Li Gu Pear Fruit. The only boy looked tall and sturdy, with a face full of transverse flesh, which was really rare locally. The 3 girls studied textile engineering majors, while the boy was a mechanical major. The group formed by these 4 people was the future resident support group of Nancha Textile Factory. At this time, someone suddenly came over and whispered a few words in Li Shan's ear. Li Shan frowned. There is still such a thing. After speaking, his gaze fell on Chen Lin's face. Chen Lin shivered with fright, thinking, is the matter of me being falsely accused of molesting women brought up again? Could it be that woman went to the police station? Li Shan didn't ask anything. After a simple introduction, he called Jiu out. After a while, he also called Li Tang out. Even so, Chen Lin still felt uneasy. After a long time, Li Shan reappeared. He said somewhat apologetically, delayed everyone quite a lot of time. It's getting late. Rest here for tonight. We will send you back tomorrow. Elder Zhu and I will host a banquet to entertain you in a while. If everyone has any questions, you can speak freely at the table. This was also proper etiquette. The visiting group immediately expressed agreement. Waiters brought tea and refreshments to them here. Several people walked all afternoon, stomachs feeling empty originally, so they tasted these Australian refreshments immediately. Chen Lin had just put his heart down when Chen Xiaobing walked in from outside, saying the chief invited him to go once. Invite me? Yes, invite you to go there, says he has words to ask you. Okay, I'm coming right now. Chen Lin thought what must come cannot be avoided. He had to brace himself and follow Chen Xiaobing out, coming to a small room nearby. And Jiu and Li Tang, whom he met just now, were also there. Chen Lin was stunned. If it was that case, what did it have to do with the 2 of them? Chief. Li Shan nodded at him, asked him to sit down, and asked, the afternoon before yesterday, did you go to a silk and cloth shop named Rui Hexiang in Bapu? So it is this matter, Chen Lin thought. He asked himself and found no fault in this matter, so he said immediately, there was such a thing. I even bought fabric length there. Later, someone came to this shop to cause trouble. Was there such a thing? Yes, yes. Chen Lin nodded repeatedly. Tell me about the situation. Chen Lin immediately recounted the events of advisor Zia coming to demand 5th mistress, arguing with the assistant, then beating the assistant and manager and calling the police one by one. At that time, the police asked if I was willing to be a witness, and I said no problem. You are quite righteous. Li Shan laughed. Dare not, dare not. This matter was originally advisor Zia making trouble out of nothing. Chen Lin said. So you don't know manager An? We met for the first time the day before yesterday, but we chatted very congenially. Chen Lin suddenly remembered something. He even gave me a calling card, saying that he went to fumble at his waist. No need, we trust what you said. Li Shan was quite satisfied. A nice young man. Chen Lin wondered what play is this again. Li Tang, he greeted one of the girls. Organize what Comrade Chen Lin just said into a document and ask him to sign. Send it out by express mail early tomorrow morning. Okay. He explained to Chen Lin again, saying he just received a summons from the security court, asking him to attend court to testify tomorrow. I think you definitely can't go back tomorrow, so I ask you to make a written testimony and mail it over. That will be it. So it's like this. Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Chief's understanding." "Thank me for what? Although this case is small, it doesn't concern you after all. Being willing to come out to testify is already remarkable," Li Shan said and glanced at Njiu. "Won't you thank this young brother Chen?" "Thank you, Comrade Chen Lin." Njiu bowed generously. "Huh?" Chen Lin was confused. "This thank me for what?" Li Tang burst out laughing and Li Shan laughed along. Li Tang laughed. "You are really a silly goose. And Jiu is Manager N's daughter." Ah, Chen Lin realized then they both had the surname N, so that's how it is. Can't blame you for not thinking of it. Manager N rarely tells people about his daughter studying in the textile school. Li Shan restrained his smile and said seriously, "But you guys were too outrageous this time. If caught on the spot, it would be a huge storm." "Didn't get caught, right?" Li Tang pursed her lips. "Even if caught by them, Chief, you would help us, right? After all, this is a good deed." Chen Lin understood in a few moments that Advisor Zia coming to inquire about crimes was not speaking nonsense. These two little wenches in front of him indeed abducted someone else's concubine. Even a good deed can't be done like this. How did the school teach you? Doing things must be reasonable and legal. Li Shan sighed. "I have already greeted the police about this matter. Consider it settled. Can't fool around in the future." "Chief, we were not fooling around." Li Tang was obviously still unconvinced. Fifth aunt was tortured too miserably. She was controlled by the family and couldn't run away herself. If we didn't help her, she would have sought death sooner or later. You guys just read books and feel you've grown capable. Seeing Li Tang still being stubborn, Li Shan couldn't help getting angry. You doing this is fine because this is Lingao, under the Senate's rule. And you are students of the Senate. If you mess around like this outside, you won't even know how you got sold. Seeing the chief angry, the two girls dared not speak anymore and lowered their heads. Chen Lin felt somewhat awkward. He vaguely felt that the relationship between this Li Tang and the chief was unusual. It was somewhat inconvenient for him to stay longer. Just as he wanted to find an excuse to get up and leave, he suddenly heard Li Shan say, "Since she's saved, how do you plan to handle it?" "This, we haven't thought it through either." And Jiu said somewhat ashamed, "Just thought of saving her first." Li Tang said, "I think since she's saved, the Senate can always give her a good home." Li Shan laughed helplessly. "You guys really don't use your brains. She is a wealthy family's concubine in her 30s, been a concubine for 15 or 16 years, can't carry on shoulders or lift with hands, can't do labor, and past the golden period of learning. You tell me what to let her do." "Arrange for her to marry," Li Tang said with great interest as if suddenly discovering something. "I heard many local cadres and workers don't have wives." "And that is a good method." Li Shan nodded with a bitter smile, not knowing if it counted as praise. End of chapter. Chapter 2469, Entrustment. I see, fifth mistress. What is her name? Her original name is Lianji, Lotus sister. Even she doesn't know her surname. People in the family call her fifth mistress or Lianji. Li Tang knew the chief was going to arrange a home for Lianji and immediately became spirited. Is she literate? Illiterate? How old is she specifically? 33 or 34? Li Shan stroked his chin. Old age, illiterate, and not a working woman. This was quite difficult to arrange. How about this? I'll arrange for her to study in a literacy class first. I'll arrange a job for her after she comes out. Otherwise, illiterates can only do labor-intensive work. She is not young and wasn't a laborer before. She definitely can't do it. Many thanks, Chief. Li Tang beamed with joy. It seemed everything was as she expected. You guys go. The group took their leave. Just as Chen Lin was about to leave, Li Shan stopped him. Heard you failed to attend the welcome banquet. Chen was startled, thinking, he even knows this. Thinking again that Chen Xiaobing bilayed him out, he must have reported to Li Shan. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, so he honestly told the story of going shopping at Friendship Department Store and being framed on the way back. I really didn't do that thing. Chen wanted to defend himself, but Li Shan waved his hand. You don't need to explain, I trust you. If it were true, she would have confronted you in the police station and filed a lawsuit that day. It wouldn't go so far as to delay until the detention time limit passed without showing up and leaving a fake address. This is obviously a deliberate frame-up. Chief is wise. Chen hated that he couldn't kneel down and shout Blue Sky Grand Master, upright judge. But this matter of yours is also too strange. You just arrived in Lingao, know no one locally, let alone have enemies. Why did that woman frame you? Not an enemy, nor for money. This student thinks that woman is most likely instructed by that advisor Zia. Chen finally spoke out the guess that had lingered in his mind for a long time. It makes sense for you to say so. Li Shan nodded. You don't need to worry about this matter, just do your own work well. Chen was full of joy, agreed, and hurried out. However, Li Shan didn't think so. Although logically only advisor Zia would do this, thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have the necessity. At dinner, the visiting group ate with the technical group. Because they would be partners in the future, Wu Yijun and others tried even harder to win over these few young students. Li Tang and Enjiu were naturally lively, so they chatted very well quickly. Seeing this, Li Shan felt relieved while secretly amused. It seemed there wouldn't be big problems in communication for future cooperation. Originally, he was somewhat worried about letting Li Tang go out. Now it seemed he worried too much. Although this girl was slightly reckless, she did things quite methodically and had strong execution ability. Chen was in a good mood and inevitably drank a few more cups of kvass at the banquet. His face was slightly drunk. Returning to the room after the banquet, he felt his whole body hot, so he came out of the room again and walked in the courtyard. Lingao in January was similar to Guangzhou in March or April. Even wearing a single shirt at night didn't feel cold. Chen was happy in his heart and was planning to compose a poem. While chanting, suddenly someone in the dark said, "Who is there? Babbling ya, isn't it annoying?" Chen was startled. Suddenly seeing a woman flash out from the dark, it was exactly Enjiu. Seeing it was Chen, Enjiu was embarrassed and hurriedly said, Sorry, I thought it was some sour scholar. Too many sour scholars came here recently." Chen smiled. "This student is also a sour scholar. AI, you are different from them." As Enjiu said this, Li Tang also walked over. Seeing it was him, the two looked at each other and laughed. Chen felt his hair stand on end. What is going on? It's young Master Chen. Dare not, just call me Chen. We are discussing how to arrange Sister Lion. Didn't Chief Li say he arranged for her? That is going to purification and studying. When she comes out 3 months later, doesn't she still need another arrangement for a place to go? The chief will also arrange this, right? I heard Australians possess the 4 seas and industries are as many as stars in the sky, where can't be arranged. Surprisingly you can really speak in literary idioms. And Jiu covered her mouth and laughed. Li Tang also laughed. Seeing you are reliable and also an upright person, let me tell you, we are discussing Zhou Xunyang's matter. Zhou Xunyang? Chen was confused. How did another person pop up? Li Tang. And Jiu obviously still didn't trust Chen. It's fine to tell him. Anyway, he was also framed by advisor Zia that night. Squatted in the cell for a night for nothing. Chen smiled bitterly. So you knew everything. Of course I knew, Li Tang bragged. I even know the name of that woman who called molestation. Chen was confused now. What was going on? You sit down, I'll tell you slowly. Li Tang beckoned him over. Chen remembered ancient teachings. Sitting side by side with 2 girls in this dark courtyard really had the suspicion of under the melon patch and plum tree, suspicious circumstances. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This isn't appropriate, right? Look at your shy look. Li Tang laughed quite presumptuously. Rest assured, and Jiu and I won't eat you. Chen Lin was a young man after all. Being provoked by a girl with a few words made him lose face, so he followed. Walking close, he found this pavilion was actually an open porch with a kerosene lamp lit inside. It was just obscured by trees in front, so light was almost invisible from the east wing of the guest house where he stayed, but from the other side, the west wing, it was right in front of eyes. Only then did he relax. "You sit down." "I'll tell you," Njiu said. It turned out this Lionji was a concubine of the family. The family had many wives, concubines, and dependents, and often bought clothing materials at Ruihexiang. They counted as big customers of the shop, but manager and didn't like this family. Firstly, this family was overbearing, let alone the master, even advisors and favored servants were same. Secondly, this family was very unpleasant in paying bills, often delaying payment during the 3 festivals. Some fabrics bought by wives and misses themselves were not recognized by the accountant because they were not on the public account. Manager and suffered quite a few small losses, and Jiu knew Lionji through such commercial dealings. Lionji was the 5th concubine of Master. Because she was getting older and had no children, she was a punching bag role in the family. Originally, she endured it at home. Unexpectedly, recently the gold locket on the newly added grandson of the family fell off, and then he fell seriously ill again. The first wife of family suspected her of playing tricks without rhyme or reason. This. Why? Chen Lin listened entranced and couldn't help asking. "AI, it's a long story," and Jiu sighed. Anyway, suspecting her of laying a black hand but unable to find evidence, so often used excuses to beat, scold, and punish her, maltreating her 100 times. Sister Lion couldn't bear it and wanted to commit suicide several times. I really couldn't stand watching it, so I discussed with Sister Li and helped her escape, taking the opportunity of her coming out to buy materials. Chen Lin secretly thought the chief was right to scold you, putting aside the boldness of abducting someone else's concubine. Just saving people in her own dad's shop showed this miss and really had a big heart. But this couldn't be said aloud. Chen Lin had to compliment. 2 young ladies are truly chivalrous people. Forget about being chivalrous or not, we just can't stand seeing such things under the Senate's rule. Li Tang was indignant. Chen Lin just smiled apologetically without speaking, then heard Njiu say, "The Zhou Xunyang we mentioned is also a concubine of the family." Holy crap, Chen Lin thought, are you guys fighting against the family or what? Does this imply you want to abduct Zhou Xunyang too? Probably reading his thoughts from his expression, and Jiu hurriedly said, "We are not going to help her escape. This thing can be done once but not twice. Besides, Xunyang doesn't have this intention either. When Lionji escaped, she also helped Lionji. When parting, she entrusted us with a matter." "Oh, what matter?" Chen Lin couldn't help asking. "She has an older brother." The two were sold together. Her brother was sold, and she heard the human trafficker say the family who bought the brother was in Xiangshan County. Chen Lin understood now why the 2 girls insisted on pulling him. It turned out there was this meaning inside. This favor could be helped, although the possibility of finding him was extremely small, but the attitude must be positive. Needless to say about Njiu, the relationship between Li Tang and Chief Li was obviously unusual, probably the legendary life secretary. Currying favor with her well would be useful in the future. Zhou Xunyang said she is doing okay in the family now, just doesn't know how her brother is. Hoping to get exact news of her brother to settle her mind. It would be better if they could meet once. "My family is a large clan in Xiangshan County. It's not difficult to search. Just don't know what her brother's name is, how he looks, or any characteristics or tokens." Chen Lin's immediate statement indeed won the favor of the 2. Li Tang nodded. "Mr. is indeed an upright good person." Immediately took out a silk handkerchief packet from her pocket, put it on the table, and opened it. Opening the silk handkerchief, inside was a broken wooden comb. Xunyang said this was her mother's wooden comb. She always wore it on her head. When separating from her brother, she broke the comb, 1/2 for each to keep as a memento. Saying this, Li Tang's eyes turned red, probably feeling empathy. As for names, they were young when sold, didn't even know their surnames, not to mention appearance. But her brother has a tear mole at the corner of his right eye. Also, both siblings were scalded at the human trafficker's place. Jo Xunyang has a scar on her right calf and her brother on the left elbow. Student understands. I will send people to search after returning. Only this broken comb. I have already made a rubbing here. Li Tang took out a paper rubbing from her pocket. The comb has the shop's engraved mark. 2 words still remain on the hairpin. Having this is good. Chen Lin accepted it happily. Student will definitely do my best in this matter. End of chapter. Chapter 24:70, New Life of Female Naturalized Citizens, Part 1. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lingao had already woken up. Inside a naturalized citizen dormitory area outside Chengyuan town, people were coming and going. Workers of the morning shift and night shift were intersecting. The public water room of the dormitory was crowded with people. Water stains were all over the floor and walls. Whether preparing to go to work or having just got off work, everyone was in a hurry to brush teeth and wash faces. The dorm matron maintaining order shouted ceaselessly, asking people behind to queue up and not jump the queue on one hand, and urging people washing to wash quickly on the other. Hizaoyu got up at 5 and queued here for almost 20 minutes before grabbing a water tap. Washing hurriedly, she returned to the dormitory and changed into a standard skirt uniform. Don't assume this uniform was no different from other work clothes, also being indigo-dyed cotton uniforms, but its lower body was a skirt instead of trousers, which meant the naturalized citizen wearing this uniform was a white-collar worker. Under the Senate's rule, terms like white-collar and blue-collar were not used, but non-student female naturalized citizens wearing skirt uniforms meant she was a staff member who didn't need to do physical work. Staff members actually didn't enjoy much preferential treatment, and their wage treatment might not be better than workers. However, human nature of despising physical labor made staff members vaguely have a sense of superiority from the bottom of their hearts. Hizaoyu was naturally no exception. She examined herself carefully in the mirror for a good while, confirming her appearance was impeccable, before slinging a canvas messenger bag over her shoulder and walking out briskly. The morning sunlight shone on people in 2s and 3s on the cinder road. A gust of wind blew up Hizaoyu's straight bangs, making them look a bit messy. She hurriedly smoothed them with her hand. The new hairstyle was designed for her by Guo Zier half a month ago. Guo Zier was transferred back to Lingao after the witchcraft case. She made mistakes in Guangzhou and was given the comment unsuitable for working beside elders, so the road of life secretary could be said to have reached the end. Even Liu Xiang couldn't help her. She could only return to Lingao. In Lingao, Guo Zier was scolded severely by her sister, but was also helpless, because the general office had already canceled her life secretary qualification. However, a back door was opened for Mayor Liu, allowing her to stay by her sister's side, helping to take care of children. Liu Xiang's home in Lingao naturally didn't lack maids and nannies, so her work was also very little. Besides taking care of children, she cut and tailored, incidentally drawing clothing design sketches. Guo Zier had quite some talent in this aspect. One day, Li Xiaolu's mother, Cao Shunhua, came to visit Liu Xiang's little girl and saw Guo Zier bending over the desk cutting and tailoring. Cao Shunhua was a sewing master and couldn't help going up to give a few pointers. The old and the young actually chatted quite congenially. Guo Zier paid respects to her as master immediately and followed her to learn sewing techniques all day long. Cao Shunhua had always been an anti-elder before, cooking and taking care of children every day, arguably the most soy sauce bystander existence in the Senate. Finally becoming someone's master, she was naturally full of joy, teaching her skills unreservedly. From time to time, she mentioned Guo Zier's cleverness to her daughter. Li Xiaolu turned around and told Xiao Zishan about this. Xiao Zishan was originally worrying. Guo Zier, this second secretary, had lost the qualification to serve elders closely. Letting her stay in the cold palace of the general office indefinitely was unrealistic, and staying in Liu Xiang's home continued to lack a formal title. Allocating her to a department would be very awkward. This situation could be said to be a pillow coming when dozing off. After some private whispers and treating being treated at Nanhai Farm, the matter was settled secretly. A recommendation letter from Cao Shunhua was handed to the Ministry of Light Industry, and Guo Zier became a clothing designer just like that. As for accidentally meeting and becoming best friends with He Xiaoyu, who worked in the same garment factory, that was already several months later. He Xiaoyu pressed her bangs and trotted all the way to catch the small train to the garment factory. Theoretically, she didn't need to be so early, but today she had a big thing to do. If this gamble succeeded, her future would be one layer brighter. Touching the crisp paper in the cloth bag, He Xiaoyu's excited heart thumped. She specifically chose a second-class carriage, guarding the cloth bag tightly all the way, fearing the things inside would be wrinkled. This was the first design draft she drew. The preliminary review had already passed. If it could pass today's re-review, it was expected to be put on the market. After being rescued from the rectification operation of Guangzhou's custom industry, prostitution, He Xiaoyu, as a woman in her prime, naturally had to play a full role. In the transformation project of Guangzhou's custom industry, the whereabouts of relevant personnel generally had three paths. One was unified integration into Ximing Building Entertainment Co., Limited, becoming part of a state-owned enterprise. The second was holding certificates for individual operation continuing the Lingao model. Others expressing unwillingness to continue in custom work were uniformly accepted and transformed by the Civil Affairs Department. The purpose of transformation was to convert these non-productive women into qualified productive forces. The formulation of specific policies mainly referred to the transformation policies of the old timeline, i.e., conducting work skill training to remove old habits and adapt to new life. While increasing the population of the labor army, it also balanced the severely imbalanced population ratio on Hainan Island. Most people were registered and transported to Hong Kong in batches for purification, and served as cutting apprentices in the logistics clothing factory there, fully contributing to the logistics work of the Two Guang strategy. He Xiaoyu unintentionally became the spark that ignited the great fire of custom industry rectification, so her treatment was naturally different. Her own experience was also legendary enough. Widowed before seeing her husband's face, escaping from the Chastity Institute unwilling to submit to fate, actively cooperating with the police after being abducted into Fangchun Garden, saving herself, and also becoming the key to solving the case. Such experience was immediately fancied by Du Wen, and she was absorbed as a women's work staff, engaging in women's work in the Civil Affairs shelter at Huanghua Temple. As the widows of the Chastity Institute were settled properly and the rectification of the custom industry was gradually completed, her workload decreased suddenly. Du Wen then sent her back to Lingao for training, further learning and tempering. He Xiaoyu had several months of women's work experience and possessed a certain level of culture herself. Although she was a young lady who never touched spring water with 10 fingers, never did housework, before marriage, she learned good needlework and learned spinning and weaving in the Chastity Institute. Upon arriving in Lingao, she was arranged into the textile system. Zhu Bio felt talent is rare, so he sent her to the clothing craft training class of the Women's College of Arts and Sciences for short-term study. After 3 months of study in the short-term training class, she was formally assigned to work in the textile system. In the training class, He Xiao, you gained a somewhat superficial understanding of Lingao's system, knowing that this place was different from Great Ming. A woman like her with no possessions and no home could also find a job to support herself, and her heart instantly felt much more at ease. Her future was very bright, beautiful, relatively high education, no family burden, no bride price needed, and a virgin. She was a goddess at factory matchmaking events. Unknown numbers of naturalized cadres wanted to marry her, but all were rejected by Xiaoyu flatly. Now, being an ordinary clerk and marrying someone to spend an ordinary life was no longer her pursuit. Xiaoyu had gambled many times in this life. The first time was in the Chastity Institute. She bet Australians wouldn't send her back, and this time she gained freedom. The second time was on the pleasure boat. She bet the police wouldn't collude with the madam. The third time was that day. She summoned up courage to talk to Guo Zier by the roadside. This simple action allowed her to take the first step of her splendid life. Now Lingao's clothing industry had developed many branches. Enterprises in the clothing system, besides producing ordinary work clothes and taking uniform orders, also produced various fashion clothes. Among them, besides, Australian styles moved from the old timeline. They also produced improved hanfu and hand element clothing, similar to the old timeline. Apart from practical needs, the fueling by many male and female elders also contributed significantly to this. Especially many female elders. It's understandable. Everyone loves beauty. Moreover, arriving in a new timeline with power and influence, they wanted to let themselves fly even more. Traditional hanfu used flat cutting and was not complicated to make. In the old timeline, an enthusiast who never learned clothing knowledge could also make it relying on patterns and a sewing machine. Lingao's industrial system producing it was naturally a piece of cake, but the shortcomings of traditional hanfu were also obvious. For example, wasting material. In the eyes of the stingy Senate, this was a sin, unless it could be sold at a high price. Secondly, it was not three-dimensional cutting, so it didn't show the figure much when worn. Therefore, local improvements didn't tangle with traditions derived from insufficient ancient productivity like joining sleeve center seams as in the old timeline, but established two basic directions: simplify process and beautify effect. Using high-grade fabrics more and selling partly in the form of haute couture. The sales targets were local commoners who continued to wear old attire. This group still existed in Lingao and Hainan. Although the absolute number wasn't too large, they were mostly middle and upper classes under Ming rule and had strong consumption power. As for hand element improved clothing, it simply preserved the form. The length of the traditional lower skirt was shortened, divided into three styles: long, medium, and short. Long to ankles, short to below knees. The tie design was retained. Besides this, there were styles recognized as convenient for life and production such as button jackets, douajin shan, and long short sleeveless jackets, bizi. Sleeves of tops were generally narrowed to the extent of allowing work while wearing. Because materials used were cheap and they were very beautiful, they were quite popular among young people. However, Lingao's clothing industrial level didn't even meet the standard of OEM for Taobao hot sellers in the old timeline, and the fine cutting required for haute couture was even more impossible. Raising the grade of clothing was obviously not something those straight men in the Senate cared about. It wasn't even established in the second five-year plan. So haute couture was still hand-sewn by tailors among naturalized citizens, just that they had received training in modern cutting and sewing techniques. After graduating from the training class, Xiaoyu was assigned to such a workshop specializing in making haute couture clothing, myriad purple pavilion wands. Note: Xiaoyu and the technical team in original section 66 has been changed to Li Guo. End of chapter. Chapter 2471. New Life of Female Naturalized Citizens. Part 2. Myriad Purple Pavilion was originally just a tailoring room in Compound 82, specifically serving elders and life secretaries. The tailors inside were the earliest batch of naturalized staff to accept modern tailoring techniques. Here, they not only produced modern-style high fashion and various improved hanfu, but also were the first enterprise in this timeline to produce modern-style female underwear and stockings. Elder Hong and several elders in the textile system, under the premise of lacking artificial elastic fibers like nylon and lycra, experimented with multiple natural elastic fibers, and cooperated with the mechanical department to develop knitting machines, producing the first batch of silk stocking products. Once released, they achieved great success, filling the domestic gap in this field of products. Not only satisfying the demand of the domestic market, but also exporting in large quantities to European countries. Textile Industry Chronicle, 1700 edition. As business expanded continuously and market demand increased day by day, this small tailoring room was separated from Compound 82 and became an independent clothing company. Although it still followed the high-end route, the service scope expanded greatly. Naturalized citizens and indigenous people could also have elder-like enjoyment, as long as they could afford it. The person in charge was said to be a retired life secretary of Elder Hong, who had served in Compound 82 for many years, had exquisite skills, and had wide connections among elders and local big households. Now it occupied a small 3-story brick and wood structure building alone in Eastgate Market. Inside were fitting rooms, garment-making rooms, warehouses, design rooms, etc. It was the fashion center of Lingao and even the entire Hainan Island. Myriad Purple Pavilion followed a Ming-Australian hybrid style of incorporating things of diverse nature in overall style. Stylistically, it was quite friendly to big households. It could be said that it satisfied their wish to try new things without being too avant-garde. Ladies and misses of local big households came to order mostly. Although they disliked some styles as bold and couldn't wear them out, they would order a few pieces to wear in their boudoirs. Otherwise, they would lose face. For the vast number of female naturalized citizens, Myriad Purple Pavilion also satisfied their desire to wear beautiful clothes. Once the consumption desire was aroused, it became difficult to suppress. Many female employees would save money for a few months or even half a year to a year to buy a piece of Myriad Purple Pavilion brand clothing. Myriad Purple Pavilion's frontage was very small and inconspicuous on the bustling Eastgate Market Street. Because He Zioyu was an employee, she didn't enter through the frontage, but through the employee channel in the side alley. Entering the door, she took out her badge and flashed it at the doorman. The doorman here was the same as in most places in Lingao, a disabled person who lost labor ability in military operations or due to work injury. This doorman of Myriad Purple Pavilion was about 30 years old and had lost an arm. He wore an indigo cloth staff uniform, with a purple ribbon bordered by 2 white strips sewn on the chest button. This indicated he was a disabled worker awarded the work injury ribbon. Such ribbons were awarded to industrial workers who were injured on duty on the production frontline, reaching the medium disability level. He nodded with a smile and didn't look at He Zioyu's badge. She had been working here for 2 months. The doorman had known her for a long time. "Miss He, you came really early. It's only 6:30. Coming early avoids crowded cars. Later there will be too many people." He Zioyu took her time card from the wall, punched it on the card clock, and walked up the stairs quickly. The first floor was the sales department, not where she worked. But every day she would go around to understand what styles sold well and which products attracted more attention. Although He Zioyu didn't understand what market demand was, she knew popular products mostly had some commonality. No one taught her, but she summarized silently by herself. The second floor was the production workshop, equivalent to a small garment factory. He Zioyu originally worked here. When she was assigned here, she served as the technical officer of the workshop, which was a job with technical content. Specific work was decomposing the designer's sketches into cutting pieces operable by tailor workers and establishing cutting processes. At the same time, supervising clothing production and checking quality. He Zioyu's traditional needlework skills were very solid, and she systematically learned cutting and drafting in the training class, so she was handy with this work. However, she was not willing to merely serve as a technical officer. Although this position had already placed her in the ranks of cadres, Xiaoyu yearned more for the design room on the third floor. Designers were gold-collar employees in the entire myriad purple pavilion enterprise, few in number and high in pay. The key was being superior in social status. Naturalized designers in the design room were obviously more confident when facing elders, and the relationship was more equal. Today was the critical moment of whether she could go up one floor. Guozier had patted her chest to her, saying the elder was very satisfied with her design, and this review was more of a formality. Her promotion to designer was 10 chances out of 9 steady, very certain. But she still felt somewhat uneasy. Workers in the workshop hadn't arrived yet. She went to the office first, tidied up her workstation. The thermos bottle in the office was already filled and the floor was swept clean. This was all done by that doorman. Don't look at him having only one hand. He did things carefully. What was his name again? Xiaoyu thought for a long time before remembering. His name was Wu Zhensheng. Judging from the name, 9 out of 10, he was also a refugee from the mainland. She looked at the wall clock. It was just past 6:30. Guozier wouldn't come until 7. She tidied up the office, brewed herself a cup of tea, and flipped through the compilation of Australian women's wear materials borrowed from the reference room. Seeing the time passing close to 7, Xiaoyu picked up her bag and went up to the third floor, taking 3 steps as 2. Stepping into the designer's office, she saw Guozier and hurriedly greeted. "Designer Guo." Guozier smiled charmingly upon seeing her. "You came really early. Said how many times, just call me Zier, no need to be so restrained." Then asked, "Brought the stuff?" Xiaoyu hurriedly went up to open the bag in her hand. Guozier didn't take it but pulled her into the fitting room. The curtains of the fitting room were drawn tightly. Sunlight shone through the large frosted skylight on the roof, making it unusually bright. Guozier looked at Xiaoyu mysteriously and smiled again. "Actually, I forgot to tell you last time, this second review mainly looks not at drawings but real effects, so." "What?" Guozier hugged Xiaoyu and went to unbutton her chest. "So Sister Xiaoyu, you are our model today. You must perform well. Know that there are 2 elders at today's second review site. This is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Yeah. Designer Guo, I can do it myself, don't. Shy about what, both are girls, and what did you call me? Sister Zier, no need to take off underwear, right? No way, the underwear on you has no whalebone. The lines are not good enough." Saying this, Guozier had already deftly stripped off Xiaoyu's clothes, looking up and down at her body, sighing seemingly with satisfaction and jealousy. "Sister Xiaoyu's figure is really nice." From a female perspective, Xiaoyu's figure was very beautiful. Fair skin, smooth and plump lines, long and beautiful legs, simply a standard clothes hanger. Xiaoyu blushed all over her face, covering her chest with both hands. "All right, Sister Zier, stop teasing. Give me the clothes quickly." Guozier then walked to a cabinet smilingly, took out a set of clothes from inside. "This is the sample dress of your drizzle duckweed. Wei Yu Ping Sheng, put it on quickly." Drizzle duckweed was the first dress designed by Xiaoyu, borrowing from the design of Tang Dynasty chest-high ruquin. 4 layers of gauze were interlaced at the skirt hem, green outside and white inside, specially cut into irregular petal shapes. A silk peony at the waist hung down 2 gauze ribbons. When the breeze blew, it appeared exceptionally graceful, refreshing, and free. Especially worth mentioning was that Xiaoyu boldly adopted short sleeves and, gritting her teeth, shortened the skirt hem to above the knees. Even Guozier, who had received new-style education, was shocked with her mouth open. "This is too short, right?" Even skirts in Peculiarity, son of Grass Place School, are not this short. "Sister Xiaoyu, drawing like this won't work. The pass rate for design drafts contributed by naturalized citizens is already less than 30%. You doing this. But looking like this is very beautiful." Xiaoyu insisted. "Look at those Australian magazines. Female models wear either long skirts or short skirts, rarely like what you said, putting skirt hems below knees. And don't girls in the plaid skirt club all wear like this?" After some persuasion, Hizaoyu finally agreed to add a long style design, but refused to add the medium style strongly recommended by Gyuzir even if she died. Unexpectedly, after the drawing was submitted, several elders of the review team praised it greatly and specifically proposed to meet Hizaoyu to listen to design ideas. If she was a talent in this aspect, promote her to work in the design room later. Gyuzir was surprised and a bit sour, specifically instructing the tailor to make the second review sample dress well, especially the short style. Must choose the best and most transparent gauze. Absolutely don't be reluctant to use material. Good for you, Hizaoyu, daring to design such a short skirt. Wear it yourself first to see. In the next room, Liu Shuixin was carefully flipping through Hizaoyu's design drafts, nodding again after a long time. Her talent is really unusual. For a long time, Lingao's clothing design had no standard, either simplified copying of modern styles or rigid matching of Ming Dynasty and modern styles. Weird combinations like labor suit tops over long gowns or short jackets over trousers could be seen everywhere on streets. Not to mention female elders, even many male elders felt it hurt their eyes. But clothing matters couldn't be forced. The Senate could only let it take its course plus guidance. Honestly speaking, looking with eyes of the old timeline, it was hard to say how brilliant Hizaoyu's design was. However, explaining that she could design clothes with such modern aesthetic taste could truly only use talent. Although this clothing might not necessarily catch the eyes of naturalized citizens and indigenous people, possessing modern concepts and modern consciousness was the quality of naturalized citizens most valued by the Senate. Once discovered, it became a treasure. End of chapter. Chapter 2472. New Life of Female Naturalized Citizens. Part 3. Many years later, Hizaoyu still found it hard to forget the moment she stood on the runway wearing the outfit she had designed herself. She couldn't quite remember what the two senators had asked, only that the window was half open, and a fresh breeze lifted the hem of her skirt. The hanging gauze fluttered, and the coolness on her skin made her nervous, yet it was also a form of encouragement, as if once she took this step, there would be no hurdle she couldn't cross. What was the inspiration for your design? She tried to maintain a smile, imitating the posture Gyuzir had taught her, trying to look a bit more upright. I once read a 7-character regulated verse by the Song Dynasty scholar Bai Yuchen. The line, "Fine rain spins sky mist into woven snow, cold wind winnows water as the moon sifts through plum blossoms," inspired me. The shape of the clothes references the old styles of the Tang Dynasty. Sun Ying nodded with satisfaction. This girl was capable. There were many women who had read books these days, but few who could apply what they learned and showcase it. It was worth her special trip. Just as she wanted to express her affirmation, Fang Fei beside her suddenly spoke up. "The clothes are indeed nice, but there is one thing I can't figure out. The design department has received a pile of submissions from naturalized citizens, but this is the first time I've seen a skirt hem this short." Sun Ying glanced at Fang Fei with dissatisfaction, then turned her gaze to Hizaoyu. In fact, she had her own doubts. She knew this woman. She had been rescued from Guangzhou less than a year ago, and coming from a prominent family, her thinking should logically have been more conservative. Hizaoyu said, "I designed the skirt hem this way purely from an aesthetic perspective. A hem above the knee makes the legs look longer and better. Moreover, from a design standpoint, this outfit wasn't suitable for a mid-length cut to begin with." "Then don't you feel it's too bold?" Fang Fei rejoiced inwardly. She really was a good seed. Sweat appeared on Hizaoyu's forehead. She took a deep breath. "If it were in the past, I would rather die than wear such clothes. I would have felt ashamed even looking at them. But it's different now. I was originally a concubine-born daughter at home, hoping only to marry a good man and have support for the rest of my life. Unexpectedly, my husband died before the marriage was consummated. For the sake of family reputation, my husband's family sent me to a chastity institute to maintain my widowhood. My maiden family didn't care or ask about me, never visiting even once. Living was no different from being dead. Later, I was fortunate enough to leave the Chastity Institute, but then I was blinded by lard. I misjudged a person and was deceived and sold into the fragrant spring brothel. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu was careful to exercise caution, not mentioning a word about Liu San. Only there did I truly experience the suffering of being born a woman in the Ming kingdom. I don't know how much bitterness I swallowed. If not for the Senate, I would already be a woman of the wind. People in the Ming kingdom often say the Australians are promiscuous and unruly, but the women here live so much more freely than in the Great Ming. Even if penniless, one can support oneself. One doesn't have to be sold back and forth like cattle or sheep. So what if the skirt is a few inches shorter? The clothing designed by Xiaoyu finally passed the final review smoothly and went into production. Of course, the production volume of the short version was much smaller than that of the long version. No matter how advanced the concept, there was still the issue of market acceptance. And she herself got her wish, becoming a designer at Wanzi Pavilion. On the day she received the formal notice, Xiaoyu bought herself a beautiful, fashionable outfit. After becoming a designer, she was no longer required to wear a uniform. She could wear whatever she liked. After packing her personal items on the second floor and coming to the third floor, seeing the design desk assigned to her, her heart was filled with joy. Even the design desk was larger than the ones downstairs, and there was a separate L-shaped desk for paperwork. She carefully decorated her workstation. To celebrate her promotion, Gu Zier specially gave her a Ru-ware beauty-shouldered vase as a flower vase. This was a trophy purchased by Liu Xiang. There was a bouquet of fresh flowers in the vase. This is a congratulatory gift. Sister, you are too polite, Xiaoyu said gratefully. I have today all thanks to sister's guidance. What are you saying? It's all because of your own great ability, Gu Zier said. My sister said that you are a talented person and will definitely be able to help me in the future, so she told me to get along well with you. Yes, I couldn't ask for more, Xiaoyu thought to herself. No wonder people said this chief designer Guo had no filter. She even spoke such private words aloud. Let's start working. This is the new project. Clothing designer at Wanzi Pavilion was one of the few white-collar professions in the roaring industrial machine of Hainan. Xiaoyu no longer had to get up at 5:30 a.m. to wash and catch the commuter train, work tirelessly for 10 hours, and then return to the dormitory exhausted. Designers worked from 8:00 a.m. to 5:00 p.m. Although the working hours were only shortened by 1 hour, her disposable time increased significantly. She now got up just after 6 to wash and make herself breakfast. After eating, she would leisurely return to her room to dress and make up, choosing the clothes she would wear for the day. She left at 7:30 and walked 10 minutes to reach the cooperative. Her treatment was equivalent to that of a senior executive in a state-owned enterprise in Eastgate Market. She could move into an 8-square-meter single room in the dormitory area, which was a very luxurious thing in Lingao, especially in the inch of land, inch of gold Eastgate Market. Before 8:00, Xiaoyu would use the time before work to study professional knowledge on her own. When Gu Zier arrived hurriedly by car from the Senate dormitory area, she would immediately go to greet her, chat with her, and consult her on many questions, letting Gu Zier fully feel her respect. Xiaoyu was a concubine-born daughter. Her cleverness had been squeezed out of her by being ostracized in a large household since childhood. She knew Gu Zier was her biggest backer, and only by sparing no effort to flatter her could she stay here long and comfortably. Of course, she had practical uses for Gu Zier as well. The designers at Wanzi Pavilion not only had to design clothes but were essentially key account managers. Because before each haute couture set was made, they had to communicate fully with the client to understand their preferences and taboos. It was a test of one's communication skills. Gu Zier was quite lacking in this aspect. Although she had a personality that warmed up to people quickly, her humble background made it difficult for her to understand the needs of wealthy families, so she mostly served the family members of senators and high-ranking naturalized cadres. Few local, wealthy indigenous clients asked for her. Since he Xiaoyu arrived, it was like providing her with an assistant. Suddenly, she felt that the originally difficult wealthy indigenous households were easy to handle. Xiaoyu, customer 36 is coming to pick up ready-to-wear clothes today, right? Guozier used a thin green bamboo stick to poke at the haute couture garments in the wardrobe. These clothes were separated by carefully woven covers, and bamboo charcoal bags were placed in the wardrobe to regulate humidity and prevent the clothes from being damaged by moisture. Yes, yes. The first customer is number 36. Xiaoyu opened the logbook which recorded the customer's information. Name: Zhou Xunyang, female, 21 years old, non-naturalized resident, occupation: none, home address: Bigwee Garden. Xiaoyu knew this place. It was the most expensive residential compound locally. All the residents were wealthy families who had moved from the mainland. The remarks noted that she was a concubine of the family and was currently very favored. It's Zhou Xunyang. It's that concubine from Master's family, right? That's right. Favored or not, she doesn't look happy at all to me. Guozier shook her head. Xiaoyu recalled the day Zhou Xunyang came to Wanzi Pavilion a few days ago, frowning slightly. Usually, when the wives and young ladies of wealthy families came to Wanzi Pavilion to have clothes made, they would come in a sedan chair, bringing several family members and maids. Once inside the shop, they would wander around chatting and laughing, sit down to have some tea and snacks, and gossip with the shop assistants and designers. For them, it was more of a rare excursion. Besides several male servants and older female servants, Zhou Xunyang had two maids following her closely at all times. Apart from measuring, selecting fabrics and discussing clothing matters, and occasionally giving instructions to the maids beside her, she didn't say a single extra word of gossip, and she absolutely never mentioned her own affairs. She seems to have something on her mind, and her family watches her too closely. They even sent a maid to watch while she was being measured. She's so beautiful, it's normal for the master to keep a close watch. Zhou Xunyang had a beautiful face, with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye adding a unique charm. She was so beautiful that Xiaoyu remembered her deeply after just one look. Oh, you don't know. Before you came to Wanzi Pavilion, this Zhou Xunyang used to come here to order clothes. The Zhou Xunyang back then was completely different from now. She used to go out with just one male and one female servant. Although she didn't talk much originally, her expression was very lively. How did she become like this now? Probably something unhappy happened at home. Even if she's favored, I hear the family has many wives and concubines. It's probably not easy to get along. Maybe someone spoke ill of her in front of Master, making him suspicious. True. Guozier nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, speaking of the family, there was a joke a few days ago. Guozier's gossip soul began to burn. What joke? Their Lionji ran away. In broad daylight, taking advantage of an opportunity to buy things, she just ran. Lionji. Xiaoyu vaguely remembered seeing this name in the ledger. That's right, it's her. She wasn't favored in the family, and it was rare for her to have clothes made here. Guozier got more excited as she spoke. Let me tell you, this Lionji originally had no chance to go out, but the first wife of the family looked down on the craftsmanship of local tailors and insisted that the concubines make them at home. Lionji did good needlework, so the task of making clothes for all the female family members fell on her. I heard a few days ago that because old Madame was celebrating her birthday, the first wife wanted to make a few new outfits, so she used the excuse of looking at fabrics to run away from the shop. By the way, you definitely know this shop. What? It's Rui Hexiang. Rui Hexiang was one of Wanzi Pavilion's suppliers, and they had many dealings. They not only knew manager and of Rui Hexiang, but were also quite familiar with him. Chapter 2473, Haute Couture client. Since it involved an acquaintance, you couldn't help but be concerned. Then didn't manager and get into trouble. The family's advisor Zia came to the door to condemn him and even beat his shop assistants. It ended up in the public security court. How was the case judged? You asked quickly. Condone evil slaves to beat people in the street. This is disturbing public order. The chiefs hate such things the most. The judgment was that the slave who beat people was to be whipped 40 times in public. The family was fined 100 yuan, and an additional 50 yuan was to be paid as compensation to the beaten assistant. What about Lingao? The judge said these are separate matters. Missing persons are reported to the police station first. Besides, the family couldn't prove that manager and abducted Lingao. That's satisfying. You breathed a sigh of relief. She hated those bullying evil slaves and powerful servants the most, but manager and won't be able to get the family's business anymore. Zier sighed. The loss isn't small. I heard his family buys over 1,000 yuan worth of fabric every year alone. A lot of it is business done with Rui Hexiang. That much? You was shocked. As a high-income earner in Lingao, her annual income was only a few hundred yuan. Didn't manager and lose big? Yes, but he has no choice. Zier lowered her voice mysteriously and said, his daughter was the mastermind. The family is staring at his house demanding the person. How can he muddle through? It was, and Jiu was truly shocked this time. She had seen this girl at school. She studied textiles. After coming to Wanzi Pavilion, she had met Jiu several times because of dealings with suppliers, so she counted as an acquaintance. And Jiu was different from and Zier. She was a generation that had grown up almost entirely in the new society. Her speech, temperament, and thinking all had the style of a senator, often making envious. Although shocked by her boldness, she also felt some admiration in her heart. What guts, she said sincerely. Mum, I heard Lingao was abused by the first wife in the family, and Jiu couldn't stand it, so she took action. But no one can say clearly what happened now. Anyway, Lingao has disappeared, I guess, and Jiu hid her. She must be hiding to avoid the storm, said. Such things have happened before. The plan implemented back then to attract gentry and wealthy families from the mainland to buy houses and invest in Lingao had become increasingly successful in recent years, with the spread of war on the mainland and the great development of the Senate. The high-end detached housing projects developed by Li Xiaopeng's real estate company were sold one after another, making a pot full of money. The Senate also gained a large amount of investment and population, but problems came with it. One of the more prominent issues was the problem of runaway concubines. Free life, an open atmosphere, opportunities everywhere. Tempted those concubines in deep courtyards who were not very favored or even suffered abuse. Many wandered and hesitated for a long time, finally summoning the courage to leave one day. The wealthy families naturally wouldn't let it go. The runaway concubine might have long lost her beauty, or perhaps he already regarded her as a worn-out shoe, but she was his property. No one would be willing to lose property for no reason. Calling the police was useless because the police system, adhering to the Senate's instructions, adopted the principle of party autonomy for such missing person cases. Even if the person was found, they would not be easily handed back. The party's wishes had to be consulted. Unreconciled wealthy families would use their own servants to search and arrest, and sometimes they would hire local indigenous people. Undoubtedly, this kind of pursuit, akin to kidnapping, was bound to cause various conflicts and criminal acts. Such news appeared from time to time in the social news section of the Lingao Times. Amitabha, I hope Lingao can be safe and sound, find a good family in the future and have a good job. Zier put her palms together. Ziyu had mixed feelings. Although she was not a runaway concubine, she had similar experiences. She remembered escaping from the danger of the Chastity Institute and finally returning to Guangzhou, only to be deceived by a prodigal son and nearly falling into the dust. Although Lingao was not Guangzhou, it was not a heaven on earth either. If Lianji had no one to protect and guide her, she would fear becoming prey. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh softly and said, I only hope Jiu can send the Buddha to the west and not give up halfway, leaving her with no good end. No, no, Yu Zier shook her head. I know Miss N well, she values loyalty the most and hates evil. She is also a proper disciple of the Son of Heaven of the Senate. By the way, she is also very close to the Li sisters. The Li sisters. They are Senator Li's life secretaries, Yu Zier said. Xiaoyu felt relieved upon hearing this. She didn't say anything more but took down the number 36 ready-to-wear garment and hung it on the display rack in the center of the room. She removed the cover. The morning sun from the roof shone down through 2 layers of frosted glass skylights, filtering out most of the ultraviolet rays and turning into a non-glaring soft light scattered on the clothes. It was truly a stunning long skirt, made from high-quality gauze bought from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and using silk woven by Phoenix Manor. It employed stereoscopic cutting. Dyed with unique Australian dyes, layers of purple in different shades were printed and dyed. Several white lotuses were embroidered on the skirt hem. The pattern was vivid and beautiful, completely different from traditional patterns yet having a unique flavor. An embroiderer hired from Suzhou took a full month to finish it. At a glance, it looked as ethereal and beautiful as misty clouds, yet without losing dignity and stability. It wouldn't exist anywhere outside of Lingao. It's so beautiful. Xiaoyu clicked her tongue in admiration. This design, this style, truly worthy of Senator Sun's handiwork. Xiaoyu admired sincerely. No wonder Zhou Xunyang came 5 or 6 times in a row this month just to see the progress of this dress. Once you see it, you definitely can't forget it. This is the biggest single item haute couture order we have this month. Guo Zier nodded. This purple dye is new from the chief's chemical plant. The output is small and the cost is high. The dyed fabric is bright and beautiful and it doesn't fade easily. It's only used for haute couture clothing now. It's cheaper than imported purple pigment. That is truly ridiculously expensive and it's not easy to fix the color, Xiaoyu said. High-end clothing can't be washed. Did you forget what Chief's son said? Guo Zier said. She said top-level fashion in Australia can't be washed. You have to throw it away after wearing it a few times and it gets dirty. What a waste. Actually, clothes in wealthy families are like this too. Which female family member doesn't make 17 or 18 sets at once? I don't think they can even wear them all in rotation. Actually, it's not wasted. If they can't wear them, or if the color gets old after a few years, they award them to the maids and older female servants to wear, Xiaoyu said. Favored maids and servants naturally wouldn't wear them either. They take them out to resell or give as gifts. Being a maid in a wealthy family is so good, Guo Zier said. No wonder so many girls are willing to go. Xiaoyu laughed secretly. Saying this, she had completely forgotten that essentially her sister was an Australian chamber wife. She said seriously, naturally, it has to be a favored, respectable maid or servant to have this benefit. But for ordinary maids, as long as they don't fare too badly, mixing a few sets of clothes a year is never a problem. You know so clearly, Guo Zier said. Oh my, I forgot. You yourself came from a wealthy family as a young miss. Xiaoyu was very unwilling for people to bring this up and quickly denied. What kind of young miss am I? My father didn't take me seriously at all. My mother and I couldn't even compare to favored senior maids and housekeeping women at home. We really didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of people. Saying this, she quickly changed the topic. What about the matching shoes and accessories? The shoes were just delivered yesterday, almost didn't make it. Guo Zier brought the matching embroidered shoes and a purple series, high-end embroidered custom clutch. This was matched with the clothing. Don't look at it as insignificant, the price wasn't low. The profit, naturally, was also very high. Xiaoyu checked the items and found no errors, then continued to flip through the registration book to check the clothes to be delivered. Customer number 4, number 23. Zier, isn't this the cute rabbit series you designed? The size is so small. This is a prize Master Liu bought for his granddaughter. I heard that girl passed the Peculiarity selection group. Then isn't she going to be a companion to the little chiefs? Yes. Otherwise, why would we buy this set of clothes? Master Liu is usually very stingy. Guo Zier laughed mischievously. The two chatted while organizing, not feeling bored. The last set is done. The 7 sets of clothes for this morning are all here. Xiaoyu was sweating slightly. She picked up a fan and fanned herself, squinting at the row of fashions under the soft light. Number 36 is still the best looking. Master really dotes on Zhou Xunyang. This lotus born in Yachi set sells for 80 yuan at the original price. Adding some detail changes and matching items, it's heading towards 100 yuan. The door of the VIP room was knocked twice gently. The door opened, and a female shop assistant poked her head in. Mrs. He is here, saying she's here to pick up clothes. I'm coming right now. Xiaoyu looked in the full-length mirror and quickly went out to greet her. Just like that, starting from 8:30, customers coming to pick up clothes arrived in an endless stream. Xiaoyu and Guo Zier welcomed and saw them off, having to answer questions and deal with customers perfunctorily. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was almost 12 o'clock. 6 sets of clothes had been picked up, and quite a few matching products had been sold, but the owner of that lotus dress was late in appearing. It shouldn't be. Guo Zier fanned herself, fine beads of sweat already on her forehead. Her mouth and lips felt like fire. Wanzi Pavilion's rule was that measurements and pickups for haute couture required an appointment number. If one didn't arrive on the day, they had to make a new appointment, which could take from a week to a month to be rescheduled, and they had to pay a certain amount of storage fee. Moreover, one's rating in the Wanzi Pavilion VIP scorecard would drop, which was intolerable for face-loving wealthy families. So very few people missed appointments. Oh my, why isn't this Zhou Xunyang here yet? She's the only one left. Guo Zier couldn't help but complain. Maybe she was held up by something. Chapter 2474. The client's peculiarity. If she doesn't come this time, the schedule will be pushed to half a month later. Anyway, the family has plenty of money and Master dotes on her. We're happy to earn a bit more in storage fees. Forget it, let's look at the customers for the afternoon. Xiaoyu picked up her enamel tea mug, drank a few mouthfuls, and flipped through the registration book. Suddenly, she sighed. What's wrong? Old Madame Gao is coming this afternoon. Oh my mother! Guo Zier pursed her lips and involuntarily blurted out a piece of slang. This old Madame Gao was none other than the prospective mother-in-law of the current chairman of the Senate, Wang Liubin. The reason for saying prospective was that Chairman Wang had not registered his marriage with Gao Luji to this day. However, he had not touched a second or third life secretary either. So Gao Luji was actually Mrs. Wang without a formal title. Apart from Wang Liubin's status, Gao Luji was also the first life secretary of a senator. She had both status and seniority. Consequently, Gao Luji's mother also became majestic along with her. Her reputation among the life secretaries was very poor. Old Madame Gao was one of the customers the employees of Wanzi Pavilion least wanted to see. She was known for her many demands and bad attitude, and she would bring up my Liubin this and my Liubin that at the drop of a hat. Guo Zier had complained to Xiaoyu more than once. Chairman Wang hasn't even married your daughter. But Xiaoyu always laughed off such words and dared not join in. What did she order? Xiaoyu asked. He, Guo Zier laughed a few times. See for yourself. It's simply a first-rank mandated lady of the Ming Kingdom. Xiaoyu took the ledger. It turned out she had ordered a formal outfit for a woman of a wealthy Ming family, a jacket and skirt, and a round collar shirt with symmetrical lapels. There was nothing special about the style, nothing more than the use of stereoscopic cutting, but the materials used were extremely luxurious and exquisite. Is this for her to wear? She couldn't act unbelieving because this type of handful formal wear was rarely ordered by naturalized citizens, let alone the person by the side of a senator. This is too exaggerated, Xiaoyu exclaimed. You don't know right. Last month she ordered a set for Sister Gao too, a bright red Zhang velvet horse-face skirt embroidered with gold. Tusk, haven't even bowed in the hall yet, and she wants to wear a red skirt already. Xiaoyu didn't dare to respond, just making clicking sounds of amazement. The clothes have been altered 7 or 8 times and she's still not satisfied. Sigh, Gu Zier sighed. She is now one of the most difficult customers in our shop. I get a headache just thinking about it. As they were speaking, the door was knocked on again. Xiaoyu thought it was Zhou Xunying and had just let out a breath when Wu Zhensheng came in carrying a galvanized iron bucket and cleaning tools. Seeing Xiaoyu and Gu Zier still there, he was stunned. Ah, not finished yet. Sigh, there is still one customer who hasn't come. If she hasn't come, it's her own loss. That's true, but it's not good after all, Xiaoyu sighed. Then I'll come back later to clean, Wu Zhensheng said. Since you're here, just clean first. It's inconvenient for you to carry tools around. I don't think she's coming. Let's take turns eating first. Xiaoyu had eaten breakfast early, and her stomach had been hungry for a while. The employees of Wanzi Pavilion all solved their lunch problems at nearby catering shops. No need, my treat. Gu Zier was very generous. Disregarding Xiaoyu's attitude, she took out her wallet from her pocket, pulled out a banknote, and said to Wu Zhensheng, Master Wu, please go to that old friend rice noodle shop on the corner and buy us 2 bowls of rice noodles. All right, same as usual, medium portion, add egg, no spicy, no coriander. You remember so clearly, keep the change. Wu Zhensheng took the banknote, packed up his cleaning tools, and walked out. Not long after he went out, a female shop assistant knocked on the door and said, Zhou Xunying is here. We're coming right now. Both he and Gu were invigorated. The most important customer of the day had finally arrived. For major clients, they had to go out to greet them personally. This was a rule set by the general manager of Wanzi Pavilion starting from number 82. They walked out of the VIP reception room and just arrived at the corridor when they saw the shop assistant already leading Zhou Xunying over with a face full of smiles. Behind her, as usual, followed 3 or 4 servants. Zhou Xunying frowned slightly, looking preoccupied. She had almost no reaction to the warm welcome of the two. Both were somewhat surprised. Although this young lady Zhou usually appeared depressed and unhappy, her social courtesies were watertight. She had never been so distracted like this. The VIP viewing room was specially furnished with a full set of exquisite chairs and tea sets. As soon as Zhou Xunying sat down, a female shop assistant served a hot towel. Ms. Zhou, Xiaoyu spoke. To cater to various customer groups, Wanzi Pavilion used Ms. for all married female customers. This was not only to express respect, but also to avoid mentioning the distinction between primary wives and concubines in wealthy families, so as not to affect their mood. In specific applications, certain situational rules had to be followed. After learning this, Xiaoyu realized that the Australians were no less sophisticated than the great Ming when it came to these things, and even had a feeling of the student surpassing the master. Zhou Xunying responded absent-mindedly. This is pre-Qingming tea from this spring, shipped from Hangzhou by Clipper. Xiaoyu personally brought the teacup delivered by the assistant to the tea table beside her. It's brewed with spring water, please taste it. Zhou Xunying was quite particular about tea tasting and sometimes would chat with them about tea matters when she was in the mood, but today she didn't even touch the cup, only saying, "Thank you." Her eyes, however, glanced at the door from time to time. Xiaoyu glanced at the 2 maids accompanying her at the door. There was nothing unusual. What was she looking at? Gu Zier was also full of puzzlement, but since the person was here, the goods had to be delivered. She immediately walked to the display rack, pulled up the bamboo curtain that had been lowered to create an effect, and began to explain. Occasionally she glanced at Zhou Xunying, only to see her staring blankly at the dress as if she wasn't listening to her speech seriously. What was wrong? Gu Zier was surprised inside. This dress had attracted Zhou Xunying's attention since the concept drawing came out. Now that the finished garment was out, the effect was even better than the drawing. Why did she have no spirit at all? Disappointed, Gu Zier couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. "Miss Guo, Miss He, the rice noodles are here." As he spoke, Wu Zhensheng was seen coming in grinning, carrying a rattan food box. As soon as he showed his face at the door, he realized that there were guests inside and quickly said, sorry, excuse me, I'll bring it later." After saying that, he retreated. In that instant, Xiaoyu saw Zhou Xunyang's eyes light up instantly. She was startled and quickly blinked to look again, but it was just like before. "Did I see it wrong?" Xiaoyu was full of suspicion. "Ms. Zhou, please try on the clothes." Guo Zier hastily ended the explanation and entered the fitting session. According to the haute couture process, this was not her first fitting. After each fitting, the garment pieces had to be disassembled according to the situation and modified based on the results. Today was the 6th time. Because the 5th fitting was very satisfactory, this was the final fitting. If there were no accidents, it would be delivered. Good. Zhou Xunyang stood up. Her expression suddenly changed a little, not as absent-minded as before, and her eyes had spirit. Zhou Xunyang walked into the changing room, and the two maids followed her in. Xiaoyu quickly lowered the bamboo curtain. Although they were all women, the female family members of wealthy households were guarded very strictly. Changing clothes was done with the help of maids and servants. Not only could they not help, but they couldn't even look. Only during measurements were they allowed to come into close contact with the bodies of female family members and see them in their undergarments. This was already the biggest concession wealthy families made when making clothes at Wanzi Pavilion. Gu Zier and Xiaoyu waited outside. After a good while, Zhou Xunyang, who had changed clothes, came out. A beauty matched with gorgeous clothes was indeed extraordinary. The two praised her repeatedly and invited her to the full-length mirror. "This outfit fits perfectly," Xiaoyu said sincerely, fluttering like an immortal. Zhou Xunyang looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes complex with joy, adoration, and a slight regret. She nodded silently. "This dress is good. Bring the bill." Saying "bring the bill" meant acceptance was passed. With the bill, Wanzi Pavilion could settle the payment with the family's accounts office. Xiaoyu was happy in her heart. The commission for this order is in hand again. She quickly promoted again. "There are also matching shoes and accessories. List them all. I've bought clothes worth over 100. Do I care about this little money?" Zhou Xunyang said lightly. Now Gu Zier couldn't understand. Young Lady Zhou wasn't such a lavish spender in the past. In the past, when she came to make clothes, it was mostly because the master indicated his favor, and she wasn't that interested herself. So she never made any special requests and didn't buy extra accessories. She could be said to be a very frugal person. Unable to understand, selling more goods was always a good thing. She thanked her repeatedly and said a few complimentary words. After changing back into her clothes, Zhou Xunyang suddenly spoke. "I also want to order 2 sets of lingerie. I wonder what styles you have here." Xiaoyu was stunned and quickly said, We do. I'll get the designs right now." But inside she was extremely surprised. What was wrong today? Did the sun rise from the west? The lingerie sold by Wanzi Pavilion was quite famous in Lingao. Compared to various Hanfu, Han Element, Lolita, or other similar fashions, these private models had no taboos and were avant-garde and bold. However, because the materials were picky and the cutting was difficult, the prices were also very high. Yet, the acceptance in the company's main high-end market was very high. This was also the strangest thing Xiaoyu found after coming to Wanzi Pavilion. Old misers would chatter endlessly and be extremely picky about the hem of their wives' and concubines' skirts and the length of their sleeves, but the more revealing lingerie sold like hotcakes. Gu Zier immediately left the viewing room to get 2 thick albums from the side and invited Zhou Xunyang to choose. Chapter 2475. Old Acquaintance. Zhou Xunyang didn't flip through for long before selecting 2 styles. Gu Zier took a look. These 2 styles were among the best-selling ones usually. Perhaps Zhou Xunyang had received news from her close friends. Seeing this, Xiaoyu immediately wrote out the relevant receipts. "Ms. Zhou, Please go to the changing room for measurements. Zhou Xunyang got up and went towards the changing room. Hizaoyu took a tape measure and a notebook and followed her in. A maid who came along also wanted to follow in but was glared at fiercely by Zhou Xunyang, who scolded. Rude. Gu Zier quickly stopped the maid, explaining that ordering lingerie was different from other clothes. One had to strip to a near-naked state for measurements. If your concubine didn't want you to serve closely, it was better not to go in. The maid who came along was not Zhou Xunyang's personal maid, but was there more to monitor and guard. When Gu Zier said this, she no longer insisted on going inside to serve. Hizaoyu helped Zhou Xunyang take off the clothes on her body and hung them up one by one until her skin-tight undershirt was revealed. Only then did she use the tape measure to start measuring her bust. Just as she leaned forward, she heard Zhou Xunyang ask in a lowered voice, "Don't be loud, I have something to ask you." Hizaoyu was startled and almost dropped the tape measure. She steadied her mind and whispered, "What is it? Is there a man in your shop?" The word man entering her ears immediately made her alert. When female family members of wealthy households went out, what the head of the household tabooed most was contact with outside men. And bored noblewomen shut at home all day with nothing to do would also often use such opportunities to meet lovers secretly. To avoid business with wealthy and powerful families, one couldn't violate this taboo. Therefore, Wanzi Pavilion's employee education specifically emphasized, it is not allowed to act as a go-between Wang Po, nor is it allowed for men and women to meet privately in the store. In addition, all employees contacting female customers must be female. Male designers, craftsmen, and technicians generally did not contact female customers. If they had to make contact, female colleagues must also be present. This was to avoid any unclear situations, but since Zhou Xunyang asked so directly, she could not answer. "There are quite a few male employees in our store. Who are you talking about?" Hizaoyu was ambiguous. "The one who delivered your meal just now." Wu Zhensheng. Hizaoyu was shocked and involuntarily blurted out the name. Regret arose immediately. How could she answer her? "So his name is Wu Zhensheng." Zhou Xunyang seemed a bit disappointed, then asked further, "Is this his real name?" "That I don't know, I've only been here for a few months." Hizaoyu spoke with increasing caution. "Is there a burn scar on his left elbow?" "This I really don't know." Hizaoyu shook her head. "His left arm is crippled, besides he wears clothes usually." "Then, how old is he this year?" "Probably around 30. Hizaoyu blurred the words as much as possible, not knowing why she was so interested in Wu Zhensheng. But one thing she understood was that she couldn't get involved in this. A look of excitement suddenly appeared on Zhou Xunyang's face, and she muttered to herself, "Right, the age matches." Hizaoyu just wanted to finish the measurements quickly, so she sped up her hands. "Please lift your arm." "Is he from Xiangshan County?" Hizaoyu hesitated and said, "Master Wu is indeed from Guangdong. I don't know if he is from Xiangshan County." A complex expression appeared on Zhou Xunyang's face, seemingly wanting to speak but daring not to. Several times she stopped on the verge of speaking. How dared Hizaoyu talk to her again? Sweating on her forehead, she measured the dimensions quickly and recorded them in the notebook. Seeing that the measurement was about to end, Zhou Xunyang's face showed a conflicted expression. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she took out a letter from her bosom and stuffed it fiercely into her hand. She said hurriedly, "Miss, I know you are a good person. I have many inconveniences and cannot explain some words in detail. Please trouble yourself to pass this letter to that Master Wu." "This," Hizaoyu almost screamed out loud and instinctively pushed the letter outward. Probably because the movement was a bit loud, Gu Zier outside asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Hizaoyu said quickly. "My tape measure dropped. Be careful." Zhou Xunyang became even more anxious, leaning close to Hizaoyu's ear and whispering, "Miss, this matter has nothing to do with illicit love. I beg you to make it convenient." After saying that, Hizaoyu felt another object being stuffed into her hand. Before she could react, Zhou Xunyang had already started putting on her clothes. Hizaoyu quickly stuffed everything into her pocket and helped her dress. Before leaving, Zhou Xunyang gave her another deep look and whispered, "This matter concerns this servant's entire life. I beg Miss to make it convenient. This servant will definitely repay your kindness." Hizaoyu's heart was in turmoil. She managed to send Zhou Xunyang and her party out the door. When the two returned to the office, Guozier opened the lid of the rice noodles and muttered, "The rice noodles are mushy," and started eating. Hizaoyu ate a few mouthfuls haphazardly, then used the excuse that she still had things to do and hid in the reference room alone. There were no specialized staff in the reference room. The designers cleaned and organized it themselves on weekdays. Generally, no one would come and only the designers had keys. It was very quiet. Hizaoyu hid in the reference room and took out the things sandwiched in the notebook. One was a letter, unsealed. There were no markings on the envelope either. Hizaoyu dared not pull it out to look. Looking at the other item, it was a tightly wrapped handkerchief package, heavy. Opening it, there were 5 silver dollars. 5 yuan was indeed not a small amount, but just for delivering a message. Hizaoyu certainly didn't believe it. She thought about it over and over and decided she could only discuss this matter with Guozier. Although she was a blabbermouth, she was her backer. Not telling her would be treating her as an outsider, and if something happened, she would definitely not protect her. Guozier's sister was a senator's life secretary. As long as she was willing to help, anything could be passed over. She immediately found Guozier and brought her to the reference room, telling her the whole story and showing her the items. "What should we do?" Hizaoyu asked anxiously. Guozier was also dumbfounded. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. What to do? She turned the 2 items over and over to look at them. "I was thinking that handing them over is a way, but if it leaks out, I'm afraid it will cause a great disaster for Zhou Xunyang." "What great disaster?" Guozier came from a humble background and was young when she came to Lingao, completely unaware of the dangers here. "If the family finds out about this, she will get a beating with family law and be confined in disfavor at best. At worst, she will be tortured in every way, forced to commit suicide." "So terrible, just for a letter." Guozier didn't quite believe it. "Just for a letter, HMPH, Hizaoyu thought, "you don't know the dangers involved. Wealthy families value the defense of the inner chambers the most. Private communication between wives or concubines and outside men is a heinous crime. Even if there is no important content in this letter, her intention to send a letter to Wu Zhensheng is enough for her to get a beating. If the master is suspicious or the first wife wants to harm her, they will torture and interrogate her. By then, she really won't be able to live or die." Guozier turned pale. She hesitated and said, "So this matter cannot be known by others, otherwise it will harm her." Hizaoyu nodded. "This letter cannot be given to Wu Zhensheng either. Why don't we take a look?" Guozier's curiosity rose again. "We don't even know what exactly is in the letter. Maybe it's nothing serious." "Better not." "What does it matter if we look?" Guozier disapproved. "Maybe it's nothing big." Hizaoyu wanted to persuade her, but seeing her full of interest, she couldn't disobey her, so she tacitly agreed. Opening the envelope, she pulled out a piece of white paper. Unfolding it, there were only 3 characters on it. "Wo duo dai, bun hair hangs low." Guozier wondered, what does this mean? Hizaoyu knew, however, that this was a line from a short song Nanjizi. "Wo duo dai shu jai by Wen Tingyun." With bun hair hanging low, she combs her xinyan. This poem described a woman's lovesickness in spring and was one of Wen Tingyun's famous works. Hizaoyu criticized secretly, and she said this matter has nothing to do with illicit love. Usually, Zhou Xunyang is not an ordinary person. Seeing Guozier didn't understand, she interpreted the poem for her in detail. But there are only 3 characters on it. Even with only 3 characters, one can guess it's this line. Hizaoyu said, "It means a woman's admiration and lovesickness." "Then, doesn't it mean she has taken a fancy to Master Wu?" "Need you ask?" Hizaoyu said. She even knew Master Wu had a scar under his left elbow and was from Xiangshan County. 9 out of 10, they are old acquaintances, old lovers. So romantic, Gu Zier's eyes turned into stars. Romantic my foot. Zhao couldn't help laughing or crying. It will be terrible if trouble breaks out. Then what do we do? Gu Zier also realized the seriousness of the matter. She thought for a moment and said, then I know we can only report it, but according to the system we have to blacklist her. No, no. Zhao knew that this system was the best protection measure to ensure the shop's reputation and prevent employees from falling into scandals, but once the measure came out, the family would definitely be suspicious. Then Zhou Xunyang won't be able to live. Then what to do? Gu Zier asked. I think we can only pull the firewood from under the cauldron for this matter. The letter naturally cannot be sent for her. That leaves Wu Zhensheng. Find a way so that Zhou Xunyang can't see him here, and naturally she won't have any ideas. Gu Zier nodded and said, Zhao, you are right. This is the thorough way. Speaking of which, my sister told me recently that Guangdong is about to launch many projects and needs manpower. She asked if I had anyone to recommend. Those sent over will all be cadres. I don't have anyone good to recommend anyway, so I might as well recommend him. Master Wu is a nice person, and he is only missing half an arm. It doesn't hinder walking or writing. It's too unfair for him to be a gatekeeping handyman here. Why not send him far away? Everyone benefits. Chapter 2476, Distant Relative Part 1. That's great. Our chief designer Gu really has a way. Sigh hardly, Gu Zier sighed. To tell you the truth, I really wanted to help her with this favor. Zhou Xunyang is such a good woman, serving that lousy old man master, and there's a first wife suppressing her from above. But if I really help and trouble breaks out, I can't solve it. As she spoke, she lowered her head with a sense of defeat. Don't say that, we're all driven by circumstances involuntarily. I know, Gu Zier said. I cried my eyes out when I came back from Guangzhou. I felt I was really unlucky to the extreme. Disliked by the chief, scolded by my sister, and even had my life secretary qualification cancelled. But thinking about it now, my luck is much better than Zhou Xunyang's, she said indignantly. If only I could be like the Li sisters. Zhao suddenly thought of something. Since the Li sisters were willing to help Lianji escape, why wouldn't they help Zhou Xunyang deliver a letter? Isn't this just a lifting of a hand? The Li sisters went to Guangdong over a month ago, Gu Zier said. They said they went to work on some textile factory project. It must be that project in Xiangshan, Zhao said. Why not recommend Wu Zhensheng to go there? He happens to be from Xiangshan and knows the situation. Gu Zier also got spirited. Then this letter. Don't give it to him, Zhao said. Just let the Li sisters know about this slowly. Gu Zier was stunned, then punched her chest lightly. You really are a shrewd ghost. This money, Zhao said, you just spend it yourself. Improper. Zhao shook her head repeatedly. I won't feel at ease using this money. Just keep it first and find an opportunity to give it back to her. Anyway, she ordered clothes again this time. Next time she comes again, I'll find someone else to receive her. Gu Zier also wised up. To avoid making it difficult for you. No, better I go, Zhao said. It's enough that you and I know about this. If she asks others for help again, what then? Let's not harm her. Gu Zier took leave to return to Baron City the next day and told Zhao when she came back in the evening. The matter had been settled. My sister said she has already written a letter to my brother-in-law, recommending Wu Zhensheng to take up a post on the mainland. However, my brother-in-law can't decide specifically where he goes. It has to be decided by the senator in charge of cadres in the Guangdong region. As long as he can be sent away, everything else is easy to talk about. Zhao said. How long until the transfer order comes? There will be a transfer order within a week. My sister said there is an urgent need for various cadres on the mainland now. Hearing that the matter had been settled, Zhao's heart was half relieved. Sure enough, 3 days later, a transfer order arrived at Wanzi Pavilion. Wu Zhensheng received the transfer order and couldn't make heads or tails of it. He hadn't proposed a transfer, nor had anyone discussed this with him. But transferring to the mainland meant immediately entering the cadre ranks. This was a huge opportunity for Wu Zhensheng, who was already disabled. After all, he was still young and unwilling to be a handyman for his whole life. He immediately stated that he was willing to transfer. Wanzi Pavilion held a farewell party, and Wu Zhensheng left Wanzi Pavilion in style and went to report in Guangzhou. Wu Zhensheng's departure finally put the anxious He Xiaoyu at ease. A few days later, Zhou Xunyang indeed came to visit again. He Xiaoyu pretended nothing had happened and came out to receive her as usual. Lingerie made of natural materials was difficult to make fully fitting using the elasticity of fibers. To replicate styles from the old space-time, one could only work on the sizing and cutting. Such lingerie required more fittings and measurements than outerwear. He Xiaoyu now fully understood why Zhou Xunyang suddenly thought of ordering lingerie. Only by ordering lingerie would there be enough opportunities to be alone with her, talk privately, and pass items. This Zhou Xunyang was indeed exceedingly clever, He Xiaoyu thought. No wonder she was so favored in Master's house. However, the maids and servants accompanying Zhou Xunyang were not ordinary servants either. He Xiaoyu could see that rather than being servants serving her, they were more like jailers guarding young Lady Zhou. Especially one called Taozhai, whose eyes were sharp and looked at Zhou Xunyang with extreme unkindness, often revealing a look of suspicion. She looked like someone not to be trifled with at a glance. During the fitting, Zhou Xunyang indeed asked about her letter. Unfortunate, He Xiaoyu whispered. Master Wu was transferred away a few days ago. After speaking, she handed the letter and the handkerchief package back to her. The letter can't be delivered, so I'm returning it to you. As for this money, one doesn't accept a reward without merit, so please take it back too. Transferred away. Zhou Xunyang's face was full of disbelief. Everyone in this shop knows about his transfer. Ms. Zhou, you can ask anyone. Transferred where? She still didn't give up, impressed. I heard he was transferred to Guangdong. Seeing her look of extreme disappointment, He Xiaoyu couldn't bear it in her heart and added, cadres are extremely scarce in Lianguang now. Him transferring there means a great future. Zhou Xunyang's eyes were blank and she muttered in a low voice, transferred away, transferred away. He Xiaoyu couldn't bear to stimulate her anymore, so she just put the letter and silver bag into her small carry-on bag. She lowered her head and continued to busy herself. Suddenly, Zhou Xunyang asked again, Miss, do you know the sisters Li Guo and Li Tang? They come here often. He Xiaoyu was stunned and said, Zhou, you want to find them. They were also transferred to the mainland. He Xiaoyu said, then, what about in Jiu? She said she knew designer Guo. Zhou Xunyang's expression was like a drowning person anxious to grab a life-saving straw, panicked and anxious. Miss N was also transferred to the mainland. This sentence completely shattered all of Zhou Xunyang's hopes. Her body swayed as if she was about to faint. He Xiaoyu hurriedly supported her, feeling great anxiety in her heart. This place and the outside were only separated by a thin wooden partition, and there was no door, only a curtain. Speaking slightly louder would be heard outside. If this young Lady Zhou lost control of her emotions and started crying and making a scene, what should be done? She could only advise in Zhou Xunyang's ear in a low voice, Ms. Zhou, don't be anxious. There is plenty of time in the future. They only transferred to the mainland, not gone forever. Besides, there are vacations. Tears filled Zhou Xunyang's eyes and she whispered, it turns out I am, without fortune. Heaven does not grant human wishes. After saying that, she looked like she was about to weep. He Xiaoyu felt guilty in her heart. She had stayed in the Chastity Institute and only hope could support one to live on in desperate situations. Now her hope was shattered. The despair and coldness made her feel empathy, and she almost shed tears too. She quickly controlled her emotions and whispered, Miss Zhou, don't be sad. As long as one is alive, there is always a chance. Zhou Xunyang probably understood her situation at this moment too. She nodded slightly, stopped her tears, and fell silent. After a good while, she adjusted her emotions. After sending Zhou Xunyang away, He Xiaoyu worried in her heart. Zhou Xunyang's matter was probably not that simple. Relative. Li Ziyu was full of suspicion. Not only because there was very little contact with relatives in the north, but also because being in the police system, he was educated to be vigilant against spies all the time. Hearing coming from the north would trigger a conditioned reflex of alertness. "Oh, I don't know which family's relative is coming," Li Ziyu muttered. Walking into the second courtyard gate, he saw the courtyard brightly lit, and the corridors of the wing rooms on both sides were piled with chests and cages. This wasn't visiting relatives, this was moving house. He muttered in his heart, but saw his mother directing the servants to work in the courtyard with joy. It seemed this relative was from his mother's maiden family's side. Sure enough, the relative who came was a distant relative of his mother's maiden family. Li Ziyu was also confused about the specific relationship. Anyway, this relative's family was originally in Tianjin, and the family also held a hereditary military post. Wei Zhongxian's affair failed, and the elders in the family were implicated, dismissed from office, and lived in idleness, passing away within a few years. Fortunately, the eldest son was not implicated and served as a small military officer in Shunyi. Unexpectedly, in June of last year, the Qing soldiers entered the pass. In July, the Qing soldiers entered the capital area, and after capturing Changping and Liangxiang, they besieged Shunyi. After the city fell, the magistrate of Shunyi, Shang Yuanjin, and the guerrilla general Zhai Guoqi, capital commander Su Shiyu, and others all died in battle. This relative crawled out of the pile of dead bodies and saved his life. Although he escaped with his life, Shunyi fell and his superiors died in battle. This crime was not light. Added to the old crime of fawning on the eunuch party, third uncle-in-law knew that staying in Tianjin would definitely bear no good fruit. He remembered he had a distant relative in Guangdong. News of the Australians was somewhat known in the capital and Tianjin. Especially after the fall of Guangdong, a wave of court discussions arose in the imperial court, but it was soon drowned out by all kinds of more imminent bad news. Especially after the Tartars entered the pass in June, the capital area was under martial law, and no one cared about these Australian matters anymore. Here in Tianjin, because of Elder Su's properties, many Australian machines had been introduced in the past. It was said that some Australians had also come, and many merchants openly did business with Australians. They earned a pot full of money. This third uncle-in-law steeled his heart and took his whole family, taking a boat from Tianjin Way straight down to Guangdong. So the journey was smooth. Couldn't be smoother, Li Ziyu's mother said. Once on the boat, we just went south and we arrived in Guangzhou in just over 10 days. This is also their lucky stars watching over them, Li Ziyu said. I'll go pay my respects right now. Entering the hall, he saw a room full of people, fully 20 or more mouths. Men, women, old and young were all there. Under his parents' introduction, Li Ziyu greeted them one by one. This is my unworthy son, Li Ziyu, currently a detective inspector in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Great Song Guangzhou Special City Police Bureau. It was hard for his old father to recite this long string of titles. This is my son's sworn brother, adopted brother, Zhao Gui, also a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division. After speaking, he turned to the middle-aged man opposite. This is your third uncle, Zhang Shijiang. Li Ziyu bowed according to the old rules and looked up. He saw this distant uncle was about 40 years old in the prime of his life. He was over 1.8 meters tall and had a robust physique. His beard was thick, and his eyes were not big but piercing. At a glance, he was a martial man accustomed to fighting and killing. Chapter 2477, Distant Relative Part 2. So it is my worthy nephew, Zhang Shijiang nodded and praised. A man of striking appearance. Indeed, heroes come from the youth. This third granduncle spoke with a voice like a great bell, loud enough to shake the dust off the beams. Li Ziyu felt his ears ringing and was instantly overwhelmed by his great-uncle's imposing manner. He smiled apologetically. You flatter me. Third granduncle is the true hero, a warrior who has seen battle. Don't speak of that, Zhang Shijiang sighed, looking dejected. Your uncle joined the army at 17 and fought in dozens of battles, losing more than winning. This time I barely escaped with my life, crawling out from a pile of dead bodies, hiding here and there to escape the Tartars. I've fought a lifetime of battles, and it's been nothing but frustration." He shook his head. "I had no choice but to come to this paradise of Guangzhou to seek refuge with my sister." He stood up and bowed. "I will need rely on my worthy nephew's care for future matters." Li Ziyu was so frightened he hurriedly stood up to return the bow. "Not at all, not at all. Uncle is my elder, and we are relatives. It is only right, only right. Come, let me introduce you." With that, Zhang Shizhong turned to introduce his family. Zhang Shizhong had truly moved his entire household this time, bringing not only his old mother, wives, and concubines, but also his children, servants, and even some relatives, a total of more than 20 men and women. Li Ziyu greeted them one by one, addressing them with a confusion of titles. Finally, the introduction reached a middle-aged man and a young woman. This is Uncle's friend named Huang He," Zhang Shizhong introduced. "He is a traveling merchant from Tianjin Wei. If not for him, this journey would not have been so smooth." It turned out that this Huang He was a small merchant from Tianjin Wei who usually traded in Australian goods. Zhang Shizhong's ability to smoothly board a merchant ship bound for Lingao was entirely due to him. Nowadays, no ship in Tianjin Wei dares to say they are going to Guangdong. Thanks to Master Huang's quick wits, our whole family was able to board the ship smoothly. Zhang Shizhong sighed with emotion. He is also our family's benefactor. Huang He quickly bowed and said, not at all, Master Zhang exaggerates. I intended to come to Guangdong anyway. We were just traveling companions." Li Ziyu asked and learned that since the start of the northern expedition and the fall of Guangdong and Guangxi, the great Ming had strictly forbidden trade with the Australians and had even raided some merchants selling Australian goods. However, they hadn't caught a single real Australian, only arresting some unlucky locals and seizing some silver and goods. Merchant ships dared not say they were plying the route to Guangdong. Current merchant ships only go as far as Shandong, where they switch ships to come south. Some also transfer in Shanghai. Under Huang He's leadership, Zhang Shizhong's whole family had transferred ships at Longkou, Shandong, and thus arrived in Guangzhou. Master Huang comes to Guangzhou for. Li Ziyu's professional instincts kicked in. "I won't hide it from Master Li. I got into some trouble in Tianjin Wei and had to bring my humble family to Guangzhou to seek refuge with relatives." As he spoke, he looked quite awkward, and the young woman beside him blushed and lowered her head in silence. Since becoming a police officer, Li Ziyu's ability to judge people had improved significantly. At a glance, he understood that this man and woman were not a normal couple, nor were they master and concubine or master and maid. 9 out of 10, it was an elopement. However, the police station did not concern itself with men and women eloping. Even if the aggrieved family came looking, it would be a lawsuit for the courts. He had no need to interfere. "Since you intend to live in Guangzhou for a long time, you should register your household residence as soon as possible," Li Ziyu said, then turned to Ah Gui. "Tomorrow, speak to the people in the household registration section and ask them to send 2 people to my house to register the household." "All right, Brother Jade." After the greetings were over, Zhang Shizhong finally discussed important matters with Li Ziyu. Since such a large family had come to Guangzhou, they naturally couldn't live in a relative's house for long. So the first task was to find a house. The second was to find a project for business and livelihood. After all, so many people couldn't just sit and eat through their savings. "I have lived in the north for a long time and am completely ignorant about Guangzhou under the rule of the Great Song. This whole family can only be entrusted to my worthy nephew." Zhang Shizhong was very sincere. "Uncle is an elder who has traveled 1,000 miles to seek refuge with me, his nephew. How could I not help?" Li Ziyu had a very good impression of this distant uncle whom he had barely known. "Nephew will take care of these matters, but there are a few things nephew must say first. Please instruct me, worthy nephew." "I dare not instruct." Li Ziyu immediately listed the daily matters to pay attention to, such as truthfully reporting household registration, not having a sense of privilege and exchanging silver and copper coins for Australian currency. Finally, he said, there is one more thing that nephew must say bluntly in advance. Speak freely. Uncle has brought many family members. Are there any? Li Ziyu wondered how to phrase it. Hidden dangers among them. What hidden dangers? Zhang Shizheng was puzzled. Is there discord between wives and concubines or anything among the servants? Zhang Shizheng suddenly understood and quickly said, this, worthy nephew can rest assured. Although uncle has a concubine, the wives and concubines are harmonious and there are no disputes. As for the servants who came along, they were also selected. Those who were unreliable or unwilling to come have been dismissed and sent back. That is good. Uncle may not know, but under the rule of the great song, the law is paramount. Every word and deed has rules. Uncle is new here and may not know some rules, and some rules are the opposite of the great Ming's. Therefore, do not act rashly when encountering matters. Many thanks for the reminder, worthy nephew, Zhang Shizheng said solemnly. Rest assured, since my whole family has come to seek refuge with the great song, we will naturally act according to the great song's rules and certainly will not violate the great song's laws. With these words, Li Ziyu felt somewhat relieved. He had just roughly glanced at these relatives, and there were no people with wicked, sinister, or unruly faces. Uncle's appearance also suggested he could control the whole family. Li Ziyu's parents took the servants to settle the relatives separately. With so many people, let alone beds, even bedding was lacking. Fortunately, the weather in Guangdong was not very cold, and sleeping on stick mats on the floor could barely make do. By the time they finished settling in, it was nearly the second watch. Li Ziyu was so tired he was staggering. Tonight he could only squeeze into a room with Ah Gui. I must quickly find a house for this uncle tomorrow, he thought. Living at home is unbearable. Before he could finish this thought, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Ziyu went to the bureau to help Ah Gui ask for leave, letting him go home to help watch over things to avoid any mistakes during the household registration. He himself hurriedly went to the 9th section of the municipal bureau to make a report. Immigrant relatives from the north and an official at that, given his status, this was a procedure that had to be done. After finishing these things, he hurried to find Gao Changjiu and asked him where he could pawn or buy a house. The place needs to be big for more than 20 people. This, Gao Changjiu scratched his head. Finding a house isn't something that can be done in a moment. Besides, how much money can your uncle's family take out? I need to have an idea. 100 yuan. This was the bottom line his uncle had given him yesterday. For this trip south, he had sold all his family property and brought a total of more than 500 taels of silver. This amount of money was certainly not small, but considering the daily expenses of more than 20 people and the capital needed for future business and livelihood, the budget was set at 100 yuan after discussion. The money is quite a bit, but housing more than 20 people is a bit difficult, Gao Changjiu said. Your relative is from a big family. Their housing can't be calculated like that of a small household. Ready-made large mansions aren't cheap. My uncle was just a military man in the Ming state. His family has a few more people, but it's not some great wealthy household. It doesn't need to be that exquisite as long as it can house people. Then just wait for my news. To Gao Changjiu, this was nothing at all. There is one more thing. Li Ziyu hesitated slightly, saying, do you know of any good businesses in this Guangzhou city? Your question is too broad. There are too many good businesses. Frying dough sticks on the street is a business. Opening a bank is also a business, Gao Changjiu joked. Sai, I'm not joking with you. It's really that I don't know how to ask. Li Ziyu sighed and recounted the story of his relatives seeking refuge in full detail. My uncle's family is in a limbo. Either they are a wealthy and powerful family that has scraped together a lot of the people's fat and marrow, or they are completely destitute, not knowing where their next meal is coming from. Both are easy to arrange. But they happen to be this kind of middle-class family with little money but who must keep up appearances. Gao Changjiu laughed. This is also easy. Nowadays, business opportunities are everywhere in Guangzhou City. Since your uncle's family has some silver, they can open a shop and do a small business." Before he could finish, Li Ziyu shook his head vigorously. "Brother Jiu, this uncle of mine held a hereditary military post in the Ming state. Generation after generation, they served as soldiers eating rations and pandering to superiors. Where would they get such skill? Although the family isn't rich, they are young ladies and masters who pretend and order servants around. How can such people do business? Even the best business would probably lose everything in their hands." Gao Changyu chuckled inwardly. "You talking about your uncle is really like a crow landing on a pig. But thinking about it, it was true. Take someone like Li Ziyu, what could he do besides serve as a runner for someone?" He thought for a moment and said, "There is one business, but it has some risk." "What business?" "Southeast Asia development stocks." "Stocks?" Li Ziyu opened his mouth wide. He knew about this Southeast Asia development. It was established last year. It was said to be an enterprise under the Nanyang Company, specializing in Southeast Asian development. When it first opened, it issued bonds. The bonds were not sold publicly. They were all purchased by local bigwigs who had commercial ties with the Australians. However, he heard that the interest on the bonds wasn't high, and buying bonds was mainly to support the Australians and build connections. It is said that the Australians are going to start selling Southeast Asia development stocks publicly this time. These stocks are different from bonds. Dividend distributions fluctuate with the market, unlike the fixed interest of bonds. In my opinion, the dividends will definitely be much higher than bonds. Your uncle might as well buy some. This matter is currently just a rumor. Besides, how much can he buy? It's just a drop in the bucket after all. End of chapter. Chapter 2478. The stolen silver ingot. Besides earning dividends, these stocks can be bought and sold, Gao Changyu said. Bought and sold? Li Ziyu was baffled. How can this be bought and sold? For example, let's say the stock is sold at a fixed price of 1 yuan per share. Yes, can it be sold for 2 yuan? Why is that impossible? Gao Changyu said. These stocks can be traded. There are specialized exchanges. When issued, it's 1 yuan. If many people want to buy it, it might rise to 2 yuan. Then you sell it to someone who wants to buy it and you've earned 1 yuan. Li Ziyu still couldn't quite understand. Gao Changyu took out a crumpled pamphlet from a drawer with a line of words printed on it. The Great Era Storms in the Jaya Ozi Shop. This is an Australian novel I've been reading recently. It tells about how money is made buying and selling stocks in Australia. Although it is fiction, the various tricks inside are written in great detail. Reading it really makes one admire. The great song is indeed advanced. Surprisingly, there are so many tricks. If that relative of yours has some spare money, once these new Southeast Asia development stocks go on the market, he might as well buy some to keep. Even if he can't make a huge profit, he can earn some dividends. At least it's much more cost-effective than depositing it in De Long for interest. Li Ziyu said, although I don't understand, I also know these are games for the rich. It's better for us common folk with small households to avoid getting involved. We might lose our entire fortune if things go wrong. Let's not talk about this. Please hurry up with the matter of the house for me. Don't worry about this. I'll arrange it properly for you within 100 yuan. After Gao Changyu left, Li Ziyu was called to the Criminal Investigation Section Chief's office. The section chief told him that many counterfeit coins had appeared on the market recently. Although the counterfeits are crudely made, the quantity is significant, and there is a wide variety of patterns, materials, and denominations. They are rarely seen in the city. Most are used to deceive uninformed commoners in rural markets. Do you want me to investigate? This case is being personally handled by a senator. I am just telling you, pay more attention when you handle cases normally to see if there are related clues. That old constable in your team. Gao Changyu. Right, Gao Changyu. His social connections are diverse and he is familiar with all walks of life. Ask him to pay close attention. Understood. Also, is there any lead on that abduction and robbery case at Great Market Street? Not yet. Li Ziyu had a dozen criminal cases on his hands, many of which were vicious crimes like murder or robbery. A case like this, robbery without loss of life, was not a priority. "You need to prioritize this case," the section chief said. "The victim is an important industrialist and merchant. He just submitted a bid with others to build a large factory. It will reflect poorly if the case isn't solved. Yes, I will prioritize this case, but the victim isn't in Guangzhou right now, he went to Lingao. Didn't you record his statement? If there's anything else you need to ask, just wait for him to return." "Understood." Li Ziyu immediately performed a heel-clicking nod, then withdrew. Truth be told, Li Ziyu hadn't taken this case to heart because this type of case had a particularity. Since the criminal used the Peculiarity method, they must be an insider of that trade. As long as energy was focused on this breakthrough point, there would inevitably be results. He had instructed Gao Changjiu and Ah Gui to check with informants about the situation concerning this matter a few days ago, but Ah Gui had never given him a definite report. This Ah Gui. Sometimes Li Ziyu felt vexed by Ah Gui's incompetence. Frankly speaking, Ah Gui was not material for police work, let alone criminal investigation. Yet his parents insisted Ah Gui was a lucky person. What kind of logic was that? Now he could only count on Gao Changjiu, always relying on him like this wasn't a good thing. It was a pity Ah Gui couldn't be propped up at all. It was a pity he had too few little brothers of his own. Now they all had their own careers, and it was impossible to pull them into the police station to help him. He suddenly thought of Zhang Shijiang. This distant uncle was someone he could talk to. He seemed both bold and meticulous. He should be good material for government service. But given his age, he certainly wouldn't be willing to be a small policeman. His two sons might be options, but without deep interaction, he didn't know if they were capable. However, since they were looking for a way out, why not point a way for the two cousins and have them sign up together when the police recruit? Just as Li Ziyu was considering future plans, Gao Changjiu suddenly hurried back. From his expression, Li Ziyu knew he must have brought back an important clue for a certain case. "How is it?" "That abduction and robbery case at Great Market Street." "Ah." Gao Changjiu was startled, wondering what happened. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "The section chief was just asking about this. Tell me, what clues do you have?" "No clues on the abduction angle, but there's a lead on the silver." "Oh," Li Ziyu perked up. "Tell me." Gao Changjiu reported that a money changer had made a transaction yesterday. It was precisely a 20-tael silver ingot with the Sanjiangmao stamp. It matches what the victim described. "Does the dealer have an impression of the person who came to exchange the money?" "Actually, it's an acquaintance. It's Han Changle." Han Changle was a small minion from the original Guan Dai Temple gang. However, he wasn't a beggar, nor did he live in the den. He had escaped the crackdown. Subsequent checks revealed no major crimes, so he was released home after a few days of detention. Since coming out of the detention center, he has been making a living building scaffolds and painting walls. How much money can he earn? To suddenly produce so much silver, there must be something fishy. Good, let's go find him immediately. Li Ziyu thought that even if this man wasn't the culprit, he had a significant connection to the criminal. Because of the New Life movement, widespread demolition and construction were happening everywhere in Guangzhou, along with repairs and cleaning of various public and private buildings. Coupled with the construction of the new Guangzhou city, it could be said that construction sites were everywhere. Han Changle had work everywhere and no one knew exactly where he was. Asking at his home, his wife said Han Changle had been working at a construction site in Shamian recently. The two found the construction site in Shamian and quickly located the man. When asked about the Sanjiangmao silver, he answered very readily that there was such a thing. "Where did the silver come from? You are a craftsman. The daily wage is only a few dozen cents. Who would give you 20 taels of silver? It was picked up by this lowly one." "Bullshit, picked up, why haven't I picked any up? The two masters are blessed by heaven. Given time, you will also be able to pick up silver." Gao Changjiu laughed. "Inspector, this old Han is quite good at telling jokes. Let's take him back and let him tell us jokes all night." All right, let him recite Su Qin carrying the sword all night. Gao Changju reached back to unhook the handcuffs from his waist and cuffed Han Changle. Let's go, waiting for you to go back and tell jokes. Han Changle's face turned pale and he shouted injustice loudly. Li Ziyu said slowly, shouting injustice isn't as good as telling the truth. Avoid entering the station and delaying your work. All right, I'll speak. Han Changle sweated profusely. Two masters, do not blame me. Speak, I'm listening. The silver, I stole it, Han Changle said with a grimace. Stolen? Stolen from where? Han Changle's eyes flickered and after a long time he said, just a few days ago. A few days ago, he went to work at the construction site as usual and saw a young man dressed as a heavy servant carrying a food box walking by. Tired from walking, he sat down by the street to rest. Han Changle used to not attend to proper duties and had engaged in petty theft for years. One look at this food box and he knew there was a problem. A food box either holds food or is empty. Neither would be very heavy. But this servant carrying it was sweating profusely, and the dust kicking up from his heels was particularly heavy. Gao and Li looked at each other, thinking indeed an old thief of many years. Seeing this appearance, Han Changle knew there must be something fishy about this food box. A food box is bulky, and carrying it doesn't attract attention. People often use it to transfer things that shouldn't be seen, including silver. With his years of skill, he deliberately bumped the food box with a water bucket while going to load lime mortar, and immediately concluded that it contained silver. Using a food box to transfer money meant it must be shady money. Even if discovered afterward, the owner would likely not dare to make a noise. So I looked for an opportunity and stole an ingot of silver from him, Han Changle said with a grimace. I was also momentarily confused. Really only one ingot of silver? Really? This big 20-tail ingot, this lowly one wanted to take more but didn't have the skill. Were there many silver ingots in the food box? Quite a few, at least a dozen. Where did you steal the silver? And do you remember what this young man looked like? The silver, this lowly one stole it at the construction site outside the Great North Gate. This lowly one can't remember clearly what the person looked like. Only remember he was very young, about 16 or 17. His appearance was quite handsome, looking like a servant from a wealthy family. If we bring the person here, can you identify him? This, Han Changle shook his head in difficulty. This lowly one dare not guarantee. Was this person entering or leaving the city? Entering the city, Gao Changju said. Count yourself sensible. Think again if there's anything else you haven't said. If you say it at the station, that's recording a statement. Just stealing 20 taels of silver is enough to sentence you to a few years. I've said everything I know, everything. Han Changle was sweating anxiously. This lowly one was also momentarily blinded by lard. Seeing that further questioning would yield nothing new, the two looked at each other. Judging from their experience, Han Changle was not lying. If you remember anything else, come find me. You know where to find me, right? Gao Changju said. Don't play tricks and don't go far recently. I know, I have a family, I'm not a bachelor. I see there are extra shoes in your house recently. Is there an outsider visiting? Gao Changju asked casually. Yes, nothing escapes you, elder. My brother came to Guangzhou from Xiangshan recently. What for? Included in the household registration. Here to handle matters for his employer. Household registration is already done. Done, Han Changle said. End of chapter. Chapter 2479. Combined case handling. Having obtained the information, the two returned to the police station. On the way, Gao Changju stopped at his usual tea house to find an informant and told him to keep an eye on the Han family. Why not just arrest him? In case he didn't confess everything, Gao Changju said. We are beating the grass to scare the snake. If he has a clear conscience, he won't move. If he has ghosts in his heart, he will definitely toss about blindly in the next few days. We'll just follow behind and watch. Master Jiu, you really have good methods. Li Ziyu offered a compliment, unconsciously bringing out the old address. You should skip the address, Master Jiu. Gao Changju was very humble. Although there is quite an age gap between us, I feel we hit it off like old friends. Consider it a friendship that transcends age. Since I am a few years older than you, just call me brother. How about that? Good, good. Li Ziyu nodded repeatedly. This was much more intimate than calling him Old Gao. Back at the station, a police officer delivered a report. It turned out to be the appraisal report for the silver ingot Gao Changjiu had confiscated from the money changer. Li Ziyu opened it and was startled. It stated that the confiscated evidence, the silver ingot with the Sanjiangmao stamp, was identified as so-called Judy silver, or what the Australians called arsenic white copper. Not silver. Gao Changjiu was also surprised. No, Li Ziyu handed him the report. The victim's police report listed 5 20-tail white silver ingots. This is obviously not what he was robbed of. What if his silver ingots were Judy silver? By the way, this arsenic white copper looks exactly like silver, only the weight is different. If lead is poured inside, you really can't tell at all. That's hard to say. Li Ziyu thought this Chen Ding said it was silver, but no one saw it. It was just talk. Who can prove that what he brought was white silver and not this arsenic white copper? Now that Chen Ding was in Lingao, there was no way to question him in detail face to face. Even if asked face to face, he probably only knew that what he brought from home was silver. As for whether it was Judy silver, few people in Guangzhou knew the difference, and Chen Ding might not necessarily understand either. Was this silver ingot the stolen property from the abduction and robbery case? Yes or no would affect the direction of the investigation. Neither of them dared to draw a conclusion easily. Li Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up, saying, "What did Han Changle say? He stole it from a young man walking from outside the city into the city." Gao Changjiu immediately understood. Great Market Street is inside the city. In that case, this silver was likely not what Chen Ding lost. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why someone would deliberately send silver robbed from inside the city to outside the city and then send it back into the city. Wasn't this just tossing about for nothing? Just don't know if what Han Changle said is true or not. In my opinion, what he said should be true. Anyway, we also sent people to watch him, not afraid of him making waves. But this way, this case still has no follow-up. Li Ziyu was very disappointed. He blinked his eyes, feeling that he had overlooked something but couldn't remember what. Let's go ask the money changer. After trying hard to deduce for a long time, Li Ziyu thought it was better to follow what the instructor said during training in Lingao. When encountering unsolvable problems, look more and ask more. Maybe there will be some clues that were previously ignored. Although money changers were illegal, the Criminal Investigation Section knew almost all the money changers in Guangzhou City. The reason for tolerating their existence was, firstly, they had little impact on the financial system and couldn't stir up big waves. Secondly, they were indispensable channels for people engaging in illegal activities, functioning as the eyes and ears of the police in the lower strata. The money changer was named Yu San. Under the rule of the Great Ming, he specialized in selling inferior small coins like sand shells and guang pieces, and also bought and sold various tied silver and rotten silver. After the issuance of the new Australian currency, he started the black market business of currency exchange, swapping silver dollars and banknotes with loose silver, making considerable profits. Yusan knew his business was illegal and that the Australians could fix him in minutes, so he was always very cooperative with police investigations. "Master Jiu, I said it yesterday. I exchanged this silver from Han Changle. Although the cut was a bit steep, his silver was of unknown origin anyway. Now I've lost my silver and he won't pay me back." "Your skill in exchanging silver is no good. You even exchanged for Judy silver." Gao Changjiu laughed. "If you sell this to someone else, it'd be strange if you didn't get beaten to death." "Damn it," Yusan's face changed. "This silver, the quality is good and the weight is substantial. I even cut it open, no lead core. No need to discuss what silver it is." Gao Changjiu waved his hand. "Let me ask you, did you feel anything strange about this silver? Was there anything different about Han Changle compared to usual?" "Nothing strange. Old Han was not strange either." Yusan blinked. "Think again. About this matter from the person to the silver, was there anything amiss? Yu San pondered for a moment and said, "If there is anything special, it's that this is the first time I've seen the stamp on this silver." Yu San said that ever since he started in this business, he had seen all kinds of stamps, not only in Guangzhou City but also the names of smelting shops in big places outside, but it was indeed the first time seeing this stamp. Because it was the first time seeing it, this lowly one specially cut the silver open. Li Ziyu suddenly shouted, "I remember." This startled both Gao Changjiu and Yu San. Li Ziyu excitedly said, "I remember. I remember." He grabbed Gao Changjiu. Let's go back to the station." Although Gao Changjiu was a bit confused, he roughly knew that Li Ziyu must have suddenly realized some new clue. He immediately said to Yu San, "Don't run around these few days, we might ask you questions at any time." "I have a home and business in Guangzhou, where can I run?" Yu San said. "You two can find me anytime if there's business." Li Ziyu returned to the station and immediately called a police officer to go to the archives to retrieve a case file. After a while, a thick file was delivered to the office. "Brother Jiu, look at this." Li Ziyu handed the file to Gao Changjiu. Gao Changjiu took it and saw a label on the file, 1635 South Scissors Lane Wang Ziyuzhu Residence Homicide Case. Memories of the past instantly flooded his mind. Correct, the sensational Guangzhou witchcraft case originated from here. Li Ziyu, standing before him, also rose to prominence from a series of strange cases in South Scissors Lane. The Wang Ziyuzhu residence homicide case was later combined with the headless case as part of the witchcraft case. However, although the witchcraft case was cracked, the true mastermind behind the scenes was not caught, and the murderer who killed Wang Ziyuzhu was not found. Look at the evidence pages," Li Ziyu said excitedly. Gao Changjiu flipped over to look carefully and immediately understood. "So it's like this. I was the one who went to Jufeng establishment to investigate the evidence back then. The silver ingots searched from Widow Wang's house were just like this, Sanjiangmao stamp, Judy silver. And a lot of this so-called arsenic copper or drug silver or whatever was found later when arresting the evil Taoists," Gao Changjiu pondered. "So, this matter is actually connected to the remnants of the witchcraft case." "Correct." And shopkeeper Shen said that this Sanjiangmao stamp belonged to a smelting shop in Fashion that was wiped out decades ago. It hasn't been in circulation for decades. So silver stamped with Sanjiangmao must be related to this matter. Then this Chen Ding who had his silver robbed. It is highly likely he is also involved in this. Even if he is innocent, there must be some clues connecting to him. I will go report this now and arrest Chen Ding as soon as he returns." Li Ziyu was very certain. Gao Changjiu really admired this little brother Li now. Fortunately, he remembered this case from 2 years ago. Otherwise, they would still be completely in the dark. Li Ziyu immediately went to report to Wu Xiang, suggesting restarting the investigation of the witchcraft case. "The investigation of the witchcraft case is currently the responsibility of the Bureau of Political Security. We only assist and cooperate." Wu Xiang thought for a moment and said, "I think you shouldn't mention the witchcraft case for now. Concentrate on investigating the ins and outs of these silvers first. Who is casting these silver ingots and why convey them into the city? The matter is probably not that simple. Since the witchcraft case is not under our jurisdiction, I suggest combining the investigation with the counterfeit currency case." Li Ziyu continued to propose. "These drug silvers even fooled the private money dealers. If they enter circulation, they will probably deceive many common people." Wu Xiang considered for a moment and said, "Follow your idea. Combine the cases. Your mission remains the same. Report any clues investigated directly to me. In addition, Chen Ding's matter is relatively complicated. Without my written order, you cannot arrest people. You can only question him in the name of assisting solving the case. Understood?" "Yes, Comrade Section Chief." Li Ziyu excitedly gave a salute. He seemed to see himself rising another level on the Senate's ranked table. Coming out of the section chief's office, he realized he had rejoiced too early. Although there was a major breakthrough with the Sanjiangmao stamp, the case still had no specific breakthrough point. After discussing with Gao Changjiu, they decided to proceed from several aspects. First, notify private money dealers and the local Chamber of Commerce to watch for the appearance of silver with the Sanjiangmao stamp. Once found, report immediately and try to ascertain the identity of the person exchanging or using it. Second, continue to track down the remnants of the abduction case or the influx of new Peihua criminals. Gao Changju judged that since the witchcraft case, locals doing this trade had been almost wiped out, and the rest were mostly in hiding, so it was likely done by outsiders unaware of the situation. Third, confirm the current whereabouts of personnel from various smelting shops in Guangzhou City through a comprehensive check. End of chapter. Chapter 2480. The second meeting, Gao Changjiu had many friends and was the most well-informed. Before long, he helped Li Ziyu find a house. It was originally the property of a master in the Ming state. Because he was implicated in the witchcraft case, it was confiscated as rebel property. The current owner is the City Assets Company. Saying this, he took out the blueprint. The residence was a 3-courtyard compound, suitable in size, well-built, and equipped with basic furniture. The surrounding environment wasn't bad either. Li Ziyu, however, still shook his head. Brother Jiu, how can 100 yuan get this house? It would cost at least 300 to 500 yuan. Although you can't buy it, you can lease it. For a term of 7 years, exactly 100 yuan, plus 3 yuan stamp tax. Li Ziyu told his uncle the news. His uncle took his aunt to see it personally and felt quite satisfied, so they went to the City Assets Company to sign the contract and lease the house. Having leased the house, Zhang Shizhong busied himself with moving. Li Ziyu simply sent Gui to handle it, since he couldn't help much with the investigation anyway. After busy work for more than a week, the Zhang family moved into their new home, and Gui was also busy enough to be thrown off his feet. On this day, Uncle hosted a housewarming banquet. Li Ziyu went to drink and said some auspicious words. Meanwhile, Huang He also came to bid farewell. Bidding farewell, where are you planning to go? Do you have a livelihood? Professional sensitivity prompted Li Ziyu to ask. This lowly one has found a job in Lingao. Huang He took out an employment notice. It was issued by the Lingao Jiangnan Leather Company. I will go to Lingao to report for duty in a few days. Leather factory. Li Ziyu didn't know much about this trade. You know how to tan leather. This lowly one doesn't know how to tan leather, but back in Tianjin, I also did business in leather, so I count as an insider. That's good. With a stable job, live a good life in Lingao. Many thanks, officer. Huang He said a few more auspicious words and bowed his leave. Li Ziyu didn't take it to heart. After all, he couldn't even finish the matters at hand. Immigrants from the north like Huang He were like carp crossing the river, countless in number. While Li Ziyu and Gao Changjiu were busy investigating the case, outside the east gate of Guangzhou, waiters were busy in a tea house. Although this place was neither a bustling downtown block nor a dock port, the geographical location of this tea house was still quite superior. 2 roads entering the city converged at the entrance of the tea house, forming a not-too-wide T-intersection here. Opposite the intersection was the Songluo tea house, where the young waiter Hu Qi brewed tea and poured water every day. To the west of the tea house was a stone bridge. Walking less than a li across the bridge, one could see the Yantai Temple. Passing Yantai Temple and heading west were the great and small east gates. Don't look down on this inconspicuous Songluo tea house. It was the only decent resting place in this area. Passers-by would come in for a cup of tea when tired. People going on long journeys would gather here to bid farewell to relatives and friends seeing them off. Songluo Tea House had 2 courtyards. The first was right by the roadside, an open 3-sided courtyard. The small courtyard behind was a miscellaneous yard for boiling water, stacking firewood, and housing the waiters. If merchants couldn't enter the city in the evening and didn't mind the simplicity, they could stay here until dawn to enter the city. Yesterday, someone had already greeted the tea house shopkeeper. Our master wants to meet guests here today. Keep all your main rooms, don't let idlers in. Our master wants to entertain distinguished guests. They left a deposit before leaving. So early this morning, the young waiter was dragged out of his warm quilt by the shopkeeper to make fire, boil water, prepare tea. Having finally found a gap, he was called to buy tea snacks. To buy tea snacks, one had to go to the great world. Chi was also happy to steal half a day of leisure to go play at the great world, so he immediately took the money and set off. The shopkeeper watched the sun slowly drift past the treetops. Tea guests in the east and west halls came and went and came. Several waves of people had already passed. However, the distinguished guest mentioned by the steward had not appeared. It wasn't until near noon, when Chi came back carrying walnut crisp cakes, that two sedan bearers were seen walking from afar carrying a blue bamboo cloth sedan chair. Sitting on the open cool sedan chair was a slightly portly official master, dressed as a scholar. Two people dressed as servants of a large household, wearing new blue cloth short jackets and blue soft hats, followed unhurriedly behind the sedan bearers. While Chi was still dazed, the shopkeeper had already run a few steps forward to welcome him from a distance. "Master, you have arrived." As second master Hao watched the steward step forward to negotiate with the shopkeeper, then waved his hand to signal the bearers to lower the sedan chair. Hands behind his back, he slowly paced squarely toward this riverside tea house. Beside the official road, a cloth banner bore a large character T, and above the main entrance hung a plaque reading Songluo Tea House. This tea house had a long history. When he was a child accompanying his mother to offer incense at Yangtai Temple, his mother had brought him here. The shopkeeper back then was the grandfather of the current shopkeeper. Looking back at the past, it was a story of more than 40 years ago. At that time, the world was at peace, and the people were content. There were neither Eastern barbarians nor Southern baldies, and merchant sons like him lived happy and carefree lives. He never imagined he would one day witness a change of dynasty. With his own eyes, of course. The bald thieves hadn't proclaimed themselves emperors yet, nor had they fought their way into the capital, but it was obvious that the sky had changed in Guangdong. He looked at this Songluo tea house, which was now following the trend and learning the Australian style, inlaying expensive glass windows. Many potted flowers were displayed in the open courtyard, many varieties brought by the Australians. The weather in Guangzhou turned warm in February, lunar calendar and various flowers bloomed in competition, vying in beauty. "Second master, everything is ready inside," Hao Ping whispered. Second master Hao instructed in a low voice. "You go tell Hao to wait by the roadside." With that, he stepped up the stairs and entered the spacious and bright main hall. There were more than 20 sets of tables and chairs in the main hall, tidied up cleanly. On the L-shaped counter, a dozen transparent, Australian-style glass tea boxes were stacked, allowing one to see the new tea leaves of this year at a glance. Usually, this place was always full of passing merchants and tourists on outings, very lively. Today, because he booked the place, it seemed empty. There was a side room on each the east and west sides of the main hall. The west side room was the accounting room, while the east side room was a private room. Second Master Hao said he booked the place, but in fact, the tea guests coming could only fill this one side room. The shopkeeper personally led the way, guiding him into the side room. This side room wasn't big, but it was more than enough to seat a dozen people. Facing south was a small skywell with a decades-old magnolia tree planted in it. Because of this skywell, although the side room had walls on 3 sides, the light was very sufficient. Here, one could find quiet amidst noise. It was a good place for concealed conversation, even more ideal than Yangtai Temple. The side room was clean with nothing else inside, only a tea table and a long table stocked with paper and inkstones placed in the middle. The table was already set with 8 colors of fine porcelain dried and fresh fruit snacks. "Heard you have special Australian tea snacks here. Remember to prepare them," Hao Ping instructed. The shopkeeper piled smiles all over his face. "Yes, yes, yes." Instructed the waiter to go into the city to buy them early this morning. Saying this, he went out to prepare, only to see Hu Chi still carrying packages of tea snacks, peeking and looking around there. He went straight up and gave him a slap, cursing, "Where the hell did you go? Took half a day to buy snacks, hurry up and plate them." It was common for apprentices to get slapped. Hu Chi covered his face and went into the counter, taking plates to start plating the various tea snacks bought from Zhang's shop. Filled a big platter full, carefully carried it over. Hu Chi served the tea snacks and returned to the counter, only to be ordered around within a few minutes, fetching things one moment, washing and scrubbing the next, then called to get boiling water. Busy running in circles. And second Master Hao's guests arrived one after another. Every guest was guided by the Hao family servants to the side room. Hu Chi had worked in the tea house for more than 2 years and had figured out a bit of the skill of observing people's expressions. The group of guests invited by Master Hao was really quite rare. Although they were all dressed decently, looking at their appearance and demeanor, most were rough people. When pouring tea and water for them, it was obvious. One smelled of coal smoke all over, another had calluses all over his hands, another had grime and dirt in his fingernails. These people didn't look like decent folks at a glance. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Second Master Hao gave a signal with his eyes. Hao Ping drove the waiters and shopkeeper out and instructed, "Don't come in unless called." With that, he guarded the door of the side room himself. Second Master Hao first lifted his teacup and exchanged a few polite words. Then he entered the main topic. The people who came were mostly participants of the Yantai Temple meeting. A few were too old to come and were replaced by younger nephews or sons. There was one person attending for the first time. This person, surnamed He, was a figure from the jagged rivers and lakes. He was active outside Guangzhou City years ago, doing business without capital. Later, he accumulated some family property and engaged in other activities. He was an old acquaintance of Second Master Hao and a business partner. At present, the bald thieves' silver coins and banknotes circulate widely in the market. Our previous idea of taking advantage of the bald thieves' unstable footing to rush produce a batch of fake silver money and fake banknotes to fish for silver and disrupt the market seems unworkable now. Banknotes are okay to talk about. Although the appearance is poor, they can still fool country bumpkins. Those silver cakes are really impossible to make. Boss, he was also a good fellow who had wandered the Jianghu. He had done plenty of illegal things in earlier years. Most of the various counterfeit coins concocted by Second Master Hao were distributed through his channels. Now hearing Second Master Hao's words, it sounded like boosting the bald thieves' morale and extinguishing their own prestige. Most importantly, he had taken a huge risk in this matter, yet none of the promised promotion and wealth had been obtained, so he was already unhappy. He choked on a mouthful of tea, coughing loudly. "Cough. I say, Hao Renyuan, you were considered a resounding tough guy in the Jianghu back then. How is it that after not seeing you for a few years, you've become so timid? Isn't it just printing fake money and casting fake coins? Did you think you were printing real money, complaining it doesn't look like it? Did you think you were in charge of the coinage bureau for the bald thieves?" Boss, he looked at the few strangers with extraordinary bearings present and swallowed the rest of his words. End of chapter. Chapter 2481. Copper coin. Second Master Hao remained composed. He knew Boss He too well. He looked like a reckless grassroots hero, but in reality there was subtlety in his roughness. He didn't rely entirely on recklessness. This performance was merely to express dissatisfaction with the delay. If you said quit, he neither dared nor was willing to. He didn't speak, just slowly sipped his tea, letting it swirl in his mouth to savor the taste. This was high-quality Dragon Well tea picked before the grain rain. The Australians still managed to deliver it from Hangzhou. He, truly capable of reaching the heavens. The middle-aged man sitting in the seat of honor coughed lightly and said, "Gentlemen, nowadays the bald thieves are overwhelmingly powerful. That you can all still be loyal to the country and live up to the emperor's grace, while in a perilous situation proves you are indeed loyal subjects of the great Ming. This student will substitute tea for wine and toast you all first." With that, he raised his cup in a gesture and drank first. Second Master Hao hadn't introduced this person's identity in detail before, only telling everyone that his surname was Li and he was sent to Guangzhou by Shi Wang, representing the imperial court. Thus, with his statement, everyone chimed in agreement. After all, Shi Wang was their big patron and represented the court. Especially the various craftsmen sent here. Their entire livelihoods were in Shi Wang's hands, so how could they dare to be presumptuous? Hao Fang said, "Since the Yantai Temple meeting, matters have made some progress. The masters." His gaze turned to the few accompanying masters, who all bowed slightly. "Tried many methods and have now come up with a new one. But this matter is significant and needs to be communicated to everyone." Saying this, he glanced at Master Li and Boss He again. "Don't look at me, I only care about helping you spend the money, but you must improve this money properly. Nowadays even country folks aren't easily fooled." Boss He waved his hand. "Naturally." Second Master Hao seemed to have a plan in mind, turning to an old man. "Master Li, please." This Master Li was none other than the master mold carver from the Ministry of Works Coinage Bureau, known as Fan Li Mold Li, specializing in making mother coins. His beard and hair were already completely white, but his spirit was very vigorous. At this moment, he dispensed with polite empty words, cupped his hands and said, "Allow this little old man to be presumptuous and say a few words first. Ever since this little old man took on this job, I have studied for a long time with Master Q under Second Master Hao and tried to cast some silver dollars. However, the work produced is hard to describe. Truth be told, this little old man originally thought this task was a sure win. Unexpectedly, one lives and learns until old age. This bald thief has given this little old man a solid lesson." Having said this, he shook his head. Everyone showed anxious looks, but Hao Fang knew this was just the old man playing hard to get. The beginning was just foreshadowing. Otherwise, how could his skill be displayed? His initial method was the same as Master Q's, making casting molds first. In terms of craftsmanship, Master Q naturally couldn't compare with him, not to mention he had many ancestral secret methods. Therefore, not only did he create molds for the Australian silver dollar that were lifelike, but he also specially made hollow molds for inserting lead cores, capable of casting lead-filled fake silver dollars in one go. Trial casting began using copper. The resulting copper dollars, while not exactly lifelike, had at least 90% similarity in various details. The only problem was the ring of fine patterns on the silver dollar couldn't be cast. The fine patterns couldn't be cast. I discussed methods with Live Worm Zhao as well. Master Zhao said it didn't matter. Silver is soft, and he could make a special tool to press the fine patterns on. Although it couldn't be exactly the same, it would pass at a glance without issues. Unexpectedly, as soon as silver was used, this carefully crafted mold immediately had problems. The specific nature of silver casting meant textures and air bubbles were unavoidable imperfections that no amount of clever and superb craftsmanship could remedy. The silver coins made were fake at a glance when compared with Australian silver dollars. Master Q also told me that these Australians must use some technique to cast silver dollars without silver veins or air holes. Even melting Australian silver dollars directly to cast produces the same result. After that, Fan Li and the others tossed about various formulas but never achieved that texture of Australian silver dollars. Until one day, I saw this. Li Fugui fished out an ingot of silver from his waist. "Please take a look, everyone." Hao Fang and others knew what this was. Only this Master Li and Boss He didn't know. Master Li took it and looked. It was a common 10-tail ingot stamped with Sanjiangmao. He scrutinized it, weighed it in his hand, and said, "It's just a silver ingot, what's different?" Boss He took it for a look, weighed it too, and asked, "Is it fake silver?" "Correct, it is indeed fake silver." Li Fugui nodded. "This is drug silver." "Is it Taoist Wu?" Master Li asked in a low voice. Correct exactly, Hao Fang nodded. It is precisely what Taoist Wu smelted back then. But when he was framed, didn't the furnace and the silver all fall into the hands of the bald thieves? Only a part of it. Most of it was transported out. His disciples also know the method of smelting drug silver. They have already trial smelted some. Boss He's mind turned fast and he immediately understood. You mean preparing to distribute drug silver in large quantities? Li Fugui shook his head as if keeping them in suspense. No, no. Drug silver is still silver ingots. To use it in the city, one must give it to private money dealers to exchange. These silver dogs are used to seeing silver. No matter how well the drug silver is made, it isn't real silver after all. Before long, they will see the flaws. I have thought about it. Use drug silver to make silver dollars. Now, even Master Li widened his eyes. Use drug silver. If real silver couldn't replicate Australian silver dollars, how could using fake silver work? Li Fugui unhurriedly said, Gentlemen, although this drug silver is called silver, it is actually copper. When it comes to the skill of casting coins with copper, forgive this little old man's arrogance, but few people can be found who are more proficient than this little old man. Saying this, he took out a few silver coins from his waist. These are what I newly made. Gentlemen may take a look. Everyone took the silver coins and passed them around for inspection, clicking their tongues in wonder. When it reached Hao Fang's hand, he couldn't help being startled. This silver dollar was fully 70% similar to the Australian dollar. How was this made? Second Master Hao asked. Cast just like casting copper coins, Fan Li said. Only this coin mold took all of my life skills. Also thanks to live worm Zhao. Without his hand at fine chiseling, this little old man certainly couldn't have made such a refined wax model. Because copper casting was used, the originally annoying veins and air holes disappeared, and the size control of casting copper dollars was much better than silver. Then, after polishing by coin-casting craftsmen, looking carefully at the patterns on it, although not as exquisite and delicate as Australian dollars, they mimicked them 7 or 8 out of 10. The only regret was the milled edge serrations. Although made, they obviously varied in size. Compared to previous imitation silver dollars, only a few hand-chiseled by masters could compare with these. So, we can cast them in large quantities. At this moment, Hao Fang almost wanted to shout out. Correct. Li Fugui nodded somewhat proudly. If the drug silver supply keeps up, casting 1,000 coins a month is not a problem. Too few, too few. What use is 1,000 coins a month? Boss, he also got excited. Even 10,000 a month is just sticking between the teeth, ha ha ha. Master Li was not as happy as he was. He held the fake silver dollar in his hand, looking at it over and over, and specially took out an Australian silver dollar to compare and scrutinize. After a long time, he said, the appearance is indeed very similar, but looking closely it still can't stand scrutiny. The weight in hand is also different. We can make the weight thicker. As for not looking alike, it doesn't matter. Live Worm Zhao casually tossed a silver coin. He, take the antiques and curios of this world. Speaking of them, there are those from the 3 dynasties, Han and Tang, and also Song and Yuan. In reality, where are there so many old objects in the world? Can grave robbing produce so many? Most are fake antiques. Make new things look old, put a layer of patina on them, and they can fool people. This silver dollar is the same. Don't the Australians claim one of the benefits of silver dollars is that you don't need to check the color and weigh it like silver ingots? Since that's the case, we only need to make it 70 or 80% alike with about the same weight and then age it on the outside. When things are old, people won't pay too much attention to details. Moreover, silver is soft. Over time, there will be some wear and tear. Saying this, he took out 2 more silver dollars from his pocket. One is a fake coin I aged, the other is an old real coin. Gentlemen, take another look. Everyone took turns examining them. Indeed, the difference between the two was even smaller. They clicked their tongues in wonder. Hao Fang said, What Master Zhao said is true. It is indeed this reasoning. He thought for a moment and said, I heard from Boss He that in many places in Guangdong and Guangxi, the Australians have just appointed county magistrates. Silver dollars are not used much, and even fewer people have seen them. We can disperse these silver dollars to various places and distribute them. But can the supply of so much drug silver keep up? Master Li was a bit worried. Master, please rest assured about this. Hao Fang said, preparations have been made. Truthfully reporting to Master, we also prepared 2 plans. If this Australian silver dollar couldn't be made, we originally planned to cast drug silver ingots to spend in remote places. Now it seems that was unnecessary. Exactly how he prepared to spend it, Hao Fang did not say. Casting fake silver dollars and fake banknotes was firstly to profit and disrupt the bald thieves' finances, and secondly, they had other uses. But this other was only known to Shi Wang and the 4 gentlemen. Other tools present were unaware. This matter not only carried huge risks but also cost a huge amount of money. Therefore, Shi Wang instructed him that even if fake silver dollars couldn't be made, drug silver had to be smelted more. Regarding the banknotes, there is also progress now. Hao Fang smiled. Master Lin, you are familiar with this matter. It's up to you to speak. Tribute paper, Lin smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Gentlemen, there are now clues regarding counterfeiting the Great Song's banknotes. But to see results, it will probably take another year or so. If this succeeds, it will make the bald thieves even more sleepless than these fake silver dollars. It is a tactic of removing firewood from under the cauldron. End of chapter. Chapter 2482. Stripping the Cocoon, Part 1. The meeting at Songluo Tea House concluded successfully. Hao Fang had prepared for this moment for a long time, all to give a proper accounting to Shi Wang, who stood behind Master Li. Since the end of the Guangzhou plague, he had spent nearly 40 to 50,000 taels of Shi Wang's silver over the past year. The assistance sent to him had also been funded from that source. Yet he had little to show for it. No matter how loyal he was, Shi Wang, far away in Nanjing, would not easily forgive such poor returns. Hao Fang knew he was not the only piece on Shi Wang's board in Guangzhou Prefecture. If his patron decided he had outlived his usefulness, his own life would be forfeit. Worse, his pregnant concubine and the son he had never met would likely meet a cruel fate as well. The thought sent a chill down the back of his neck. Fortunately, the personnel Shi Wang sent were highly capable. In less than half a year, they had produced counterfeit silver dollars convincing enough to pass inspection, and the banknote operation showed promise. This gave Hao Fang some comfort. His great cause of opposing the Baldies could continue, and he could still rake in considerable profit. He remained unclear on exactly what use the fake currency served. In fact, he still didn't know where Li Fugui and the others conducted their counterfeiting. Within the entire network, his role was simply that of a central hub for communication and transportation. Li Fugui's team delivered the counterfeit coins to him. Another unnamed group brought the smelted drug silver. Shi Wang's men provided operational funds and delivered their master's latest instructions. Boss, he came to collect the goods and spend the fake currency. When he thought about it, he knew nothing, yet he knew everything. If the bald thieves ever caught him, he could only confess a few names. Shi Wang was clever, truly clever. Of course, Second Master Hao would never let the bald thieves catch him. He had long planned his escape route using Wang Daniao's ditch map, and just in case, he always carried poison on his person. He had heard enough about the bald thieves' methods. Everything was running smoothly according to plan. However, a recent incident had caused him considerable anxiety. Not long ago, an ingot of drug silver had inexplicably gone missing during delivery. The courier insisted it had been lost or stolen on the road. A thorough search revealed no trace of the silver on his person. To be cautious, Hao Fang had Hao Ping silence the man and dump the body into the Six Veins Canal. But the matter remained a sore point. Whether the silver was lost, stolen, or secretly pocketed by the courier, it would inevitably surface in the market. Though the drug silver looked remarkably genuine, money-changing silver dogs would likely spot the flaws. If only the silver dogs noticed, that would be manageable. But if it alerted the bald thieves, there would be serious trouble. The silver ingot stamped Sanjiangmao had been left at the scene when dealing with Wang Dainiao and Wang Ziyazhu. The bald thieves had surely recovered it afterward. He had heard they were now inquiring about the stamp's origin at various smelting shops. Fortunately, no drug silver had been circulating in the market at the time, and Taoist Wu had not used that stamp when smelting silver. The bald thieves probably hadn't connected the two yet. Second Master Monk Haxiang is here. Invite him in, Hao Fang said. This pockmarked monk was always elusive. Each time he came, he was collected from a secret location in the Six Veins Canal and ferried to this hidden residence. Obviously, he too had obtained a copy of Wang Dainiao's ditch map. Hao Fang knew little of this man's background, but his importance was undeniable. Every appearance brought vital information. When Hao Ping escorted the monk before him, however, Second Master Hao was startled. The man wore not a monk's robe but Australian attire. Master, you are. These days, even a monk cannot live freely in Guangzhou, Master Haxiang said with some emotion. Now even wandering monks seeking lodging must register their household residence. I cannot remain in the city any longer. The bald thieves' patrols grow stricter by the day. This was to be expected. Hao Fang smiled bitterly. Fortunately, we relocated the furnaces beforehand. Otherwise, I would probably be rotting in a bald thieves' prison right now. He, such jokes are better left unsaid, Master Haxiang replied. I came to tell you something important. Please speak. That Sanjiangmao stamp, stop using it, Master Haxiang said. There was a slip-up. What happened? Someone brought 5 ingots of Sanjiangmao silver to Guangzhou and caught the attention of our brothers at the dock. We thought he had stolen drug silver, so we planned to kidnap him. Unexpectedly, a fight broke out and someone else knocked him unconscious with a stick before we could get him. We failed to bring him in, and that planted the seed of disaster. Master Haxiang sighed deeply. That's silver. It wasn't drug silver, it was genuine. Master Haxiang seemed surprised himself. Is that so? Hao Fang's mouth fell open, his heart pounding. Correct, just old silver ingots, Master Haxiang nodded. And as it happens, this person is now a guest of the bald thieves. They've noticed and are investigating the origin of Sanjiangmao. Hao Fang drew in a sharp breath. Only after a long moment did he manage. I understand. Many thanks for the master's guidance. There is one more thing, Master Haxiang whispered. 2/3 of next month's silver dollar output, send it to. He lowered his voice further, then instructed. Be careful with such a large shipment. Do not let it be seen. The former Great Ming Censorate's Guangdong Circuit Intendant Yamen had become the Guangdong Regional Bureau of Political Security. In an office converted from a courtroom, Yang Cao took a sip of coffee, set the cup back on her desk, and said, It's weak. The clerk beside her immediately took the coffee pot and walked to the pantry. Yang Cao examined the documents in the folder carefully. After a while, she stood and walked to the wooden blackboard at one end of the office, staring wordlessly for a long time at the relationship chart drawn in chalk. Various strips of paper and photos covered the blackboard, pinned with wooden-handled steel tacks and connected by chalk arrows. Some arrows bore written notes, the whole thing appearing chaotic and disorderly. Yang Cao's gaze wandered through the tangled clues, finally resting on a black-and-white photo of Liang Kunhu. The successful resolution of the witchcraft case had brought great honor to both the Bureau of Political Security and Yang Cao personally, but beneath this glory lay an imperfect regret. The dormancy of local anti-Song forces made identifying hostile elements increasingly difficult. According to their intelligence, at least 2 threads in the witchcraft case led back to Liang Kunhu. First, Taoist Woodstone seemed to have contacted prominent local gentry and received assistance before committing his crimes and escaping, and Liang Kunhu was highly suspected. Second, Liang Kunhu had collected and analyzed an unusually large volume of Senate materials. After the first civil service examination in Guangzhou, during the political review of admitted personnel, a man named Wu Ming was discovered to have participated in the Yuyuan Society, run by Liang Kunhu. Through Wu Ming's interrogation, the Bureau of Political Security obtained extensive information about the organization. The Yuyuan Society had been founded to research and learn from so-called Baldy studies and to explore weaknesses in the Senate's current governing structure. Many of its members possessed characteristics of potential anti-Song elements. The conclusion from analyzing both threads together was self-evident. Within the Guangzhou municipal government, Liang Kunhu had long been blacklisted. Investigation and surveillance of him had been intensified, but the investigation lacked a crucial element: evidence. Whether physical evidence or witnesses, every time the net seemed about to close, it was silently severed. Yang Cao never feared reckless enemies. Frequent actions meant errors and clues, and reckless actions revealed the enemy's despair and helplessness. A fish on the chopping block always struggled most violently. But this opponent was extraordinarily cautious, never reacting impulsively, instead adopting creeping tactics. The resistance was slow and feeble, yet firm and ceaseless. The clerk outside the door returned with espresso and said softly, "Comrade Regional Vice Commander, your coffee." Seeing no reaction, the clerk continued, "The Regional Bureau of Finance and Taxation sent the latest assistance request notification regarding the counterfeit currency investigation case." Yang Cao paused and asked, "Is there an official document?" "There is. It was issued in the name of the General Bureau of Finance and Taxation to the General Bureau of Political Security, then forwarded to Guangzhou. Deputy Director Zhao has already approved it. The telegram is being transcribed. This matter is currently the police's responsibility. Give them whatever materials they request. Do not provide anything they haven't mentioned." "Yes, Comrade Regional Vice Commander. Go invite the responsible comrade from the investigation section." Before long, Su Tong, head of the investigation section, arrived at Yang Cao's office. Her style remained stiff and direct. "What progress has been made in monitoring the Liang residence?" Su Tong had just sat down. Before he could adjust his posture, he hurriedly replied, "Our peripheral investigators have consistently been unable to penetrate the inner residence to obtain definitive intelligence. However, judging from recent activity and the reactions of parties connected to the Liang residence, it appears related to the aftermath of the recent tax audit. Analysis suggests they are dealing with problematic accounts to evade enforcement. 3 days ago, Liang Kunhu visited Director Zheng of the Commerce Department and Miss Pei of Purple Cloud Tower, and visited Gao Ju the following day." Yang Cao asked, "Did they meet?" As she spoke, she took a cigarette from a case. Su Tong flipped through his notebook. Director Zheng declined on grounds of attending industrial and commercial activities. Miss Pei met him briefly, but no substantive issues were discussed. Because Liang Kunhu is under key surveillance by both the Bureau and Guangzhou City, both the Commerce Department and Purple Cloud Tower compiled reception records and forwarded them. Related gifts were also registered and turned in. Since Gao Ju is a private citizen with no direct connection to us, we have no relevant feedback. He regarded this capable woman who had risen from humble origins to become famous within the system. She wore countless halos of honor and was known for being ruthless. However, Su Tong, a graduate of the Fan Tsao National School's advanced elementary class, who had received 2 years of specialized education at the Political Security Training School, did not think highly of her professional abilities. End of chapter. Chapter 2483. Stripping the Cocoon, Part 2. In Su Tong's view, Vice Commander Yang's greatest strength was her remarkable energy and meticulous attention to detail. But precisely because of this, her methods could only be described as simple and crude, relying entirely on mass manpower operations, failing to reflect the precision and rigor of proper reconnaissance work. Section Chief Su had elaborated in his graduation thesis that relying solely on systems like the 10-person group and secret reconnaissance network for political security work incurred excessive administrative costs and placed an enormous burden on finances. Given the Senate's current limited financial capacity and personnel training abilities, it was wasteful. If investigators could solve cases using only informants, technical appraisers, and tracking teams, what was the point of professional courses like investigative science and psychology taught by the senators? As a first-generation professionally trained graduate stationed in Guangzhou, his first act as investigation section chief was to veto the plan to establish extensive reconnaissance networks throughout the city. Instead, he proposed close cooperation with the National Police's Section 9, focusing on informant intelligence from within the police system. Through Section 9, they would form an intelligence-sharing arrangement. At the grassroots level, they lacked the police's resources. Forcing the construction of a separate system simply wasn't worth the effort. Wu Mu had found the plan feasible. The Senate currently harbored considerable suspicion toward the political security system, and increasing transparency through police cooperation was indeed reasonable. Meanwhile, Section 9 found itself in an awkward position of ambiguous positioning. Strengthening cooperation would benefit both sides. The proposal was quickly confirmed through talks between Gu Yi and Ran Yao. Now the Guangzhou Political Security Branch received 2 weekly reports from the police: weekly case situation and weekly social situation. When surveillance work needed strengthening or certain intelligence needed collecting, it could be done through Section 9's channels. According to Senate tradition, various powerful agencies held a monthly internal security meeting for intelligence exchange and resource sharing. As institutions expanded, a weekly regular meeting could no longer meet demand, so a coordinating body called the Internal Security Meeting Affairs Bureau was established to handle daily assistance requests and intelligence sharing. This bureau had also established a branch in Guangzhou, with Su Tong serving as person in charge. Su Tong had harbored some resentment when Yang Cao was parachuted into Guangzhou to head the special task force for the witchcraft case. This was his territory after all, and her sudden arrival effectively placed a superior over him. Moreover, he rather disapproved of her investigative methods. Yang Cao said, "Don't be fooled by surface appearances." The Liang family might be using account corrections as a pretext to simultaneously dispose of evidence of anti-Song activities, sacrificing the small to hide the big, cutting off the tail to survive. His meetings with Director Zheng and others might be a vain attempt to repair relationships. Not touching on substantive issues might indicate hesitation before defecting, but more likely it's stalling for time or testing the government's attitude. I never harbor illusions about such hidebound, stubborn gentry landlords. This tax audit has clearly brought him considerable pressure. Since he wants to destroy evidence that proves evidence exists, all departments must accelerate their efforts. How is the defection recruitment going? Has the list been compiled? Pulling out and striking in. This was a key element of reconnaissance work. But frankly, it had achieved little against the Liang family. Su Tong flipped through the folder, compiled. He took out a list and handed it over, reporting 43 people total, including those from the periphery, the inner residents, business partners, and same-year examination candidates. The Liang family has deep roots. They've operated in Guangzhou for over a dozen generations. The inner courtyard is exceedingly secure. Inside the Liang residence, only household-born servants of 2 or 3 generations or slaves who had received the heavy grace of life and death had any opportunity to contact the core. The report stated, those serving Liang Kunhu were all women who never went out on ordinary days, effectively living in confinement. Even their parents and relatives could only see them once a year. Striking in was impossible. Their only hope was to pull someone out. We have direct or indirect contact with 39 people on the list. To avoid alerting the enemy, we adopted gradual infiltration through relationships, relatives, friends, colleagues, and fellow townsmen. Through interlocking connections, we approached the core personnel layer by layer. We use these relationships to win over personnel and obtain intelligence. But to ensure we don't tip our hand, this method cannot be rushed, so progress has been slow and we haven't achieved significant breakthroughs yet. Yang Cao nodded while studying the list carefully. Accelerate the pace. We cannot wait any longer. Many key pieces of evidence, once gone, can never be retrieved. Screen this list again, narrow the scope, and concentrate on a few key targets. Many conditions can be laid out directly for negotiation. Don't be afraid to make promises, and don't be afraid to take responsibility. We must move quickly, break into the Liang family's interior, and obtain reliable intelligence sources. Currently, many established clans and great families in Guangzhou still yearn for the Ming state. The more our new policies advance, the less willing they are to have their vested interests stripped away. The Liang family is typical, we need him, Su Tong said. Understood, I will handle it immediately upon returning. Tomorrow the screening results. Yang Cao cut him off. Tonight, Su Tong said. Tonight the screening results will be presented to you. Su Tong closed the door and left. Only Yang Cao remained in the room. The setting sun's afterglow burned the horizon golden red, spilling through the window as if draping her in a gilded cloak. She stared fixedly at Liang Cunhu's photo on the blackboard, as if the two were locked in a silent contest. After a long moment, Yang Cao whispered, Liang Cunhu, do you see it? This is the gaze of the General Bureau of Political Security. That evening, the clerk delivered the screening list, materials on the tax case investigation, and assistance documents. Yang Cao pulled out the directory of the tax investigation from the craft paper file bag and quickly browsed it. When she saw the line, focus inspection on Liang, and she households as circumstances permit, report to Director A.I. Jixin for review, she frowned involuntarily and whispered, such ugly handwriting. Though she had learned opera since childhood and had been illiterate, let alone able to write, she had quickly developed a fine hand in the training class. She had even won a grand prize in the political security system's calligraphy competition. As for the list, it still left her unsatisfied. It failed to reach the people around Liang Cunhu, but a few names did seem promising. Human nature has its weaknesses. Yang Cao had seen too many of them, but she also knew that once beliefs were formed, whether others thought them right or wrong, many people would persist to the end. And the Liang family was seasoned, deeply practiced in the art of winning hearts. Since the witchcraft case, the Liang family's properties inside and outside the city had been filled with informants, watching every move 24 hours a day. Yet as soon as members of the Liang family entered the residence, it was like fish disappearing into the sea. Not a single bit of news leaked out. The masters of the Liang family lived in seclusion and rarely ventured out, except for relatives' weddings and funerals. Stewards handled everything. Even when they did go out, they moved only between the residence and various villas. This bunch of slippery eels, Yang Cao thought. Not only impossible to grasp, but hiding so tightly, I truly have no way to deal with them. The office door knocked and a clerk entered. Comrade Regional Vice Commander, the Guangzhou City Internal Security meeting is about to start. I'm coming immediately. Yang Cao stubbed out her cigarette, tidied the documents on her table, and locked the file cabinet. More than a dozen people sat in a circle in the small conference room. Steam curled from the tea in front of each. These were all backbone members of the Guangzhou Political Security Branch. They whispered and exchanged opinions before the meeting, speculating about its purpose. The content could be guessed without much thought. It had to be the follow-up to the witchcraft case. Though the case was said to be closed, the root behind it had never been dug out. It remained a sore point for the Political Security Bureau. Before long, the click-clack of leather shoes came from outside the door. Yang Cao walked in carrying a folder, her posture upright. Her ear-length short hair and fitted uniform made her look vigorous and capable. Her face was somewhat gaunt from overwork, her facial contours sharpened, lending her an air of bleak severity. The conference room instantly fell silent. Yang Cao took the central seat at the horseshoe-shaped table and said, The purpose of this impromptu meeting is primarily to adjust our recent work focus. We will conduct a comprehensive review of anti-Song forces in Guangzhou. This meeting is classified top secret. Its content must not be leaked. She nodded to Su Tong, signaling the start. Su Tong rose calmly, walked to the blackboard at the front, nodded to those assembled, and spoke. Hello, everyone. This meeting will primarily analyze the current situation of local hidden anti-Song forces and our countermeasures. The content is divided into 3 points. 1. The general attitude of local gentry in Guangzhou toward the Australian Song regime. 2. The main characteristics and actions of anti-Song forces. 3. Our countermeasures. Su Tong continued. First, because the Senate essentially took over the Guangzhou regime peacefully, we made certain concessions to ensure a smooth transition of power. We did not conduct detailed screening and investigation of the traditional gentry and landlord class in Guangzhou City. During the rapid takeover, the Guangzhou landlord class showed almost no reaction, no organized militia training, no resistance, no funding of enemies, no spying. But this wasn't because they didn't want to react. They simply had no time. The quick and peaceful capture of the city reduced our losses, but it also left significant hidden dangers for our subsequent governance, preventing us from quickly and cleanly liquidating hostile forces. End of chapter. Chapter 2484. Stripping the Cocoon, Part 3. Su Tong paused for breath, then continued. Any group contains leftists, centrists, and rightists. The forces within Guangzhou City are similarly divided, those actively moving closer to us, those whose positions remain ambiguous, and those who are implicitly hostile and non-cooperative. However, under the powerful deterrence of the Fubo army, there have been no direct confrontations or open rebellions yet. A low ripple of laughter passed through the conference room. Su Tong smiled slightly and went on. Currently, most gentry appear to belong to the latter 2 categories. On fundamental issues, we have irreconcilable conflicts of interest with them. To avoid alarming Guangzhou's landlords and provoking an overreaction, we are currently handling land policies vaguely, essentially continuing the land ownership rights from the Ming state without major changes. The purpose is to guide their capital and personnel toward industrial and commercial development. This process is very slow, so for now, their attitude remains one of skeptical neutrality. Skeptical neutrality wouldn't matter by itself. The problem is that our grassroots rule remains weak. A vast amount of basic work must be implemented through local gentry and clan elders. Though most outwardly obey us, actual power remains in their hands. Militia organizations and local national army units are also partially manipulated by them in disguise. Guangdong and Guangxi have always been among the regions where clan power is strongest. Often an entire village shares one surname, and family members across various villages and counties are unusually united. This strengthens the voice of gentry clans in local administration. At this stage, the new land policy is still being discussed and has not been formally introduced, but obviously this state cannot last forever. Guangzhou gentry hold large amounts of private land in surrounding areas and are extremely sensitive to this issue, as it concerns each family's fundamental interests. This is also the biggest hidden danger in our current grassroots governance. He spoke fluently. This had been meticulously prepared to fully demonstrate his ability to control the overall situation and his strategic vision. He scanned the room, paused, and continued. Due to the close commercial exchanges between Guangzhou and Lingao, a large amount of information from Lingao has entered Guangdong with traveling merchants, including information on land surveys and tax systems. At the same time, there is no corresponding position for old forces in the power structure of the Great Song regime. The loss of power and uncertainty about their interests fills them with unease and anxiety. The result of not sharing the world with the gentry is obviously something they do not want to see. And to balance wealth, our current taxes are essentially earn more, pay more, earn less, pay less. High-income earners must also bear greater social responsibilities. This inevitably leaves these old forces, who under the usurper Ming were basically tax-free, exempt from corvée labor, and enjoyed privileges, with the impression that exorbitant taxes and levies are as numerous as ox hairs, and that scholars are treated harshly as enemies. This is especially true for gentry possessing Ming-era academic degrees. In this sense, so-called non-support is actually a form of disguised passive opposition. Yang Cao gestured for Su Tong to pause. Immediately, everyone's focus shifted to her. This made Su Tong somewhat annoyed. Yang Cao surveyed the room and spoke slowly. Since entering Guangzhou, we have never struck against the renowned local gentry clans. This has given them the illusion that their current peace and partially retained privileges stem from their own power and reputation. They feel they have room to bargain with the government, playing games of public compliance and private opposition regarding policy implementation, while breeding thoughts they shouldn't have. The witchcraft case and the tax rectification case served as reminders and deterred some people, but it also gave others a sense of crisis and stirred thoughts they shouldn't entertain. She paused, seemingly giving everyone time to digest her meaning. The recent gradual increase in anti-Senate remarks and petty actions around and inside Guangzhou represents this expanding trend. It indicates we have been somewhat too tolerant toward Guangzhou gentry. They haven't truly realized the Senate's power. They do not understand gratitude for preferential treatment obtained without paying a sufficient price. Therefore, we will take joint action in the future with the Guangzhou municipal government, the Army, the National Army, the Police Bureau, the Finance and Taxation Bureau Investigation Section, and other units to seize some typical cases and strike a blow against stubborn, prominent, and typical anti-Song gentry. This will deliver a massive shock to anti-Song forces and potential hostile elements inside and around the city. Through this action, we will also strive to win over those wavering centrist old forces. We are not trying to overthrow everyone, nor is it possible. What we want to do is use facts to pressure them, shove them and beat them, forcing them to wake up, helping them recognize the general trend, and letting them see the correct direction. As long as they ultimately agree with our ideals and support our cause, even if they have made mistakes and taken detours, as long as they ultimately stand under the same banner with us, we will accept them as fellow travelers with open minds. At the same time, we cannot relax our vigilance in the slightest and must guard against wavering people with weak wills. The achievement of our cause has never relied on retreat and compromise. If there is a stone blocking our path forward, we kick it away. If it refuses to budge, we smash it. This action is of great importance. Director Wu and Director Zhao will come to Guangzhou personally to direct it. The road ahead is full of difficulties. Let us encourage ourselves along with you all. After speaking, Yang Cao waved her hand gently, signaling Su Tong to continue. As everyone's gazes withdrew, Su Tong walked back to the blackboard, picked up the bamboo pointer, and began explaining loudly. According to intelligence compiled by the Bureau of Political Security, the Liang family's shadow loomed vaguely behind many major cases. However, no effective evidence for accusation had been collected. This was the most frustrating thing for every powerful department. No words entered from outside, none exited from within. In terms of secrecy, the Liang family had achieved near perfection. Not even a slip of paper or a sentence could be transmitted out. In terms of posture, they were surprisingly soft. No matter how deliberately provoked, the Liang family simply would not get angry or lose their temper. They strictly handled matters according to regulations. They were now more familiar with the Senate's various laws, orders, and news vocabulary than many naturalized citizen cadres. Some cadres who didn't grasp regulations firmly found themselves refuted by the Liangs instead. Sometimes, when naturalized citizen cadres acted excessively due to lack of composure, the family would even complain directly to the Bureau. Reasonable and restrained, neither humble nor overbearing, it was maddening. As a result, departments couldn't truly find arbitrary fault. After all, the great households of Guangzhou were watching. The Senate stressed ruling the country according to law above all else. If they fabricated charges to ruin the Liang family, the other great households would inevitably feel chilled. It would also damage the Senate's consistent reputation. The counterfeit currency case, which had recently shown signs of spreading, attracted the attention of various departments. Counterfeit currency was not only increasing in quantity, but also continuously improving in quality. Though no evidence implicated the Liang family, various departments had coincidentally turned their eyes toward them. Su Tong briefed on the current counterfeit currency situation. The situation summarized by various departments is as follows. Counterfeit currency has now appeared for all hard coins and all large denomination banknotes issued by the Central Reserve Bank. Some small denomination notes have also appeared sporadically. Quality has also improved significantly. We can sense they are constantly refining their methods. From these improvements, we can conclude there should be only one counterfeit currency gang. Their work is well organized with a clear division of labor, and highly skilled craftsmen are presiding over the technical work. Everyone listened carefully. One characteristic that comrades from the bank and the Finance and Taxation Bureau pointed out. Judging from collected counterfeit currency, the counterfeiters have taken great pains, employing tremendous manpower and resources. Based on the quantity discovered and estimates of what's circulating in the market, their counterfeiting operation is very uneconomical, even loss-making. So it cannot be purely for profit. It more likely carries political intent. Director Mule believes this case should be investigated as a political case, and I think this is entirely appropriate. Yang Cao interjected. Note, I personally believe this matter probably isn't as simple as just the Liang family participating. It is likely a grand assembly of various anti-Senate forces inside and outside Guangzhou City. And they very likely received support from that so-called Shi Wang. He is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Su Tong continued. Another concern, since they invested so heavily in counterfeiting with seemingly negative returns, does it also conceal other undiscovered important operations? The heavy solid wood doors of the conference room were tightly closed. Su Tong's words echoed in the room. Currently, the behavioral characteristics of various anti-Song forces are primarily. The targeted strike objectives we have preliminarily determined are the following families. The preliminary action plan is: everyone, please share your respective opinions. The long 4-hour meeting ended. The attendees left in twos and threes. The swirling smoke in the conference room with its open door gradually dispersed, leaving only ashtrays full of cigarette butts on the table. Yang Cao stretched hard, struck a match to light a lady's holy ship cigarette, and took a deep drag. The cool mint aroma caused a slight numbness in her lungs. She leaned back comfortably in the rattan chair, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the rare quiet. Outside the window, dark black clouds occupied the entire sky, shrouding Guangzhou in shadow. Faint thunder rumbled from above, and traces of dancing lightning appeared indistinctly within the heavy cloud layers. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the hall, sending the conference room curtains billowing and dancing. Yang Cao slowly opened her eyes, gazed at the world outside, and whispered, "It's going to rain." Guangzhou remained noisy, while the sword-wielding Valkyrie was slowly ascending the execution platform. End of chapter. Chapter 2485. Stripping the Cocoon Part 4. It was the bright springtime of March. Liang Yuanfu walked down the street, sweat dripping constantly from his forehead, making his plump face look shiny and oily. He had timed his outing precisely. Staying even 1 minute longer posed a risk. He had to move quickly, breaking into a trot whenever he passed through quiet areas. He wove rapidly through the streets and alleys, stopping occasionally to observe his surroundings like a frightened rabbit, panicked, tense, sensitive, suspicious. After passing a few alley entrances, Liang Yuanfu turned into a narrow lane. In front of a house stood a tall, thin man in his 30s with a wretched appearance. Seeing him approach, the man bowed with an obsequious smile and hurried to meet him. First he bowed deeply, then came forward to pat the dust from Liang Yuanfu's robe, saying, "Steward Liang, you arrived a bit later than usual. Tired, aren't you? Come, come, freshly made herbal tea. Come inside quickly to drink a couple of mouthfuls and cool down." Liang Yuanfu didn't answer, going straight into the main room. He took a teacup from the table and gulped down 3 cups of herbal tea before feeling somewhat refreshed. He collapsed into a chair to catch his breath, saying to the tall, thin man who followed him inside, "You Laosin, it's not like you don't know. The Liang household is strict. Since the Australians entered the city, control has been even tighter. The outer and inner courtyards are locked day and night. Without the residence's wake-up pass, servants of any rank are forbidden to leave without permission. As an inner courtyard steward, I cannot leave even for a moment. How many errands inside and outside are waiting for me to attend to?" He sighed and continued, "Alas, my old mother is seriously ill at home. Searching everywhere for good doctors has yielded nothing. My younger siblings were helpless. They could only beg you for some Australian miracle medicine. HMPH, yet you keep making excuses instead of helping. My younger brother had no choice but to plead at the residence for me to come out and visit the sick. The master is kind-hearted. Moved by my brother's sincerity and filial piety, he allowed me a period of 1 month. You know, since young Master Liang's relationship with the Australians cooled, if anyone in the residence is found privately communicating with Australians, the light punishment is a beating with bamboo planks. The heavy punishment is expulsion from the family registry, with all silver, houses, and land bestowed by the Liang residents stripped away, leaving with nothing but one's body. This is truly desperation, otherwise who would come looking for you?" Then he asked urgently, "You the third, do you have the goods?" Seeing his impatience, Yu Laosin switched to a pained expression, saying with difficulty, "Steward Liang, you know this Australian miracle medicine is the hardest to get. Even Runchi Hall and the Provincial Port General Hospital are always out of stock. Other families can't even get a hair of it. This malaria medicine you seek is rarer still. The quota for all of Guangzhou is insufficient. I'm just an idler messing around in the lower trades. Where would I have such connections?" Hearing this, Liang Yuanfu couldn't help but grow angry inside. He raged, "All this bullshit to put me off. If you don't have the goods, why did you agree to meet me? To amuse yourself at my expense. Besides, who doesn't know that you, sky-drilling monkey Yu Laosin, can connect to the 9 heavens above and the 9 hells below? Under the Great Ming, various government departments couldn't catch you. Now you've hooked up with the Australians. All Guangzhou knows that only you have connections to get this Australian miracle medicine. I won't waste words with you, just name your price and I definitely won't treat you unfairly. If you make excuses again, a big slap is coming your way." Yu Laosin's eyes rolled and he giggled. "Steward Liang, calm your anger. You're a figure from a great household after all. This generosity is indeed different, very proper. But I'm truly powerless in this matter. Besides, the old madam's fever and chills might not be treated correctly anyway. Ordinary quack doctors can hardly understand these Australian medical principles and pharmacology. Using medicine recklessly might cause problems. By coincidence, I know someone with real ability, addressed as Mr. Wang in Guangzhou City. He truly has hands and eyes reaching heaven. Not only can he get miracle medicine, but even inviting Australian medical officers or gaining admission to the Australian Imperial Hospital might be possible." Hearing this, Liang Yuanfu's eyes widened. "Really? Can you introduce?" He hesitated mid-sentence and asked, "This person wouldn't happen to have any entanglements with the Australians, would he?" Yu Laosin couldn't help but sneer. "Steward Liang, you want to eat fish but don't want to smell fishy. Where in the world is there such a bargain? Besides, this Guangzhou prefecture is now the world of the Australian song. What matter doesn't touch the Australians?" "You're in luck. Today it happens that Mr. Wang came to see me on business. Please sit comfortably, wait a moment and all will become clear." Hearing this, Liang Yuanfu felt uneasy. He hesitated, standing up as if to leave, yet reluctant to walk away, holding on to a shred of hope. Just as he paced into the courtyard, torn between advancing and retreating, he heard a knock on the door. Yu Laosan laughed and said, "Guangzhou's ground is wicked, speak of the devil and he arrives." He walked quickly out and opened the courtyard door. A small two-person sedan chair was carried in, swaying tremulously. Two attendants followed closely beside it. One look and you could tell they were capable men. When the chair landed, the front poles touched the ground and the bearers shifted to the left. An attendant beside the sedan lifted the curtain, and a man of about 30 walked out. He wore a square scarf on his head and a blue scholar's robe. Under his jaw were 3 strands of long beard. With a square face and a magnificent build, he truly had a fine appearance. Seeing him seemed to take one's breath away. Yu Laosan hurried forward to bow, then stood on tiptoe to whisper a few words in the man's ear. The man nodded slightly without speaking and strode straight into the main hall. A sedan bearer casually closed and bolted the courtyard door. The accompanying men scattered and stood around, seemingly casual, yet completely sealing off all exits of the small courtyard. Liang Yuanfu gradually sensed something was wrong. He looked at the person in the room with undisguised suspicion, then turned his face toward Yu Laosan. Yu Laosan welcomed him with a smile, making a vague gesture. "Steward Liang, please. This is Mr. Wang. Your matter rests entirely with him." Liang Yuanfu walked into the room hesitantly and sat apprehensively to the right of the man, stealing glances at him from time to time. After taking his seat, Su Tong, alias Mr. Wang, was in no hurry to speak to Liang Yuanfu. Instead, he nodded to Yu Laosan and said, "Second brother, bring a pot of hot tea. Use the leaves I gave you last time." Yu Laosan went to fetch the pot himself without a word. Before long, he brewed a pot of hot tea, poured for both men, retreated to stand outside the door, and gently closed it. Su Tong smiled faintly. "Steward Liang, this is famous Australian song tea, Cloudy Mica Mountain Oolong. The aftertaste is most lingering. Please." Liang Yuanfu carefully picked up the teacup and took a sip. His mouth felt bitter. Drinking it tasted like chewing wax, and he tasted absolutely nothing. Looking at the inner courtyard steward of the Liang residence, completely unnerved before him, Su Tong knew he was taking a desperate gamble today. Yang Cao had given a death order to find a way to pull someone out and develop an insider. He had to take this risk. If he failed today, losing a potential development target would be one thing, but the consequences of alerting the enemy were harder to predict. He could imagine what that chain-smoking woman would say to him if he failed, and how she would write the report. But the risk still had to be taken. Su Tong took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Second brother told me everything. The matter isn't too difficult, yet not easy either. Success or failure depends entirely on Steward Liang's intent." Hearing this, Liang Yuanfu immediately put down his teacup, stood, bowed, and said, "My mother is seriously ill, shivering with cold and burning with fever every night. As a son, watching this is like a knife twisting in my heart. My brothers have invited all the famous doctors in Guangzhou, all helpless. If Mr. Wang truly has such connections and can obtain the Australian Song Imperial Hospital's miracle malaria medicine, I will definitely repay the kindness. Wealth, goods, fields, and land, nothing will be refused. I hope Mr. Wang understands the pure filial heart of my brothers." Su Tong said, "Money is a small matter. Steward Liang need not worry about it. As long as Steward Liang is willing to do me a small favor, I will naturally do my best regarding the old madam's treatment." Liang Yuanfu's heart immediately hung in suspense, seized by an ominous premonition. He asked, "What matter might that be?" Su Tong said, "You need only tell me the important internal information of the Liang family." Hearing this, Liang Yuanfu's heart pounded violently. He took a vigilant step backward and said, "Does Mr. Wang want me to be a spy? Though I come from a servant background and practice a lowly trade, I recognize the words loyalty and righteousness." The Liang residence's grace to my family is as deep as the sea. My family absolutely cannot do such a thing as selling out the master for glory. If my mother knew of this, she would definitely not agree to betray the master to seek treatment. She would surely forgive me. Mr. Wang, act as if I never mentioned those words just now. Farewell." With that, he turned to walk out the door. Just as he pushed it open, Yu Laosan stepped sideways, blocking his path. "Where is Steward Liang going?" Liang Yuanfu, fierce in appearance but faint of heart, said. "Yu Laosan, you dare stop me? What do you want? How can the bright world of Guangzhou Prefecture allow you lot to act wildly?" Yu Laosan smiled without humor. "Steward Liang, since you haven't concluded your talk with Mr. Wang, how can you just shake your hands and leave? You should at least talk it through to a conclusion. It won't be too late to leave then." Liang Yuanfu intended to force his way out, but saw the 4 attendants and sedan bearers slowly gathering around, encircling him. One of them slowly lifted the corner of his robe, revealing a curved handle at his waist. Liang Yuanfu, having walked the streets for a long time, immediately recognized it as an Australian 6-shot revolver. Liang Yuanfu's heart turned to ice. He immediately knew these people were likely the Australians' Jinyue. He stood stiffly for a long moment, helpless. Finally, he returned to the main room and sat back down to Su Tong's right. Su Tong seemed not to have witnessed the scene that just played out. He simply sat steadily, holding the covered tea bowl, gently skimming the floating leaves with the lid. He took a sip along the rim and said slowly, "The Liang residence has multiplied in Guangzhou for more than 10 generations. Steward Liang's family has succeeded father to son as inner courtyard stewards for 4 generations, right? By your generation, it should be the 5th. Steward Liang must be what's known as a household-born lad. Back then, your great-great-grandfather was originally surnamed Liu. He only changed his name to Liang after selling himself into the Liang residence, correct?" Liang Yuanfu just lowered his head silently, showing no reaction. Su Tong didn't mind and continued. "The Liang residence, a scholarly family, has repeatedly produced talents with many serving as officials. Steward Liang's family, attached like a fly to the tail of a steed, bullied the weak to grab benefits for yourselves. These things happened, did they not? Although your family are servants in the Liang residence, once outside, you count as local tyrants. Leaning on the Liang residence and relying on official power, accumulating the prestige of 4 generations, you set up a residence and bought land in the countryside, using slaves and maids, acting unscrupulously. You should count as bullies of the neighborhood." End of chapter. Chapter 2486, Stripping the Cocoon, Part 5. Liang Yuanfu seemed to shift slightly but still said nothing. Su Tong continued. "When one person achieves the Tao, naturally his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Steward Liang, these years your family has been majestic enough in Guangzhou." Liang Yuanfu's heart trembled and his body shivered. When one person achieves the Tao, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. But what happens when one person loses power? How should the chickens and dogs fend for themselves? Majestic enough. That means the majesty has come to an end. His heart fell into chaos. Seeing his body tremble slightly and his facial muscles twitch, Su Tong thought, there's an opening. Initially, their envisioned method for pulling out targets was buying gratitude. The selected development targets all had various weaknesses to exploit. But after investigating these targets' specific situations, they found that gratitude alone couldn't achieve their goal. The Liang family's grace to these people spanned several generations. Generations had served under the Liang family, receiving grace. There were not only deep bonds of interest, but also an enormous burden of human favor. A few words or petty favors from the Senate couldn't buy that. Even a life-saving grace now couldn't outweigh the Liang residence's accumulated generational grace. Since they couldn't be made to receive grace, then they could only try the opposite. No matter how large or fine the Liang family's ship might be, when facing the risk of sinking, probably not too many would be willing for their whole family to perish with the master. Especially those who had grabbed substantial benefits and built their own small boats. Su Tong said slowly, Steward Liang, when our Australian song first arrived, the Liang residents extended a helping hand repeatedly. We are grateful from the bottom of our hearts. Now the Senate reigns over Guangzhou. My Australian song naturally won't forget old friends, but this old friend seems not to welcome us. Yet we have never made things difficult for the Liang residents. Why? Because we still cherish old feelings. We are still giving him a chance. We are still hoping he turns back. But opportunity is fleeting and the door won't stay open forever. At this, Su Tong lightly raised his left hand, flashing his index and middle fingers. Yu Laosan saw the signal and immediately produced a pack of holy ship cigarettes from his chest, pulled one out, placed it between Su Tong's two fingers, struck a match to light it, waved his hand to extinguish the lingering flame, and quietly retreated out again. Su Tong gently exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. His face gradually faded into the diffusing haze. Liang Yuanfu couldn't see his expression clearly, which made him appear unfathomable and elusive. Su Tong continued. As inner courtyard manager, Steward Liang is deeply trusted by young Master Liang and presumably relied upon for many things. We Australian song have a saying, power and responsibility are one. Having held power, you naturally must bear the consequences. Presumably, as inner courtyard steward, you know a thing or two about what the Liang residence has done in recent years. You can weigh the severity of these matters yourself. If there are unspeakable things, your family is naturally involved. You should know that walls cannot block the wind. Was the sorcery and evil spirits incident a while ago really just about those few clowns in front? Anti-song speech has secretly flourished in Guangzhou recently, who is adding fuel to the fire, connecting with gentry in the four countrysides, spying on Australian song political and military affairs. What is the intention? You know what kind of crime these things would constitute under the usurper Ming. I just wonder how many heads the protagonist of this grand finale will need to fill this deep pit when the time comes. Pausing slightly, Su Tong continued. The Liang residence has shown deep benevolence and righteousness toward your family, but is it really worth the future of 3 generations and dozens of people? Steward Liang is benevolent and filial. Presumably you cannot bear to see your old mother worrying about her descendants on her sickbed. Moreover, right now the Liang residence's evil deeds haven't fully manifested, and they haven't yet made a catastrophic mistake. Even if incidents occur, there is room for maneuver. Though scattering wealth and breaking up the family is unavoidable, we won't go to extremes. My Australian song has always separated merit from demerit. Considering past contributions and face, we definitely won't affect mass imprisonment and extensive implication. Speaking of which, this counts as Steward Liang helping the Liang residents rein in at the precipice, fulfilling the benevolence and righteousness of the Liang residents, preserving the inheriting bloodline. Since ancient times, wealth cannot fight power. Don't wait until things are irreversible to make a decision. By then, killing, slicing, or keeping alive probably won't be up to you. Liang Yuanfu's back was soaked with sweat. The corner of his lowered silk robe trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end said nothing. Su Tong stared fixedly at him. If Steward Liang understands the greater righteousness, my Australian song naturally won't treat you unfairly. Whatever conditions you have, you may state them clearly. Liang Yuanfu dodged Su Tong's gaze. After a long time, he finally stammered. My family has been servants to the Liang residents for generations, relying on them. If really, what will be our livelihood in the future? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Tong's mouth. He softened his tone. 3 conditions. 1. Retain all your family's private property. Past wrongdoings will not be prosecuted. 2. Give your family 1 management position and 1 ordinary position in the Sanitation Bureau with formal establishment. Duties can be assumed after training. Though the monthly pay isn't much, it is truly imperial grain. 3. All drugs needed for your mother's treatment will be provided free of charge. I tell you, this malaria isn't easy to cure. One must take medicine for a period to cut out the root. Liang Yuanfu hesitated. This is only 2 positions. My family has dozens of people. Su Tong suddenly snorted coldly and said sternly, Steward Liang, you must recognize your current situation. Could it be that after this matter you still want to live that life of commanding slaves and maids, wearing brocade and eating jade? Don't forget you are atoning for crimes with merit. Don't push your luck. Liang Yuanfu shuddered and fell silent again. Su Tong stood slowly, walked to Liang Yuanfu's side and said, Steward Liang, my Australian song has a little story. Let me tell it to you today. Liang Yuanfu looked at Su Tong with blank eyes, dazed and confused. Su Tong said in a deep voice, One day 2 hunters entered the mountain to hunt. Halfway up, they suddenly heard a tiger roar in the forest. One hunter threw down his heavy load, turned and fled. The other hunter saw this and said, There is only one path down the mountain. The tiger is fast while man is slow. Being caught up is only a matter of time. What use is fleeing like that? The fleeing hunter called back while running, I don't need to run faster than the tiger. I just need to be faster than you. After finishing the story, Su Tong slowly bent down and whispered in Liang Yuanfu's ear, Steward Liang, obviously you are not running fast. Liang Yuanfu jerked his head up, staring blankly at Su Tong. His heart violently cracked open. He suddenly understood that actually whether he spoke or not, or even whether there was evidence or not, didn't really matter. It wouldn't have the slightest impact on the outcome. But once he lost his value or failed to defect in time before the Liang residence incident occurred, he and his family would inevitably fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. Liang Yuanfu seemed to be carrying an invisible mountain. His body bent lower and lower like a cooked shrimp. Cold sweat streamed down his face, accumulating into a small puddle by his feet. Su Tong stopped looking at him, calmly returned to his seat, picked up the tea bowl, took a gentle sip, and waited quietly. Liang Yuanfu's inner heart was locked in violent battle, but the inertia of long-term master-servant hierarchy made his lips tremble as he stammered subconsciously. A man cannot be ungrateful. Su Tong was silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed the covered tea bowl hard onto the table. Dong! The lid jumped high and fell onto the table's surface, spinning like a top. Hot water splashed out at once, wetting Su Tong's sleeve and soaking Liang Yuanfu's robe front. Liang Yuanfu stared at Su Tong like a fool. At this moment, Yu Laosin walked in quickly, wiping Su Tong's sleeve with a handkerchief. But Su Tong didn't even glance at Liang Yuanfu, only saying viciously, Thing that doesn't know good from bad. With that, he strode toward the courtyard without looking back. Yu Laosin shouted at Liang Yuanfu, Steward Liang, do you really want to be wrong to the end? Liang Yuanfu suddenly snapped awake, rushed over, crawled a few steps on his knees, and hugged Su Tong's thigh. Snot and tears smeared all over his face as he hissed, Mr. Wang, don't go, don't go. This lowly one agrees. Only beg Mr. Wang to leave a path of life for this lowly one's whole family of old and young. This lowly one will never dare to forget Mr. Wang's great grace and virtue. After saying this, he kowtowed incessantly. Su Tong stopped, helped Liang Yuanfu up and said, Steward Liang, no need for this. Then he signaled Yu Laosin with his eyes. Yu Laosin immediately stepped forward, supported Liang Yuanfu's other arm, and helped him walk slowly toward the room, comforting him as they went. Steward Liang, why put yourself through such suffering? From now on, we are all one family. Among brothers, everything can be discussed. After Liang Yuanfu took his seat and his emotions stabilized slightly, Su Tong said gently, Tell me casually about the Liang residence's matters first. He snapped his fingers toward the courtyard. A member of his entourage quickly walked into the room, took out a notebook and fountain pen from his chest pocket, sat in the lower seat, and began to record. Liang Yuanfu looked somewhat withered. After a while, he finally began to confess in a low voice. Since bombarding Guangzhou, young Master Liang has sent people to secretly compile a book called Tian Qing Guang, Wen Lu Record of Broad Knowledge of Heaven's Affairs. I don't know how many volumes this book has, but I guess there is at least a whole large book chest. He never uses Guangzhou clerks to compile this book, only sending people to recruit scholars from refugees from other places. After carefully checking their backgrounds, he selects those with clean and reliable histories to transfer to the Guangzhou residents. After a year or two, these clerks and their whole families are sent back to their original registered residences for settlement. There is no news or contact from these people afterward. This book is never shown to others, and I have never seen it. I only vaguely heard him mention it. Young Master Liang has several close relatives and friends in the Yuyuan society. This lowly one once heard him say that this would be his literary foundation for the future. A while ago, the young master stayed overnight at an outer residence. At night I heard him seemingly talking to someone in his room, but the strange thing is I never saw anyone enter or leave through the door. 2 hours later, Su Tong stopped the questioning. He walked behind Liang Yuanfu, patted his shoulder gently, and whispered, "See, it wasn't that hard, was it?" Then he said to Yu Laosan, "Fetch a basin of water and let Steward Liang wipe his face." Liang Yuanfu raised his head. He had never felt the sunlight so glaring. The pale light made him feel waves of dizziness, as if the whole world had turned upside down. He supported himself on the wall and walked out of the courtyard door with stumbling steps. His desolate figure went further and further away, as weak and helpless as an old man in his declining years. End of chapter. Chapter 2487, Stripping the Cocoon, Part 6. Su Tong flipped through the freshly recorded confession without lifting his head. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let anything happen to him." The entourage member nodded slightly, walked to the courtyard gate, and gently tapped his hat twice with 3 fingers toward the alley entrance. Immediately, a peddler carrying a load quietly began trailing some 10 meters behind Liang Yuanfu, and an idler silently followed another 10 meters to the peddler's east. The group slowly merged into the flow of people at the alley entrance. The afternoon sun scorched the earth. Under the dazzling light, all shadows had nowhere to hide. Wu Mu sat exhausted on the sofa in the Guangzhou Political Security Bureau office, gently massaging his neck and complaining in a low voice. "The ships of Dabo Shipping are getting bumpier and bumpier. Did this bunch of crew members all drive walking tractors before?" A clerk walked in and asked. "Director Wu, the people have arrived. Shall we start?" Wu Mu had wanted to rest for a moment before starting work, but thinking of the pile awaiting him, he decided it was better not to delay. He nodded helplessly. "Let them come in." Yang Cao and Su Tong walked in one after another. Wu Mu glanced at Yang Cao with his peripheral vision. Every time he saw this woman, he felt a bit uncomfortable. She was like a piece of dry-baked hard dough cake, flat, dry, tidy, yet hard to swallow. Moreover, she reeked of cigarettes. He didn't smoke and wasn't used to the smell. Wu Mu flipped casually through the recent work reports and said, "Sit. I've communicated with Mayor Liu. He will fully support our rectification action. That old miser is always thinking about raiding homes." Immediately realizing his slip of the tongue, he coughed dryly and said, "Talk about the progress on defection recruitment in the Liang residence." Yang Cao nodded, adjusted her sitting posture, and began to report. It went smoother than expected. We collected a large amount of personal data on the defection targets, personal circumstances, personality traits, hobbies, family members, family difficulties, social relations, and secrets. In the process, we successfully won over 17 peripheral personnel. After screening, we made direct contact with 2 key targets we felt confident about, and both succeeded. Their code names are Coral and Sinking Sand. Their personal data cards are in the folder in your hand. Wu Mu said and flipped the folder marked Top Secret to the personal data page. Yang Cao continued. "Most people in the Liang residence now feel uneasy about Liang Kunhu's covert confrontation with the government, because no one thinks they'll be on the winning side. When external pressure increases, this unease intensifies, causing psychological imbalance and wavering. In fact, we're using the Finance and Taxation Bureau's recent audit of the Liang residence accounts to achieve this goal, creating an atmosphere of panic through pressure tactics, making relevant personnel fear for their futures. This is actually a modified prisoner's dilemma. When they understand their situation, although they know that keeping the secret strictly might mean no danger, once they know or suspect that other informers might exist and feel their future is unpredictable, once we contact them, the only strategy they can adopt to maximize personal interests is to throw in their lot with us. These people are in the same residence but lack any spirit of communication and cooperation. Given a choice, no one would hand their fate over to uncertain factors, let alone completely uncertain ones. Yang Kao paused and suddenly asked, "May I smoke?" Wu Mu was slightly taken aback. Su Tong smiled awkwardly from the side. She stayed up late again. Wu Mu shook his head helplessly. "You may, but pay attention to your health. Smoking and staying up late can easily lead to sudden death." Yang Kao produced a lady's holy ship cigarette as if no one else were present, lit it, and shook out the match. Her left hand tilted up slightly, holding the cigarette loosely between the tips of her index and middle fingers. She brought it to her mouth, held the filter lightly with the corner of her lips, and took a gentle sip, leaving a faint trace of lipstick on the filter. In the curling smoke, a distinct charm drifted. She paused and continued. "Most of these servants are old family retainers who have served the Liang family for many years. They are all ordinary citizens who have long been inside the residence and rarely contact the outside world. Though they basically hold some old-fashioned notions of loyalty, they've seen little of the world, have poor psychological fortitude, and weak resistance to stress. They collapse quickly when faced with high-pressure tactics. This shows that we previously overestimated the Liang residence's internal and external defenses. After all, it's not an institution. The Liang family is just a family. No matter how strict, it's just a home, while we hold absolute advantages in technical means, manpower, and resources." Wu Mu listened quietly. This didn't surprise him. Even in the 21st century, recruiting spies was often just a matter of a cup of coffee or a meal. Sometimes an advertisement or even an email could recruit a valuable intelligence officer. An intelligence officer paid 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month could bring unexpected returns. Wu Mu nodded. "Talk about the intelligence obtained." Yang Kao said, "Both Coral and Sinking Sand confess that Liang Kunhu is compiling a book called Tianqing Guang Wen Lu Record of Broad Knowledge of Heaven's Affairs. The name is just a little phonetic pun. Tianqing, Heaven's Affairs, implies Tianqing, heaven tilting. Judging from comprehensive intelligence obtained from both sources, it should be an intelligence compilation. Liang Kunhu has collected and recorded all information on political forms, industrial scale, economic conditions, diplomatic exchanges, and military deployments obtained from our interior and various places. Coral has not directly contacted this book, while Sinking Sand said Liang Kunhu added personal insights and annotations to the content almost page by page and line by line, showing his attention to this book. To be honest, this surprised me somewhat. That Liang Kunhu possesses such awareness and engages in such systematic, comprehensive intelligence collection is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations." Wu Mu smiled. "Nothing to be surprised about. Liang Kunhu was one of the earliest people to contact us. He's very smart personally, and he has a relatively clear understanding of our system's power. The one who understands you best is often your enemy. This saying isn't necessarily correct, but it has some truth. Our enemies are also constantly learning and progressing. If he wants to learn, he'll naturally learn from the strongest, so his behavior now resembles us the most. If we stand still and fall into a rut, unable to view things with a developmental perspective, we'll be eliminated sooner or later. The world is never immutable." "Can we get this book?" Yang Kao shook her head gently. "Liang Kunhu never lets ordinary servants handle this book, from compilation to preservation. Even Sinking Sand doesn't know the storage location, only occasionally seeing him annotating it in the study. He clearly doesn't completely trust the environment he lives in. Comprehensive analysis suggests this book is not in the Liang residence, but it hasn't left Guangzhou. Su Tong added, "From some situations we've mastered, the book is very likely in the hands of that prostitute named Yue Wan, who is also his mistress." Wu Mu recalled this name. "That place where the little girl was found in the witchcraft case." "Correct, that's her residence," Su Tong said. "We're considering finding a way to develop an insider around Yue Wan." Wu Mu thought for a moment. "Focus on monitoring this, but don't act rashly. Liang Kunhu won't easily destroy such important data unless absolutely necessary. We must try to obtain it as completely as possible. If it's destroyed, it will cause a lack of key evidence during future case trials, leaving legal loopholes in conviction, and will also create significant obstacles for propaganda work, exposing the true face of the gentry after the case is solved. At the same time, this batch of materials is the first large-scale intelligence collection and analysis of the Australian song by hostile forces, which has significant reference value for future work. From any angle, these documents are very precious. All right, continue." Yang Kao continued. "Coral confessed that several core members of the Yuyuan Society are called Liang Kunhu's literary team." Wu Mu raised his eyebrows and interrupted. "Literary team? So, is there a martial team?" Yang Kao nodded. "Through clues, we also speculate this possibility exists, but current intelligence is very limited. It's also possible that early intelligence collected was missed during analysis. We'll organize another review of existing intelligence. If this martial team really exists, their execution ability should be relatively strong, because no relevant information has emerged during the investigation process. Moreover, they must be an independent line, having no intersection with anyone else, or possibly an anti-Song gang with a parallel cooperative relationship with the Liang residents. The acting styles of the literary team and the martial team are distinctly different. The martial team appears extremely cautious. If they can hide themselves, it means they possess certain counter-reconnaissance capabilities and have detected our deployed fixed surveillance, avoiding several of our fixed observation points around the Liang residence. If true, this might indicate that personnel from the Ming Dynasty's Eastern Depot or Embroidered Uniform Guard, or former personnel, are involved in the case. Liang Kunhu himself might also have detected our actions through these channels, which could bring difficulties to our future operations." Wu Mu loosely clenched his fist and tapped the knuckles of 2 fingers gently on the table. The Liang residence was no longer the problem, but the new situation made things complicated and seemingly elusive. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "We must advance step by step. Let sinking sand and coral continue to lie low, reporting whatever they see. Do not inquire, do not spy, preserve themselves. We need intelligence from more sources to corroborate each other. Continue reporting." While listening to Yang Kao's report, Wu Mu opened the desk drawer, took out a Rubik's Cube and played with it casually. It was a little gadget he used to exercise his mind and kill time when bored. He stared at the colored blocks on the Rubik's Cube. He knew that if he wanted to restore the 6 faces, he needed to see all the facets. End of chapter. Chapter 2488. Burning the Building, Part 1. Outside the east gate of the Liang residence, more than 10 sturdy mule carts loaded with grain, rice, and miscellaneous goods were parked in disarray, their shafts and sides crowded together, unable to move. Hands on his hips, Liang Yuanfu stood before the residence gate, reprimanding the incompetent gatekeepers while gesturing to direct several of them in clearing the road. The neighing of livestock, the shouting of cart drivers, and the cursing of gatekeepers intertwined, creating noisy chaos in front of the gate. An endless stream of male servants carried rice and grain in straw bags, fresh fish in baskets, and fruits and vegetables in large crates into the residence warehouse or moved them to the kitchen. Stewards and village heads verified the accounts, and several young servants skilled in calculation checked the numbers without pause, calling them out from time to time. Accountants quickly recorded the incoming and outgoing entries. Everything seemed busy and full of vitality. An inner courtyard servant walked quickly to the gate, found Liang Yuanfu, and said, Steward Liang, the young master asks about something. He mentioned earlier that the uncle-in-law said he had sent someone to exchange for a Lingbai stone ornament of quite extraordinary appearance. He said it would be brought along this time. The young master has been concerned about it and asks if it has arrived. If it has, there is no need to store it in the warehouse. Just have people carry it directly to Yuan Pavilion. Also, call the person sent by the uncle-in-law to come along for a meeting. Liang Yuanfu said repeatedly, "Arrived, arrived." He immediately turned around to arrange things. Before long, 2 strong servants were seen carrying a 2-foot-high Lingbai stone and its base with a large pole. Together with the servant from the Liang family's in-laws, they followed the young servant toward the inner residence. The Liang residence was a large mansion with heavy walls and layered courtyards. At every gate they passed, the young servant took out a wake-up pass for the guards to check. As heavy gates closed behind them one by one, the noise outside gradually subsided and finally disappeared completely. The quiet and deep inner courtyard seemed to cut off all disturbances from the mortal world, making one feel as if they had entered another realm entirely. After walking for a long time, they passed through a moon gate with a plaque inscribed Yuan Pavilion and arrived in a spacious courtyard. The young servant led everyone to carry the Lingbai stone straight into the room, then immediately retreated. Those serving here were all middle-aged maids. Not a single man was seen. Liang Kunhu had been waiting there for some time. Seeing the stone, he immediately stepped forward, unable to contain his eagerness as he circled it for quite a while before smiling with uncontrollable joy. Dragon scales layered, gullies winding, coiled chimera standing bone-like, naturally formed. This stone is a great unpolished jade, lacking artificial affectation. Truly a fine object. Uncle has taken pains. He smiled at the in-law family servant and asked, "Are uncle and aunt well?" The servant was over 30 years old, 8 kai tall and burly, with an honest and mature appearance. A short mustache under his jaw added a touch of authority. Hearing Liang Kunhu's inquiry, he hurriedly stepped forward to bow. "The master and mistress are in good health. They only say they miss the young master. If the young master has leisure, please come to the residence for a short stay." Liang Kunhu said, "We are relatives, that's easily arranged. Is there a letter?" The servant said, "There is. Young master, please look." He took out a letter from his chest and handed it over, continuing, "In addition, the master and mistress have many family matters for this slave to pass on orally to the young master, only fearing the matters are too trivial and the young master might be impatient." Liang Kunhu smiled. "No hurry. I have nothing to do today, you can tell me slowly." Then he waved his hand toward the corridor. "I don't need service here. You all withdraw from the courtyard. I will chat with him for a moment." The maids responded yes and bowed as they left. Liang Kunhu walked to the door and slowly closed the room doors with both hands. The bright morning sunlight became narrower and narrower between the 2 door panels, finally turning into a line left outside, only casting some dappled light and shadows through the window lattice. The room seemed to cool down suddenly. Liang Kunhu didn't look at the Lingbai stone again. He walked slowly to the table and sat down, his expression desolate and tired. The servant straightened his body and walked to the corner of the room. The projected spot of light divided his body diagonally into 2 halves. His lower body was illuminated by sunlight, while his upper body was hidden in darkness. Liang Kunhu asked in a low voice, "Kai Oyan, have those 4 scribes been sent away?" The man called Kai Oyan answered in a deep voice, "They have been sent away. Recently, the Baldies intensified their checks. Fortunately, second brother Yun planned early. Otherwise, there might have been trouble. Only one showed considerable suspicion when second brother Yun tested him. Afterward, we searched secretly and found he had hidden a catalog of Tianqing Guang when Lu and half a volume of handwritten draft text. Under torture, we learned this scoundrel intended to report to the Baldies. Second brother Yun had his whole family stabbed, scuttled the boat and sank them all into the river. Second brother Yun tested the other 3 and there were no flaws. They have now been sent out of the Liangguang region. Young master, rest assured, there will be no loose ends. Liang Kunhu seemed somewhat melancholy and whispered, "Why must it be so? I didn't wish for this originally." Kaioyan said, "Those who achieve great things do not stick to trifles. The young master should know not to lose the big picture for small matters." Liang Kunhu sighed lightly, "I know, it's just that others died because of me in the end. My heart is uneasy, it adds to my sorrow." He zoned out for a while, then suddenly asked, "Kaioyan, are you afraid?" Kaioyan was silent for a moment, then said, 5 years ago, when the Baldies shelled Guangzhou City, I had business elsewhere and wasn't home. The Baldies unleashed fire meteors. That night fire rain filled the sky, burning half the heavens red. One fire meteor flew into my house. Beams, pillars, beds, cabinets, clothes, quilts, firewood, grass, all ignited. This fire couldn't be extinguished. It stuck to the body and attached to the bone. Later, I heard neighbors say that in an instant the whole courtyard was on fire and the whole family was burned. Only an old slave escaped. I came back and dug out my parents and wife. They were all burned into black charcoal, unrecognizable. My wife was holding 2 children, burned into a lump. I broke my palms trying but couldn't separate them, so I buried them together. Since then, I haven't been afraid. Kaioyan's voice was slow and flat, with no fluctuation in tone, as if he were recounting something completely unrelated to himself. Pausing slightly, Kaioyan continued, "Since becoming an adult, what I've been doing all these years is planting stolen goods, making false accusations, and killing people like cutting grass without a sound. I know doing these things shortens one's lifespan. I just didn't expect the retribution to fall on." His voice stopped abruptly. After a long time, Liang Kunhu sighed lightly. "Kaioyan, do you think we can succeed?" Kaioyan seemed to think for a moment, then shook his head. "Although I know a little reading and writing, I am ultimately a coarse man who only knows fighting and killing. I don't know these things and can't think them through. But if there are 1,000,000 people in the world resisting the Baldies, I will definitely be one of them. If there is only one person in the world resisting the Baldies, I will be that person." Liang Kunhu smiled with a sense of loss. "Those who uphold justice are often dog butchers. Those who break hearts are always scholars. Though you have no learning, you have a noble character." A trace of cold mockery hung at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Right now, the Liang residence still looks glorious and magnificent from the outside, but in reality, there are troubles within and without. The Baldi steps are rigorous, like a national grandmaster laying out a game of Go, linking tightly thread by thread. Now the Liang residence is being watched closely by the Finance and Taxation Bureau. The dark door business, this major source of wealth, is about to be fed to the vicious dogs of finance and taxation. The Australian detectives stare at my place every day without fail. Just looking at those few vendors in front of the gate, do they really take me for a dead man? Those who used to boast of their integrity and pride no longer visit. In the past, when we talked about the Baldi situation in the study, every one of them would proclaim sacrifice their bodies for the national crisis, regarding death as going home. But when trouble actually arrives, their words don't match their deeds. They fear the Baldies like tigers, terrified of being implicated. No wonder people often say scholars rebelling won't succeed in 10 years. Kaioyan said, "The young master need not feel sorry for himself. Second brother Yun read Tian Qing Guang Wen Lu. He said the success or failure of conquering the Baldies in the future will depend entirely on this book. He said there is no other person in the world with such insight." Liang Kunhu shook his head gently, smiled a bitter self-mocking smile and said, "Just some presumptuous words, that's all. When I first learned of the Baldies, I felt their conduct was very different from our China, but I didn't think deeply about where the differences lay, only calling it strange skills and ingenious devices. Later, the Baldies occupied Lingao, and their wolfish ambition began to appear. Then Governor Wang attacked Qiangzhou. Before raising troops, Commander He actually knew almost nothing about the Baldies. After landing in Qiangzhou, scouts and spies didn't go more than half a li from camp. The battlefield was completely screened by the Baldies. He knew nothing about their armor, guns, cannons, battle formations, or grain and baggage. It was exactly like a blind and deaf person fighting someone with sharp ears and eyes. During battle, the soldiers had no will to fight, advancing and retreating without measure. This is what led to the defeat at Chiang Mai. Sun Tzu said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles." Not knowing oneself and even less knowing the enemy, how could there be any reason not to be defeated? Later, when the Baldies invaded Guangzhou Prefecture, burning, killing, looting, acting violently and tyrannically, their conduct became increasingly arrogant. At this point, the ambition of Cao and Mang was completely revealed. In grief and indignation, I wrote 11 memorials on the Qiangzhou defeat strategy, listing all the causes of defeat. Whenever I think of this, I can hardly sleep day or night, hating that I cannot take a 3-foot sword into the 100-ren city to die for the country in righteousness. At this point, Liang Kunhu looked dejected, then continued, "I felt deeply the harm of not understanding the Baldies' situation, so I conceived the idea of compiling a collection on the Baldies, which is this Tian Qing Guang Wen Lu." He pointed to a large room outside the window. "That room is filled with Baldi books. Whatever is sold on the market, I buy them all. At first, I couldn't make heads or tails of them. After reading for a long time, I found some patterns. For instance, this public financial report. One can glimpse the Baldies' economic ways. If compared year by year, one can know the increase or decrease of their income. Combined with military intelligence, one can roughly know how much their military funds are. Also the railway of these iron-wheeled vehicles, where it is built, where stations are placed, whether being built, repaired, or stopped, all has profound hidden meanings. I won't elaborate on them to you. Moreover, the Baldies have a method of unifying 100 into one. In times of crisis, various ministries can immediately unify authority and responsibility, commanding like an arm using fingers, forming a combined force. Thousands of threads and loose ends are all coordinated. 100 can defeat 1,000, 1,000 can defeat 10,000. The Baldies call it a system. Pausing for a moment, Liang Kunhu said again, "Also this investigation of things." The Baldies' learning of the investigation of things is different from Mr. Yangming's Wang school of investigation of things. The Baldies pursue even the most trivial learning to its end. Each person only chooses one path to learn, called a major or profession. Therefore, the Baldies have many specialists. The words of the sages encompass broadly and can discuss world affairs, so we have many generalists. But generalists are hard to be precise, so the Baldi artisans are far superior to ours. What worries me more is not that we are unwilling to learn, but that we cannot learn and don't know how to learn. Books on chemistry, physics, mathematics, and so forth are placed on the desk. Every character is recognizable, but the text is incomprehensible. Even studying until one's hair turns white, one can only learn without understanding. The secret of the Baldies' rich country and strong army lies entirely in this. One can only sigh in vain. Liang Kunhu continued, "I collected all these miscellaneous studies in this book and added detailed annotations, just to present it to the Holy Son of Heaven one day. When the heavenly army suppresses the rebels, having preparation beforehand will allow seizing opportunities as events occur. Resolute decision-making in moving troops and handling affairs will allow having a well-thought-out plan, ensuring everything goes smoothly." End of chapter. Chapter 2489. Burning the Building, Part 2. Reaching this point, Liang Kunhu rested for a moment before continuing. "My only fear is that the lords in the current court, as when dealing with the Eastern barbarians, will be opinionated and self-willed. If this book is presented but not taken seriously, and they never recognize the true face of the bald thieves, rashly moving troops and engaging in battles for greed of merit, repeating Governor Wang's disaster. If that happens, even an army of 100,000 will only waste soldiers and horses. throwing away military funds in vain. But how can this court withstand such losses anymore? The bald thieves value practical affairs above all, and the longer I read their books, the more I agree. Currently, the gentlemen of the Donglan and the leaders of the Fush all fold their hands in empty talk, banding together to attack dissidents. They are incompetent in managing the army and have no way to govern the people. They cannot organize weapons or gather money and grain, nor are they willing to part with even a little wealth to share the country's worries. Inside there are roving bandits, outside there are eastern barbarians and bald thieves. If this goes on for long, I'm afraid. He couldn't go on. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said loudly, 10 years, at most 10 years, and the world will inevitably collapse. By then, the mountains and rivers will run out of tears and the divine land will sink. Rites and music will be lost. Robes and insignias will be destroyed. What will these mediocre people do then? Fold their hands and talk about mind and nature in peacetime, then die once to repay the king when danger comes? Or will good birds choose trees to roost in, and good ministers choose masters to serve? What benefit is this to the world? What benefit to the living people? Can the clang-clang sound of those iron-wheeled trains, the woo-woo sound of those fire-wheel ships, and the boom-boom of those baldy guns and cannons not wake up the numerous lords in the court, not rouse the sages and gentlemen leisurely roaming in forests and springs? Can't they open their eyes to look at this land of Fujian and Guangdong? Look at this vast world. Look at this change not met in 1,000 years. This world has changed. When he finished, Liang Kun, who supported himself with both hands on the edge of the table, head held high, eyes tightly closed, warm tears filling his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and he could not calm down for a long time. Kaioyan listened quietly. When Liang Kun, who had calmed down slightly, he said in a deep voice, "Young Master Liang, you absolutely must not blame or hurt yourself. Keep your useful body to wait for the right time. I won't come again for a while. I'm afraid your residence is under much scrutiny. When entering the residence, I saw tea houses or food stalls at all 4 gates, all open not long ago. The people coming and going are mostly suspicious. Furthermore, the bald people have 1,000-Li telescopes. If they hide in civilian houses to spy, it is truly hard to detect. The matters second brother Yun recounted are all in the letter. Please burn it after reading, young master. Everyone in the residence must be careful now. Do not lightly entrust heavy responsibilities to anyone unless they are reliable and intimate. In a moment, young master, send someone to see me out. This place is dangerous. I cannot stay long. Young master, take care." He retreated to the door, opened it, and said loudly, "Young master, sit peacefully. This lowly one takes his leave." With that, he turned and left. Liang Kun, who forced a smile, "Go, tell uncle and aunt I will visit another day to pay my respects." After Kaioyan left, Liang Kun, who sat on the grand tutor chair, gently stroking his neck, and said slowly to himself, "The 6 Yang prime head, I wonder who will come to take it. I wonder what the market price is." Yang Kao stood before the full-length mirror by the door of the open office area, carefully adjusting the straps of her carrying harness before inserting her pistol into the holster. She wore a fake hair bun from Hangzhou on her head. Her upper body wore a light gray button-front narrow-sleeved jacket with a stone-blue sleeveless long vest reaching her knees over it. Her lower body wore a pleated skirt. Inside the vest, a string secured 3 points simultaneously. Outside, a knotted tie with a slipknot fastened it. As long as the knot was pulled open, the 3 fixing points would release simultaneously, allowing the entire vest to open immediately for a quick draw. The vest's waist was modified to be relatively loose to conceal hidden weapons. The gray tone allowed her to blend into the crowd. The outfit made Yang Kao in the mirror look bloated and mediocre. She raised her hand slightly, did a backward arm stretch, then gently twisted her waist left and right to loosen up, and did 2 bending touches to the ground. Only when she confirmed everything was impeccable did she smile with satisfaction at herself in the mirror. For her, this was a rare expression. The clerks and intelligence officers in the office area looked up at her curiously from time to time, but she turned a blind eye to all surrounding gazes. Su Tong leaned against the door frame, watching her back. Holding back for a while, he finally couldn't help saying, "You don't need to go to the front line. As an intelligence bureaucrat, your post is here, remember." Director Zhao said that in an ideal state, an intelligence agency has 2/3 of its officers at headquarters organizing and analyzing data, and only 1/3 outside recruiting agents or handling cases. And you are our brain. He gently tapped his own head with his right index finger. Yang Kao said without looking back, "Ideal state, are we that? Relying on those scouts who can't even recognize all the names, recruited by rustic intelligence officers who only received short training. If possible, I would send every usable person out for field duty." She paused. "I need contact with the front line to maintain my edge." Su Tong said, "But in case there is danger," Yang Kao interrupted him. "What danger? This is Guangzhou. Will someone put a gun to your head here? You stay behind in the bureau, that's an order." She turned around, bumped Su Tong away from the door frame with her shoulder, and quickly disappeared out the door. Yang Kao's carriage creaked toward the Liang residence. This was a two-wheeled cart disguised as belonging to the Couture Logistics Carriage Agency. The cart looked ordinary and old on the outside, the kind introduced by Couture some time ago, mostly used to transport heavy goods. It was a common vehicle on the streets. To increase concealment, the horse pulling the cart and the Couture Logistics number plate in front would be changed at any time. Contrary to its appearance, the carriage structure had been modified. The running gear was sturdier, space utilization was higher, and two bottom compartments had been made near the wheel axle for storage. The carriage compartment possessed certain protective capabilities. Inside the bottom lay an 8-power binocular, a lantern and matches, a small amount of clothing, a Guangzhou map, a ruler, pens, notebooks, a water bottle, and dry rations. Sometimes a camera would be carried, but as controlled equipment, the application procedure was very cumbersome. Usually, the carriage served as a support vehicle and could serve as a temporary observation point when necessary. The carriage turned into a side road not far from the main gate of the Liang residence, then stopped before a 2-entry courtyard. After getting off, Yang Kao walked quickly through the main gate into the wing room of the west side courtyard. Because the side of the house facing the main gate of the Liang residence had no windows, they could only remove a few wall bricks at a higher position to form 2 small observation ports. The ports were camouflaged on the outside. A wooden observation platform was built inside the room, with tables and chairs atop it. 2 high-power monoculars were fixed on the table, lenses extending out of the observation ports. 2 surveillance officers were working, making records from time to time. Another was drinking water and resting. Beside him, a kerosene lamp, pocket watch, notebooks, pencils, maps, rulers, and water cups were placed in disarray. Because this courtyard had been vacant for many years, the room was empty. The internal damage was much worse than the building's exterior suggested. There were traces of seepage everywhere, and the window paper was damaged. It was not an ideal indoor observation point, but in this traditional residential area for the wealthy, rooms available for rent with a good field of view were limited. They obviously had no better choice. To facilitate surveillance, the Bureau of Political Security had arranged for a middle-class family to come forward and mortgage this courtyard for residents, using it as cover for secret surveillance. Since it was work, funds were saved where possible. Houses not used by cover personnel naturally wouldn't be repaired or furnished. Everything was done simply with whatever was available. Outdoor observation points disguised as food stalls and tea stalls were set up at the other 2 gates of the Liang residence. This place served as a temporary command post for Liang residence surveillance. The 3 surveillance points would communicate from time to time, exchanging intelligence and making decisions on whether to launch tracking or report special situations. The resting scout stood up when Yang Kao entered. She nodded slightly to him and walked straight up to the observation platform with large strides. The working scout yielded the observation position. Yang Kao brought her eyes close to the telescope, observing the scene while asking, "Any movement at the Liang residence these past 2 days?" The observer said from behind, "None. There were only 2 visits by Liang family relatives in the past 2 days." Investigation requests have been submitted. Coral was asked to check the purpose of the visits. The rest of the time was very quiet, with no abnormal behavior or suspicious personnel. Yang Kao made a sound, left the telescope, picked up the surveillance log beside the table and browsed quickly. The log recorded at least once every hour in chronological order: date, case code, scout's name, time of record, and all activities of the surveillance target. She circled the record of relatives visiting, meaning specialized confirmation was needed, not only through the insider but also through someone arranged to pry for news from the relative's side. But Yang Kao obviously didn't find what she wanted. It was too normal to a slightly strange degree. While flipping through the surveillance log seriously, Yang Kao asked, "What about today?" The scout said. "There was an unloading at the east gate this morning. It was produce from the Liang residence's farm. Many people entered and exited, all low-level laborers, tenant farmers, and so forth. Identification was very difficult. We left only one person on duty at each of the other 2 gates. All others supported the east gate to observe and identify personnel." Yang Kao said, "Any discoveries?" The scout said, "Yes. There is one person who seems relatively suspicious. Very tall, always wearing a bamboo hat so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He wore servant clothes. The clothes were very new with no wear or patches on the back, shoulders, or knees, unlike someone who works frequently. His neck is relatively thick, shoulders very wide, and muscles on both sides of the neck push up the clothes. His build is well proportioned. This person never participated in physical labor like unloading carts or driving carts." Yang Kao said, "Characteristics of a martial artist?" The scout said, "Yes. Not the lean thinness consumed by long-term physical labor. That build looks like it was raised on good wine and meat, although he has been trying hard to shrink his body." Yang Kao nodded. Martial arts practitioners needed a lot of protein and had to eat plenty of meat and eggs, something ordinary families couldn't afford. Hence the saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. And to avoid crushing their frames and developing stiff strength, traditional martial artists rarely did heavy work like moving, carrying, or lifting. In their words, doing so would ruin them. This was very different from ordinary heavy manual laborers. End of chapter. Chapter 2490, Burning the Building Part 3. Yang Kao asked, "How long has he been inside?" The scout said, "He's been in the residence for over 4 hours. Other cart drivers have already gathered, eaten, and left. They're preparing for the return trip at the horse hitching post. But this person hasn't appeared yet. It's possible he came out from one of the other 2 gates, but no report has been received." Yang Kao said, "Pass a message again. Have Coral check on this person. It might be a useful lead. In the future, don't have Coral check daily visits. Try to use peripheral personnel to reduce Coral's exposure." The scout said, "Yes." Yang Kao said, "Is the map marked?" The scout said, "Marked. We walked it personally once." He handed over a regional map marking all alleys, entrances, exits, and paths within the surveillance range. Yang Kao nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad." "Is the character profile card done?" The scout said. "We started on it right after returning from identification. Just finished, haven't had time to distribute it yet." He handed over a stack of small paper slips. The slips were copied in triplicate using carbon paper. Yang Kao looked quickly. Written on it was, height 8 Kai, short beard, wearing an octagonal pointed bamboo hat, black hair color, gray coarse linen short jacket on upper body, gray coarse linen trousers on lower body, broad shoulders, thick neck, thin waist, wearing hemp shoes on feet, carrying a local white cloth bundle on back. Yang Kao said, "Very good. Distribute to all surveillance team members immediately to facilitate tracking and identification. She had a good impression of this scout. Not many could do such tedious work so neatly. She asked casually, "What is your name?" "Report, Probationary Commander Zhang Jiabin." "Oh, this name is well given. Not of refugee background, right?" "No," the scout was a bit nervous. "I'm an immigrant. My old home is indeed in Guangdong, right in Xiaoguan." While the two were talking, the monitoring observer suddenly said, "He's out." Yang Kao immediately walked quickly onto the observation platform and moved her eyes to the telescope. In the lens, a sturdy man stood before the small door beside the main gate, bowing to the household servant who sent him out and exchanging a couple of words. At that moment, a patrol policeman carrying a baton passed by on patrol, slowly walking past the man and looking him up and down casually a few times. The man immediately stood aside carefully and respectfully, bowing with hands down by the roadside, watching the policeman slowly leave. Yang Kao observed quietly. The moment the policeman appeared, the man's upper body shifted slightly backward, an unconscious attempt to distance himself from the police. Immediately after, he squared his chest toward the policeman. That was animal instinct, hiding one's soft flank and facing the enemy with the front. His legs parted slightly, a display of hostility. Even a shrew shouting abuse in the street would put hands on hips and spread her legs to show fierceness. His right heel lifted slightly. He was stabilizing his balance, and at the same time the ball of his foot was ready to exert force to flee or attack at any moment. This was not a posture of awe or respect, but vigilance and hostile readiness. A person could control their expression and tone, but it was hard to suppress subconscious physiological reactions. Yang Kao let out a long breath. "This person has a problem. Follow him." Zhang Jiabin asked. "Request support from the other two gates," Yang Kao said. "Too late. You stay on duty here and try to call for support immediately. The other two will track. You," she pointed to one of the scouts beside her, "take the main tail. Him take the vice tail." She pointed to the other, then continued, "I will be backup support. The carriage will follow up when needed. Start." The constraints of their communication capabilities made it difficult to fully mobilize manpower for perfect deployment when facing sudden situations. The two scouts nodded and said no more, quickly making preparations. Yang Kao silently raised her head and looked out the window. This case had consumed enormous material resources, financial resources, and manpower from the Political Security Bureau. It had created doubled pressure for Director Zhao back in Lingao. Some sarcastically asked whether the Political Security Bureau was flush with funds or had invested everything into the entertainment business of Purple Cloud Tower. They couldn't even take down a local bully or bad gentry. Some clamored to audit the Bureau's fund flow. All the noise was pushed back by Director Zhao. They had to steady their minds and block out all the swaying wind and rain to stand firm. Anxiety would be the beginning of bad luck. On the windowsill, a mantis held a locust with its sickle-like forelegs, chewing methodically. The locust struggled in vain until it was completely consumed. The mantis waved its forelimbs happily. For it, today was a good day. Yang Kao was slightly nervous. Tracking missions usually required sufficient preparation beforehand. The more intelligence gathered, the higher the probability of success. Only by fully understanding the target's physical characteristics, activity area, scope of work, and living habits could routes be planned and contingencies formulated in advance, and the tail recovered quickly if lost. Temporary tracking with few personnel and no support, once encountering counter-surveillance, would be very difficult to succeed. But at this moment, Yang Kao had no choice. Scout number 1 followed secretly 6 or 7 meters behind Kaioyan, moving slowly along the right side of the street. Scout number 2 followed 5 meters behind Scout number 1. The three formed a column, moving slowly with the flow of people. Yang Kao walked on the opposite side of the street, moving in the same direction along the left side, forming a triangle with Scouts number 1 and number 2. Her position was slightly behind Kaioyan, allowing her to see his back while also allowing Scout number 1 to see her sideways with peripheral vision. Yang Kao gently raised her right hand to tuck her hair at the temple and adjusted her hairpin flower, signaling Scout No. 1 to move ahead and observe the target's appearance. Scout number 1 immediately strode quickly past Kaioyan, while Scout number 2 walked a few steps faster, taking over the main tail position. Scout number 1 stopped in front of a fruit stall ahead. Seeing a customer, the fruit vendor immediately beamed. "Does this official want pears? My pears have no match on the whole street, sweet and juicy. How many does the official want?" Scout No. 1 rummaged in the fruit basket twice. "Your pears are no good, they have worms, can only sell them cheap." The fruit vendor immediately became anxious. "Official, don't talk nonsense. I picked these out one by one. Where are their worms?" Scout number 1 held up a pear, looking at it left and right. Just as they were arguing, Kaioyan happened to walk close. Scout No. 1 quickly turned the hand holding the pear toward him, pointing at the pear. "Look, look, right here is where the worm is." At the same time, his gaze swept over Kaioyan's face, following the pear in his hand. After Kaioyan and Scout number 2 walked past one after another, he threw the pear back into the basket, following behind Scout number 2 to become the vice tail, leaving only the fruit vendor complaining dissatisfiedly behind him. Yang Kao fell a few steps behind to approach Scout number 1, probing him with her eyes. Scout number 1 touched his headscarf gently and shook his head slightly. He hadn't seen the target's face because of the bamboo hat. Kaioyan walked slowly down the street, looking left and right from time to time, constantly scanning his surroundings. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Kaioyan suddenly walked into a carriage agency called Yuesheng. Yang Kao and the other 2 immediately dispersed, hiding their figures at street corners and storefronts outside the agency, eyes fixed on the open front counter and exit, waiting quietly. Yuesheng Carriage Agency was newly opened, doing Australian vehicle business. It had learned the QA model. Besides rickshaw rentals where pullers paid a daily fee, there was also long-distance carriage service running land routes from the suburbs to neighboring counties, charging by the trip. Though not as comfortable as taking a boat, the speed was much faster. People with urgent matters often chose carriages. The agency's rule was to place orders at the front counter and dispatch vehicles from the backyard. Kaioyan talked with the dispatching manager at the front counter for a moment, then received a dispatch slip in duplicate. Before long, a passenger carriage came out from the backyard and stopped by the door. Kaioyan boarded, lowered the carriage curtain and window curtains, and gave the driver a few instructions. The driver shook the whip tip, and the carriage pulled slowly away. As soon as Kaioyan left, Yang Kao immediately walked out quickly from the street corner, went directly to the agency's front counter and said to the dispatching manager, "Greetings, sir. Did you see my husband come to hire a carriage? He is 8 kai tall, wearing a bamboo hat, coarse cloth clothes, and has a burly build." The manager was stunned. "Oh, you just missed each other, one after another." Yang Kao said hatefully, "This stubborn donkey temper. He came to the city to hand over an errand. I brought our son to stay with him at my parents' home for a short visit. During lunch, my father disliked his shabby clothes and hat for losing face and said a few words. He threw a temper tantrum and couldn't stay even a moment, immediately wanting to hire a carriage home. Where in the world is there such a temper, leaving wife and son behind? What should we mother and son do?" She covered her face with a handkerchief and sobbed low twice, then said, "I will also hire a carriage to chase him. It's just that a woman doesn't know the market price. How much silver is it?" The manager said, "Madam, don't cry. I don't know where Madam wants to go. Long-distance carriages aren't cheap. If it's just to chase the carriage, I will dispatch one right away. Whatever the fare is can be paid to the driver when you catch up. You just need to prepay a deposit of 2 jiao here first. I will write a receipt. When convenient, bring the receipt back for a refund. I definitely dare not short you." Yang Kao exclaimed, "Why so expensive? Bullying a woman for not knowing the ways of the world. Let me see." She came to grab the registry. The manager had no choice. After pulling back and forth a few times, he pointed it out, saying, don't grab, don't tear the account book. My Yuesheng Carriage Agency treats children and old men honestly. If you don't believe me, look, madam. Your husband also hired at this price." Yang Kao looked at the registry, instantly feeling a bit lacking in funds, and said helplessly, I don't have enough money on me." "Sir, wait a moment, I'll get money and come back to hire the carriage." The manager said, "Madam, please suit yourself." He cursed secretly. Where did this crazy woman come from? No wonder the man ran away. Yang Kao walked out of the carriage agency. By this time, the Political Security Bureau's carriage had caught up. Scout number 2 gestured in front of the door, and the carriage stopped steadily at the corner ahead. Yang Kao ran quickly. Seeing no one paying attention, she boarded the carriage with an arrow step, lifted the front curtain, and said to the driver, "Go to Sanxian Tai, take the north gate." End of chapter. Chapter 2491. Burning the Building Part 4. The carriage started quickly. Before long, it arrived at the intersection. Scout number 1 was following on foot, already panting from hurrying. When he saw the carriage arrive, he immediately hopped onto the side. People were coming and going on the road, making it inconvenient for the large carriage Kaioyan rode in to travel fast. Before long, Yang Kao's carriage caught up by taking a shortcut. After following for a distance, Yang Kao slightly lifted the curtain to look forward. She saw that the carriage ahead did not look as steady as before. The body swayed lightly left and right, obviously carrying a light load. Looking at the wheel ruts, they were very shallow. Yang Kao immediately sensed something was wrong and whispered, "Go check if there's anyone in the carriage." Scout number 1 immediately jumped off and walked quickly over. He rubbed his body against the front shaft of the carriage and fell down immediately, shouting, "Ah, the carriage hit someone." The driver was startled and immediately reined in. You bumped into it yourself. What does it have to do with me?" Scout number 1 got up and grabbed the horse's bridle. "Want to leave after hitting someone? Is there such reason?" As he spoke, he got on the carriage to pull and drag the driver. Taking the opportunity, he bumped his body and seemingly unintentionally hooked the carriage curtain with his arm, lifting it. To his shock, he found the carriage empty. The scout immediately took out his ID and flashed it, asking the driver sternly with a fierce look, "Where is the person in the carriage? I'm from the Yamen. You must speak truthfully or beware of a lawsuit." The driver was at a loss and didn't know who the person before him was. Seeing his fierce face, he was afraid and didn't dare provoke him. He couldn't help stammering, I don't know. That person gave double tip as soon as he got on the carriage, only saying to deliver a letter to Sanxian Tai. On the way, the carriage curtain and window curtains had to be hung well and couldn't be opened. He said if the letter isn't delivered, he'll make me pay double. After that, at the corner of the last intersection where tree shade covered the view, he didn't even call to stop. He just jumped directly off the carriage and left. He took out an envelope. Scout number 1 grabbed the envelope and opened it. Sure enough, a blank piece of white paper. He wasted no more words with the driver, took the envelope, and reported back immediately. Yang Kao knew instantly that they had fallen for a diversionary tactic and lost the tail. Now that person was the only clue to this matter. Once lost, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea. The tail had to be recovered as soon as possible. She quickly spread out the regional map marking the surrounding streets, exits, and paths in the carriage. Her eyes wandered nervously over it while her mind raced. Not going out of the city, walking. This indicates their stronghold is inside the city, or at least they have a foothold inside. The location where he got off shouldn't be where the stronghold is. Otherwise, a little analysis would expose it. The driver said he got off at the previous intersection, indicating we discovered it fairly quickly. The target shouldn't have gone far calculated by time. It shouldn't exceed half a street. There's still a chance to recover the tail. Thinking of this, Yang Kao quickly circled several possible locations and paths where the target might appear with a red pencil, then pulled open the bottom box of the carriage. She took out the 8-power binoculars, handed the map and binoculars to Scout number 2 sitting diagonally on the carriage side in front, and said, "Commanding height, search and observe." Scout number 2 took the items and nodded. The driver scanned the surroundings and stopped the carriage along a high wall by the roadside. With binoculars in hand, Scout number 2 stepped on the carriage roof and leaped onto the top of the wall in just 2 steps, then climbed a big tree with the help of the wall. Straddling a tree fork, he covered the binoculars with a cloth and searched among the streets and alleys, quickly comparing the target's physical characteristics with the few points marked on the map. Time passed second by second. Yang Kao took out her pocket watch and checked it. Fine cold sweat began to seep from her forehead. The eyes of the 3 people under the tree also grew more and more anxious. Suddenly, Scout No. 2's binoculars stopped swinging abruptly. He fixed on a spot for a moment, held the binoculars with his left hand, pointed west with his right, and then quickly made a few one-armed hand signals downward. Yang Kao immediately looked down at the map. Target moving from west to east. He is taking Route Wu. Scout number 2 swung his leg, propped his hands and feet against the trunk twice, and jumped straight down from the tree. As soon as he landed, Yang Kao said, "You have the best physical stamina. Go on foot via Route Bing to intersperse. Route Zheng is wide. The carriage takes Route Zheng. Action." Immediately, the driver shouted, "Giddy-ap!" The carriage galloped through from the diagonal street according to the planned route, while Scout number 2 flew via a shortcut through another narrow alley. Yang Kao's carriage circled around the perimeter and slowed down on a straight road ahead of Kaoyan, dropping off Scout number 1. Scout number 2 had just emerged from the narrow alley entrance, still some distance from the target. Scout number 1 said calmly to a newsboy by the road, "A daily paper." He took out a coin from his chest pocket and threw it over. Scouts always carried a handful of small change to be ready to pay without needing change. Scout number 1 stood quietly by the roadside holding the newspaper, observing silently with eyes over the top edge of the paper. Shortly, Kaoyan walked past him. Only after Kaoyan had passed 6 or 7 meters did Scout number 1 calmly put away the newspaper and follow slowly. By then, Scout number 2 had recovered from the heavy panting of running fast and slowly followed behind Scout number 1, still following the order of number 1 as main tail and No. 2 as vice tail. They resumed positions. Yang Kao's position changed slightly, falling behind Scout number 2. Though Guangzhou had been liberated, there were still not many women showing their faces in public. A woman appearing repeatedly would be more conspicuous and easier to expose, so male scouts were generally arranged as main tails while women often served as mobile substitutes. Yang Kao followed behind Scout number 2. After passing another intersection, she suddenly perceived that the eyes of a beggar by the road were somewhat strange. Though the beggar held a bowl with jagged edges and shook it constantly to beg for food, his gaze patrolled constantly 10 meters behind Kaoyan. Yang Kao's heart skipped a beat. The target has someone meeting him. She walked quickly forward, successively overtaking Scouts number 1 and number 2. She touched her waist with her hand, alerting Scout number 1 that the target had support personnel. Scout number 1 signaled receipt with his eyes, then immediately put his hands behind his back to send information to number 2. Scouts number 1 and number 2 immediately exchanged tail positions to confuse the support personnel, while Yang Kao slowed her pace and fell behind, searching for the beggar's figure. Sure enough, the beggar quietly followed in the crowd. At that moment, Kaoyan ahead suddenly turned sharply into a small alley nearby, then pressed his body tightly against the alley wall on the back street to peek backward. Scout number 2, having swapped positions, did not follow into the alley. Instead, he looked straight ahead, pacing slowly, walking past the alley entrance and striding away. Scout No. 1 calmly stopped, sat down at a tea stall by the road, ordered a cup of tea and 2 pieces of dim sum, and drank slowly while browsing his newspaper. Yang Kao turned into a fabric shop by the road, casually picking through fabrics and chatting with the shop assistant, while her gaze monitored secretly through the main door. Kaoyan's gaze followed Scout number 2's receding back. Only after a good while did he withdraw his gaze, then cast his eyes toward the beggar in the crowd. The beggar shook his head gently. Kaoyan's heart instantly relaxed, and he let out a long breath. After waiting a moment longer and seeing nothing strange, he hesitated no more. He flashed out of the alley entrance and walked quickly forward. Yang Kao walked out of the fabric shop and switched to the main tail position. Scout No. 1 followed behind her. The two trailed Kaioyan silently, like an invisible wake. Scout number 2 turned his reversible outer robe inside out, put on a melon skin cap, stuck a plaster on his face, slouched his shoulders, leaned against the wall at the street intersection ahead dozing off, and waited silently for the target's appearance. Everything gradually slid into track. Half an hour later, Kaioyan stood before a large courtyard gate. He knocked lightly, 3 short, 2 long, looking around vigilantly. Before long, the courtyard gate opened. Kaioyan flashed inside. The gate clattered shut. Outside, at the street intersection, people came and went, bustling with activity, without a trace of dusk's loneliness. The slanting glow of the setting sun lazily sprinkled on Yang Kao's shoulder. She lit a lady's holy ship with a hint of fatigue, held it lazily with her right hand, gracefully blew out a smoke ring and whispered, "Going home, how nice." Back at the bureau, Yang Kao organized all the materials at hand and began to sort them out. There were simply too many thousands of threads and loose ends. The data retrieval system established by the Calculation Center in Guangzhou helped them enormously, allowing them to query various related materials at any time using the keyword mode. But this mechanical retrieval still required substantial manpower for organization and analysis. Though related card systems had been created, at a glance, there were several hundred index cards of all kinds. This relied heavily on the brain power of the responsible officials. Yang Kao realized that the existence of the Marshall team qualitatively changed the whole case. In the past, they had only suspected its existence, but judging from this tracking, the team not only existed but was also extremely careful. She recalled the counterfeit currency case, which had recently shown a trend of intensifying, and the clue of the mysterious drug silver ingot Sanjiangmao notified by Police Section 9. What did they want to accomplish by gathering together? Obviously, collecting Baldy intelligence was only part of it, otherwise, it couldn't explain why they spent money to maintain some martial team. Yang Kao was very clear about the cost of maintaining armed forces. It was far from comparable to hiring a few scholars to copy and write. A team of several hundred people, people eating and horses chewing. Just the daily cost of food and firewood was enormous, let alone the monthly pay. The expense of maintaining private soldiers for a long time was something even a wealthy and powerful family like the Liang family couldn't bear. The Loyalty Battalion in Fashion was maintained by joint funding from all the big households in the fort. Obviously, the Liang family was not alone. Quite a few local noble families and big households might be secretly colluding with him. These big households either didn't live in Guangzhou, or their main family members were all in the countryside. The Senate's limited forces still couldn't monitor their abnormalities. Thinking of this, Yang Kao's hair stood on end. Under Ming rule, it might have been pardonable for these big households to join forces and maintain militia and village braves. What did they intend to use them for now? End of chapter. Chapter 2492, Burning the Building Part 5. The conference room doors of the Guangzhou Political Security Bureau flew open with a violent push. 2 guards entered first, followed by Zhao Mengxing striding in behind them. Storm clouds gathered on his dark, heavy-set face. Everyone seated around the U-shaped table rose silently as he entered, their eyes offering mute salutes. He walked to the center of the table and halted. With a shrug, the trench coat draped over his shoulders slipped free. His secretary deftly caught it across one arm and hung it silently on the coat rack by the door. All participants snapped to attention. Since the first deputy director of the General Bureau was personally presiding, everyone wore their uniforms. Zhao Mengxing gave a slight nod, gesturing for them to sit, and began speaking. Everyone has worked hard these past weeks. Local operations are complicated affairs. Dealing with clans and landed gentry means endless loose ends, far-reaching implications, and countless difficulties. The situation is tangled, but we can only face it head-on. Guangzhou is our starting point. We'll learn our lessons here, refine our methods, and prepare ourselves for even more demanding work ahead. Only with steady footing can we climb higher. As I've said before, Director Wu and I will fight alongside you. Everyone in the Political Security Bureau knew the first deputy director rarely left Lingao. His presence in Guangzhou was unprecedented. His sudden arrival elevated this case to extraordinary importance. Zhao Mengsheng nodded to Wu Mu, signaling the meeting to begin. Wu Mu didn't speak immediately but lowered his head to flip through 2 pages of his document, leaving a brief silence hanging over the room. After a moment, he looked up. The anti-Song forces in Guangzhou, led by Liang Kunhu, have remained hidden since we seized control of the city. You've all gained some understanding from the distributed materials, but until now we've only had scattered fragments, pieces of a broken puzzle that made the full picture impossible to see. We've made new progress. Now we can roughly outline what Liang Kunhu and his anti-Song forces are planning. Wu Mu rose and walked to the blackboard at the front of the room. He picked up a piece of chalk, drew a square, and wrote personnel inside it. This is the first piece of the puzzle, recruiting personnel. On one hand, Liang Kunhu founded the Yuyuan Society to absorb scholars dissatisfied with our policies. These men form the backbone, researching and interpreting our regulations. I believe some of them contributed to compiling record of broad knowledge of heaven's affairs. They also write handbills and spread rumors. On the other hand, they seek out hostile elements in the countryside, those who have engaged in opposition or been suppressed by us. These people have suffered our strikes, sometimes repeatedly. Their thinking is rigid, their will to resist hardened. Transformation is difficult, but intimidated by our power, they hide their time. This is the core of Liang Kunhu's recruitment effort. There was once a scholar, Huang from Lingao, who contacted Liang Kunhu to recruit so-called righteous men in the countryside. These people have formed an anti-Song alliance with shared goals, though the organizational structure remains loose without unified leadership. Wu Mu drew a second square on the blackboard and wrote public opinion, connecting it to the first. This is the second piece, manufacturing public opinion. Liang Kunhu's group has been collecting our open publications, achieving limited understanding of our policies. Many of our measures involve restricting the rights of the old ruling class. They exploit early missteps by the Guangzhou municipal government to spread rumors, slander, and insults against us. They print handbills for secret distribution, cultivating dissatisfaction among the gentry. Through aristocratic families, local elders, and clan heads, they extend propaganda to citizens, farmers, and tenant farmers, denying the legitimacy of Australian Song rule, painting us as rebels and a puppet regime, spreading claims that we're here to make a quick profit before fleeing, that a rabbit's tail won't grow long. They propagate slogans like people have hearts, heaven has eyes, the bald thief's fortune won't last, and loyal hearts shine like sun and moon, red courage forges the universe, the hair cutters aren't our kind, rely on swords to sweep away demon winds. Through public opinion, they shake our foundation at the grassroots. Most common people are uneducated and lack discernment. We can't fully replace local forces in the countryside, and with limited funds and manpower, our propaganda struggles to reach the lower levels. This gives them their opening. From what we've observed, many gentry and aristocratic families within Old Guangzhou Prefecture. Wu Mu paused, drew a third square labeled intelligence, and connected it to the second. This is the third piece, intelligence collection. From our current information, Liang Kunhu gathers intelligence through 3 channels. First, open publications, what we call white intelligence. Most intelligence comes from analyzing publicly available data. This is especially true regarding the usurping Ming, which lacks security awareness. Only a small amount requires covert means, black intelligence. At this stage, our enemies don't yet possess this capability. But Liang Kunhu is different. He's conducted deep research on us and understands the importance of intelligence. We underestimated the enemy's learning ability. Our review of publications wasn't always rigorous. sensitive data appeared directly in official documents and books, providing them with convenient access. Second, they've infiltrated our government departments by exploiting the many old officials and clerks we retained after taking Guangzhou. These people inherited the lax habits of Ming-era offices, gossiping freely or selling information to Liang Kunhu for rewards that sometimes amount to mere pennies. He can even obtain handwritten copies of official documents. Third, they rely on grassroots gentry to observe and gather intelligence on our administrative layout, military deployments, and supply arrivals through watching, listening, and asking questions. That compilation called Record of Broad Knowledge of Heaven's Affairs likely contains both. Wu Mu drew a fourth square. The fourth piece, Armed Forces. A few days ago, through surveillance, we discovered a stronghold of Liang Kunhu's so-called martial team in Guangzhou City. During our tracking, the target changed vehicles once, doubled back twice, altered routes multiple times, and deployed support personnel. They possess counter-surveillance awareness and clearly understand our methods. We've confirmed 8 people at this stronghold, a deliberate number. Too few means insufficient strength, too many becomes difficult to manage. After several days of monitoring, we tracked down a second stronghold used for emergency shelter and concealing goods. Beyond this, we analyzed a recent purchase they made. The quantity far exceeds what the stronghold personnel could consume, indicating at least one camp outside the city for the remaining armed personnel's daily activities and training. These people don't take orders directly from Liang Kunhu, but are his allies, possessing autonomy and independence. They could operate without the Liang family. Our understanding of this group remains incomplete, but we estimate they number no more than 100 otherwise. Financial resources couldn't support them. They conduct wet work and intelligence gathering for the Liang family. When opportunity arises, they'll establish a righteous army with themselves as the core, organizing rebellion and riots. These people understand our law enforcement methods. Once committed to anti-Song activities, the harm they'll cause. Pausing, Wu Mu connected the 4 squares with chalk and drew a large circle enclosing them all. This gives us a general picture of the anti-Song forces led by Liang Kunhu. Now let's discuss the purpose behind his preparations. A participant raised his hand. Wu Mu acknowledged him and the man asked, "Director Wu, why don't we act now?" "Take out that stronghold and arrest Liang Kunhu directly," Wu Mu nodded. "This type of armed gang scatters into civilians when dispersed and only becomes bandits when gathered. They're highly mobile. If we take out the city's stronghold, we'll alert them. The main force outside the city will likely break into fragments and vanish among the population, becoming a hidden threat. That's worse for us. We want to eliminate this armed gang in one unified action, removing the danger completely. Over several days of surveillance, we've determined they maintain contact with forces outside the city. Section 9's clues indicate our targets frequently deal with underground money changers, regularly exchanging silver taels for banknotes and silver dollars. We believe this funds personnel outside the city. Combined with earlier intelligence, this gang doesn't rely solely on Liang family support. They have other income sources. Therefore, behind the Liang family, there must be a bigger conspiracy. Very likely, it's the Shi Wang group we've been searching for. End of chapter. Chapter 2493, Burning the Building Part 6, Zhao Mengsheng asked, "Any new reports on the Master Stone group?" "Some," Wu Mu said. "I'll report to you separately afterward." "Thank you, please continue." The same participant spoke again. "If there really is an armed gang, the nature of this matter changes. We should eliminate the threat immediately. If we lack evidence, we could send someone to infiltrate the Liang residence for a black bag job, save time on evidence collection, arrest Liang Kunhu quickly, break the situation through the key figure, then use follow-up evidence to corroborate his crimes." As Wu Mu opened his mouth to reply, Zhao Mengsheng cut in directly. "Are you suggesting we frame him and plant evidence?" The participant's mouth opened, but no words came out. Zhao Mengsheng nodded. Everyone has their own views. Bring them forward, I think that's a good thing. This is how work should be. Speak freely, debate whether it works afterward. But here I disagree. He glanced at Wu Mu, who quickly supplied. This is the section chief of the second section, Guangzhou Branch Bureau. The section chief immediately stood up. Zhao Mengsheng gestured for him to sit. I disagree with this approach. Let me explain why. As he spoke, he studied the naturalized citizen commanders present. They were all young, generally under 30, mostly wearing level 1 and level 2 commander epaulets. One or two had even achieved regional deputy commander rank. Most had joined the Political Security Bureau at its founding. Some were recent graduates. They represented the elite of the Senate's political security system. Precisely for this reason, he felt compelled to say more. The Political Security Bureau is a violent organ. Because of our special work, the Senate has granted us extensive powers. But we're also a law enforcement agency with strict discipline. We must follow the law. We know someone is dangerous. We can control them secretly to reduce that danger. This may consume substantial resources and delay considerable time, but should we break our own rules because of that? Remember, our mission is ensuring internal security and upholding the dignity of the law, which means we face our own people. If we rely on framing and planting evidence to legitimize enforcement, how are we different from the Eastern Depot or the Brocade Guard? Where is our foundation for law enforcement? Not to mention that when the Eastern Depot and Brocade Guard arrested criminals, even they required warrants from the Ministry of Justice before acting. That rule wasn't completely destroyed until the Wei Zhongxian era. I believe everyone has seen what happened to the Ming Kingdom when it wantonly destroyed its own rules. He slowed his tone. Shortcuts are always tempting. Once accustomed to simple methods, they become precedents. If we rely on such means for detection now, what about 5 years later, 10 years later, after formal founding? What kind of institution will we degenerate into? A demon that makes people pale at its very mention, relying on unscrupulous means to pry into secrets and fabricate false cases. I don't know what the Political Security Bureau will become in 50 years, but in Director Wu's hands and mine, I hope we can retain a bottom line. Black bag operations, thefts, kidnappings, assassinations, honey traps must be used with extreme caution. None can be implemented without my approval. I want to see this case in our training materials 10 years from now, not buried in some unknown reference room, never seeing the light of day. He waved at Wu Mu to continue. Wu Mu resumed. Through their activities, we can see they've been working to subvert the Senate's regime. However, they lack sufficient destructive power on their own, so they must collude with external forces. According to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, the Ming Kingdom is preparing a major military operation against Guangdong. Once launched, that will be the moment for these anti-Song forces to erupt. On one hand, they play polite and compliant with us. On the other, they prepare in secret. When war breaks out, they'll coordinate with the Ming army, guiding them, providing intelligence, launching attacks in cities and countryside, carrying out sabotage, organizing rebellions, creating a rear area consumed by fires of chaos. I must admit, Liang Kunhu has done impressive work. He's pushed his personal abilities nearly to their limit. But even if he accomplished everything he intended, it wouldn't affect our overall situation, though it might cause us considerable trouble and loss. Regrettably for him, he was exposed too early. His preparations are obviously far from complete, allowing us to nip this threat in the bud, and he is destined to fail. Wu Mu tossed the chalk into the wastebasket with a sharp paw, then clapped the dust from his hands, sending up a small cloud. Zhao Mengsheng studied the document silently. 17 gentry families were implicated in the Liang case, many aristocratic houses with multi-generational heritage. When the curtain rose on this affair, the shock to Guangzhou would rival a magnitude 8 earthquake, far exceeding the witchcraft murder case. He exhaled gently. His gaze moved to the document header, where a line of large characters was printed. Operation Code. Harvest. Harvest, what a beautiful word. Golden rice fields, dark-skinned farmers smiling as they stroked full ears of grain. But words appearing on bureau documents, no matter how beautiful, left only a cruel feeling. Who knew how many would lose their lives, how many lives would be forever changed by this case's conclusion? Zhao Mangxian gazed at the distant sky. Dark clouds gathered thickly. Rain was coming to Guangzhou again. The evening sky hung gloomy and deep. Gathered clouds poured fine threads of rain onto the human world, draping the empty Liang residence in sparse coldness and desolation. Liang Kun, who sat alone in the Qiyu pavilion. Before him on the round stone table rested 4 small dishes of side dishes, a white glazed pot and a wine cup. An upturned cup sat on a tray to the side, and a Sichuan fan lay by the table. He slowly lifted the pot. Wine streamed into his cup. He picked it up, gently rotating it between his fingertips, then drained it violently in one gulp. No sweet aftertaste lingered in his mouth, only bitterness. Behind him came Liang Yuanfu's low voice. Eldest master, the old master, old mistress, and mistress in the countryside sent word. They're settled safely. The family is well, everything proceeding smoothly, without inconvenience. The local Australians are making no trouble. They specifically said the eldest master should take care of his health, think broadly about everything. There are always ways to resolve things. Even if we can't continue in the city, the family can live by farming and reading in the countryside, worshipping ancestors and teaching grandchildren. We can always get by. No other instructions. He paused, hesitating. Miss Yue Wan has been here for some time, asking to pay respects to the eldest master. Does the eldest master wish to see her? It's just that she's a mistress kept outside. Without summons, she cannot come to the door. I fear it doesn't conform to residence rules. Liang Kun, who shook his head slightly. Show her in. Rules? There are no rules anymore. Rights and music are ruined in this land, let alone within a single household. Yes. As Liang Yuanfu turned to withdraw, Liang Kun, who suddenly asked, "Is your mother's malaria better?" Liang Yuanfu started, then hurried to reply. "Last time I obtained Australian medicine through you the third. It worked after taking it. Years ago, second uncle had the same illness and also begged for Australian medicine, which resolved the crisis. Speaking of which, the Australians aren't entirely without merit." Sweat beaded on Liang Yuanfu's back. He bowed. "Yes." Liang Kun, who said nothing more. "You may go." Watching the steward's retreating figure, he hooked a finger gently. A middle-aged maid appeared from behind the curtain. From today on, Liang Yuanfu is not to enter this courtyard again. After a long while, Yue Wan appeared, holding an oil paper umbrella and shrouded in the rain curtain, walking slowly behind her guide like a court lady stepping from a painting. Her moth eyebrows were lightly swept, her makeup elegant, her dress beautiful, her figure graceful. She moved her lotus steps into the long corridor, swaying between wind and rain like a spring willow. Outside the Qiyu pavilion, she saw Liang Kun, who sitting quietly, his back lonely and desolate. Yue Wan walked silently into the pavilion and curtsied behind him. Standing for a moment, she reached out and gently stroked his shoulder. "Young Master Wanner is here." Glancing behind him, she added, "Young Master, your hair bun is loose. The maids are so careless on duty. Let me re-braid it for you." She removed his headscarf, loosened his hair bun, produced a wooden comb, and began gently combing his long black hair, murmuring softly. "First combing for a harmonious union of 100 years. Second combing for a hall full of children and grandchildren. Third combing for growing old together with white heads. Fourth combing for hearts united forever. This is how grandmother combed mother's hair when she married. Only now no one combs my hair for me anymore." Liang Kun, who didn't turn his head but gently took her right hand, the one holding the comb, and stroked it softly. The two leaned against each other in silence, feeling the unspoken tenderness. After quite a while, Liang Kun, who spoke slowly, "Gone, all gone. Gone is good, gone is clean." After a pause, he muttered again, "But can one truly get away?" He squeezed Yue Wan's hand tightly. "Wanner, aren't you leaving?" Yue Wan laughed lightly. "If I wanted to leave, why would I have come? I'm the vine wrapping around the tree, the water winding around the mountain. Since meeting the young master, my life's destination has been tied to him alone. Where the young master is, there is my resting place. They left. I will walk this path hand in hand with you. Liang Kun, who couldn't help smiling. Aren't you going to persuade me? Yue Wan said, persuade what? The young master already has certainty in his heart. The wise need no words, the knowing remains silent. No need to persuade and impossible to persuade. Liang Kun, who raised his head and laughed loudly. Good, the one who knows me is Wanner. Those are the very words. Since things have come to this, there's no need for youthful sentiment. One should reflect a loyal heart with blood as jade and generously embrace righteousness. End of chapter. Chapter 2494. Burning the Building Part 7. As she spoke, Yue Wan finished retying Liang Kun, whose hair bun, secured it with a hairpin and replaced his turban. He touched the bun gently, stood and said, Wanner, sit. Today I'll serve wine for you. He pressed her onto the stone stool, set an upturned cup upright and stood at her side. He carefully poured a cup but poured too quickly, splashing some over the rim. Yue Wan covered her mouth with a handkerchief, giggling. You clumsy servant boy, if you served like this you'd be beaten 10 out of 10 times. Liang Kun, who smiled. Yes, yes, clumsy hands deserve a beating. He picked up the folding fan from the table and gently rapped his own head 3 times. After teasing a while, Liang Kun, who seemed happier. He sat back at the table, drinking and chatting with Yue Wan. Time slipped by, the sky gradually darkening, the rain slowly ceasing. When it ended and the clouds dispersed, the moon hung on the branch tips. The evening breeze blew gently, birds chirped, and one felt thoroughly refreshed. After drinking a while longer, Yue Wan said, The young master sees everything too clearly, but in this world what's most abundant is muddled confusion. Everyone is drunk, yet you alone are awake, acting independently. If others can't fathom your intentions, they'll call you meddlesome and ignorant of the times. Then you birth so many grievances, becoming more self-pitying and thus even lonelier. Better that when others are drunk, you're drunk too. Whether it's the Changjian emperor or minister Wen, what difference does it make who's emperor? Whoever comes, don't the common people still pay grain tax and perform labor? With all your brooding, the court can't see it, the commoners don't understand it. Who will speak a good word for you? You're only making yourself suffer. Liang Kun, who gave a self-deprecating smile. I'm just stubborn and foolish. I can't pretend. The bald people have long been wary of me. Their factory guards pervade every opening. Recently they've planted spies near the residence, sending scouts in all directions. Those subordinates and lackeys outside, sooner or later they'll fall under the bald thieves' surveillance. They've also instructed the police, commercial tax, and health bureaus to find excuses to harass and provoke my family's businesses daily. They seek out anyone connected to the Liang family, making oblique inquiries, sowing discord, threatening and bribing, causing relatives and followers to betray and leave. Don't be fooled by the mansion's strict defenses, isolated inside from outside. People harboring doubts already exist within. You're coming here. They'll probably know about it by evening. Once you go back, bald thief guards will inevitably come to chat with you. And I sit besieged in a city of sorrow with no plan. To say nothing of the rest, just my painstaking arrangements of recruiting scholars, collecting baldy intelligence, connecting with village worthies, educating the ignorant, all of it will flow eastward into nothingness. Looking at it this way, once they obtain solid evidence, the bald people will probably arrest and imprison me within days. I fear I won't live to see the day the imperial army recovers the 2 Yue provinces. Liang Kun, who raised his wine cup again, took a sip and gazed into the deep night sky. The replacement of imperial power and the change of dynasties were always ordinary matters. Cathay has lasted thousands of years. Those who called themselves emperors and kings are countless. The glory and decline of one surname isn't worth discussing. Only Confucianism has been passed down in one continuous line. Though Buddhism, Taoism, legalism, military strategy, and agriculture each have their strengths, ultimately it's external Confucianism and internal legalism, aided by Taoism, complementing and assisting each other. But the Australians are different. Though Australia has great scholars, the school of principle isn't prominent there. The bald people slight and neglect it. The Senate governs without following rites and teachings, without practicing benevolence and virtue. The senators know nothing of self-cultivation and family regulation. They're greedy and lustful, love ease, value trivial learning and utility. Their conduct is stubbornly headstrong, putting the cart before the horse, reversing heaven and earth. This is the path of the overturned cart before us. If we don't support the dangerous situation and seek survival within a few years, we'll be changing Xia for Yi, the world stolen by these overseas barbarians. If so, though Confucian learning may not die, it will be as good as dead. Now Guangzhou Prefecture has fallen, and 10,000 horses stand mute. Thousands of scholars across the realm look on in fear. This is precisely the time for us to sacrifice our bodies to relieve the disaster. No need to wait for others. We should rise ourselves, choosing righteousness and complete integrity as models, calling on anti-Song scholars throughout the realm to respond in one voice, gathering the power of the 9 provinces to topple the Baldies and punish. Rising tall, Liang Kun, who filled his cup with wine, raised it to toast the bright moon from afar and chanted aloud. Singing the Liang Fu Yin in sorrow, sounds like gold and jade striking the Shang note. For 10 years, Gaojian plotted to destroy Wu. For 7 days, Baixu cried with a heart of Chu. Autumn sends new wild geese mourning the broken country. Daytime, walking hungry tigers gnaw in the empty forest. The oath in the chest is deeper than the sea. How can we let the divine land sink in the end? Having finished Zhang Xixiao's second encouragement poem, Liang Kun, who drained the cup in one gulp and declared loudly, "Liang's power extends only this far. I entrust the mountains and rivers to you gentlemen, to save the nation from peril for future scholars to carry on." He hurled the cup into the pond before him. Just then, a long wind rose suddenly, rolling up his turban and robe sash, wrinkling a pool of cold water. The night grew deeper and darker. Inside the empty training ground, 10 long tables had been pieced together in pairs to form a long table bridge, covered with various equipment. Frowning, Wu Mu watched the action team members checking and debugging their gear. Various simulated scenarios had been set up across the field, and groups of team members cycled through for training. Several heavy steel protective suits and helmets lay piled messily on the table. This was heavy assault equipment customized by the police bureau for the Storm Troop and Mobile unit. Recognizing that the Political Security Bureau also had numerous operations in city alleys and indoors, Wu Mu had coordinated with Mu Min to secure a portion of the customized armor. This armor emphasized frontal protection. The core consisted of a breastplate and helmet. The breastplate was arc-shaped homogeneous steel capable of covering ribs and flanks, roughly 2 thick and weighing about 4.5 kg. It was spliced with lower abdominal armor as a unit, fixed to an inner cotton pad with steel nails, tightened by cowhide straps. A small piece of thin steel plate on the back protected vital areas, connected with leather straps to improve rear protection. The helmet resembled later-generation motorcycle helmets, featuring a detachable steel faceplate with a leather lining and simple bamboo and rattan shock-absorbing structure inside. Wu Mu had tried wearing it experimentally. Within half an hour, his cervical vertebrae ached. Even the strongest soldier probably couldn't wear it continuously for long, but the enormous weight provided remarkable protection. Lead bullets, crossbow bolts, swords, and spears could hardly penetrate it. Against enemies who generally lacked armor and firearms, almost all weapons of this era were helpless during a frontal assault. In limited alley battles and indoor assault trials, the armor had performed excellently. Beside the suit sat several canisters painted with red stripes, smoke tear gas grenades filled with chili oil resin that could blind eyes and cause retching, coughing, difficulty breathing, and burning sensations on the respiratory tract and exposed skin. However, lacking protective equipment for users, they were rarely deployed. Wu Mu picked up a Type 1636 revolver from the table and examined it. This pistol, equipped with nitrated paper integrated cartridges, had exposed many problems after several years of use. Though loading was relatively convenient, residue accumulated quickly, requiring bore cleaning after just a few shots. The most critical flaw was that firing occasionally ignited sensitive nitrated paper in adjacent cylinder chambers, causing accidental discharges and accidents. Additionally, the 9 pi bullet specifications could hardly guarantee sufficient lethality under black powder propulsion. Therefore, the new Type 1636 revolver changed ammunition specifications to .44 Russian, 11x25 mm bullets. Though copper cartridge cases weren't adopted, the original gas sealing device had been improved, enhancing performance and reducing abnormal firing while greatly improving lethality and reliability. Yet this weapon remained barely satisfactory, particularly the reloading speed and continued self-ignition problems during sustained firing. But this was already the best weapon in his hands. Besides weapons, a batch of strictly controlled special equipment, flashlights, would arrive from Lingao soon. These would be the action team's greatest asset for night combat. Though they'd applied multiple times for night vision equipment, competing for resources with the Senate's favored special reconnaissance team was obviously futile. He clearly remembered Zhao Mangsheng's helpless words. Our resources are limited. The Political Security General Bureau must endure. Wu Mu desperately wanted his own special reconnaissance team for extreme situations, but under such resource constraints, this was a fool's dream. His only recourse was this action team that could barely be called adequate. Wu Mu shifted his gaze to the training ground. A team was rehearsing assault tactics. They lined up in a 5-person column. Except for the 4th member, everyone used revolvers. The vanguard wore heavy armor, holding a square steel shield in his left hand and a pistol in his right. The 2nd served as shooter to coordinate with the vanguard for assault clearance. The 3rd was team leader, acting as 2nd shooter for supplementary fire. The 4th wielded 2 double-barreled shotguns for area killing support. The 5th carried breaching tools as rear guard. They rehearsed formation changes and lateral deployment shooting while moving. Amid the ping-ping-pang-pang of gunshots, thick white smoke from black powder quickly filled the training ground, obscuring Wu Mu's vision. Lacking automatic weapons and facing the problem of ensuring firepower continuity and density at close range in short time frames, the Senate's various departments had adopted a solution as simple as Civil War soldiers. Bring guns, bring more guns. Shotgunners carried 2 shotguns and 2 revolvers. Vanguards each carried 2 to 3 revolvers, others carried 4. This ensured a 5-person squad could fire over 100 bullets continuously in 1 to 2 minutes under full fire conditions. However, as shots increased, so did the smoke, causing shooting accuracy to plummet catastrophically. But this ammunition output was already unrivaled in this era. Wu Mu sighed gently. He felt helpless. Even with an instructor who was the eldest disciple of a former ATF agent, whose every move looked professional, the inferior, completely wrong equipment robbed the action team's drills of any fluidity or grace. If criminals kidnapped a watermelon hostage, when the operation concluded, they'd harvest only a handful of watermelon seeds. Wu Mu comforted himself with self-mockery. Though we're rookie chickens, fortunately, our opponents are vegetable worms. End of chapter. Chapter 2495, Burning the Building Part 8, if only they'd get us some Type 34s. Who the hell wants this modified gadget called Type 36? Wu Mu stared at the training ground, his expression sour. The training director beside him dared not join the conversation. He knew this matter had sparked considerable controversy within the Senate. Both the political security and police departments had accumulated many complaints regarding pistols. Compared to the Fubo Army and National Army, they used revolvers far more frequently. But after several years of actual combat testing, the effectiveness of the Type 1630 revolver was widely questioned. These questions centered on pistol power. There were even reports claiming that hitting enemy soldiers wearing thick cotton clothes multiple times at close range failed to bring them down, completely failing to achieve the claimed armor-penetrating effect within 20 meters. The problem dragged on. One obvious reason was that pistols weren't an urgent priority for the Ordnance Department. That changed with the Sun Umbrella Special Case in 1634. During the post-event review, the National Police, Political Security Bureau, and military all criticized existing equipment, expressing particular dissatisfaction with the Type 30 pistol. They argued that not only was ammunition lethality weak, but the slow reloading speed was even more fatal. It had caused heavy casualties among action personnel and nearly led to the arrest operation's failure. Under fierce pressure from the Senate, the Pistol Improvement Project quickly passed the Planning Academy. To avoid repeating past mistakes, two groups would carry out parallel design work. The final result was two models, the Type 1630 modified, the so-called Type 1636 they just received, and the completely reborn Type 1634. The Type 1636's design concept maintained the Planning Academy's waste utilization philosophy. In fact, Type 1636 and Type 1630 differed little. Changes appeared only in ammunition specifications and mechanical mechanisms. Most of these pistols were recycled, and modified Type 1630s produced earlier, an attitude of squeezing every drop of surplus value. What the second weapons group designed was more advanced, designed from the start for full metal cartridges. Though it couldn't escape black powder, it achieved comprehensive improvements in ammunition safety and ballistic performance. The Type 1634 was actually based on the S and W No. 3 pistol blueprint, equipped with a more reliable safety mechanism and optimized ergonomic design. Its break-open frame and automatic shell ejection rod greatly improved reloading and filling speed, making it very convenient to use. The prototype quickly entered testing and was finalized as the Type 1634 revolver by year's end, abbreviated as Type 34 pistol. The blueprint for Type 34 cartridges was also the .44 Russian 11x25 bullet. While ensuring stopping power, it maintained bearable recoil. Combined with the heavy overall weight, the Type 1634's shooting controllability earned considerable praise. An episode occurred during development. The Planning Academy proposed using paper cartridge bullets similar to the Type 1636, based on inherited ammunition specifications to save copper. But the Navy and Marine Corps fiercely opposed this, pointing out that paper cartridges stored in pistol cylinders were easily dampened in maritime environments. Moreover, issues of self-ignition prevention and loading speed remained unsolved. What was the point of equipping another kind of revolver? Finally, considering that copper supply tensions had greatly eased after monopolizing trade with Japan, and that continuing old designs would also affect gun service life, the Planning Academy decided the Type 34.44 caliber cartridge would adopt full copper cases and boxer primers to facilitate cartridge reloading. Due to cost, the Type 34 wasn't widely distributed. The first batch went to the Fubo Army General Reconnaissance Bureau and the Senate General Guard Bureau. Later, Navy and Marine Corps officers and some South China Army officers were also equipped. As for the National Police and Political Security Bureau, these two departments received this Type 36 with its new face but old content. Naturalized citizen cadres generally dared not complain about Senate decisions, but complaints among senators themselves were unreserved. The training director had participated in many light weapon shooting and tactical trainings conducted by the Special Reconnaissance Team and had seen many genuine Australian goods, giving him his own criticisms of this modified Type 36. Seeing his superior's disgusted expression, he naturally understood the man's feelings. A clerk walked over quickly. Director Wu, Section Chief Yang is waiting in your office. There's a situation to report. Wu Mu nodded and strode quickly to his office. With a bang, Wu Mu pushed the door open. Yang Cao and Su Tong had been waiting inside. Seeing him enter, they bowed slightly as if to rise. Wu Mu pressed his hand down, signaling them to sit, then took his seat. "What's the situation?" Yang Cao said. "That batch of purchased goods in the city was sent out." Wu Mu's attention sharpened. "Oh, who received them?" "Externally hired carts and people. They unloaded at a village 20 li from the city. After sitting for 2 days, someone picked them up." "Did you find the destination?" "Very difficult." Among the receivers were local Dan households who know the river channels and bays intimately. Our people have limited knowledge of local waterways and couldn't follow. To avoid exposure and for safety, we withdrew our people. However, there's a major discovery. "Tell me." "There were heavenly soldiers among those receiving the goods." Wu Mu was surprised. Heavenly soldiers. From the name, he suspected this was a secret society organization. The Political Security Bureau had learned about various such organizations through understanding local conditions. However, secret societies had never flourished in Guangdong and Guangxi, far less powerful than their northern counterparts. Local clan forces were too strong. Secret societies could hardly win over lower-class commoners through mutual aid, and thus never gained real influence. Yang Cao continued. "It's a local Taoist sect called the Heavenly Gate Taoist Society. When it arose is uncertain. It's existed in the countryside since ancient times and spread widely. Members call themselves heavenly soldiers. During combat, they tie red scarves around their heads, wrap knives with red ribbons, gather spears with red tassels, and drape their bodies with cloth strips inscribed Taoist God disciples protected by heaven and earth. Members are mostly Hakkas, Dan households renting sandy fields, landless hired laborers and artisans. Initially, it served as a mutual protection union. After the shelling of Guangzhou, when bandits rose everywhere, the Heavenly Gate Taoist Society seized the opportunity under the banner of defending soil and resisting bandits. They successively destroyed 3 bandit gangs of several dozen members each, Yideng Feng, Pushan Hu, and Guo Longbei, dominating a region and gaining great fame, attracting many new members. It's essentially a landlord armed force controlled by local powers. These people normally live and farm in the countryside, indistinguishable from ordinary commoners. They only gather when needed, making them difficult to identify. Wu Mu's head was already starting to ache. This wasn't a simple bandit group. The loose, extremely civilianized structure made them nearly impossible to distinguish. Without criminal acts, direct coercive measures were problematic. After we occupied Guangdong, they didn't confront the Senate and cooperated with our local work, so our routine operations didn't touch their organizational activities. Wu Mu waved his hand. "Is there intelligence on specific structure and organization? Here's the relevant intelligence." Yang Cao handed over the prepared dossier. Wu Mu flipped through it. The introduction was very brief. The society head is called Heavenly Gate Marshal, internally called Seat Marshal, also called Helmsman or Helm Master. The deputy is called Chief Seal or Assistant Helmsman, assisting in leading congregation members of various regions. Below the society head, it's divided into 8 gates. The Merit Gate is head of all gates, handling personnel promotion and demotion. The Punishment Gate manages rules and commandments. The Grain Gate manages finance. The Executive Gate manages general affairs. The Ritual Gate manages ceremonies. The Wind Gate manages reconnaissance and reporting. The Soldier Gate manages killing and fighting. It possesses some organization but remains overall relatively loose. Society heads of various villages basically act independently. It carries strong superstitious coloring, deceiving commoners with gods and ghosts. Key positions are basically held by important local figures. Wealthy households and gentry often join to serve as society heads, seeking safety or expanding strength. Great disciples in charge of various gates are called teaching disciples. who must clear their backgrounds and pass grand ceremonies before officially holding positions. Judging from the materials, this organization had no serious crimes. Even the scale of wealth accumulation, typical of such organizations, wasn't large. The biggest problem was frequent involvement in local armed feuds, intertwined with clan conflicts and tensions between locals and Hakkas. It was hard to assign right or wrong. It was strange indeed how such an obviously lower-class secret society could collude with a genuine local gentry like Liang Kunhu. Liang Kunhu very likely made connections with local power factions through the martial team, and the secret societies in their hands are the armed forces he covets. Since we implemented public security rectification in Liangguang, after 2 consecutive periods of crackdowns, bandit and pirate groups in the Pearl River Delta have been basically cleared out. Constructing armed forces through the traditional method of contacting bandit classes is no longer feasible, so Liang Kunhu turned his attention to them. Their anti-court sentiments were originally relatively weak. In their bones, they still consider the great Ming orthodox. Yang Cao paused. But overall, their organization isn't very tight, and internally it's not monolithic. Many prosperous households only want to organize able-bodied men to protect their native land, fearing that outside forces would increase local burdens. They're unwilling to wade into anti-Song waters. This gives us considerable room for winning over work. In the countryside, some gentry aligned with us in time, actively offering to serve as our eyes and ears. Among them are teaching disciples of the Heavenly Gate Way. This allows us to obtain valuable intelligence. This was provided yesterday by Li Baking of Old Li's walled village in Dongyuan. She handed a letter to Wu Mu. Wu Mu took it and examined it carefully. It was a hard paper card 8 kun long and 4 kun wide. Written on top, Public Alliance Precious Card. In the middle, reporting to Heavenly Emperor summoning generals to dispatch troops. Heaven and earth as witness, ghosts and gods as proof, written below. Meeting at X place on X day X month to discuss grand plans together. Heavenly Gate Taoist Society Seat Marshal. Zhu Tu bows in greeting to await all brothers. Wu Mu flipped it over and looked. This is their internal gathering card, Yang Cao said. Yes, and it's a formal alliance public card, very rare. Unless there are major matters, it won't be issued lightly. This time, all great heads of various counties received the public card. This Zhu Tu is currently the chief helm master of the Heavenly Gate Way. End of chapter. Chapter 2496, Burning the Building Part 9. Wu Mu thought to himself, what major matters could they have? Obviously, it must be laying groundwork for anti-Senate activities. After all, we've put considerable pressure on Liang Kunhu and local forces recently. They must have noticed. This meeting is most likely to discuss countermeasures or make a major decision. He asked, is it possible to catch them all in one net at the alliance meeting? Yang Cao shook her head. The card only indicates a gathering point. The location on each card differs. Upon arrival, they'll be blindfolded with black cloth and guided by specialized personnel. Each attendee can bring only one son or nephew as a disciple. Long-distance tracking, unclear enemy situation and terrain, a hastily organized assault can't succeed. What do you propose? Yang Cao hesitated, then spoke her plan. Hit our way in. We can never see clearly through window paper. Sendhu, too risky, isn't it? Su Tong, he hasn't shown his face to outsiders. He's steady. I don't feel comfortable with others. Must we send our own people? Through what channel? Yang Cao nodded. Outsiders can't see or understand many things, can't distinguish what's important. Time is too short and there are no other suitable candidates. The channel is through Li Baking. He was one of the insiders when Guangzhou City fell. Following our requirements, he went underground after the city was taken, then moved back to Old Li's walled village. He's never been exposed. One of his sons was secretly absorbed into the municipal government under an alias and hasn't been made public. Very reliable. He's definitely not playing both sides. Old Li's walled village is a large estate. More than 40 young men inside have joined the Heavenly Gate Taoist Society, all under his sect. Su Tong will attend this alliance meeting as his distant nephew from out of town. As for danger, she glanced at Su Tong beside her. Su Tong smiled and took up the thread. Isn't this what we do? Wu Mu was silent for a long while, finally saying, prepare support well, pay attention to safety. Outside Iron Beam Temple, Taoist Mushi gazed deeply toward the layers of reeds before him, low and wordless. Darkness spread endlessly in the twilight, smearing Taoist Mushi's evening silhouette like a devil lurking in shadows, waiting to devour prey. This place was a sand accumulation in the Pearl River Delta's water network, very remote. Many years ago, pious men and women of unknown origin had built a small temple here, inviting a few monks to worship gods and Buddhas. Over the years, the temple fell into abandonment, the monks scattered, and even the Buddhist statues disappeared, leaving only 3 halls. Even locals had forgotten the temple's original name, referring to it simply as Iron Beam Temple. Iron Beam Temple sat deep in the sandbar, surrounded by dense river branches and bays, overgrown with reeds and mangroves. Without local Dan households who knew the waterways well, even traces of the road leading to the temple couldn't be found. Consequently, bandits had occupied it for years. A perfectly good place for cultivation had become a bandit's den. Black night had fallen. Inside the side hall of Iron Beam Temple, on an old table sat several dishes of meat and vegetables and 2 jars of inferior wine. Taoist Mushi and a long-faced big man sat on opposite sides. The man was under 40, with a robust physique, gloomy complexion, and steady demeanor. Taoist Mushi stood, holding the pot in his right hand while his left slightly blocked and supported his right sleeve. He leaned forward to pour a cup for the big man first, then filled his own. Raising both hands level with his chest, he toasted. This matter relied heavily on Brother Yun's planning to secure an introduction to Seat Marshal Zhu and achieve this outcome. Nothing to offer in respect. Please drink this cup fully. But Yun Ting only raised his wine cup slightly with one hand, drained it in one gulp, and said indifferently, Yun is a disabled man dismissed from office. I can't bear the Taoist priest's excessive praise. That day, without young Master Liang extending a helping hand and funding with grain and fodder, my brothers would either have gone without food and clothing, gathered in the mountains to howl, or become ghosts under the bald thieves' blades. Since the Taoist priest came to me with the young master's token, and his letter entrusted me heavily again, Yun naturally should assist with all strength. But my brothers are few, gathering a few dozen capable hands isn't easy. We can't throw away lives lightly. Matters of killing and fighting must not involve us. Ugly words said up front. The Taoist priest should be clear on this. Taoist Mushi smiled slightly. You're overthinking. Not to mention Brother Yun's subordinates excel at spying and infiltrating. Just look at Governor Wang's army of tens of thousands. To the bald people, it was but a flick of the finger to ash. How dare I harbor such delusions? This time relies entirely on Brother Yun mediating and contacting in the middle, pulling in righteous men from the Heavenly Gate Taoist Society, Buddha Fragrance Society, One Universe Primeval Way, Green Stone Fortress, and others to achieve this alliance meeting. When we speak with one voice and unite the various paths, shaking the region, achieving great things might not be impossible. Yun Ting only looked coldly at Taoist Mushi. To speak frankly, Yun thinks moving lightly right now is unwise. Nowadays, Guangzhou Prefecture has strict surveillance, spider webs densely distributed. Former personnel retained in city and outside government bureaus have mostly been dismissed, replaced, investigated, or arrested. Various news channels are gradually being cut off. The bald people's steps are tight, pressing in one by one. Young Master Liang said in his letter he would fund heavily this time, but I fear future transmissions will be difficult. Presumably, his activities have already been investigated by the bald thieves. I observe that the young master's letter seems to know things cannot be done. It already carries implications of entrustment, intending to complete his integrity with his body. Those of us who cling to him, since we feel harmony is difficult, might as well disperse here. This way we can still preserve our respective lives and families." Hearing this, Taoist Mushy's body stiffened slightly, then he suddenly sneered. "That statement is greatly absurd. The young master saw through the bald thief's wolfish ambition long ago, planning painstakingly for years. Where pieces are placed is obscure and secluded. Only now will the strength be shown. Why must second brother Yun make this dejected attitude? You know the bald people very deeply." Looking at young Master Liang's writing, though he understands the bald people's shortcomings and strengths, he blindly exaggerates their abilities. In this poor Taoist's view, it seems you've been scared witless by the bald thieves, losing your own sharp spirit for nothing. Right now, though young Master Liang sits trapped in Guangzhou Prefecture, the chess game is just set up. He needn't preside personally. The young master has entrusted all matters and relationships to me. Second brother Yun, rest easy. In the court, there's Master Stone to rely on as Mount Tai. In the countryside, there's brother Yun to draw as my arm. Everything still has great potential. This is exactly the time to display ambitions. Why be dejected? Moreover, brother had old grudges with the bald people when wearing the flying fish robe. If not serving the court, where does the road ahead go? Are you hoping for the bald people's 3 courteous solicitations? The things brother Yun does are shady and secretive, running errands for young Master Liang, contacting rural clan elders, fortress lords, and society heads, issuing handbills, probing baldy intelligence. You have human lives on your hands. The incident will happen sooner or later. There's absolutely no luck. Where will you serve your body then? Moreover, living out your days in mediocrity, can brother Yun be willing? Right now you have only 2 paths, death or leaving. Today I point out this clear road to brother Yun. You should cherish it. Yun Ting lowered his head. Under the dim oil lamp his complexion couldn't be seen clearly. Only the hand holding the wine cup froze firmly in midair. Silent for a long while, he finally sighed lightly. "This goes without saying. I should do my best. Only maintaining and pulling relationships across various paths isn't easy. It took several years of management by young Master Liang and me to achieve this situation. Taoist priest, be absolutely cautious. Cherish our painstaking efforts." Taoist Mushy laughed. "Brother Yun, in the past, young Master Liang and I researched the record of broad knowledge of heaven's affairs in detail, discussing baldy situations freely. Though the bald people act cautiously, this bunch of overseas barbarians pretending to be Song descendants aren't completely without flaws. Brother Yun knows baldy situations well. Presumably you already know." He picked up a mouthful of food, took a small sip of wine, and continued. "The bald people's armor is sharp, but though elite, they're few. Scatter them across all of Guangdong and it's like throwing sand into the sea, difficult to attack fortifications or fight field battles. Gather them in one place and it's hard to control the countryside. Baldy soldiers consume huge amounts of money, grain, gunpowder, and armor. Raising one soldier costs 10 times what our dynasty's soldiers cost. Nowadays, bald people send pseudo-officials wandering through the countryside every 10 days, called grain collection teams, yet they rarely levy from small commoners, only coercing scholars, gentry, and grain households. Since ancient times, imperial power didn't reach down to the Li and Jia. Rural people were governed by clan laws. Scholars were treated preferentially and exempted from paying money and grain. Loyalty and chastity were commended to propagate moral transformation. Since then, none of this exists. It's caused boiling resentment in the countryside. Gentry and wealthy households are all worried and confused. Now we can manipulate from above and below, stirring up a storm." Yun Ting nodded gently. "When I discussed baldy situations with the young master, we often shared this view. That is, action should be sooner rather than later. Shake their foundation while the bald people's footing is unstable. The longer the time, the harder to achieve things. The bald people are especially skilled at bewitching hearts. But when first arriving, ignorant men and women haven't received their benefits. Officials and cadres haven't gone down to the Li and Jia. Authority hasn't been established. Grace hasn't been bestowed. Combined with the bald thieves' notorious reputation when conquering Guangzhou Prefecture, we propagate wantonly to terrify rural people, then supplement with indoctrination of the ignorant through benevolence, righteousness, and divine teachings. Merging with all heroes in societies, mountains, and fortresses, connecting with big households in the countryside, we can still accomplish things. If time delays, small people will inevitably be bewitched by them. By then, bald people will conscript soldiers widely and dispatch officials broadly. Once their foundation is firm, there will be no place for us to exist. Speaking of this, Yun Ting shook his head. Though words are so, the saying goes, accumulate thickly to erupt thinly. The power we've accumulated is like drifting stalks and floating duckweed. Now the court's soldiers and horses haven't arrived, the opportunity hasn't come. I fear it's hard to gain momentum. Launching now is too forced. Taoist Mushy gritted his teeth tightly and said fiercely, "As you say, but time waits for no one. Right now we can still give it a fight." Waiting for the bald thieves to rectify the region at leisure, with their means of bewitching people, I fear will melt away like ice and snow, disappearing into invisibility. Right now, falsely claiming the court's soldiers and horses are about to arrive, launching around, pulling everyone onto the boat regardless, just wrapping up relatives and rural dependents in one go. These people will have no retreat, only able to follow us on one road to death. The bald thieves, even when suppressing, will have to slaughter wantonly, with killing filling the wilds. The heavier the slaughter, the deeper the enmity, the more people hate them. Only when the water is muddied can we act conveniently. Yun Ting's heart skipped a beat. His gaze burned, staring at Taoist Mushy. The Taoist priest plans good methods. Taoist Mushy feigned compassion, sighed lightly. Being in the midst of it, I'm forced to it, but how to act still needs Brother Yun's guidance. Yun Ting lowered his head and pondered for a long while, slowly leaning back against his chair. His upper body submerged into shadow. The dim lamp in the room flickered, reflecting Yun Ting's face flickering bright and dark. A cold voice came from the darkness. To make trouble for the bald thieves, Yun hasn't thought deeply yet. Tentatively, I have a few shallow opinions. End of chapter. Chapter 2497. Burning the Tower 10. Yun Ting slowly extended his right hand and raised his index finger. First, do not engage them head-on. Attack only from the flanks and avoid their sharp edge. The key is to delay, not to fight. Delay to await changes, gradually eroding their momentum. If we can hold out until the imperial court's army arrives, there is hope. He extended his middle finger. Second, obstruct their government orders. Make the heavy hand of the pseudo-dynasty difficult to impose in the countryside. Ambush and kill stranded pseudo-officials and unruly people who have defected to the Kun. Select one or two die-hard converts to the fake Kun and slaughter their entire families as a warning. Create fear in the villages so that commoners dare not serve as Kun officials or speak of Kun affairs. Create chaos so that their authority cannot be established, grain cannot be collected, and laws cannot be enforced. He raised his ring finger. Third, have the heroes of the various mountains harass traffic, intercept travelers and merchants, block roads, and ruin their public security. To maintain order, the Kun thieves will be forced to set up many checkpoints, spreading their troops thin. Over time, they'll inevitably be unable to attend to everything. The Kun people place great importance on commerce and manufacturing. If we find opportunities to commit arson, burning down the Kun thieves' newly established workshops, freight yards, warehouses, and shops in the Guangzhou area, disrupting their business and manufacturing, it will surely increase their troubles and throw their pace into disorder. He held up his little finger. Fourth, wherever the Kun people go, they recruit many local braves. But these township soldiers have neither Kun guns nor armor, only swords and spears. Moreover, there are few scholars in the Kun thieves' tent, and very few are appointed as pseudo-officials or clerks. They're forced to use local gentry and clan elders to govern people on their behalf. These township soldiers are uneven in quality, and there's no lack of loyal and righteous men whose hearts turn to the imperial court. Persuade them to surrender, strike when they're unprepared, gather heroes, coordinate from within and without, capture one or two village or township offices, seize guns and grain. It will surely shock the Kun thieves and greatly boost morale. However, this is extremely difficult and should not be undertaken lightly. After catching his breath, Yun Ting continued, on ordinary days, rely heavily on local powerful families and seek shelter and cover from relatives in the charts and lees. Circle and maneuver with the Kun thieves. If secrets leak and you encounter fierce suppression, unable to find a foothold, then pull up your troops and retreat to Bagui, entrench in the borderlands, hide in the mountains, and seek opportunities for chaos and harassment. Wait for the Grand Army to arrive, then act as vanguard. Only then can we make a comeback. Wooden Stone Taoist said, these are all strategies of scratching the surface. They cannot shake their foundation. Yun Ting snorted coldly. Planning is one thing, but executing even one or two parts is already not easy. One must not be insatiable. The Kun thieves possess 2 prefectures. Their soldiers are elite and grain abundant. How can you or I shake them overnight? As for Governor General Xing, whom you mentioned, his head is still on his shoulders, which shows the imperial court currently has no intention of dealing with the Kun thieves. Wooden Stone Taoist pondered for a moment. That makes sense. Let's leave this aside for now. What about the alliance? Yun Ting said. It's largely settled. I've already contacted Zhu Tu. He'll come to meet us tomorrow. You've seen this person twice before. He's short-sighted, uncouth, and greedy. He can only be used and coerced, not allowed to lead. When the time comes, you must keep your wits steady, lure him into the trap, and not be swayed by him. However, this person is very loyal to his friends and isn't afraid of charging and fighting. He has considerable reputation in the Jianghu. With several large clans supporting him, he obtained this title of Marshal of the Heaven Gate. At his peak, he could pull together 5,000 to 7,000 men. Now that the Kun people are powerful and suppressing the large households and Taoist sects, even after removing the hangers-on, he still has 2,000 or 3,000 followers. Currently, he's being squeezed hard and is having a very difficult time. To protect himself, he'll struggle. Recruiting him with the promise of heavy profits won't be difficult. Wooden Stone Taoist nodded slightly. This poor Taoist understands. Last time I already promised Zhu Tu a substantive appointment as guerrilla general. Seeing how happy he was, scratching his ears and cheeks, and judging from his probing words, he's a man without guile. Yun Ting frowned. Can you fulfill his wish? Wooden Stone Taoist sneered. He, once the punt pole leaves the shore, it'll be out of his hands. What difference does it make whether it's true or false? He paused, then added, Brother Yun, let's plan in detail again. Think it over carefully and let no slip-ups occur. Distant mountains, dense forests, hillocks, strange rocks. Wisps of moonlight penetrated dark clouds, illuminating the hazy wilderness. Tree branches swayed gently in the mountain breeze, leaves rustling softly. Tree shadows on the mountain walls flickered like ghostly figures. A single beam of ghost fire in a deep mountain temple cast 2 black shadows whispering on the window paper, like murmurs from hell. A small boat swayed and wound its way along the river channel. 3 people sat inside the boat's canopy. Su Tong and Li Baking leaned back with their eyes covered by black cloth. A large man sat upright, staring intently at the 2. Su Tong leaned diagonally against the canopy wall, his body swaying gently with the boat's undulations, appearing to doze. Secretly, he was sensing and distinguishing the speed, tilt, and bumps of the skiff, capturing every minute's sound and special characteristic of the environment along the way. He silently counted to record time. He crossed his arms seemingly casually over his chest, his left robe sleeve covering his right hand. His right hand was inserted diagonally into his bosom, clutching a short pencil stub in his palm inside his inner garment. Whenever the vessel tilted left, he drew a line from top to bottom on the inner side of his collar. If it turned right, he drew on the outer side. At every turn, he noted the silently counted numbers on his inner garment using shorthand symbols in sequence. In situations where he couldn't record directly, Tang used this as a supplementary reference for memory. Based on this, he roughly estimated the mileage and time of each turn, hoping to infer the destination by comparing with a map afterward. He had practiced this method many times before, achieving at least 60 to 70% accuracy. However, in the past it was always on land, by carriage or sedan chair. This was his first time by boat. Compared to carriage or sedan chair, controlling direction on a boat was more difficult. This was merely a makeshift measure. The meeting place was far from the city. The two had rented a house nearby the previous day and stayed half the night. Before dawn, they came to wait. After boarding, they traveled for a long time before the boat finally slowed to a stop. The boatmen removed the black cloth from their eyes. Opening them, they saw themselves in a vast mangrove forest. Abandoning the boat to go ashore, they found a small path in the woods. Guided by a handler, they walked straight forward. The two couldn't distinguish east from west, south from north, and simply followed all the way. Along the road, other people joined from time to time, all on foot. Obviously, this place was inaccessible to carriages and horses. Everyone had to rely on boats. Tang was secretly worried. Since ancient times, waterways had been the most complex and changeable, especially in such large areas of swamps and sandbars. The 36 heroes of Liangshan in the Song dynasty had gathered at Liangshan Marsh for decades while government troops remained helpless. In reality, Liangshan had no dangerous terrain. It relied entirely on the 800 li of water to shield it from the government. These people were probably the leaders of the various societies. Tang cast an inquiring gaze at Li Baking, who only nodded slightly. After walking further, the road grew more complex. Sometimes they had to push aside bushes, sometimes cross streams on temporarily laid planks. The surroundings were either woods or reed marshes. Even the sky couldn't be seen. Bright and hidden sentry posts appeared and disappeared along the way, heavily guarded. It wasn't until near noon that they arrived at a temple in a clearing. Tang was secretly alarmed. Small boats rowed slowly. Though the journey seemed long, this place was probably only 15 to 20 kilometers from Guangzhou City. Coming out of the west gate, the bandit nest was at most 40 li away. And this den lay hidden deep among the sandbars and mangroves. Without a guide, even if a large army were deployed to drag a net, they would never dream of easily searching it out. No wonder this group gathered here so openly and fearlessly. The temple courtyard occupied considerable ground, though the layout wasn't very large. It was said that when the temple was built, lacking large timber for beams, iron sheets had been wrapped around the spliced main beams, hence the name Iron Beam Temple. The halls and houses were all built on stone foundations, with earthen walls on the outside and wooden halls inside. The layout consisted of two entries. The front was the Mountain Gate courtyard, the middle the Buddha Hall, and the rear the abbot's room, kitchen, and lay Buddhist quarters. Most had now collapsed. The Mountain Gate had long been dilapidated, and the plaque was nowhere to be found. Inside the hall lay an incense tripod missing legs and handles. The main hall enshrined a wooden Buddha statue, but the painted colors had long faded and the gold plating had peeled away. Two standing statues of bhikshus flanked the Buddha. The side halls on both sides were lined with more than 20 bodhisattvas of various sizes and shapes, tall and short, fat and thin. Due to years of neglect, they had all rotted, their faces indistinguishable. Several minions welcomed guests at the Mountain Gate. After inspecting official invitations, someone led them in. In the courtyard, dozens of long tables and folding chairs were arranged in 2 rows. Many people had already taken their seats. Minions came forward to serve tea and offer tobacco. A round-backed armchair stood in the center. Behind it was an incense table with a shrine enshrining the Taoist Heavenly Emperor, inscribed, Haoshan Jink Yuwang Xuanqiang Gao Shangdi. the great high god of the Jade Emperor of the golden palace of the vast heaven. 3 incense burners and 4 plates sat before the table. The 3 burners each honored the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, with 3 sticks of high incense in each. The 4 offering plates held whole meat offerings of pig, cow, sheep, and chicken, signifying that the disciples of the heavenly emperor who rule all realms do not abstain from meat. Tables and chairs in the courtyard were arranged by rank. A minion led Li Baking and Su Tong to the very last table, chanting loudly. Li Baking, a master disciple of Old Li Village, brings his nephew Li Jian. Arrived. Take seats according to rank. After settling them, he served tobacco, tea, and fruits before withdrawing. Before long, both rows of seats were gradually filled. Besides 40 or 50 sect leaders, including disciples and gatekeepers, there were well over 100 people. Everyone looked strange and grotesque. Some talked loudly, others whispered. Everyone harbored different thoughts, their eyes flickering, looking around constantly. The courtyard was noisy and chaotic. What concerned everyone most were the hardwood boxes piled under the corridors on left and right, guarded by more than 10 minions. The boxes and lids were reinforced with iron hoops and secured with large padlocks. Could it be that inside were? Stories about Generalissimo Zhu obtaining a large sum of silver had long circulated among the sect leaders. Some said a certain Taoist priest had turned stone into gold. Others claimed he dug up military pay buried by Governor General Xiong. But Zhu too remained noncommittal, appearing even more mysterious. Before they could speculate much, a crisp whip cracked and the courtyard instantly fell silent. Then a drum sounded, and a minion holding a large wooden command token appeared, chanting, "Heaven Gate roll call." Everyone listened to the order. Hearing this, the attendees stood up in unison, causing a clatter of tables and chairs. After everyone stood firm, the minion chanted, "Driving a cart requires the sunny open road, sailing a boat requires a flat sea. The auspicious day has long been selected, Heaven Gate opens wide to call the roll. The auspicious time has arrived. Open Heaven Gate. Flag and card officers hold the flags." After the roll call song was sung, cymbals and bow clashed in unison, and another muffled drum beat sounded. A big man carried out a large green bamboo banner with 5 large characters, Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society. After a brief pause, the minion chanted loudly again, "The marshal ascends the seat." End of chapter. Chapter 2498. Burning the Tower. 11. A phlegmy cough echoed as a fat, dark-skinned man slowly walked to the front of the incense table. This man had a protruding belly, jowly cheeks, and a full beard. He was none other than Zhu Tu, Marshal of the Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society. Zhu Tu wore a suit of cloth armor painted with gold and colorful designs. The fabric hung limply on his body. The rattan-bound, paper-pasted gold helmet was bright and light, making Zhu Tu look somewhat comical. Su Tong secretly ridiculed him. Is it really that hard to get a set of armor? After the defeat and dispersal of Guangdong government troops, armor and clothing had scattered across the countryside, and many township braves had equipped themselves. Later, during public security rectification, thousands of sets of prohibited armor had been confiscated. Why bother wearing such a nondescript counterfeit? He didn't know this armor had been handed down by the patriarch of the sect, and only the sect leader could wear it. Because the great Ming prohibited villagers and commoners from possessing armor and shields, in the early years they could only make it from cloth and rattan. Zhu Tu tried hard to maintain a solemn and dignified manner, making everything appear awkward and forced. He first made a circular bow to the crowd, then walked behind the chair, offered a stick of incense to the shrine, performed Nilen bow obeisance, smoothed the 2 headbands beside the gold helmet to cover his ears, and then waddled to the round-backed armchair and sat down. The minion chanted again, "Guests, take your seats." With a rustling of clothes, everyone sat down. Zhu Tu looked around, silently counting the rows. Guan He of Greenstone Stronghold, Song Dujin of the Buddha Fragrance Society, and pockmarked Chen of the One Universe Primordial Chaos Tao. These three major societies and strongholds were all vassals and branches of the Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society, accounting for half of the major families present. Before the meeting, they'd already been secretly bought, coerced, and recruited. Everything had been discussed properly. Absolutely no mistakes would occur. The other three families were either timid or weak. As long as the 6 major sect leaders were settled, the remaining small leaders of villages and households would have absolutely no power to resist. His purpose in gathering the alliance was to annex the various sects and coerce the villages under the guise of resisting the Kun, thereby dominating the shadowy roads of the Guangzhou area alone. He only needed to guard against someone forcing their way out to stand apart. Zhu too coughed and began. I, Zhu, am a rough man. Since childhood, I failed to study books and learn Confucianism, truly a regret of my life. Though I'm a wild man of the countryside, having watched plays and listened to storytelling, having heard masters speak of ancient times, though I don't understand great principles, I do know loyalty and righteousness. That's why I took over this Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society from the old marshal. Over the years, killing bandits, striking refugees, expelling water pirates, experiencing more than 10 battles, protecting territory and comforting the people, I can claim some meager merit. I intended to wait for the world to settle, then disarm and return to the countryside. Whether doing business or farming, I'd support my family. Who would have expected that a few years ago, the Kun thieves would rampage, bringing disaster to Guangzhou Prefecture, killing, burning, looting wealth and robbing people, doing all manner of evil. Today, brothers present here either have blood feuds with the Kun thieves or hatred for broken homes. You must feel this pain personally. I won't say more. Some time ago, second brother Yun introduced a high expert to me, known as Taoist Wooden Stone. The Taoist bears the imperial court's mandate to recruit heroes from all directions. His fame is illustrious in Guangdong and Guangxi. Presumably many brothers present know him. Receiving the high regard of Taoist Wooden Stone and second brother Yun, they repeatedly invited me, Zhu, to come out of the mountains. Lacking talent but unable to decline, I had to come out to preside over this situation. Only before, each family acted on its own, and sooner or later would be defeated one by the Kun thieves. As the saying goes, a handful of thatch twisted into rope, a bundle of firewood won't break. Only by brothers of each family working together, relying on each other, unified and united. Pausing briefly, Zhu Tu added, "Please welcome Taoist Wooden Stone." Wooden Stone Taoist wore a purple sun Taoist cap with 2 sword-tip ribbons hanging from the back of his head. He wore a green kudzu cloth Taoist robe and stepped on cloud-walking shoes. His right hand held a horsetail whisk, and 3 strands of wind-blown long beard hung over his chest. A gust of wind blew, causing his robe sleeves to dance and ribbons to flutter. He truly had the solitary elegance and demeanor of an immortal. The Taoist drifted in slowly from the side, drawing gasps of wonder from the crowd below. Those familiar with him raised their hands in respectful greeting from afar. Wooden Stone Taoist stood still, performed a Taoist greeting, and spoke in a clear voice. This poor Taoist offers greetings. Today, not having been discarded by Marshal Zhu and treated as an honored guest, meeting all you heroes at the Alliance Assembly is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Today, the Kun thieves seem to point their sword wherever they wish, sweeping away everything. But in reality, they're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Their momentum cannot penetrate loose silk. They're just like the Japanese pirates knocking on the sea back then. Sooner or later, they'll inevitably flee back to Australia and certainly won't govern the UA lands for long. Governor Xing fought the Kun thieves first at Jiaoqing, then at Lingyang Gorge, and again at Wuzhou. Relying on worthy generals and brave soldiers, he resisted step by step. The Kun thieves left corpses filling the fields and fought for a long time without success. They used treacherous spies and moved people with wealth and profit, enticing unrighteous, unruly people to sell themselves and rebel, colluding with foreign enemies as internal spies. First, they disrupted the army's morale themselves, followed by arson and tricking the city. I only hate that chaos always comes from within. Though Governor Xing won all 3 battles and slaughtered over 10,000 Kun, he fell short of success and had to retreat. This isn't because the soldiers and generals were mediocre. The Kun thieves are especially cunning. He cannot be blamed for the warfare. Now Governor Xing has established a foothold in Bagui, and his will to exterminate the Kun has never fallen. He gathers troops and accumulates grain, waiting for the opportunity to act. Morning and evening he sleeps on spears awaiting the dawn, plotting recovery. Speaking to this point, Wooden Stone Taoist transferred the whisk to his left hand, rested the tail on his right arm, and lightly stroked his beard. Now Governor Xing controls the right of the Ling in the west, standing in a standoff with the Kun thieves from afar. He strengthens the walls and clears the fields, guards the passes and holds the strategic points, causing the Kun thieves to halt at Wuzhou, unable to advance an inch. This poor Taoist observes that the Kun thieves act perversely and go against the tide, and public resentment is boiling. Given time, they'll inevitably fall into chaos themselves. At that time, the imperial court's grand army will gather, combining wolf troops and border armies, marching out from western Yue. We will respond, attacking from both inside and outside to punish the Kun thieves together. The great cause of exterminating the Kun will surely be achieved. He took a roll of silk from his bosom, shook it open, and continued. Now the imperial court has already gathered an army of 100,000. Any day now, they'll descend west into Liangguang. In as little as 3 months, or at most half a year, grand armies will arrive in succession. The ugly kind of Kun thieves will certainly not withstand the thunderous strike. High and low alike will surely be turned to powder. The civil thief and Ma the rebel will either bind their hands and surrender to be presented as captives beneath the palace steps to sacrifice to the imperial ancestral temple, or they'll be publicly executed, their heads passed around Guangdong and Guangxi to warn the world. Currently, the civil and military officials of Liangguang, from the generals-in-chief and governors down, are all controlled by Governor Xing. Governor Xing is reorganizing the military, recruiting worthy and virtuous men far and wide, accumulating the momentum of wind and thunder to plan for action. Everyone, please look. This is Governor Xing's handwritten order, fully commissioning this poor Taoist to recruit loyal and righteous heroes. If you all submit and serve, you'll become pillars of the imperial court. In the future, you may become garrison commanders or commanders. Conferring titles and worshipping nobility will happen then. Changing your fate and transforming your life is a rare opportunity in 100 years. You must not mistake your own future. Marshal Zhu is loyal and bold, his righteousness reaching to the clouds. He can be entrusted with great matters. Governor Xing has already recommended Marshal Zhu as a substantive guerrilla general. The decree will arrive within 10 days. Thus, this place should honor Marshal Zhu. This poor Taoist suggests that all families discard past grievances and join hands with one heart. 7 Taoist sects unite into one. Hearing these words, the crowd couldn't help but whisper to each other. The backbone of the Taoist sect bandits was mostly local rascals, more than half illiterate with little knowledge. Those who'd come to respond this time mostly had old grudges against the Kun people, and many were die-hard anti-Kun individuals. Moreover, feudal imperial consciousness had always been deep-rooted. They recognized the Ming Dynasty as orthodox. Hearing the promise of official status, they were all somewhat moved. Seeing Wooden Stone Taoists take out the silk, everyone craned their necks and widened their eyes. But separated by the distance, they stared until their eyes cramped without seeing a single word. They only vaguely saw a large seal at the bottom corner. They couldn't see clearly or distinguish its authenticity. Then, hearing the call to unite the Taoist sects, discussion became even more rife. As if a ladle of cold water had been poured into a pot of hot oil, exploding with a hiss. Though everyone coveted wealth and worshipped imperial power, and wooden stone Taoist's words had stirred them into a restless state, they could still distinguish between someone else's herd of cattle and their own single cow. In the end, being able to call oneself master in the countryside relied entirely on this 1 acre 3 cents of land. If merged by others, wouldn't they end up empty-handed? Just then a person at the head table sneered. How exactly to unite? Isn't it just uniting under the name of your Taoist spirit society? Even a 3-year-old child will cry and fuss if someone robs his porridge cake. You make it sound as if it's already decided, just notifying us. Good men have always accepted respect but not bullying. This matter of unification still needs to be debated. Before his voice hit the ground, Zhu Tu and Wooden Stone Taoist both looked at this person. They recognized him as Liao Yangcheng, Taoist head of the Red Sun Way. This way had been established separately by a senior disciple branch of the Heavenly Soldier Taoist Spirit Society in the early years. Passed down for 3 generations, it had considerable momentum. Though it honored the Taoist Spirit Society as master, it listened to transfers but not announcements, obeying orders while maintaining independence. It had always been discordant with Zhu Tu. They simply hadn't torn their faces. Liao Yangcheng didn't shrink back. He met their gaze directly, staring provocatively at Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly stood from the armchair. The black, hard fat on his face squeezed his eyes into a thin line. A ray of noon backlight hit his back, painting a pale silhouette around him. His dark physique was pulled by the sunlight, slowly shrouding Liao Yangcheng in a huge shadow. The sun blazed. The temperature grew increasingly hot and fierce. The atmosphere in the venue also gradually stagnated. The sect leaders were highly resistant to this alliance, but awed by Zhu Tu's intimidating power and the tiger skin behind him, none dared stick their head out. Now that Liao Yangcheng had questioned it, though no one dared echo him, the atmosphere became subtle. Wooden Stone Taoist closed his eyes slightly, putting on an air of immortal wind and Taoist bones. He'd anticipated this scene. It was a good opportunity to weigh Zhu Tu's worth. If he couldn't handle even this small scene, there was no need to waste more thought here. Better to find another plan immediately. Zhu Tu walked slowly to Liao Yangcheng, a smile piling up on his face. He cupped his hand slightly. Junior brother, greetings. You and I come from the same sect. Since ancient times, the iron tree does not blossom and brothers do not divide the family. Though junior brother has some roots, a single log is hard to support. Now the Kun people are busy expanding territory and have no mind to manage you and me. When they have free hands, how will they allow us to disturb the locality like this? Where does our food and clothing come from? Don't we rely entirely on running militia training, sending out troops to hunt for wild food? But now the Kun people have dispatched many work teams escorted by large troops to stay in villages and settlements, winning over hearts. Have you not noticed the number of people withdrawing from groups and rebelling against the way increasing daily? If we don't plan ahead, in the future you and I will hardly have a place to stand. Since ancient times, there has only been one Liangshan. Where can there be 2 water marshes? I still hope junior brother can be of one heart with brother Zhu, joining forces into one. If I've offended junior brother in the past, I beg your magnanimity and forgiveness. He bowed down. End of chapter. Chapter 2499. Burning the Tower 12. Liao Yangcheng's face changed several times. He extended his hand partway, hesitated for a moment, then pulled it back, ultimately not reaching out to support him. However, his tone was less aggressive than before. He only said, "Little brother was a bit hasty and offended senior brother with my words. Senior brother, being large-minded, surely won't take it to heart. It's just that the Red Sun Way was handed down by the patriarch. If the foundation is ruined in my hands, how will I face my master and grandmaster in the underworld? Since the family was divided back then, there must have been a reason. When children grow up, they naturally have to divide the family and assets to live separately. Forcefully staying in one place leads to friction. The various grievances of the past are trivial matters. I won't mention them again. In recent years, senior brother Zhu has mentioned standing shoulder to shoulder in alliance quite a few times. Though I've consistently refused, the offerings to the main way have never been short. When our own brothers suffer attacks or fight for turf, my red son Wei has never been ambiguous about pulling together to fight outsiders. What difference is there between this and an alliance? In my humble opinion, it's better for each to establish their own household. The main Wei and red son Wei can serve as horns for each other, watching over and helping one another. Yang Taiju of the Eight Immortals Society heard this and hurriedly echoed, "Brother Liao speaks very correctly. Brothers dividing the family to live alone are still brothers. Own brothers, well, ahaha, no need to be forcefully pinched together. On ordinary days, don't we still follow senior brother Zhu's lead? It's no different. Better for each to establish own households, better to establish own households." As soon as these words came out, they drew immediate response. The whispering in the venue instantly grew much louder. Since someone had fired the opening shot, a group of sect leaders who'd been cowed by Zhu Tu's intimidation also muttered their unwillingness to merge. A trace of impatience appeared on Zhu Tu's face, but he still tried to control himself, squeezing out a smile. "Brother heroes, today is a major event. If you have anything to say, put it out in the open. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Speak clearly to avoid leaving any roots for gossip or provoking needless anger later." Some sharp-witted sect leaders, seeing Zhu Tu's unkind expression and fierce eyes, knew he'd formed killing intent. They dared not follow in opposition, only keeping their mouths shut and waiting for an opportunity. Some saw the situation was bad and lied about needing to go to the latrine, wanting to slip away. Unexpectedly, sentries had been posted on all sides. As soon as they reached the door, they were invited back. Seeing the scene boiling over, Wooden Stone Taoist coughed lightly. The ancients said, "If 10,000 men manipulate bows and shoot at one target together, the target will invariably be hit. Now the Kun thieves are powerful. If we don't work together, won't we be defeated one by the Kun thieves? In the future, when Liangguang is recovered, everyone will have their own future. Is there still need to dispute over this snail's horn?" Hearing this, Pockmarked Chen of the One Universe Primordial Chaos Tao immediately stood tall, 1 foot on a chair and 1 on a table, shouting loudly, "What each establish their own household? Which family sitting here isn't incense left behind by the main way? Aren't they all transmitted from the 3 Pure Ones Taoist venerables? Originally, we belonged to one gate, even the Buddha Fragrance Society. That's Buddha and Tao as one family, making no distinction between each other. Nowadays, everywhere you burn a stick of incense, I plant a flag. So many sects and halls that haven't opened. Every family is just the light of an incense head. What use is it? If you ask me, the great Tao returns to one. Why distinguish between each other? I think what Taoist Wooden Stone said is reasonable. Honor senior brother Zhu as the master and merge every family into the Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society. Brothers will all be leaders. When the imperial court grants rewards and we muddle into a future, won't that be happy?" Liao Yangcheng glanced sideways at Pockmarked Chen and said coldly, "Whether it's truly to band together to resist the Kun or to swallow others to expand one's own power, everyone has a ruler in their chest. The human heart measures the human heart. One has numbers in one's own belly. Whether someone's dog ate a few caddies of shit and is busy wagging its tail, I don't know. I only don't see a single copper coin here. I can't do the business of licking someone's ditch." Pockmarked Chen was instantly furious. He jumped down from the table and struggled to go forward and tear into him, but was forcefully held back by several people around him. Zhu Tu couldn't help but frown. "Junior brother, why hurt others with evil words? A great enemy is before us, and before fighting outsiders, could it be that we ourselves are falling into chaos?" Liao Yangcheng puffed out his chest. "If we're talking about fighting Kun thieves, my Liao family has no second words. Back when fighting the Kun thieves, Liao, never submitted. I led the Taoist assembly and militia in several fights. Who in the Jianghu doesn't raise a thumb and praise, good hero, when mentioning Tiger Tail Whip Liao Yangcheng. But if you say abandon the ancestors' foundation to attach to others, I Liao Yangcheng, am not that unfilial. In recent years, senior brother Zhu has said all that should be said. There's no need to waste spittle on this occasion today. Brothers have many miscellaneous tasks at home waiting urgently. I'll take my leave. He pushed the table and chair and stood up. The 8 disciples and leaders attending him immediately stood as well. The group was about to leave. Yang Taiju of the 8 Immortals Society moved his body a few times, seeming to want to stand up but swayed and shrank back. Zhu too hadn't expected Liao Yangcheng to leave just because of a few disagreeable sentences. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately said unhappily, "Even if you don't wish to ally, junior brother should stay to observe the ceremony. Why leave in such a hurry? What matter is so urgent?" Guanhe, master of Green Stone Stronghold, snorted coldly. Ordinary brothers weren't told the location of today's meeting. Leaving in such a hurry, could it be there are ghosts in your heart having done something guilty? If I were to report this with so many people, it would count as a major merit. Liao Yangcheng flew into a rage. "Good you green ghost Guanhe, don't spray blood on people. Who do you think your little tricks are fooling? Where can these few mountains and Li hide from me? If I really wanted to report to the officials, I would have long laid an ambush of troops to surround the mountain. I would catch everyone in one net as soon as people were all here, never letting a single one escape. How could I still stay here wagging my tongue with you?" He just kept sneering. "Oh. So Brother Liao has plotted for a long time, knowing to arrest when people are all here. Very good, very good." Liao Yangcheng's face turned red with rage. Saying no more, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a person flashed out from an angle and said, "Master, Senior Uncle Zhu speaks reason. All the venerable elders are here. If we leave first, it will easily invite gossip. Why not stay and watch? That would be good too." Liao Yangcheng turned and saw it was indeed his second disciple. "Liu Jun," he said unhappily. "What ceremony to watch? When words don't agree, half a sentence is too much. Staying would only increase people's detestation. We're leaving." But Liu Jun didn't move to make way, he stood firmly. Immediately Liao Yangcheng's heart stirred, and his eyes gradually became gloomy and cold, staring at Liu Jun. However, Liu Jun didn't meet his gaze but looked away behind him. Suddenly, a person behind Liao Yangcheng shouted loudly, "Master, the matter has failed. It's better to just tell the truth." Liao Yangcheng's heart shook violently. He turned abruptly and saw it was his 4th disciple, Wang Yunchen. Wang Yunchen didn't even look at Liao Yangcheng. He strode into the center of the field, knelt down with a plop, wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Ginger and garlic were immediately smeared into his eyes, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down. He took a letter from his bosom, held it high with both hands, walked a few steps on his knees, presented it to Zhu Tu, and cried, "Senior Uncle Zhu, disciple turns in his superior. My master privately often says to us disciples that the Kun army is strong and powerful. Sooner or later, the rivers and mountains will change masters and the wind and clouds will change color. He has long harbored the heart to surrender to the Kun. Some time ago, Master talked late into the night with the leader of the lower Beitai work team, saying only that once the way was clear, he would sell his friends for glory. When the heroes gathered, he would destroy our great way in one stroke. Only this time it was rushed, and he didn't have time to arrange it. This is the letter of surrender my master wrote to the Kun pseudo-magistrate. Disciple intercepted and killed the work team member delivering the letter halfway to obtain it. An ancient saying goes, a family with a strictly admonishing son will not ruin the family. A country with a strictly admonishing minister will not lose the country. Though I am like father and son with master, how can we brothers watch master take a wrong step and enter a wrong path? Moreover, this matter concerns the lives and families of thousands of brothers in our great way. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety are hard to balance. Disciple had to do this act of betraying his teacher. My heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife, but I only beg Senior Uncle Zhu to consider master's past hard work and high merit, and also pity our disciples' filial hearts, and forgive Master's single mistaken thought. I am willing to take Master's crime on my body to slightly reduce his." Zhu Tu turned pale upon hearing this. He hurriedly took the letter, unfolded it, then showed a sad look and sighed lightly. "I absolutely do not believe that junior brother Liao could do this act of rebelling against the way and betraying the gang. Only right now, I, Zhu, am confused and find it hard to decide. Please pass this letter around for everyone to see and help me, Zhu, with a word or two of counsel." He handed the letter to several people at the head table. Then he said, "But now the facts are unclear, and it's not good for me, Zhu, to act arbitrarily and privately release junior brother Liao. How about this? Junior brother, please go to the backyard to rest. Wait until we verify clearly, then return junior brother Liao's innocence." He waved his hand. Immediately, several minions behind him drew swords and pressed Liao Yangcheng's entourage of disciples. Several standing minions rushed from the main hall, each raising guns and sticks, pressing straight toward Liao Yangcheng. Hearing this, Liao Yangcheng's liver and gall burned, his eyes cracking open. Zhu Tu's map had been unrolled to reveal the dagger, intentions revealed. Liao Yangcheng knew he had no retreat. His only chance of survival was to fight his way out and join the dozens of disciples he'd brought outside. Deciding promptly, he touched his waist and drew a 9-section tiger tail soft whip. Just as he was about to fight, he heard a whoosh by his ear. An iron hammer the size of a child's fist, carrying vicious force, struck fiercely from behind. It smashed heavily into the back of Liao Yangcheng's head. A crisp crack of bone came from the back of his skull. The parietal bone fractured, and the entire back of his head instantly collapsed. His body swayed and flopped heavily sideways. His head hit the top of a nearby table with a bang, bounced up with a thump from the reaction, and fell again with a clank. His upper body lay prone on the table, making no more sound. Blood from inside his skull slowly seeped from his unclosing eyes, nostrils, and corners of mouth, rippling out bit by bit across the tabletop, flowing down the table edge, slowly soaking the ground. Liao Yangcheng's body fell suddenly, and Liu Jun's figure behind him abruptly stood out. He held the iron hammer, blood dripping tick-tock from the hammerhead. Dense blood spots splashed his face and clothes, looking hideous and terrifying. He tried hard to squeeze out a fawning, ingratiating smile. Liao Yangcheng privately sold out his fellow brothers and vainly attempted to resist sect laws with force. His crime deserves death. According to Taoist laws and sect rules, he should be executed by heavenly thunder and die under the compliant blade. The unexpected event caused an uproar in the courtyard. Almost everyone stood at the same time, looking frightened, shocked, excited, or joyful. But then came a burst of clappers, and minions ambushed inside the Buddha Hall and outside the mountain gate all poured out, surrounding the crowd in the center, making everyone dare not move rashly. End of chapter. Chapter 2500. Burning the Tower 13. Seeing the situation under control, Zhu Tu nodded approvingly and walked slowly to Liu Jun's side, gently patting him on the shoulder. Liu Jun's tense body trembled, then suddenly relaxed, bowing softly. Zhu Tu looked at him with a smile, then suddenly stepped back. With a clang, he drew the dragon-devouring treasure sword from his waist and stabbed Liu Jun in the chest. The long blade pierced through to his back. Zhu Tu took a big step forward, gripped the sword with both hands, and pushed with all his might. With a hiss, the blade sank in up to the hilt. Then he twisted it with full force, slowly agitating inside Liu Jun's chest cavity. The intense pain drained all strength from Liu Jun. The iron hammer fell from his hand with a clang. His mouth gaped open, staring at Zhu Tu with eyes full of despair, malice, and disbelief. Massive internal bleeding spewed from his mouth. At this moment, the two stood almost face to face. Zhu Tu leaned his head slightly forward and whispered in Liu Jun's ear, a voice only the two could hear. "Brother need not worry about the old and young at home. I, Zhu, will take care of them all." He kicked Liu Jun fiercely in the abdomen, using the momentum to pull back with both hands and draw out the long sword. A blood mist sprayed from Liu Jun's chest as he fell backward with a plop. Fearing he might spout nonsense before dying, Zhu Tu rushed forward and stabbed again at the throat before stopping. After killing the man, Zhu Tu threw the sword aside and said loudly, "Whether junior brother Liao was truly guilty is not yet known. Even if there truly was an act of rebelling against the way and betraying righteousness, the punishment gate should have been opened wide. According to the 32 great rules and 64 small precepts, whether killing or punishing, the punisher should have judged fairly based on reason. How could a disciple kill his master, committing such an act of deceiving the master and destroying ancestors? Everyone may execute such a petty person. I hope all brothers take this as a warning." After speaking, Zhu Tu threw himself on Liao Yangcheng's corpse and cried aloud, hitting the ground with his head until his forehead was red and swollen, crying until his voice was hoarse. Only when he was too weak to support himself did several sect leaders and senior disciples come forward to help him up and support him to the round-backed armchair. Seeing this, Wang Yunchen also prostrated himself on the ground and cried aloud, "Thank you, Senior Uncle Zhu, for avenging Master and executing this evil thief. In the future, if Senior Uncle Zhu has any command, disciple will surely go through fire and water without declining. Now that the remaining sons of my Red Sun Wei are all mediocre and find it hard to take charge of major affairs, I represent the brothers in the way to make a bold request. I hope Senior Uncle Zhu, the capable doing more work, will not decline hardship and take charge of Red Sun Wei's affairs on our behalf. In the future, whether establishing a separate household or merging into the Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society, we will all listen to Senior Uncle's instructions. I hope Senior Uncle will not decline, so as to comfort Master's spirit in heaven." Zhu Tu wiped his tears. "Since junior brother Liao has gone, I will naturally furnish a proper funeral. A gang cannot be without a master for a day. Since it is so, I will force myself to this difficult task and temporarily take charge of Red Sun Wei's affairs. Matters within the way will be assisted by Yunchen. When a person dies, the crime disappears. There's no need for large-scale implicating. Pause junior brother Liao in the backyard. Wait until matters settle before entering the earth in peace." Sitting below, Yang Taiju of the Eight Immortals Society and Ji Yaoxian of the Yellow Tassel Society were both trembling, sweating profusely, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Guan He of Greenstone Stronghold, Song Dujin of the Buddha Fragrance Society, and Pockmarked Chen of the One Universe Primordial Chaos Tao were beaming with joy and high spirits. Liao Yangcheng's corpse was carried down by 2 minions. His head drooped to the side, seemingly watching everything with gray-white eyes, watching demons and monsters run rampant in the world without scruples. Su Tong let out a long breath, narrowed his eyes, and silently watched everything before him, a cold sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. He followed behind Li Baking, mixed in the crowd, looking forward. Zhu Tu stood in the center position. Wooden Stone Taoist, holding his whisk, stood tall behind him. Seeing the situation settled, the Taoist signaled with his eyes, and Zhu Tu waved his hand. 20 or so minions came, groups of 4 carrying more than 10 wooden boxes in. The boxes were made of high-quality hardwood, wrapped with iron corners and reinforced with iron hoops. They looked very sturdy. The 4 minions carrying each one appeared to find them very heavy. The venue instantly fell into commotion. Zhu Tu didn't keep them in suspense. He immediately took out keys and instructed the minions to open the boxes. As soon as the lids opened, silver light flashed inside, full of silver dollars, shining white and bright, dazzling in the sunlight, momentarily blinding everyone. Since ancient times, wealth moves hearts. A box of silver dollars held at least 1,000 pieces. The crowd instantly became excited, everyone wanting to squeeze forward. "Don't squeeze. Whoever dares to come up and move wildly, I'll chop off his dog head." Guan He, holding a horse-chopping saber, gave a sharp shout that suppressed the surging crowd. Zhu Tu made a calming gesture and said deeply, "Brothers, do not be impatient. These silver dollars were sent by Governor Xiong. They are pay for everyone. The crowd was in another commotion. Sects and secret societies mostly operated in the countryside. Though they seemed to have many members and leaders had considerable local power on ordinary days, in reality the benefits were limited. Local clans were very strong, leaving little room for sect development. The people were poor. No matter how devout, they couldn't bring many offerings. Sometimes being a leader meant putting in one's own money and grain. So these sects, seemingly with long histories, some passed down for more than 10 generations, were also obscure. In the final analysis, it all came down to the word money. Brothers of the various gates who came to the Alliance meeting today, as long as you bring out the roster, every name on it gets 3 silver dollars, regardless of age or size. This is the Imperial Court's gracious reward to us. Another excited commotion in the crowd. Zhu Tu added, as for the various leaders and heads outside of this reward, there are additional rewards based on rank. The least is 3 Australian dollars. The most is 30 blocks. Now the tense faces of the participating representatives all relaxed. Not only relaxed, but bloomed with joy. One name was 2 Australian dollars. They had at least 100 or 200 disciples and followers. At once they could pocket several hundred yuan. Swallowing half of this gracious reward could still be considered acting with conscience. As for the reward given to them personally, it counted for little in comparison. Some secretly regretted why they hadn't forged more names on the roster. They could have made much more money now. Those with active minds secretly hid their rosters, deciding to falsely claim they hadn't brought them and would return to fetch them before collecting. They could simply forge another copy. Originally, the sect leaders who came had been somewhat unwilling. First, they feared their power would be annexed by Zhu Tu. Second, anti-Kun activities carried enormous risk. Now, with shining white silver dollars before their eyes, a rush of hot blood went to their heads, and every one of them scrambled to express loyalty, willing to smear the ground with liver and brains for the imperial court. Wooden Stone Taoist thought to himself, all living beings in the world, bustling and hustling, all come for profit and go for profit. Rebelling and starting an uprising is nothing more than this. Stone Elder indeed sees clearly from 1,000 li away, laying down this setup of silver and money early on. Otherwise, what could incite this group of ignorant villagers? Seeing the timing was right, he signaled Zhu Tu with a glance, indicating they could proceed to the next step. Zhu Tu understood and immediately announced the start of the alliance ceremony. Led by Zhu Tu, everyone kowtowed to the heavenly emperor's shrine. The master of ceremonies chanted loudly. Everyone present listened clearly. Today the Heaven Gate Taoist Spirit Society reopens the incense hall, admitting all fellow Taoists into the gate. From now on, we are all brothers together, with no more distinction. Entering my spirit society, the Heavenly Emperor protects and disasters disappear forever. If anyone colludes with outsiders to harm brothers, their entire family will be executed. Announced in advance, everyone obeys solemnly. Then he chanted, heroes gather from the 4 seas afar, smearing blood to ally hearts in friendship. This generation now becomes sworn brothers together, loyalty and righteousness shining in the 9 heavens for 1,000 autumns. After singing a tune, he added, those who enter my society must abide by society rules. Disciples under the gate must not covet wealth and goods, must not bully men and dominate women, must not privately transmit Taoist methods. After reading the rules, he led the crowd to burn incense and pray, burning paper money in the coin-transforming furnace. Various elaborate formalities, offering incense, praying and bowing, swearing brotherhood, arranging ranks. The various songs sung numbered more than a dozen. After all rituals were performed, he led Zhu Tu back to position to accept everyone's congratulations. Su Tong bowed along with the crowd while observing carefully. These Taoist sects and spirit societies placed utmost importance on rituals. Through this series of forms, they enhanced their own sense of mystery and majesty. The rituals were accompanied by various spell performances and divine techniques, giving participating members strong physiological and psychological shock. At the same time, relying on various myths and superstitious legends, they hypnotized and brainwashed believers, making them blindly worship the sect, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of controlling the followers. The rituals finally ended. After tossing about for half the day, everyone was exhausted and hungry. Zhu Tu ordered open the banquet, and minions laid out various wine and food like flowing water. Before long, cups and plates were exchanged across the courtyard, and everything was messy with shouting and drinking games. Su Tong held a wine cup and toasted people with Li baking from time to time, but he was only going through motions. He didn't truly drink. He had to remain awake and alert at all times. Alcohol would lower his insight and self-control. His gaze cautiously observed the surroundings. He neither spoke nor asked questions, nor did anything that might arouse suspicion. He only carefully checked and listened, but failed to notice a figure secretly following behind him. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Wang Jianchen, what are you doing here?" Su Tong's heart jumped fiercely. Wang Jianchen was the full name of the alias Mr. Wang he'd used in Guangzhou. He performed 2 missions under this name. He didn't turn immediately, but turned his gaze behind him along with everyone else. A burly man of 28 or 29 stood there behind him, staring with burning eyes. Su Tong first scanned the surroundings before confirming the person was indeed calling him. He replied blankly, "Were you calling me?" The man sneered, "I was calling you, Wang Jianchen." Su Tong was stunned for a moment. This brother, you and I don't know each other. What advice do you have?" the man shouted. "Wang Jianchen, are you still going to play dumb?" Su Tong shook his head. "This brother, my humble surname is Li, given name Jian. I just arrived in Guangzhou Prefecture not long ago. Presumably you've mistaken me for someone else." The man was stunned. Su Tong denied it completely, and he indeed had no evidence. Moreover, very few people had seen this Wang Jianchen, and there were no other witnesses, which made him feel somewhat tricky. Beside them, Li Baking stepped forward and said loudly, "Sun Gang, are you ruining someone's innocence out of thin air? My cousin-nephew Li Jian got into a lawsuit in Jiangnan and fled to my place to avoid trouble. What does that concern you?" End of chapter. Chapter 25:01. Burning the Tower 14. Li Jian, Sun Gang scoffed. "He's no Li Jian, he's a Kun spy. I saw him myself leading Kun soldiers through the streets of Guangzhou making arrests." Su Tong's expression flickered. He had been careful during his operations in Guangzhou, rarely showing himself. To be spotted by this man of all people, Li Baking cut in before the silence could stretch too long. "And what proof do you have?" "Empty accusations. If you're looking to start a fight, just say so plainly." His voice rose for the crowd's benefit. "You, Sun Gang, hide behind pockmarked Chen of the One Universe Primordial Chaos Tao in the 7 upper villages. Day after day, you lord over us in the 6 lower villages, stealing our irrigation water, shifting tax burdens onto our backs. And now you stir up trouble at the banquet itself. Do you really think the 1,000 able-bodied men of our 6 lower villages are so easily cowed?" Su Tong immediately grasped Li Baking's intent. Muddy the waters. Whether Sun Gang had truly recognized him no longer mattered. The accusation couldn't be talked away. Explanations would only make him look guilty. Better to seize the initiative and drag others into the fray. "This humble one was originally with the Green Dragon Society in Jiangnan," Su Tong declared loudly. "A lawsuit gone wrong forced me to flee from powerful enemies, and I sought shelter in this land. I know nothing of your local feuds. I ask Hero Sun not to implicate me in matters I have no part in. If you truly hold some grudge against the Li family of Old Li Village, then bring it out openly. Bright swords and sharp spears. I'll face you to the end, but spare me these underhanded tactics." He shot Li Baking a quick look. Li Baking picked up the thread without missing a beat. "Sun Gang, you're biting at shadows. Who put you up to this? Leader Liao only just rebelled against the society. Not even enough time to finish a meal has passed, and already you're pointing fingers at random. Where are all these spies supposedly coming from? Or perhaps you mean to say everyone seated here is a traitor." He swept his arm across the gathered crowd. "What, do you want to swallow everything whole and leave nothing for the rest of us?" These words struck home. Yang Taiju of the Eight Immortals Society and Ji Yaoxian of the Yellow Tassel Society both went pale, glancing nervously around them. Whispers rippled through the crowd, particularly among those who weren't direct members of the Taoist Spirit Society. Sun Gang's face darkened with fury. "Li Beiqing, you gutless old man, you never dare fight the Kun head-on, always cowering in the back, and you have the gall to shout accusations at me." Li Beiqing gave a cold snort. "Naturally, I can't compare to the great hero Sun Gang. On that day you led troops against the Kun, you fled before a man could finish taking a shit." "I fought them openly," Sun Gang roared. "With swords and spears, I still carry scars from their bayonets." Li Beiqing nodded sagely. "Indeed you do, only the scar isn't on your chest, it's on your backside. One can only assume Brother Sun's iron buttocks kung fu has reached perfection. You must face your enemy's rear first, presenting your bare cheeks to the blade." Sun Gang's face went crimson with rage. He spat curses invoking ancestors and descendants alike, his original purpose forgotten entirely. He lunged forward, ready to tear into Li Beiqing with his bare hands. The argument drew a crowd, men clustering around their favored champions, shoving and shouting over one another. Into this chaos strode Zhu Tu with his retinue, parting the crowd like a blade through water. At the sight of him, the noise subsided and heads bowed in deference. Zhu Tu demanded an explanation. As he listened, his brow furrowed deeper. He glanced at pockmarked Chen, who was silently cursing Sun Gang for his meddling. "Are you certain?" pockmarked Chen asked. Now that the matter had escalated, Sun Gang found himself without clear evidence or leads. He had been so sure only moments ago, but under scrutiny, doubt crept in. He cursed his own recklessness. In his eagerness to claim a great merit, he had painted himself into a corner. "He looks extremely like him," Sun Gang muttered. "Does he look extremely like him?" pockmarked Chen pressed. "Or is it him?" Sun Gang wet his lips. "Extremely like." Zhu Tu felt his irritation mounting. If this truly was a spy, he couldn't simply let the man walk free. But if this confrontation sparked a second rebellion, every member who wasn't part of the Taoist Spirit Society's inner circle would feel threatened. The unity he had just managed to forge would shatter in an instant. He stood paralyzed by indecision. While he wavered, wooden stone Taoist approached with an unhurried gait. "I heard Brother Li say you were previously with the Green Dragon Society in Jiangnan." As he spoke, he coiled his left hand over his right, thumbs pressed together, forming the coiling dragon button, the opening gesture for verifying one's credentials in the Green Dragon Society. "Who comes?" he asked. Su Tong responded immediately. He crossed his hands before his right chest in the probing dragon hand, right palm facing forward, left palm facing back, the upper edge of his left palm pressing against the third knuckle of his right middle finger. The higher the knuckle, the higher one's claimed status. One knuckle meant superiority, two meant equality, three meant humility, acknowledging oneself as a junior member. "Mountain connects to mountain, ridge connects to ridge," Su Tong intoned. "A dragon's shadow hides in a pool of cold water. This younger brother is untalented, a dragon steed armored warrior under the green dragon seat." Wooden stone Taoist nodded. "Do you have martial arts?" "I am proficient in all 18 forms. A strong man wins 100 battles through martial skill. Swords and spears and halberds show their power. Civil virtue and martial brilliance, strategy and abundance, to support the sage lord upon the dragon throne. And do you have loyalty and righteousness?" "A loyal liver and righteous gall, blood that runs forever red. 10,000 li I've traveled, piercing the Jade Pass. The 9 heavens constellations descend to the mortal realm. The loyal and good can subdue an army of thousands. The treacherous and sycophantic shall never keep their lives. What business brings you here, brother?" This younger brother was reckless and ran afoul of dangerous men. "I ask my senior brothers to extend their protection, shelter me beneath your wings." Plant a peach and plum tree to gather heroes from across the 4 seas. I have only just arrived, my etiquette incomplete, my robes improper, my path unclear. I do not yet know everyone's names and faces. I beg the elders' magnanimity and forgiveness. He dropped to one knee, drew his identity cards from his robe, called gold and silver by tradition, though in truth they were ordinary paper, and presented them with both hands. Wooden Stone Taoist accepted the cards and studied them carefully. His expression betrayed nothing. Peach blossoms in the full garden open on the same tree, he recited. A string of river water gathers worthy talents. Which road do you walk, brother? The dry road is walkable. The water road is also walkable. How is the dry road? How is the water road? Vast dust and sand, no mountain seen. Seething water mist, no river seen. The green dragon swings its tail without saying its surname. The green dragon strikes its back without speaking its name. What is your honorable surname and given name? How many high mountains have you climbed? How many gates bear your gold medal? Where does a bright road lead? Indebted to the Society's cultivation, my place is the East Pavilion of the Green Dragon Society. This younger brother is Li Jian, bearing 2 bronze medals at the mountain gate. My master's line descends from Tong Jiang of the suppressing river tide. When traveling abroad, a fallen phoenix rests on a parasol tree. A swimming dragon coils upon a sea-spanning beam. I trust my brothers of all houses will look after me. Wooden Stone Taoist examined the card once more, then fixed Su Tong with a piercing stare. Su Tong met his gaze without flinching. They regarded each other for a long moment. Then Wooden Stone Taoist burst into laughter. The card is genuine and the cant is correct. He is indeed a disciple of the society. He turned to address the crowd. This poor Taoist spent many years in Jiangnan and knew men of the Green Dragon Society well. That's how I recognize these phrases. No further questions are needed. Brothers, disperse. A collective breath of relief swept through the gathering. As people began drifting back to their seats, Su Tong rose slowly from his kneel. Is brother Sun leaving just like that? Sun Gang had already turned away. At the call he stopped and twisted back, jaw set. What do you want? My own face means nothing, Su Tong said. This humble person can endure having his innocence stained. But your words just now insulted my cousin-uncle and my ancestors. Though I am an unfilial wretch, I cannot allow my elders and forebears to be publicly humiliated. Sun Gang's lip curled. And what do you intend to do about it? 2 choices, brother Sun. First, pour a bowl of wine and apologize to my cousin-uncle. Then toast me a bowl as apology to my ancestors. Second, wild grass won't lie flat unless you trim it. The dock won't be level unless you tread it down. Those who run the Jianghu settle matters with their fists. He made a sweeping bow to the crowd. This is a private grudge, separate from gang affairs. Let us sign a life-and-death contract and fight it out. If brother Sun is afraid, he need only say 5 words. I, Sun Gang, submit. I'll consider that an apology and trouble him no further. Sun Gang had a reckless temper, quick to ignite. Such goading was more than he could swallow. He hurled a wine bowl at Su Tong's head and bellowed, "Apologize to your ancestors. Let's see whose fists speak louder." Su Tong tilted his head. The bowl sailed past and shattered on the ground with a sharp crash. The crowd erupted with excitement. Zhu Tu moved to intervene, but duels to settle private grudges were an established tradition, and the jeering mob made hesitation costly. Before he could act, Ji Yaoxian of the Yellow Tassel Society stepped into the clearing. Still bitter about his society's absorption earlier that day, he seized the chance to fan the flames and vent his frustration. "Since that is how it stands, I will serve as witness," he declared. "Bring paper and brush. Let the 2 brothers establish a contract." A subordinate scurried forward with ink and writing materials. Ji Yaoxian drafted 2 copies of the life-and-death contract. Both men pressed their handprints to the paper. Tables and chairs were cleared away, leaving an open space. The 2 fighters took their positions on opposite sides. Ji Yaoxian leaned close to Su Tong and asked in a low voice, "Which school does brother practice?" Su Tong hesitated. His training came from the Senate's comprehensive combat curriculum, boxing fundamentals, Muay Thai knees and elbows, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling throws, karate kicks. There was no sect to name. Scrambling for an answer, he remembered a classified special issue from an Australian publication. "I am originally from Changming," he said with a straight face. "What I learned is the Fist of the North Star. My given name is Jian, and I am second in my family. People call me Kenshiro. Announce it as such." Ji Yaxian nodded and proclaimed to the crowd, "Today, Kenshiro of the Fist of the North Star and Sun Gang of the Wen family 72 rows of fists shall compete in martial arts to resolve their enmity. Life and death rest with heaven. Each man bears his own fate." A faint smile flickered at the corner of Su Tong's mouth. This fight would inevitably drive a wedge between the two factions in the society. Win or lose, he had already won. He rolled his neck slowly, then twisted his wrists. His vertebrae and joints popped softly. Today, everyone would remember his fists. Yun Ting watched from the shadows beneath the eaves, his figure concealed as he observed the scene below. Wooden Stone Taoist drifted to his side and murmured, "What do you think?" "Sun Gang cannot win," Yun Ting said flatly. "Oh," Wooden Stone Taoist raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" Yun Ting paused, then deflected rather than answer. "What is the Taoist's assessment?" Wooden Stone Taoist considered the question. "His credentials are genuine and he knows the society's secret language. He should be one of us. Those knotted muscles mark him as a martial artist, and he carries himself like a man who has run the Jianghu." He paused. "But with outsiders, one can never fully discern the truth of their origins." End of chapter. Chapter 2502, Burning the Tower 15. Yun Ting nodded. "He carries himself like a Jianghu man, but his intentions are clearly suspect. By provoking this incident, he's trying to sow discord among the families, either to preserve his own influence or for some hidden purpose. We'll need to observe him further." "He can't stir up anything significant," Wooden Stone Taoist replied. "The tide has already turned in our favor. We shouldn't push too hard. If we drive them into the arms of the Kun people, we'll have gained nothing. Better to proceed steadily. Since he came here fleeing a blood feud, if he's killed after returning home, everyone will assume his enemies finally caught up with him. A perfectly natural conclusion." A sinister smile crossed his face. Yun Ting considered this for a moment. "I can't read this man. Letting him leave introduces too many uncertainties. We cannot afford such a loose thread." "Then perhaps on the return journey," Yun Ting shook his head. "No, what would we do about Li Baking? Kill her? Release her? Either way, it becomes difficult to explain and secret grudges fester. Besides, we'll need their cooperation in the future, so we shouldn't offend them too brutally. Better to handle this openly, where we can speak plainly." He sneered. "Doesn't he love spouting Jianghu rules? We'll give him all the Jianghu rules he can stomach, make him choke on them." He waved his hand. A dark-skinned man in black emerged silently from the shadows and stood behind Yun Ting, head bowed, awaiting orders. "Arrange 2 of our knife hands," Yun Ting whispered. "Wait until Sun Gang is defeated, then have them pose as his disciples. They'll enter the arena and stab that Li Jian. Don't kill him. Just ensure he can't speak or move properly. Keep him bedridden for 3 months." The man bowed and melted back into the darkness. Wooden Stone Taoist glanced at Yun Ting, silently impressed. Martial artists understood proportion when it came to fighting and killing. Injuring without taking life would silence the man without creating a blood feud with the 6 lower villages' Mutual Defense Association. Having the attackers pose as Sun Gang's disciples provided a convenient explanation. A moment of indignation, an understandable lapse. The offense could be mitigated. Afterward, apologies, compensation, accepting punishment, all of it would give the other party sufficient face while preserving room to maneuver. Wooden Stone Taoist turned his gaze back to the field. Letting them fight is actually useful. Now that they've made enemies, Sun Gang and pockmarked Chen will need the General Assembly to back them up. They'll cling to us even tighter. A thin smile formed on his lips. Better to have competing factions stirring each other up. We can't let those beneath us become too unified. Su Tong walked calmly to the edge of the field. He wasn't worried about revealing his skills. This fighting style had never been seen in the world. He usually carried firearms on duty and made arrests through numerical superiority, rarely needing hand-to-hand combat. The few who had witnessed his technique were either in the Yellow Springs or rotting in the Political Security Bureau's dark cells. He slowly removed his jacket and set it aside. In bare-handed combat, loose clothing offered an opponent too many handles, points of leverage for grappling, choking, throwing. Next, he produced a headband and tied his hair tightly. Traditional hairstyles made hair grabbing inevitable, and he intended to minimize that vulnerability. Finally, he took out a roll of cloth strips and wrapped them quickly around his wrists and hands, protecting his knuckles and the small joints of his fingers. Beneath the jacket was a physique of bronze-colored muscle, a body forged through modern nutritional science, and the action team's systematic training regimen. His muscle definition and density were uncommon in this era. A balanced fat ratio ensured both endurance and explosive power. His tough waist and core formed the foundation of his strength. Broad trapezius muscles and a thick neck provided solid resistance to strikes. The tendons across his back and chest trembled slightly, coiled with potential force. At 30, Su Tong was past the peak athletic age by modern standards, but years of proper nutrition and uninterrupted training had preserved his condition. Standing about 1.77 meters tall and weighing under 78 kilograms, he had shifted away from heavy weightlifting as he aged, relying primarily on bodyweight exercises like knuckle push-ups. This approach maintained his agility and flexibility without adding excessive bulk. With a jacket on, he didn't look particularly formidable. Unregulated street fighting devours physical reserves at an alarming rate. It demands both explosive bursts and sustained endurance, while keeping something in reserve for additional threats or sudden complications. In standardized tests during training, Su Tong could sustain 4 two-minute explosive periods under normal conditions, enough to support a continuous high-intensity street fight. He maintained a minimum of 80 minutes of daily training when circumstances allowed, including at least 45 minutes of ring sparring. After sparring with Chen Saijian from the Special Reconnaissance Team, Chen had remarked with regret that Su Tong possessed the potential of a professional athlete. Unfortunately, he was too old. A decade younger with professional training, he would have been a terrifying force in the ring. But there were no professional leagues awaiting him now, and given his position, exceptional fighting skills served little practical purpose. Su Tong performed several sets of warm-up movements, torso twists, arm stretches, inner thigh stretches, high leg extensions. He drew a slow breath, then walked into the field. He cupped his hands to Sun Gang in greeting, then raised both fists into his stance. His left hand led, the top of his fist level with his brow. His shoulders rose slightly to shield his chin. His rear fist sat level with the middle of his ear, protecting his jaw and the delicate balance canals of his inner ear. Both elbows hung close to guard his ribs. His torso leaned forward. His legs formed a 45-degree angle, feet roughly 20 centimeters apart. The balls of his feet pressed firmly against the ground while his heels touched lightly, ready for quick turns and lateral movement. Pockmarked Chen burst out laughing from the sidelines. "Look at that, hugging his head, shrinking his neck. Doesn't he look like a turtle? Is this turtle fist?" Laughter rippled through the crowd. Sun Gang had been waiting impatiently. When Su Tong entered, he strode forward to meet him. He was a large man standing 1.8 meters, exceptional height for the era, and outweighed Su Tong considerably. His protein intake was adequate, though he carried more fat, fitting the traditional image of a broad-waisted, round-shouldered strongman. He offered a brief cupped fist salute in return, then tucked in his clothes, tightened his belt, and assumed his starting stance. His hands rose to chest height, left forward and right back, fingers spread loosely rather than clenched. His front foot stepped out, rear foot following. The Wen family's 72 rows of fists emphasized the 5 elements in 12 turns, excelling in leg techniques, stomping, kicking, stroking, pushing, tripping, turning, butting, and striking. It was a large-frame style that favored rigidity. As the boxing proverb went, fists strike the unknown, attack high to take low, feint to strike true. Traditional boxing also held that no blocking or parrying, just one strike. If blocking occurs, there will be 10. Strike the vitals and defeat the enemy in a single blow. Seeing both men in position, Ji Yaoxian shouted, "The martial arts competition begins." He gestured with both hands and retreated from the field. Su Tong's fundamentals had been repeatedly refined by Chen Saijin using modern textbooks, textbook perfect, in the literal sense. Where traditional martial arts represented accumulated heritage, modern combat was sports science. Mixed martial arts was an inclusive, evolving system. Practitioners came from across the world, bringing their nation's fighting traditions into a crucible that selected optimal solutions from each. MMA constantly absorbed new techniques and theories, developing, improving, never stagnating. Refined methods were tested repeatedly against human physiology and kinetics, analyzed through vast datasets to identify the most efficient force generation and striking techniques, then disseminated through competition and training. This convergence had reduced the diversity and theatrical flourish that culture and tradition once brought to martial arts. In the modern world, even ordinary boxing gyms taught techniques nearly identical to professional teams. The differences lay in nutrition and diet control, training plans, physical standards, intensity, targeted exercises, and access to high-level sparring partners and competition. Modern protective equipment and medical care also made it possible to accumulate extensive combat experience without crippling injury. In earlier times, a single fight might leave wounds that never healed properly or permanent disabilities, making it difficult to improve through repeated actual combat. Yet fighting required constant live practice to prevent fundamentals like footwork and force generation from degrading under pressure. Even someone who struck pads and bags with perfect form would find themselves flustered when facing a living opponent of comparable skill. Movements would deform, tactics would collapse. This was train well, fight poorly. Only through extensive fighting could one develop true combat instinct, the awareness that allowed trained strength, speed, and technique to emerge fully. Modern fighting incorporated confrontation from the very beginning. In his first week of training, Su Tong couldn't even throw a standard jab at an opponent. The only way past this was gradual adaptation through constant sparring, learning to maintain calm and keen perception amid intense exertion, to capture fleeting opportunities. Sun Gang advanced with his left foot, right following, closing the distance incrementally. Suddenly, he launched a right straight punch at Su Tong's face. Su Tong ducked quickly, slipped to the left and stepped back. Sun Gang rushed forward immediately, throwing rapid combinations with both hands. Su Tong covered his head with both arms, blocking continuously while his upper body swayed left and right, feet retreating without pause. Most of Sun Gang's strikes missed entirely, and those that connected lost their force against Su Tong's blocking and evasive movement. Sun Gang felt as though his strength had nowhere to land. Frustration crept in. Usually, his height and power advantage combined with years of martial training were enough to overwhelm any opponent quickly. He had never encountered anything like this. End of chapter. Chapter 2503. Burning the Tower 16. Su Tong sized up Sun Gang's punching power and found it wanting. The strikes lacked weight, betraying fundamental flaws in his force generation, and his movements seemed sluggish. Without proper testing equipment, Su Tong couldn't measure his own punching power precisely, but after sparring sessions, Chen Saijin had estimated it somewhere between 140 and 160 kilograms. Not perfectly accurate, but impressive for an amateur middleweight boxer. After this brief exchange, a contemptuous smile tugged at the corner of Su Tong's mouth. Seeing Su Tong retreat, Sun Gang launched into rolling pearl-turning clouds. His left arm swung upward in a horizontal sweep aimed at the base of Su Tong's ear. Su Tong snapped his right arm up, aligning his elbow with his jaw to shield both ear and chin, and blocked the punch cleanly. His left hand immediately unleashed a rapid series of jabs at Sun Gang's eyes and nose. Under the relentless pressure, Sun Gang retreated a step, his head tilting back instinctively. This was a natural human reaction that only rigorous training could overcome. He reached out with both hands in immortal strokes top, attempting to deflect Su Tong's left hand, but grasped at empty air. Traditional martial arts emphasized defeating the enemy with a single decisive strike and lacked awareness of quick retraction. Techniques like stroking, plucking, pushing, and leading all assumed the opponent shared this same limitation. They proved ineffective against boxing's instant strike instant retract rhythm. Compounded by insufficient sparring experience and poor distance sense, Sun Gang repeatedly found his eyes tracking targets his hands couldn't reach. In Su Tong's daily training, partners held shield pads while constantly varying distance, rushing forward suddenly, then retreating just as fast, drilling the boxer's judgment of striking range and safe distance. Su Tong seized the opening. He drew a sharp breath through his nose, drove off his rear right foot, and explosively rotated his waist, hips, and torso toward the front left. His center of gravity shifted to his lead leg as he drove his right arm forward, shoulder, elbow, forearm, and fist aligned in a single devastating line. His left hand pulled back to guard his jaw. The rear hand power punch rocketed forward, the fist tearing through the air with an audible rush. A fierce light blazed in Su Tong's eyes, time to show real technique. Yun Ting watched the proceedings with cold detachment. Were it not for the old blood feud that made submitting to the Kun people unthinkable, he would have bent the knee to anyone. As a convicted and dismissed embroidered uniform guard officer, he desperately needed a path back to power and a return to the town pacification. Power was all he craved. In his heart, wooden stone Taoist, Zhu Tu, and young Master Liang were merely stepping stones for his ascent. Now that stone old man had offered to introduce him to influential eunuchs, he had to grasp this opportunity with both hands. If they wanted money, he would shower them with riches. If they wanted lives, he would fill Guangzhou Prefecture with corpses. Yun Ting's gaze drifted to Zhu Tu. He watched wooden stone Taoist approach and whisper something in Zhu Tu's ear. Zhu Tu's expression remained impassive, but his eyes found Yun Ting's. They held each other's gaze for a moment, and understanding passed between them. Yun Ting turned and spotted the dark-skinned man in black he had positioned earlier, now leading two green-robed men toward pockmarked Chen and Sun Gang's table. After a brief exchange with Sun Gang's head disciple, the disciple's eyes flashed with recognition. Shortly after, he guided the two green-robed men to the edge of the fighting area. The dark-skinned man glanced back at Yun Ting and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Everything was in place. Yun Ting felt some of the tension drain from his shoulders as he returned his attention to the fight. Ming Dynasty martial arts valued weapons over empty-hand combat. More precisely, Ming martial arts prioritized practicality, which meant pursuing lethality above all else. Boxing and palm techniques simply couldn't demonstrate this advantage on the battlefield. Qi Jiguang wrote in the Fist Classic Shortcut chapter of his new book of effective discipline, "Boxing methods may seem to offer no preparation for the skills of great wars, but moving hands and feet and training the limbs to diligence. This is the art for beginners entering the gate." Whether in the army, among mountain bandits, or in the Jianghu, whether in private duels or pitched battle, warriors wielded sabers and halberds. Bare-handed combat was almost never required. The development of unarmed theory and technique couldn't compare to modern empty-hand fighting. This didn't mean traditional martial arts were incapable of real combat. The Wen family 72 rows of fists that Sun Gang practiced was an effective fighting method. In this era, metaphysical concepts like internal energy and qi had not yet emerged. Though lacking scientific systematization, martial arts still retained their original, practical face. The development of martial arts cannot be separated from its environment. The low living standards and productivity of medieval society set limits on how far any physical discipline could advance. In actual combat, because ancient martial artists faced opponents trained in similar systems, a trained expert could often end a fight against an ordinary person with a single straight punch to a vital point or a decisive grapple. Against an equally skilled opponent, however, neither side could dispatch the other with a single lethal technique. Once they tangled, fights often devolved into wrestling and grappling. Kyokushin karate and Muay Thai's war dance both underwent painful metamorphosis to transform from traditional martial arts into modern competitive sports. When confronted with an entirely new fighting concept, ancient martial arts floundered, lacking the experience and tools to adapt. From Su Tong's perspective, it made no difference which school of boxing his opponent used. Though modern society boasted diverse fighting styles from around the world, they all tended to converge on similar techniques. Just as all ring and combat sports since modern times had adopted boxing striking methods, this convergence demonstrated a fundamental truth. To generate force effectively, one cannot violate human physiological structure and the laws of motion. Technical movements inevitably evolve toward the same optimal forms. Su Tong's right punch shot forward. Sun Gang's left arm traced an outward semicircle with the elbow as pivot, touching Su Tong's attacking hand but failing to deflect it. The fist smashed into Sun Gang's elbow joint with brutal force. Sun Gang cried out, his left arm going numb and sore. He yanked it back, feet stumbling 2 steps rearward to open distance. Su Tong pressed the advantage. After seizing the initiative, he used a forward slide step followed by a left diagonal advance, rushing to Sun Gang's right flank. Sun Gang retreated with his right foot, quickly adjusting his stance to face his opponent squarely. Simultaneously, he turned sideways, thrust his hips forward, twisted at the crotch, braced on his right foot, and swept horizontally with his left leg. Withered tree coiling roots, 2 successive kicks targeting Su Tong's ankle and knee. Traditional boxing generally considered high kicks impractical, adhering to the maxim legs do not pass the knees. Su Tong lifted his right foot, evading the low sweep. When the mid-level kick followed, his right leg rose to hip height. His upper body sank slightly, elbow and knee forming a wall of bone, his tibia blocking the strike. Exploiting the moment Sun Gang adjusted his balance, Su Tong ducked and sidestepped, cutting to his opponent's right. His weight shifted to his left foot as he pivoted, driving a right hook into the left side of Sun Gang's skull. Traditional martial arts, regardless of school, lacked any concept of defensive posture in their opening stances. They were either wide open and aggressive, or positioned one limb forward and one back, or one high and one low. By modern competitive standards, they showed virtually no awareness of protecting head and ribs. Against continuous combination strikes, they were defenseless. The hook connected solidly. Sun Gang's face whipped violently to the right, blood and foam spraying backward with the motion. Without pausing, Su Tong pushed off his left foot, pivoted right, and drove a left uppercut into Sun Gang's abdomen. Sun Gang doubled over, hands dropping instinctively to block, but catching nothing. Su Tong had already reset his stance, left fist retracting as his right hook crashed into Sun Gang's left cheek once more. Ruptured capillaries flooded the tissue with blood, and Sun Gang's face swelled grotesquely. He staggered, the successive blows leaving him dazed. His left eye swelled shut, vision compromised. He stumbled back 2 steps. Su Tong didn't press immediately. Instead, he adjusted his position, right foot forward, left foot back, waiting until they were separated by a leg's length. Then he launched a spinning side kick. This technique was notoriously difficult in actual combat. The moment of turning before the kick briefly exposed one's back to the opponent, inviting counterattack. If the opponent moved or blocked during the rotation, It was easy to misjudge their position and distance. Generally, it could only succeed against a linear attack when the opponent revealed a clear opening. Su Tong focused his strike consciousness on Sun Gang's chest, placing his pivot point on the ball of his foot as he spun. The exchange was lightning and thunder, over in the time it takes a falcon to strike and a rabbit to fall. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd beyond the ring. The two green-robed men edged toward the fighting area, exchanged a glance, and prepared to enter. Suddenly, two burly men rushed from beside a wine table and helped Sun Gang to his feet. Sun Gang caught his breath, propping himself up with one hand. He coughed twice, waved them off, and managed only, "Don't." One of the men had already charged forward, bellowing, "You injured my master. I won't rest until we settle this. I'll fight you to the death." Without even announcing his name, he rushed in. A left punch drew Su Tong's attention while his right hand shot forward, two fingers aimed at Su Tong's eyes. Su Tong bobbed and weaved past the left punch. Then, instead of dodging the eye gouge, he threw a left straight. With a sharp crack, the man's probing fingers collided squarely with Su Tong's fist and snapped. The man screamed, body jerking back as his right leg snapped up toward Su Tong's groin. Su Tong stepped back and swayed away. The kick missed. He sidestepped right, moving to the man's left flank. Annoyance flickered through him. Against Sun Gang, he had shown restraint, at worst causing a mild concussion and some blood pooling, nothing that would leave permanent damage or threaten life. But this fool had opened with eye gouges and groin kicks. Anger kindled in Su Tong's chest. In truth, these so-called lethal techniques aimed at vital points meant nothing to an athlete with years of live sparring experience. End of chapter. Chapter 25:04. Burning the Tower 17. When your opponent outweighs you, outpaces you, outpowers you, when their reflexes are sharper, their defense sturdier, their skills more refined, landing a clean hit becomes nearly impossible. Even with relaxed rules, the stronger and more skilled fighter will always strike vital points first. Rules, he understood, were never shackles binding the weak. They were protection. He realized now that his opponent had no intention of following any rules. The crowd showed no signs of concern, only the eager anticipation of spectators awaiting entertainment. Even the officials in charge radiated unmistakable indulgence. Fine, he thought. Whatever happens today, this fight will scatter the loyalty of some here. That serves the Senate well enough. Since that's how it is, I'll give them a proper demonstration of my kung fu. In a place like this, strength commands respect. Those who rely on schemes against the strong are easily scorned. Su Tong attacked with explosive speed. Left jab, right straight, side kick, left hook, right uppercut, right straight, whip kick. His strikes fell like monsoon rain, relentless, without pause, without mercy. The exertion and the satisfaction of each connecting blow sent exhilaration coursing through him. He moved like a bee darting between blossoms, his footwork carrying him in constant arcs around the larger man. He struck from shifting angles, his fists hammering until his opponent's vision blurred with confusion. To the strong man, Su Tong seemed to split into countless figures, each one false, yet each one real. At first, the man managed token parries. Then the barrage overwhelmed him completely. He curled inward, arms wrapped around his head, a lonely skiff pitching in a violent storm, moments from capsizing. Su Tong's excitement mounted. Power surged through him, the intoxicating sense that he could dominate anything, knock down every obstacle with his fists alone. His body coiled tight, right fist chambered for the finishing blow. Everything would shatter beneath this punch. A familiar voice pierced through from outside the ring. "Show mercy." The words struck Su Tong like ice water. He calmed instantly, his cocked fist lowered slowly. Turning, he found Li Beiking's anxious eyes fixed on him. He withdrew immediately, springing back a full step. The strong man stood frozen for a moment, swaying, then pitched forward. Su Tong caught him before he hit the ground and eased him down gently. A quick examination revealed only external injuries. He exhaled in relief. Looking around, Su Tong saw shock written on every face. Only Li Baking seemed to breathe again. He sighed quietly, acknowledging how close he'd come. The blood rush of combat had nearly cost him his self-control. He straightened, faced Zhu Tu and Ji Yaoxian, and cupped his fists in a brief salute. He opened his mouth to speak, meaning to ease the tension and smooth things over. At that moment, two men in green robes strode briskly onto the field, approaching from behind. As they walked, they lifted their robe hems with casual deliberation. Sharp daggers glinted cold at their belts. They advanced without hesitation, converging on Su Tong's back from the 8 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions. In an environment saturated with danger, Su Tong maintained constant vigilance. Though facing Zhu Tu, he had angled his body to scan the periphery. When his gaze met the green-robed man at 3 o'clock, every hair on his body stood rigid. Cold sweat drenched him instantly, tight lips, dead eyes. Only a predator truly recognizes another. Su Tong spun around. His throat went dry, he swallowed hard. A slight tremor ran through him, the electric charge of extreme tension and heightened alertness. He would have to face two armed attackers with nothing but his hands. Su Tong had always dismissed the Krav Maga practiced by the female officers of the Political Security Bureau. Impressive enough against ordinary civilians, perhaps, but in a genuine fight to the death, it would get you killed. As one of the Senate's earliest followers, he had long served as their dark messenger in Guangzhou. The underground world's brutality defied imagination. Su Tong had rolled through filthy alleys, through mud and rainwater under dripping eaves, locked in desperate struggles where elegance meant nothing, where theory meant nothing. Only the reek of blood and the most savage, primal violence. Real fights rarely involved bare hands, and situations where both opponents held matching weapons almost never occurred. Either you were better armed, or the enemy was. Against a knife with empty hands, nearly all grappling techniques and textbook disarms were fantasies. Experienced knife fighters gave you no opportunity for technique. Their movements struck like lightning and withdrew just as fast. Their free hand wouldn't hang idle as in training drills. It would jab at your eyes, your throat, your groin. A slight turn of the blade would meet your blocking arm or grasping hand, and suddenly tendons were severed, blood vessels opened, flesh pierced. Then came the merciless follow-up stabs. Don't imagine a killer will pause after the first cut. In knife homicides, single fatal wounds are rare. Most victims die after a dozen stabs or more. When enemies drew weapons, they declared their intent. This ends only in death. An armed attacker needed to seize initiative just once to ensure victory. They would exploit every opening, stabbing as many times and as rapidly as possible until their target stopped moving. Even Su Tong felt no confidence facing two knife-wielders simultaneously. His only chance was to drop one of them in the shortest possible time. His gaze swept behind him, and his sharp dynamic vision captured both enemies' positions instantly. The one at 8 o'clock lagged roughly 5 steps behind the one at 3 o'clock. Left hand empty, right concealed behind his back. The man at 3 o'clock had his right hand tucked beneath his robe at the small of his back, his left hung low, loosely gripping something. Su Tong guessed it was lime powder or a blinding cloth, ready to throw the instant they closed distance. He didn't hesitate. Strike first or die. While turning to guard, he dropped low, scooped a fistful of sand and grit with his left hand, and hurled it at the man at 3 o'clock in the same motion as he rose. The movement was so fast that before the attacker could throw whatever he held, sand filled his eyes. Instinctively, he flung the object anyway, then yanked the short knife from his waistband and stabbed blindly forward, his left hand clawing out to see Su Tong. Su Tong stepped back sharply, dodging the packet of incense ash aimed at his face. It burst beside him, shrouding both men in gray haze. Squinting through the cloud, Su Tong exploited the moment his opponent's eyes clamped shut. He surged forward, wedging himself inside the man's reach. He made no attempt to lock wrists or trap joints. Such techniques invited death. Instead, he used equally fast, equally fierce palm strikes to deflect the attacking hand, disrupting each stab while seeking openings to escape or counter. An experienced knife fighter would retract immediately after each thrust rather than leave his weapon arm extended for complex locks. Even if you managed to trap the limb, a true desperado would drive the blade into your body through the pain. You cannot predict an opponent's resolve. Never underestimate an enemy in combat. Meanwhile, the attacker's free hand would pull and harry you, trying to control your body and create angles for the knife. Once grappling began at close quarters, the unarmed fighter would almost inevitably be stabbed. Su Tong's dynamic vision, honed to a precision rivaling a professional baseball batter, saved him again. As the short knife thrust toward him, he glimpsed a small rust spot near the blade's tip. His left hand chopped outward, slapping hard against the man's knife hand. The double-edged dagger jerked back, leaving a thin cut across Su Tong's palm. Adrenaline flooded his system. He felt nothing. The blade retracted instantly, then stabbed again. Su Tong showed no fear. His left hand slapped continuously, deflecting thrust after thrust. Seconds of high-intensity combat left his hands crisscrossed with bleeding cuts. Finally, in an instant that allowed no margin for error, he seized his opening. The edge of his palm collided with the attacker's forearm at full force. He thought he heard bone crack. The impact flung the man's arm backward. Numbness shot through the limb. The dagger clattered to the ground. Su Tong followed immediately with combination strikes to establish dominance. His right hand swept aside the attacker's left. His left hand formed a fist with the middle knuckle protruding, thumb braced behind it. He delivered short, savage blows to the man's eye and throat. A wet pop accompanied the rupture of something soft. The attacker collapsed, screaming like a child, hands clamped over his ruined eye. Su Tong didn't pause. He shoved hard against the man's shoulders and chest to create distance, then snapped his left foot up into the groin. As the man dropped to his knees, legs clamped together, wailing, Su Tong's right leg swept horizontally into his temple. The scream cut off. The man hit the ground like a sack of grain and lay still. By now, the second attacker had closed the distance. But Su Tong's deliberate positioning during the struggle had denied him a clean angle of attack. By the time he repositioned a few seconds later, his partner was already down. The element of surprise was gone. He adjusted quickly, left hand forward in guard, right hand holding the knife behind, stance low, and advanced rapidly on Su Tong. End of chapter. Chapter 25:05. Burning the Tower 18. Su Tong snatched up the short knife from the ground and dropped into a fighting crouch. Legs bent, feet shoulder-width apart, he settled into a modified boxing stance. His left hand floated in front as a shield while his right gripped the blade in a standard hold, tucked against his waist where his chest and forward arm concealed its killing intent. He drew his torso inward and advanced without hesitation. This contradicted what martial arts instructors always taught: never lead with the knife hand within striking distance, lest a single blow disarm you and end any hope of victory. But a wasp only extends its sting when fighting for its life. Close quarters knife work often ends in seconds. In battle, resolve matters more than technique. Mindset determines who lives and who dies. When steel flashes, instinct screams to flee and hide. Only warriors who can stare down blood and embrace pain maintain the will to fight through to the end. They neither yield nor retreat. Facing danger, they answer with fury. An old hand, Su Tong thought warily. That stance held no wasted flourish. The two men circled like fighting cocks, each measuring the other. Neither would carelessly enter the opponent's reach. They probed with feints, launched futile strikes, testing and retreating. After a tense stalemate, the big man suddenly lunged forward, his knife hand shooting out in a probing thrust. Su Tong held his ground, rhythm unbroken. His sense of distance told him it was a feint, just outside killing range. Had he misjudged and flinched, the moment his opponent retracted, Su Tong would have committed to a counter, stepping in hard, arm extended, body leaning forward to bridge the gap. Such overreach could destroy his balance, shatter his defensive posture, and once exposed, the enemy would close and drive the blade home again and again, deciding victory in a single breath. After another frozen moment, Su Tong exploded forward, plunging into striking distance. He bobbed and weaved, driving hard for the man's right flank. The sudden advance startled his opponent. The big man's body twisted rightward on instinct, his knife stabbing out reflexively. Su Tong flowed with it, swayed right, feinted left, then cut the opposite direction like a basketball player breaking past a defender, slicing into the dead angle on his enemy's left. I've won. The thought blazed through him. Seizing the left was the decisive move in knife fighting. With the opponent's left hand extended for defense and his knife hand cocked at the waist, his left flank stood exposed. Whoever captured that position seized control. Su Tong's left hand shot toward the man's eyes, fingers hooked like claws. At such close range, his opponent couldn't help but flinch, eyes squeezing shut, head jerking back, left hand dropping to shield his ribs. In that instant, Su Tong's striking palm reversed into a grab, clamping onto the man's left sleeve at the elbow. He wrenched and twisted, hauling his enemy's body around to expose his entire left side. Kidney, lung, heart, all vulnerable. Su Tong clung to his last shred of control. As he drove the knife forward, he flipped his grip at the final moment, reversing it so the four-edged metal striker on the pommel led. He hammered it into his opponent's kidney, then his lung, no pause, no mercy, blow after blow without stopping. The man screamed, voice breaking, as the air was beaten from his lungs. But pain alone couldn't kill his fighting instinct. Even as the strikes landed, he struggled to turn, to break free. Su Tong's grip on the sleeve held iron fast, dragging the man's body with him. When he'd worked around to his opponent's back, he brought the knife pommel crashing down on the exposed spine. The big man crumpled. The knife flew from his hand. He stumbled forward several steps, clutching the back of his neck. Su Tong hurled his own blade aside almost simultaneously. Then he unleashed his fists. They fell like hammers. Blood sprayed in crimson bursts, each impact drawing fresh flowers of red in the air. Su Tong poured out every ounce of terror he'd swallowed while dancing on death's edge. The big man swayed like a broken puppet, lurching left, toppling right, utterly helpless. Su Tong's upper body coiled tight, every muscle loading with explosive force. He held for a frozen instant, then erupted. A savage uppercut detonated against the man's jaw. Bones shattered with an audible crack. The big man's body lifted off the ground, feet dangling inches in the air, consciousness already fled. He hung suspended at a 45-degree angle for a heartbeat, stiff as timber, then crashed down and lay still. Su Tong stood bare-chested, his skin caked with incense ash. Rivulets of sweat and blood traced strange patterns down his torso, modeling him like a Rakshasa risen from hell. The surrounding noise had vanished. Only the wind remained, rustling through the leaves. He raised his eyes slowly. They burned with killing light. He swept his gaze across the silent crowd and asked, his voice low and ragged, "Who else?" The field held its breath. Even time seemed to congeal. Su Tong waited, motionless. Every eye fixed on him, some approving, some doubtful, some cold, some seething with hatred. Many stood frozen, struggling to process what had just happened, weighing their reactions against their allegiances. A sheen of sweat broke out on Li Beiking's forehead. His mouth twitched. Someone needed to speak for Su Tong. Men who lived by the blade valued capability and rules. Endless jungle law led only to mutual destruction. Only limited codes of conduct allowed coexistence. Someone had to set the tone, give Zhu Tu an excuse to let this slide. Otherwise, the old man might ride the momentum and eliminate Su Tong entirely. Even as the assassin was falling, Li Beiking had grabbed the sleeve of a Mutual Defense Association clansman beside him and whispered urgently. The man blinked, hesitated, glanced at Li Beiking, then looked away. The silence stretched. Then a rough voice bellowed from the edge of the field, "Ganging up on one man, where's the honor in that?" It was Li Beiking's clansman. The words hit like a stone hurled into still water, sending ripples crashing outward. The crowd erupted. Most joined the chorus. A true man, real hero, incredible skill. But other voices cut through. He slaughtered fellow members, execute him under family law. Kenshiro, you and I have blood between us. Su Tong hurled his short knife to the ground. The blade bit into the soil with a soft thunk. Without a word, he strode toward Zhu Tu. Several knife-wielding guards immediately rushed forward, forming a protective wall around their leader. Zhu Tu made no move to stop them. He only narrowed his eyes and watched Su Tong approach in silence. Su Tong halted several paces away. He dropped to one knee with a heavy thud, cupped his hands, and called out in a ringing voice, "Brothers of every family bear witness. I, Li, signed a life-and-death covenant to fight Sun Gang. Out of respect for fellowship among members, I had no wish to cause serious harm. Yet Sun Gang's master and disciples twice tried to murder me before all your eyes. I acted only in self-defense, and in doing so I may have exceeded proper bounds. Since ancient times, without righteousness one cannot win hearts, without fairness one cannot govern great affairs. My conduct has been upright. How each man has acted, every brother here has seen. Justice lies in the hearts of all present. I humbly ask the marshal and witness senior brother Ji to render fair judgment." He swept his cupped hands in a slow arc, acknowledging all four directions. Zhu Tu waved away his guards. He did not address Su Tong's plea. Instead, he said slowly, "Brother Li, raise your head." Su Tong looked up, careful not to trigger any sensitive nerve in the man before him. He studied Zhu Tu's expression intently. At this moment, his life and the success or failure of his entire mission hung on the whim of this monkey in a hat. To call Zhu Tu a short-sighted country bumpkin would be no exaggeration. But his cunning and viciousness ran deep, making him impossible to predict. Zhu Tu's lips pressed into a thin line. His right index finger tapped unconsciously against the armrest of his round-backed chair, a tell that signaled pressure and uncertainty. Su Tong knew he was the cause. His actions had disrupted Zhu Tu's carefully laid plans, throwing everything into chaos. Events were spiraling beyond anyone's control. Zhu Tu was calculating. To hold a group together, the first priority was preventing fractures. He wavered on how to handle Su Tong. The guards glanced between the two men, but Zhu Tu remained silent, refusing to commit. Su Tong held his gaze steady. The power imbalance between them was obvious. Confrontation would only deepen his danger. Submission, giving the man what he wanted, might soothe that volatile temper. Zhu Tu spoke suddenly. "Li Jian, look at me. Are you truly a spy for the Kun rebels?" The accusation came without warning, blunt and jarring. Zhu Tu fixed Su Tong with a challenging stare. Though he knew nothing of formal psychology, years of Jianghu experience had taught him that guilt and fear destabilized a man's composure. When blindsided by such questions, the guilty showed it. Facial stiffness, darting eyes, avoidance, rapid blinking. Su Tong met his gaze without flinching. His face remained relaxed, natural. His eyes held only the frank humility of one submitting to greater strength. That satisfied some small part of Zhu Tu's vanity. "Marshal," Su Tong answered carefully, "I came to Guangzhou Prefecture only to escape trouble elsewhere. When I arrived, I didn't even know what Kun rebels meant. How could I possibly spy for them? My background is an open book. If the marshal has doubts, I will gladly submit my identification card. I hold a number in the Green Dragon Society. Send any brother to Jiangnan to verify, and the truth will be plain. Since arriving in Guangzhou Prefecture, I happened to encounter the Kun rebellion." Zhu Tu stroked his beard slowly, eyes narrowing to slits. A long moment passed. Then he rose abruptly from his chair, let out a booming laugh, and stepped forward to help Su Tong to his feet. "What nonsense is this, Brother Li? How could I, Zhu, ever doubt you? That was merely a small jest. Sun Gang failed to cultivate virtue. How could anyone blame you for his fate?" End of chapter. Chapter 25:06. Burning the Tower 19. Chen Samazi was growing anxious. He strode over to Zhu Tu and cupped his fists. "Marshal, counting Sun Gang, 4 of our brothers have been injured today. How can we turn our backs on our own people to favor an outsider? Where does that leave the rest of us?" Li Baking pushed his way forward. "What outsider? After the alliance, we're all brothers." Are we going to keep drawing lines between insiders and outsiders forever? Must we outsiders simply accept being bullied by you insiders? Just then, Ji Yaoxian approached with the life-and-death contract. Without a word, he presented it to Zhu Tu, casting a sidelong sneer at Chen Samazi. Zhu Tu's face turned iron-green as he examined the document. Chen Samazi opened his mouth to speak, but Zhu Tu cut him off with a thunderous shout. Couldn't win with fists, so you called for backup, drew weapons and still got beaten. And now you have the gall to come running to me. After today, everyone here is a sworn brother. Brother Li has suffered a grave injustice, and I will not show favoritism. I won't have it said outside these walls that the Taoist spirit society has no rules. Today, I will render judgment. Chen Samazi stood rigid, his face flushing crimson. His breath came heavy and ragged, his glare fixed on Su Tong like a blade. What happened next caught everyone off guard. Su Tong stepped back and bowed deeply to both Zhu Tu and Chen Samazi. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Then Su Tong shook his head. This is not appropriate. A vein pulsed on Chen Samazi's forehead. He ground out through clenched teeth. What more do you want? Though Brother Sun and I had our disagreement, Su Tong said, I respect him as a straightforward man who speaks plainly. His disciples may have acted rashly, but they were only protecting their master in the heat of the moment. And I must admit, my own strikes were too heavy. Several brothers were injured by my hand. He paused. Let both sides consider their debts settled. I will personally contribute 100 taels of silver to cover the brothers' medical expenses, and I shall pay my respects in person another day. He produced a DeLong 100 yuan banknote from his robe, held it high for all to see, then presented it to Zhu Tu with both hands and a bow. Zhu Tu studied the bill, then Su Tong's face, his expression unreadable. Su Tong's voice rose again, carrying across the assembly. Foreign barbarians now ravage our land, falsely claiming Song heritage. In these times of Kun rebellion, men of conscience and conviction must rise up and lead the way. Today, the marshal's loyal spirit shines as bright as the sun and moon, and I share that same fire. Emotion thickened his voice. Here and now, I swear to follow the marshal into battle as his vanguard. Together, we shall drive out the Kun invaders and reclaim the mountains and rivers of the great Ming. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he dropped to his knees before Zhu Tu. He struck his forehead against the ground again and again until blood welled from his brow, mingling with his tears. Zhu Tu rushed forward and pulled him to his feet, his own voice thick with feeling. Brother Li, please, there's no need for this. Having you at my side is like Liu Bei finding Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. You and I are of one heart, and as they say, brothers united can cut through gold. With such a general beside me, what do I have to fear? In chaotic times, heroes emerge from everywhere. The Kun thieves' fate is sealed. Great things await us. The two clasped arms and laughed boldly, their voices ringing with heroic spirit. The crowd, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could only laugh along awkwardly, maintaining the appearance of harmony. The sun drifted westward. With the alliance terms negotiated and a date set for the formal ceremony, the attendees began filtering down the mountain. Everyone had witnessed quite a show today, and with the weight of the alliance hanging over them, each departed in a complicated mood, relieved, anxious, uncertain, scattering in all directions. Zhu Tu watched them go. Only when the last figure disappeared did the tension finally drain from his dark face. Looking suddenly weary, he walked slowly into Iron Beam Temple's rear hall. A table laden with wine and food awaited him. Wooden Stone Taoist and Yun Ting had been seated there for some time. They rose to greet him as he entered, saying in unison, "The marshal has worked hard today." Zhu Tu sank into his chair and waved for them to sit. "Close the door," he called to the guards outside. "No one enters unless summoned." A man at the threshold bowed, backed out, and eased the door shut. Wooden Stone Taoist raised his cup. "A toast to the marshal. Today's success marks the beginning of your grand design." Zhu Tu shook his head. "We're far from that. Didn't you see how those outsiders behaved, saying one thing while meaning another? Forging these factions into a single force will take considerable work. Wooden Stone laughed. The marshal is too modest. The tide has turned in your favor. In 2 days, we activate our hidden pieces and remove those who refuse to read the signs. After that, who can stop you from soaring like a dragon through the clouds? His tone shifted, turning cold. But letting that man surnamed Li walk off this mountain today, that was a serious mistake. He's capable in both letters and arms, and I suspect he's a Kun spy. Releasing him is no different from setting a tiger loose in the hills. Zhu Tu chuckled and took a sip of wine. And what would you have me do? Slaughter everyone who might harbor different loyalties. How would that look to our new members? The Taoist spirit society would fall apart before the Kun thieves even arrived to suppress us. Wooden Stone Taoist rose and moved to Zhu Tu's side, lowering his voice. Others can be spared. This one cannot. A man of his caliber, whether he becomes the Kun's hunting dog or challenges us for power, will be a blade in our gut. But that's a minor concern. He paused. What truly worries me is something else entirely. Zhu Tu's eyes narrowed. Oh, and what might that be? Wooden Stone smiled faintly. Marshal, I suspect you've long been considering defection to the Kun. A muscle twitched near Zhu Tu's brow, his deep-set eyes fixed on the Taoist. The candle flame guttered before him, its reflection dancing in his pupils like twin points of ghost fire burning in the folds of his fleshy face, as if they might swallow Wooden Stone's soul and drag it into a bottomless abyss. His expression betrayed nothing. He said nothing. He simply stared. Wooden Stone Taoist rose and drifted to Zhu Tu's side, speaking with easy familiarity. A blade of grass atop a wall bends whichever way the wind blows. Surviving in the Jianghu means reading the wind and watching the sky. He paused. Marshal, or should I say Brother Zhu, the Kun are powerful now. It's only natural you'd want to keep your options open. I imagine watching Liu Xiang surrender to them stirred something in you. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Zhu Tu laughed suddenly. The Taoist worries too much. My loyalty lies with the imperial court. Why would I entertain such treasonous thoughts? Best not speculate. Wooden Stone laughed along with him, shaking his head. Now that won't do. Which man in the Jianghu truly has a loyal heart and righteous courage? In times like these, everyone feels the ground shifting beneath their feet. We're all afraid of a single misstep. You're no different. He began to pace slowly. Your power base centers on this Guangzhou prefecture. You rely on local gentry and wealthy households for money and grain and on recruiting members to fight your battles. Leave this place and you're a dragon stranded on dry land, a tiger lost from its forest. Now the Kun are swallowing Guangdong whole. They've established their court right here in Guangzhou. By any reasonable measure, serving the strong is the sensible choice. He stopped pacing. That's why you're rushing to unify these sects. Your original stake was too small. 2,000 or 3,000 men won't buy you much from the Kun. But if you net this entire alliance, if you can sell every sect and bandit gang in Guangzhou Prefecture to the Australians in one package, help them pacify the region, and dye yourself a purple robe with the blood of 1,000 gentry, he smiled. That's a deal worth making. Wooden Stone continued without pause. That Li Jian, someone called him out at the meeting. Whether his Green Dragon Society credentials are real or false, the old Zhu Tu wouldn't have hesitated. An outsider causing trouble, drag him out and cut him down, but you let him go, left that loose thread dangling. His smile sharpened. Who exactly are you trying to impress? It's obvious, isn't it? If Li Jian really is a Kun spy, releasing him earns you goodwill for the future. If he's not, you can eliminate him later at your leisure. You'd rather release 1,000 by mistake than kill one wrongly. He chuckled. I never knew you had such a bodhisattva's heart, Brother Zhu. Zhu Tu's brow furrowed. Has the Taoist gotten drunk before even drinking? Why all this nonsense? Come, let me pour you a cup to settle your thoughts. And speak no more of this madness. He reached for the wine pot on the table, but as he grasped it, a large hand shot out and clamped down on both the pot's handle and Zhu Tu's wrist, locking them together. Zhu Tu turned his head. It was Yun Ting. His expression darkened. What is the meaning of this, second brother Yun? Yunting slowly tightened his grip. I noticed Brother Zhu seems tired. I'm just steadying your hand. Wouldn't want you to drop the pot and startle the brothers outside. That could lead to misunderstandings. Zhu too strained against the hole but couldn't move an inch. His face went rigid. After a long, silent standoff, he exhaled slowly and released the pot. From beyond the door came a guard's voice. "Marshal, is anything needed?" Zhu Tu's eyes stayed fixed on Yunting, who loomed close beside him. "Nothing," he called out. "Everything is fine. Tell the brothers to withdraw." A few moments later, footsteps and the faint clink of metal sounded outside, then faded into silence. Once quiet had settled, Wooden Stone resumed. "The marshal seeks to unite these various factions for one simple reason: power. Since ancient times, societies and sects have taken root among common folk and villages, spreading strange doctrines and harboring dangerous ambitions. They've always been thorns in the government's eye. But imperial authority has grown weak. It can no longer reach into the countryside. The court grasps at the large and ignores the small, governing the people through local gentry. That's what gave organizations like ours room to grow." He clasped his hands behind his back. "But the Australians are different. I've heard that in Lingao, they've implemented a system where officials and clerks are one body, with unified management from top to bottom. They call it political power descending to the grassroots. Right now, they let us run wild only because they lack the soldiers and trained cadres to replace us. But pay attention. The frameworks, titles, and administrative structures in the villages and townships are already changing. The closer to Guangzhou, the faster and deeper the transformation. In those places, they use soldiers as the skeleton and their own officials as the brain, building the framework first. Once their cadres finish training and take up their posts, they'll fill in the flesh and blood. They call this consolidating political power in the core-ruled areas, using points to lead the region. The longer they operate, the harder they'll be to dislodge. Give them a few years to establish their foundation in Guangdong, and then," he paused meaningfully, "then comes the time to sweep the world." End of chapter. Chapter 2507. Burning the Tower 20. Zhu Tu's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why does Taoist Wooden Stone raise the morale of the Kun thieves while dampening our own? Wooden Stone regarded him with cool indifference. Does Brother Zhu truly believe he sees the situation clearly? You fail to understand that straddling two boats sometimes offers room to maneuver, but other times leads to being trusted by neither side, leaving you to drown between them. And sometimes, even after boarding a boat, a bamboo pole knocks you into the water. The key isn't which boat you step onto, it's whether you've paid for your seat." Having said his piece, the Taoist returned to his chair, poured himself a cup, and took a slow sip of wine before catching Yunting's eye with a subtle glance. Yunting produced a stack of papers from inside his robe and extended them. "Brother Zhu, please examine this first." Zhu Tu accepted them warily. It was a document, handwritten in vigorous Yan-style regular script. Following Australian conventions, the text ran horizontally from left to right with punctuation between sentences. The title at the top announced in bold characters, "Guangdong Key Bandit Intelligence Notification." The title alone made Zhu Tu's heart lurch. He steadied himself and began reading carefully. During the transitional period following the recovery of Guangdong, the collapse of grassroots political power and government armed forces in certain areas has allowed local armed factions to proliferate. These groups have seized hilltops, fortified villages, raised private armies, and recruited malcontents to form gangs. They bully the common people, burn, kill, and plunder at will. Certain usurping Ming gentry have united with these illegal armed elements, establishing rural networks to spread rumors, organize riots, and commit arson, serving as strategic collaborators for a potential future counterattack by the usurping Ming government. These landlord and bandit forces have become a tumor that must be excised from our Australian Song regime. The Senate has therefore resolved to adjust strategic deployments within Guangdong, slowing expansion to consolidate our gains. We shall maintain high-pressure postures at key strategic nodes to deter the usurping Ming puppet army, while simultaneously turning our spear inward against internal hostile elements. The Senate proposes the strategic guideline of consolidating the core, basing on key points. In areas distant from main traffic routes and towns, we shall establish strong base points supported by core territories. Through these bases, we will radiate outward, enabling newly Esta. The further Zhu Tu read, the more alarmed he became. When he turned to the final 2 pages, he noticed the paper had changed to Australian stock, the font to imitation song, and the printing to the Australians' distinctive mimeograph technique. The round red seal at the bottom was unmistakably Australian in style, impossible to forge. He raised questioning eyes to Wooden Stone. The Taoist nodded gravely. Correct. Those 2 pages are originals. Unfortunately, obtaining them cost second brother Yun his hidden contact within the Kun government. Such classified documents will be beyond our reach from now on. He sighed and shook his head, his regret seemingly genuine. Zhu Tu forced his attention back to the document, compelling himself to remain calm. But the more he read, the more dread crept through him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his hands trembling so that the papers rustled in his grip. Drops of perspiration fell onto the pages. When he reached the section titled Targets of Major Social Harm Requiring Priority Elimination, Representative Bandit Leaders and Feudal Taoist Sect Heads, his own name stared back at him. His heart seized. Suppressing his rising panic, he set down the document and forced an even tone. The Kun thieves have long harbored rebellious intentions. Since I count them as enemies, this was well within my expectations. It means nothing. Wooden Stone's smile returned. Brother Zhu no doubt still clings to a shred of false hope, imagining he might preserve his life and property, but you fail to understand. Submission to the imperial court is one thing. Submit to the Kun thieves and your death arrives immediately. Zhu Tu's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on Wooden Stone. I hope the Taoist will enlighten me. Consider Liu Xiang's fate after submitting to the Kun, Wooden Stone said. Once, hundreds answered his single call. Now he lives under another's roof, scolded at their pleasure. His foundation was the sea, not the land, and the Australians have stripped him of everything. They confiscated his ships, scattered his crews, and absorbed them into their shipping company. He barely preserved the status of a wealthy man, yet endures constant surveillance, not daring to make the slightest move. The Australians refuse him any external assignments, confining him to that tiny patch of Lingao, sitting idle beneath an oppressive sky. And this was a regional power who once commanded tens of thousands of men and ships. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. If Brother Zhu wishes to submit to the Kun, what power do you actually possess? Even if you gather all your Taoist sects together, is your strength truly so formidable? Do you have the capital to negotiate with them? Wooden Stone pressed on. Liu Xiang managed to retain a small stake in the shipping company, something to rely on. He also knew maritime trade routes and could serve as an advisor. The Kun people arrived by sea, they value such expertise. Liu Xiang understood his circumstances, and so he was preserved. The Taoist's tone sharpened. Brother Zhu, do not imagine that because you play king and tyrant across these 3 mountains and 5 strongholds, you can wrest content. Examine yourself honestly. Weigh your worth. Do you carry the same weight as Liu Xiang? If you submit to the Kun, what would you gain? I have observed your past conduct, Brother Zhu. I know you are a man of ambition who would never willingly serve beneath another. Submission would not be about personal safety. It would be about bringing honor to your wife and fortune to your descendants. But what talent do you possess that the Kun people might value? His voice hardened. In the end, your only skill is using Taoist magic and divine powers to deceive ignorant villagers, coercing them to serve your purposes. Do you know what the Kun call this? Organizing feudal superstition activities. To them, you represent social instability. Keeping you alive offers no benefit, only liability. You cannot serve as their official or their general. Compared to the administrators they have trained and examined themselves, you are worthless in their eyes. They might rope you in briefly at first, but over time, the moment you make the slightest misstep, disaster will fall upon your head. Zhu Tu's brow furrowed deeply. He listened in numb silence, saying nothing. His face had hardened into a mask, only the shifting pallor, green to white and back, betraying the turmoil within. Yun Ting spoke up. Brother Zhu is no ordinary man. Since entering the Jianghu, you have harbored lofty ambitions. Word has it the old marshal never intended to pass the heavenly soldier Taoist spirit society to you. You seized it through your own machinations. His smile carried an edge. If you were truly modest and deferential, the man sitting here today would be the old marshal himself, still healthy and in his prime as he was just a few years ago. It would never have been your turn. He let that sink in. With your competitive and aggressive nature, life under the Kun would inevitably end badly. Zhu Tu's eyes snapped up, boring into Yun Ting. What did you just say? Yun Ting held his gaze without flinching and sneered. Walls have eyes, partitions have ears. Each man knows what he has done. We simply pretend ignorance for courtesy's sake. Don't force us to speak plainly. Zhu Tu's breathing quickened. His hands slowly curled into fists and his expression turned to ice. Yun Ting said nothing more. He merely produced 2 more items from his robe and dropped them onto the table with a sharp snap. Brother Zhu, perhaps you recognize these. Zhu Tu picked up the objects. What he saw struck him like a thunderbolt, draining the warmth from his body. One was a Taoist Spirit Society name card and divine talisman. The other was an Australian work identification card. Both were stained with dried, blackish-purple blood. Zhu Tu remembered sending trusted disciples to contact the Australians, disciples who had departed and never returned. This matter had festered in his heart ever since, a wound he dared not speak of to anyone. It haunted him in the quiet hours of night, stealing his sleep, filling his mind with dark speculation. He had never expected to see these tokens here. His expression wavered with uncertainty. His eyes darted around the room, and he realized that not a single one of his trusted aides remained nearby. Watching him, Yun Ting suppressed a cold smile. Brother Zhu need not worry. This matter is already concluded. It rots only in the bellies of us 3. But do not harbor other thoughts. Young Master Liang and I have spent years investigating, probing openly and covertly. Your past activities against the Kun, assassinating village liaisons, robbing their reasonable burden collections, all of it is already known to them. Their factories and guards have compiled a mountain of evidence against you. Words like death alone can appease public anger have leaked out. He let that sink in. With such deep enmity, does Brother Zhu truly expect the Kun thieves to forgive and forget? That would be naive beyond measure. Moreover, their failed recruitment attempt has sealed your fate. Given their nature, brutal suppression will follow within days. You must steel your resolve. Only one path of retreat remains. Do not delude yourself further. Worse than straddling 2 boats is having no boat at all. Wooden Stone produced a letter from his robe and spoke with solemn gravity. Brother Zhu, I have here a recommendation letter personally written by Governor Xing. It promises you a substantive appointment as guerrilla general at minimum. Should you distinguish yourself in battle, a lieutenant colonelcy is not out of reach. Furthermore, when Guangzhou Prefecture is recovered, you need not leave your native soil. You may lead troops to guard it yourself. He let the weight of the offer settle. Merit, fame, wealth, all within easy grasp. What you desire, the Kun people will never give and cannot give. Only the imperial court can grant us what we seek. His voice cooled. If Brother Zhu insists on walking that wrong path and forcing a confrontation, I fear it will harm our harmony. Surely you realize that second Brother Yun and I always leave ourselves backup options. He extended the letter. This is no forgery. Governor Xing's official seal is on the reverse. Examine it carefully. Zhu Tu accepted the letter with both hands. He read it in silence for a long time. At last, he released a long, shuddering sigh. As if all the tendons and bones had been removed from his body, he sank slowly into the round-backed armchair. He stared blankly into nothing for a long while. Then suddenly he gripped the armrests and pushed himself upright. His voice rang out sharp and decisive. If that is how things stand, then the man surnamed Li absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Men. The door swung open, and a burly man entered, clasping his hands in readiness. Select several dozen of your toughest fighters, Zhu Tu commanded. Go immediately and pursue Li Jian and Li Baking of Old Li Village. I want the heads of that uncle and nephew. Go quickly and return quickly. Yun Ting spoke from his seat. This humble one lacked talent but possessed some foresight. I anticipated Brother Zhu's thinking. I have already dispatched more than 10 men in pursuit. If Brother Zhu is willing to send additional forces, so much the better. Combined, we shall ensure Li Jian does not escape justice. Zhu Tu turned to regard him. He nodded slowly, his eyes filled with complex emotion. Wooden Stone Taoist and Yun Ting exchanged a glance, knowing in their hearts that the final nail had been driven home. End of chapter. Chapter 25:08. Burning the Tower 21. The sky was dimming toward the hour of you. 11 riders came thundering down the official road, bodies pressed flat against their horses' necks as they flew past like a gale. Dense trees and mottled boulders blurred by in a rush of retreating shapes. Wei Mingchen calculated the distance in his head and gradually tightened his reins, raising one arm high before pressing it down, the signal to slow. The riders eased their pace. Wei Mingchen's group scanned the river channel running parallel to the road, searching for the boat carrying Li Jian and his nephew. Yun Ting's orders had been simple: whoever they were, kill them. Sever every thread of Zhu Tu's plans. A little further on, Wei Mingchen spotted a small boat bearing the secret marks that identified vessels used to transport meeting participants. He reined in at a short distance, swung his leg over and dropped lightly to the ground. "Dismount," he said in a low voice. "Stay sharp. Everyone keep your eyes bright." The 10 riders followed suit, drawing Qi family sabers and Japanese swords from their waists. Several produced hand crossbows from their satchels. 6 formed a circular defensive formation facing outward, while the remaining 4 split into pairs to hold both sides of the road. Wei Mingchen approached the skiff with care. The boatman lay dead on the riverbank, half his body soaking in the shallows. Wei Mingchen examined the corpse first. All the wounds were on the back, a merciless pursuit. The killing blows had been concentrated stabs to the kidneys, followed by a puncture to the side of the neck. The wound was large, torn wide by someone twisting the blade after insertion. A follow-up strike, most likely, after the kidney stabs had brought the man down. Another boatman lay sprawled on the sandy beach. Both had been Zhu Tu's subordinates, bought off long ago by Wei Mingchen's side. When they'd set out, they hadn't rowed to the predetermined location, but had grounded the boat here at this desolate stretch of the channel, making it easier for the pursuing riders to catch up. Though the spot bordered the official road, travelers were rare, and any who happened by could be easily silenced. Wei Mingchen drew in a sharp breath. He turned toward the small boat, held his saber horizontal before him, and advanced inch by inch toward the cabin with full alertness. As he approached the awning, a pungent smell of blood hit him. From beneath came a steady dripping, tick-tock, tick-tock, blood seeping through gaps in the planking. The rhythm of it unsettled him. Frowning, he used the tip of his single-handed cloud ladder saber to lift the curtain. Inside lay the corpse of a large man in black. His hollow, lifeless eyes stared wide, seeming to fix on Wei Mingchen. His heart lurched before he steadied himself and studied the scene. Blood. Blood everywhere. The man had multiple puncture wounds clustered below his Adam's apple at the jugular, a deep cut across the femoral artery in his leg, and a slash along the left side of his neck that had opened the carotid. That last wound had sent blood spraying like a fountain. Every strike had been fatal. Death would have come within seconds. The viscous blood hadn't fully dried. It crept slowly downward under gravity's pull, nauseating to behold. 2 knife marks scored the cabin's wall panels and frame, the cuts fresh, likely left during the struggle. This Li Jian was indeed a trained expert. In such cramped quarters, fighting alone, he'd killed 3 men in moments. The two boatmen might not have been martial artists, but they were hardened, violent men, not easy prey. Wei Mingchen shifted his attention outside the boat and examined the surrounding area. No footprints, but one patch of sand appeared suspiciously uniform in color. He crouched and brushed it with his hand, revealing dark spots of dried blood beneath the grains. The uniform surface had been created by Li Jian using branches to sweep away traces during his retreat. The blood meant at least one of them was wounded. He followed the direction of the marks to the eastern roadside. Li Jian and his companion hadn't continued along the official road. They'd entered the reed marshes flanking it. Perhaps they meant to hide and wait for their pursuers to give up. Perhaps they expected reinforcements. Wei Mingchen looked around and found several freshly broken branches, their exposed surfaces still pale. The undergrowth showed clear signs of trampling. Further on, in a flat patch of mud, he discovered footprints. He studied them carefully. Judging by density and spacing, only two people had passed through. No one had come to meet them. One set of prints pressed deeper into the earth with drag marks trailing behind, someone carrying a heavy burden, dragging a wounded man. Wei Mingchen exhaled slowly. So long as people moved through nature, they left traces. Carrying a wounded man, they wouldn't get far. He waved his hand. The 10 men gathered immediately. "One stays with the horses," Wei Mingchen said coldly. "The rest follow me. Communicate with bamboo whistles if you encounter danger, but only for critical matters. Using them carelessly reveals our position." Everyone nodded. Several shadows flickered and vanished into the dense forest climbing the hillside. Su Tong crouched on the ground, breathing hard. He needed to recover some strength. Li Beiqing sat nearby, looking desperately weak. The half-old man's abdomen was wrapped in strips torn from clothing. Blood kept seeping through, dyeing the makeshift bandage red. The moment the boat had suddenly grounded, Su Tong knew there would be no easy escape today. He'd torn open the stitching at his cross collar, where a short, refined steel knuckle duster lay hidden. He'd anticipated betrayal, but what surprised him was the enemy's boldness, attacking without numerical superiority. The man escorting the boat had probably hoped to eliminate one target first, then join the boatmen to finish off the other. Li Beiqing had been sitting at the awning's entrance and took the first knife. In the same instant, Su Tong caught the big man's knife hand with his left, used his right elbow to pry away the man's guard, and drove the knuckle duster into his jugular. The short weapon couldn't hack or chop, only stab and scratch, but inside the cramped awning where a man could barely bend his arms, it proved more agile than any short knife. It needed only centimeters of space to deliver repeated, concentrated thrusts. Massive bleeding from the jugular and carotid stripped the big man of resistance in an instant. The killing blow was over in a heartbeat, leaving only a mess. Li Beiking's wound wasn't serious. Su Tong had pressed the bleeding point on his abdomen and performed a quick field dressing before the two avoided the official road and slipped into the marshes. Now Su Tong checked the wound again. A laceration not deep, and it didn't seem to be worsening, but rapid movement would tear the abdominal wound open, drastically slowing their pace. A fatal problem. Su Tong removed his coat and cut it open with his short knife, extracting a 1/5000 map, compass, and tape measure from the hidden lining. Comparing notes from his journey here, he estimated their position and bearing. His mental arithmetic wasn't strong. After brief calculations, he'd only managed to determine the correct direction. He felt a flash of annoyance, but there was no time to waste. He didn't know if more pursuers were coming, but he had to assume the worst. He pulled the stopper from his water bag, took a sip, and handed it to Li Beiqing. After the older man drank, Su Tong took his short knife and sliced open the bottom of the bladder, but no water spilled. The specially made container held 2 independent compartments, one for water, one for storing other items. From the hidden space he withdrew 3 small bamboo tubes. 2 were slightly larger than paper cartridges. The largest was only as thick as a circle made by thumb and forefinger. Su Tong tucked all 3 into his shirt, stood, and looked at Li Beiqing. "Still okay?" Li Beiqing managed a weak smile. "Still okay," Su Tong nodded. "You go first." Li Beiqing glanced at him, said nothing, and rose with the help of a tree branch. He began walking slowly forward. Carrying a colorful number, a wounded man, made quick disengagement impossible. Whether from duty, morality, or something else entirely, Su Tong couldn't abandon Li Beiqing. He wasn't one of the elite covert operatives trained by the Senate, ready to sacrifice his life for any mission. He represented more than himself. He carried the weight of Old Li Village and the lower 6 villages' mutual defense. If he died on this mission, the Senate's influence throughout the lower 6 villages would suffer a serious blow. That outcome served no one in the current situation, but bringing Li Beiqing along made hiding their tracks nearly impossible. If pursuers existed, they would follow the trail. Su Tong needed to confirm whether they were being hunted. He stood and searched for a suitable spot. Deliberately, he stepped on and snapped a few vines and wild grasses, leaving obvious signs of passage. Then, on a narrow path wide enough for only one person, he dug a shallow pit with his short knife and buried a bamboo tube vertically inside. Most of it lay hidden in the soil. Only a small section protruded above ground. He covered it gently with loose earth and a few fallen leaves, checked for flaws, and rose with satisfaction. Time to move. Su Tong glanced up at the sky and thought, "We'll definitely be spending tonight in the wild." Wei Mingchen moved quickly. 2 scouts ranged ahead while 7 men followed close behind, strung out like segments of a centipede. He could feel himself drawing nearer to the prey. The anticipation of bloodshed quickened his pulse. The lead swordsman beat and hacked at the undergrowth with his blade, attention fixed entirely forward. Suddenly something caught his foot. It felt like stepping on a small stone. The bamboo tube sank beneath his weight. Inside the tube, a cartridge of enhanced black powder pressed downward with the swordsman's step. A brass spacer separating propellant from percussion cap continued its descent, forcing the cap down onto the convex platform at the tube's base. To ensure this small booby trap's reliability, the percussion cap used was more sensitive than standard gun caps, normally kept separate, only loaded by unscrewing the tube's bottom when deployed. End of chapter. Chapter 2509. Burning the Tower 22, a muffled bang, a puff of white smoke, a flash of flame. The booby trap triggered exactly as designed. Under the combined pressure of the convex platform and the man's weight, the percussion cap fired. The instantaneous flame shot through the ignition hole in the brass spacer, igniting the propellant and launching the lead bullet straight upward. The front of the bamboo tube exploded with a sharp crack. The large-caliber soft lead round punched clean through the swordsman's left sole and flew into the air, trailing bone fragments and shredded flesh. The lead swordsman collapsed, clutching his foot and screaming. Everyone froze at the sudden violence, everyone except Wei Mingchen, who advanced instead of retreating, striding forward to assess the damage. The man's soul was a ruined mess of blood and exposed bone. He wouldn't be walking anywhere. And caring for this liability meant leaving at least one able body behind. Wei Mingchen surveyed the others. They watched him in silence, waiting. Part of him wanted to abandon the wounded man or simply put him out of his misery, but he couldn't. Not with everyone watching. He drew a deep breath. "One of you take him back. The rest continue the pursuit." As they reorganized, a faint unease stirred in Wei Mingchen's chest. Perhaps what waited ahead was not a wounded dog fleeing in desperation, but a lone wolf whose ferocity they had just awakened. The explosion echoed from behind. Su Tong halted and turned sharply. The booby trap packed roughly the punch of a 13 Minié round, its report carrying perhaps 3 kilometers across open ground. That clear, a gunshot meant his pursuers were less than a kilometer back. Even accounting for the winding field paths, they would close the distance within 30 minutes. He watched Li Beiqing stumble forward up ahead, each step more labored than the last. Su Tong clenched his jaw. Fight or flee. The moment of decision had arrived. He had lost all sense of direction and could only guess at their location. But he knew they were far from any county seat or major village with National Army garrisons. The enemy had chosen this ground deliberately. The The open terrain guaranteed no Australian reinforcements could arrive in time. As for local militia and township braves, they never stirred unless the fighting reached their doorsteps. No support in sight. Enemy strength unknown. Unfamiliar terrain. Inadequate equipment. A wounded man to carry. Every factor pointed to the same grim conclusion. Alone, Su Tong could likely shake the pursuers through sheer physical conditioning and fieldcraft. But burdened with an injured companion, whether he chose to fight or run, both paths led to the same dead end. Li Beiqing had served as the Australian song's eyes and ears among the populace since the shelling of Guangdong. For years, he had gathered intelligence and coordinated operations, culminating in the bloodless opening of the city. Men like him, deeply embedded in Australian song intelligence work, tested repeatedly without wavering, never exposed during the recovery of Guangdong, were rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. That rarity had earned him trust and responsibility. As a partner, he was a comrade worthy of faith, but captured, he would become a lit fuse attached to a powder keg. Whether through willing betrayal or forced confession, even a handful of names could bring catastrophic losses. He knew too much. If Li Beiqing couldn't leave alive, then he must stay here forever. A cold, fierce light kindled in Su Tong's eyes. As if sensing something, Li Beiqing suddenly quickened his pace. He forced himself forward, ignoring the tearing pain in his abdominal wound. I'm still all right," he gasped between steps. "I can keep going, I can still walk." Behind him, Su Tong's footsteps drew closer, the rustle of grass marking each stride. His right hand drifted slowly toward the short knife sheathed at the small of his back. Cold sweat seeped from his palm, making the grip feel like ice. His breathing grew shallow and quick. Perhaps realizing the futility of his words, Li Beiqing's steps gradually slowed. He stopped and turned to face Su Tong. Their eyes met. Li Beiqing's gaze cycled through terror, anger, helplessness, grief, and silent pleading. Then gradually his expression settled into calm acceptance. He exhaled softly and whispered, "I hope the Senate values this old life of mine fairly." That peaceful gaze struck Su Tong like a physical blow. His body went rigid. Unbidden, a memory surfaced. Li Beiqing at the alliance meeting, speaking up twice in his defense when no one else would. His grip on the knife handle loosened. Su Tong couldn't say precisely why he relented. Perhaps gratitude. Perhaps he simply couldn't bear to do it. Or perhaps, as Director Wu once said, people shouldn't be held responsible for things they haven't yet done. He couldn't untangle his own thoughts. But he knew that once he made this choice, he wouldn't reverse it. His breathing steadied. The tension drained from his muscles. He reached out and gripped Li Beiqing's shoulder, leaving a damp handprint on the fabric. "Old Li, stop thinking dark thoughts. What I meant was, running blind like this won't work. We need a plan. Tied together, neither of us escapes," Su Tong said. "If we fall into their hands, there's no path to survival. Torture until we break, or execution on the spot. And if we can't endure the torture and confess under duress, our families suffer too. Neither of us has anywhere to retreat." He paused. "I have an idea. Listen." Li Beiqing nodded firmly, his face pale but resolute. He had no choice but to believe. He knew that abandoning him was Su Tong's best chance at survival. "I can't pinpoint our location," Su Tong continued, "but we're somewhere around Liufeng Forest. I'll find a spot to hide you and set up camouflage. When the pursuers draw close, I'll hit them head-on and lead them away. Once they're gone, you move. I scouted from higher ground earlier. There's a small path not far to the west leading down the mountain. Looks like a woodcutter's trail. Don't worry about me. Just head west. Don't look back." He met Li Beiqing's eyes. "Two separate paths give us better odds than one. Life and death are fated, it comes down to luck. If we both make it back safely, I'll hold a full jar and drink it dry with you, brother Li." Li Beiking's lips trembled. "Thank you, Su." Su Tong cut him off with a wave. "Save the courtesies, we're out of time." He retrieved the torn jacket from nearby and pulled several cloth strips from the hidden seams at the waist, cuffs, and hem. Each strip had slots cut into it, useful as straps, tourniquets, or camouflage bands. The key to effective concealment was breaking up the human silhouette, especially at the shoulders and head. Su Tong scooped a handful of damp earth, added water from his canteen, and worked it into a thick mud paste. He smeared it across Li Beiking's exposed skin, face and hands, to eliminate any reflective surfaces. He stripped away anything that might catch light, a thumb ring, a copper button loop. Then he tied the camouflage bands around Li Beiking's head, shoulders, and back. He found a low-lying bush in a shadowed hollow, its vegetation dense enough to provide cover, and helped Li Beiking crawl inside. From the surrounding area, he gathered branches and grass clumps that matched the local foliage and inserted them into the slots on the bands. He piled more beside Li Beiking's body to shield his outline. Stepping back 10 meters, Su Tong assessed his work, still slightly stiff. He returned and made fine adjustments until the contours of Li Beiking's prone form blurred completely into the terrain, no longer a man lying in the brush, but simply part of the landscape. The camouflage colors merged seamlessly with the natural background. Satisfied, Su Tong glanced at the sky. Dusk was settling in. The fading light would degrade visibility further, an advantage for hiding. In dim, dappled conditions, even experienced hunters sometimes couldn't distinguish a motionless person from a tree stump at first glance. But given enough time, no trace escaped a practiced eye. This hasty camouflage wouldn't fool a true tracker forever. He moved to the edge of the bush, erased the remaining traces of their presence, and leaned close. "I'm leaving now. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, don't come out. Endure. When you see your chance, don't hesitate. Good luck." Wei Mingchen followed the footprints, tracking Su Tong's path with relentless focus. He had examined the buried bamboo tube booby trap. Compact but not insignificant. The bamboo casing alone took up considerable volume. He knew that before ascending the mountain, both Su Tong and Li Beiking had been searched. The inspection hadn't been thorough, but they'd found no weapons or unusual items. Even if concealed armaments had slipped through, there couldn't be many, 3 at most. Wei Mingchen had already identified the trap's weakness. Too small, only capable of point damage. It required a concentration of personnel in a confined space to trigger reliably. On any reasonably wide trail, simply spreading out and avoiding the main path and obvious choke points would drastically reduce the chances of stepping on one. Still, such an ingenious device confirmed what he already suspected. The target was a Kun thief spy. He split his men into 2 columns and pressed forward more cautiously, accepting the scratch of branches rather than following the trampled path. Years of field experience kept their pace steady, but the absence of further obstacles nagged at him. A second trap would have slowed the pursuit considerably, made them hesitant, bought the fugitives precious time, perhaps even convinced them to abandon the chase entirely. Had they inadvertently bypassed another device? Or had the enemy simply given up? He couldn't know that Su Tong had chosen not to waste his last booby trap on uncertain odds. Every remaining piece of equipment needed to serve its purpose. Wei Mingchen glanced upward. The sky was darkening. Once night fell, he would have no choice but to call off the hunt. He needed to move faster. His time was running out too. Su Tong gripped a bundle of dead branches in his left hand. In his right, he carried a tree limb he'd found along the way, thick at one end, tapering to a point at the other. With his knife, he had carved a deep hollow into the thicker end's cross-section. The last booby trap fit snugly inside, only a small portion of its head protruding. He sealed the gap with wet mud and wrapped the joint tightly with cloth straps. The result was crude but functional, a short spear with a single devastating strike hidden in its tip. End of chapter. Chapter 25:10. Burning the Tower 23, Su Tong crept backward about 50 meters, moving with the careful, silent gait of a stalking cat. Bits of vegetation clung to his body as camouflage. Not too much, just enough to break up his silhouette without hindering his movement. Camouflage was useless if it slowed you down. He scattered the dead branches from his left hand along the path ahead, covering them loosely with soil and fallen leaves. Then he found his position, A patch of roadside shadow where the ground was hard-packed mud, the grass soft and green. He lowered himself slowly into the vegetation. Dry grass and stiff weeds rustled when disturbed, but tender green growth yielded in near silence. His soft-soled shoes made no sound against the damp earth. In concealment, sound was everything. He had barely settled when the pursuers arrived. They moved cautiously, trying to avoid suspicious leaves and stones. But when they reached the scattered branches, a dry twig snapped beneath someone's foot. Wei Mingchen thought nothing of it. The mountain forest was littered with years of accumulated deadfall. Even seasoned hunters couldn't avoid startling prey with the occasional misstep. The footprints disappeared here. Wei Mingchen crouched to examine the ground, searching for clues. The target had been moving slowly. If they'd also taken time to hide their tracks, they'd be caught even sooner. Unless that was the point. Perhaps they were hiding or waiting in ambush. He opened his mouth. Search this area, see if there are. Another swordsman passed him and another branch cracked underfoot. Wei Mingchen's instincts flared. 2 snaps in quick succession in an area with this much deadfall. It meant only one thing. Early warning. He started to shout, but a scream pierced the air first. Su Tong held absolutely still. Through the grass he could barely make out the wild path ahead, visibility poor, images blurred. He remained silent, waiting. The first snap of a branch told him where the enemy's lead man was. As shadows flickered past his narrow field of vision, he counted 8 pursuers moving in pairs, roughly 1.5 meters between groups. He arched his body slightly, hands and feet braced against the ground, the short knife clenched between his teeth. He was a spring compressed to its limit. His gaze tracked each blurred figure as they passed. When the second branch cracked, he finally spotted the last man in the column. The instant that final pursuer turned his head away, Su Tong launched himself from the grass. No hesitation. The target was utterly unprepared. 2 savage thrusts to the left ribs, then immediate disengagement. In a heartbeat, he'd covered 2 or 3 meters. He didn't look back, didn't waste thought on whether his victim would live or die. A stab meant one less threat. That was all that mattered. Short arrows hissed past him from hand crossbows. Pitiful weapons, those, only dangerous against unarmored targets at close range, accuracy falling apart beyond a few paces. The meters Su Tong had gained were enough. That slim margin was his survival. He kept low, gripping the makeshift spear fashioned from a tree trunk, sprinting toward his planned destination. There, lashed to a waist-high stump, waited the last bamboo tube. He'd already pried open the seal at its base, leaving a length of string exposed. As he passed, his left hand yanked the cord hard. White smoke poured from the tube. A red signal flare shot skyward, trailing fire through the canopy. At its peak, a small parachute deployed with a snap and began its lazy descent. Su Tong spared it a single backward glance. This was about drawing attention, not staying hidden. He could only hope someone would see it. With the flare launched, Su Tong changed direction and ran for his life. The unbroken fighting had drained him badly. He could feel his speed flagging. He forced himself to breathe properly, in through the nose, out through the mouth, trying to wring out his last reserves of strength to keep his mind steady. Behind him rose a chaos of shouts and exclamations. But these weren't like the Taoist assembly bandits. These men were harder. They didn't panic at the ambush or stop to tend their fallen comrade. Instead, they split into 3 groups to cut him off. 2 pairs angled toward the flanks, seeking routes to get ahead and force him to change course. The 3-man group behind closed in fast, driving straight toward him. Pressure from both flanks forced Su Tong to constantly shift direction. His speed dropped further. His breath came in ragged gasps. The sounds behind him grew closer. He scanned the terrain quickly. Though the flanking groups had sealed off his direct route and retreat, the jungle's dense undergrowth limited their movement too. Their distance wasn't shrinking. If anything, it was growing. Su Tong drew a deep breath and made his choice. He would gamble. He wheeled around and charged straight at the 3-man group on his tail. Prey in flight, visible and cornered, was supposed to act like a mouse, give up, flee in blind panic, expose its fragile back to the killing stroke. The pursuers had their encirclement. They'd watched Su Tong's obvious exhaustion. All of this had built in them the predator's unconscious complacency. Just catch up, stab him in the back, and it would be over. Su Tong intended to shatter that assumption, catch them off guard, break their psychological advantage, and seize the momentum. The three pursuers hadn't expected him to turn and fight. His sudden charge caught them mid-sprint, strung out in a single file rather than a proper line. The lead swordsman thrust with a Qi family saber, right foot sliding forward, left following, hands twisting inward with practiced force, contracting his core, extending his arms, driving the point at Su Tong's throat. Su Tong adjusted instantly. Left foot forward, left hand gripping the front of his short spear, right hand driving it ahead in a straight thrust at his opponent's chest. At the moment steel crossed wood, Su Tong angled the spear slightly left, deflecting the saber's tip, seized the center line, and drove his weapon into the swordsman's left chest. The percussion cap inside the booby trap fired on impact, point-blank, large caliber. The bamboo tube and the spear's front end exploded together, spraying fragments in all directions. The 11mm lead bullet tore through the swordsman's chest, carving a cavity, tumbling and deforming as it shredded organs. What remained of the bullet punched out through his back, its trajectory warped, grazing the second swordsman's cheek as it flew. The lead swordsman dropped in an instant. The two behind him recoiled, stunned by the explosion and the ricochet, each retreating a step. Bamboo splinters had scratched Su Tong's face, but he felt nothing. He discarded the smoking, shattered remnant of the spear, snatched up the fallen man's Qi family saber, and advanced with both hands on the grip, pressing straight toward the second swordsman and his Japanese blade. They raised their weapons simultaneously, both hands over their heads, each sliding a right foot forward. Same starting stance. Same arc of steel. Both twisted their blades inward, drawing gleaming curves over their heads to the right, then slashing down at 45 degrees, right to left, each driving toward the other's left side. The two blades met in midair with a ringing clang, biting against each other with a teeth-grinding shriek of metal on metal. For an instant they strained against each other, then both blade tips snapped at once. Clean cuts, violent swings. Where the steel fell, blood followed. The two men crossed in a spray of crimson mist. The broken blade tips spun away in opposite directions, one thudding into a nearby tree trunk, the other burying itself in the mud. The swordsman stood with his back to Su Tong. The hand holding his weapon dropped slowly. He sank to his knees. A deep, slanting wound ran from his left neck to his thoracic vertebrae. Artery and collarbone both severed cleanly, blood pulsing out in jets. He opened his mouth, coughed a froth of crimson, and pitched forward into the dirt. Su Tong lowered his broken, bloodied blade and fixed his cold gaze on the third swordsman. The man stared back, visibly shaken, two of his companions killed in heartbeats, each death more brutal than the last. He retreated step by step, looking at Su Tong as though he were facing a demon. Finally, the pressure broke him. He turned and fled. Su Tong allowed himself a quiet breath of relief. Only he knew the truth. The relentless fighting and running since noon had emptied him completely. His hands trembled, barely able to grip the saber's hilt. Run. Run now. This brief window would vanish the moment the remaining enemies regrouped. A single man against four hands was doomed, and he still faced 7 or 8. Su Tong dragged his exhausted body back in the direction he'd come. He didn't know how long he ran, too tired. Sweat stung his eyes, blurring his vision. Every part of him wanted to close his eyes, collapse, and sleep. But will alone kept them open, kept his legs moving. At last his body reached its limit. Willpower wasn't enough anymore. He felt consciousness slipping away. Su Tong stumbled to a halt. He couldn't run. He truly couldn't run anymore. Does it end here? He let the broken saber fall, leaned his back against a large tree, and slid down the trunk until he sat propped against its roots. With arms that felt like deadweight, he drew his dagger and gripped it tightly. After a while, through sweat-blurred eyes, he made out several approaching figures. One of them grabbed the fleeing swordsman and berated him loudly. A leader, probably. Then 5 shapes advanced toward him, weapons in hand, moving slowly and warily. Su Tong grinned. These men weren't bad, they hadn't broken under consecutive blows. Building that kind of resolve took time. The enemy stopped less than 10 meters away, still cautious. They drew hand crossbows and loosed several bolts in rapid succession. One grazed Su Tong's left shoulder. He felt nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 25:11. Burning the tower. 24. The enemy kept advancing, saber in hand. Closer now. Su Tong could make out the leader's face. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he lurched to his feet. His right hand spun, reversing the dagger so his 5 fingers pinched the blade. He drew his arm back and hurled it with everything he had left. The dagger tumbled twice through the air before gravity tilted its point forward, sending it spinning toward Wei Mingchen's throat. Wei Mingchen flicked his cloud ladder saber with casual precision, swatting the knife aside. It had been a weak throw, powerless. A smug smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, but when he thought of the price they'd paid to get here, his expression darkened again. With methodical calm, Wei Mingchen cocked his hand crossbow and raised it, taking aim at Su Tong. He never took unnecessary risks. He wouldn't close the distance, not with this one. A cornered beast could still be dangerous. Better to weaken him with bolts first, then move in for the kill. A dull gunshot shattered the silence of the mountain forest. A flock of roosting birds exploded from the trees, circling and crying against the pale gray sky. Wei Mingchen's head snapped backward. His crossbow never fired. A small bullet hole had appeared in the center of his forehead. At the back of his skull, a bright red flower of blood and brain matter bloomed outward. His body swayed. A gurgling sound rose from his throat, his final testament to the world. He tilted sideways and collapsed slowly. The last image burned onto his retinas was a slender figure in a canvas hunting suit, holding a pistol one-handed, the image tilting as consciousness fled. Yang Cao blew gently at the curling smoke rising from the muzzle and walked forward from behind Su Tong. The remaining 4 swordsmen stood frozen, uncertain whether to retreat or advance. Then one of them snapped awake and shouted, "It's a woman, kill her!" At that instant, a black shadow launched from the flank, cutting in behind the man. The attacker seized the swordsman's hair bun with his left hand, wrenching his head and neck backward and to the left. A prismatic short awl in his right hand drove upward from beneath the jawbone, punching straight into the brainstem. A twist, a wet sound as it pulled free. The attacker flicked the awl crisply through the air, scattering a string of crystalline blood droplets. More than a dozen shadows burst from concealment. The remaining 3 swordsmen were tackled to the ground almost simultaneously. The resistance ended before it had truly begun, leaving only cold corpses behind. Yang Cao opened her backpack, withdrew a water bag and handed it to Su Tong. "Glucose," she said quietly. He took it with his right hand and sipped in small mouthfuls. One of the action team members opened a first aid kit and began treating Su Tong's wounds. "You'll live," he said. Another member approached, asked about Li Beiking's whereabouts and reported to Yang Cao. "Xiao Wu," Yang Cao called out. A lean young man with a surprisingly youthful face walked over quickly. Despite his age, something unsettling lurked in his expression. He wiped the fresh blood from his prismatic awl with a cloth and slid it back into the scabbard at his waist. "Chief Yang." "Look after him," Yang Cao said. "I'll contact Team 2, find out how things went on their end, see if the lookouts have been dealt with, then have them retrieve Li Beiking. He might need first aid. Once he's stable, get him to the hospital fast." She turned and headed downhill. Xiao Wu squatted beside Su Tong and grinned at him. "Stop drinking that stuff. No kick to it." He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a long drag, then offered the remaining half to Su Tong. "One of these'll put the strength back in you." Su Tong took a puff and coughed twice. He recognized immediately that something had been mixed into the tobacco and handed it back. "I don't touch your stuff. You do well to smoke less of it yourself." "You're killing the hen to get at the eggs." Xiao Wu laughed, a dry hi-hi sound. "Take a few more puffs, at least take the edge off." When Su Tong ignored him, Xiao Wu continued talking. Chief Yang organized 2 tracking teams, 2 support teams, and a logistics team just for you. You know that, right? We had to borrow 5 walkie-talkies from the special reconnaissance team for this operation. Requisitioned several of their new flashlights too. You know how it is. Those original Australian imports get rarer every year. Chief Yang even went to Director Wu's office and slammed the table over it. He shook his head. Field tracking out here is brutal. The river flats and tidal creeks twist around 1,000 times. We couldn't figure out the paths at all, had to stay on the perimeter. By the time we got back, the support team still hadn't arrived, and you'd already taken Old Lee into the reed marshes. You moved too fast. In this godforsaken place, we couldn't get a fix on your bearing. The support team was too far out, always just that little bit short. He gave Su Tong a look. It wasn't until you popped that signal flare that we realized how close you were. Why didn't you use it earlier? Whoever reveals themselves first loses, Su Tong said. Xiao Wu grinned. Fair point. He stood up, dusted himself off, and put a hand on Su Tong's shoulder. Chief Yang takes good care of you. Let me get you back now. No rush. Su Tong looked around. Where are we? Cow River in Panyu County. Cow River. Su Tong realized his secret record of distance art had a massive blind spot. He'd thought they were still close to Guangzhou. He never imagined they'd traveled this far. Then again, they'd blindfolded him and kept him inside the boat's covered awning. He'd completely lost all sense of time and space. This place wasn't easy to find, was it? Damn near impossible, Xiao Wu said with a laugh. Without brothers of Tanka origin as guides, we'd still be going in circles out here. Seeing Su Tong's dejected expression, he tried to reassure him. Don't be so hard on yourself. Now that we know this is their base, we can have the Special Reconnaissance Team's air reconnaissance unit sweep the area. No matter how well they hide, they'll be found. Don't bother. Even if you find it, it'll be long abandoned. They're not that stupid. Su Tong felt exhaustion crashing over him again like a wave. Find me a stretcher. I'm going to sleep. When he woke, Su Tong was back at the bureau in Guangzhou. Not only had his wounds been rebandaged, but someone had changed his clothes as well. He must have slept like the dead. He felt for the watch by his pillow. 5 in the morning, he'd been out for quite a while. His mind felt sharp now, clear as water. He could recall almost every minute of everything that had happened the day before, but Su Tong knew this clarity was temporary. He needed to write the report while his memory was still fresh, especially everything he'd witnessed at the Alliance meeting. After washing up, he rang the bell and summoned the guard on duty outside his door. Bring me breakfast and a cup of strong tea. Send them both to my office. He made his way to the office, drew back the curtains, and began writing his action report by the pale morning light. As he reconstructed the events, he couldn't identify where he'd made an error. Why had Zhu Tu suddenly developed killing intent? Su Tong could sense that after their fight, Zhu Tu harbored no desire to kill him. Yet the moment the meeting adjourned, the pursuit began, a pursuit that had clearly been prepared in advance. Had they known all along that he was an undercover agent? Su Tong's thoughts tangled together. He didn't press deeper. His mind turned to the old Taoist who had stood at Zhu Tu's side throughout, likely the wooden stone Taoist, mentioned repeatedly in intelligence reports. This wooden stone Taoist remained a mystery. Ever since the witchcraft case, they'd known such a person existed, but had never gotten close to him. Still, judging by what he'd witnessed, these Ming Dynasty underground forces were gathering in unprecedented numbers. A violent counterattack couldn't be far off. The counterattack was doomed to fail. Su Tong was certain of that. But the flames it ignited would leave countless innocent common people with shattered families and unmarked graves. 2 nights later, at a porridge stall outside the Political Security Bureau in Guangzhou, Yang Kao sat alone at a table. The stall was a favorite haunt of bureau employees working the night shift. The dim flame of an oil lamp under its glass cover flickered restlessly on the table, casting a pool of light barely a few feet across. A figure approached and stopped beside her. Su Tong's voice came from behind. Working overtime again? Yang Kao gave a soft muff of acknowledgement. Shouldn't you be resting a few more days? No need. I report to Director Wu tomorrow. I'm just organizing my notes." Yang Cao was silent for a moment. "Then back there you didn't know when support would arrive. You should have eliminated Li Baking and escaped on your own." "A life loyal to the Senate shouldn't be thrown away like that," Su Tong said. "We can't only care about results and ignore the means." "We need rationality," Yang Cao replied, "not sentiment. Perhaps this is the humanity the senators always speak of. Your choice could have brought disaster. If you and Li Baking had fallen into enemy hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I wouldn't have been taken alive." Yang Cao exhaled softly. "I don't believe in humanity, including my own, because humanity can't withstand testing." She paused. "I'll be including this in my report." Su Tong didn't respond. He turned to leave, then stopped after 2 steps. He hesitated. "Thank you for this." Without looking back, he strode away into the darkness. Yang Cao stirred the steaming white porridge before her. She lifted the wooden spoon to her lips. The scalding porridge slid down her throat, warming her icy body and cold soul. A long time passed. "You're welcome," she whispered to herself. Zhao Mengsheng pressed his fingers gently against his temples, trying to ease the tension. Wu Mu sat on the leather sofa across from the desk, reading the operation report in silence. In the corner, a rosewood table clock, custom-made by Zijinghai, ticked with monotonous regularity like a hypnotic pendulum that made one drowsy despite every effort to stay alert. Finally, Wu Mu raised his head and tossed the 2 reports onto the coffee table. Silence settled over the office. After a moment, Zhao Mengsheng looked up. "Well." "Well what?" Wu Mu asked. Zhao Mengsheng gestured at the reports. Wu Mu's voice was flat. "From a reconnaissance perspective, a failure, a complete failure, undercover operative exposed, civilian informants exposed, intense armed conflict resulting in significant casualties even if they were the enemies." His tone sharpened. "Is this individual heroism? Does Su Tong really think he's Kenshiro?" End of chapter. Chapter 25:12. Burning the Tower 25. Zhao Mengsheng exhaled softly. "Not entirely. This operation achieved several objectives. It created fractures in the enemy's alliance, gave our embedded agents opportunities to turn wavering targets, yielded intelligence on the leadership and core structure of hostile organizations, and provided our first clear look at the true nature of Liang Kunhu's martial background. Moreover, we suffered no casualties. Results mean it wasn't a failure. Our initial goal was simply to gather direct intelligence on the enemy. We must allow our people room to make mistakes. Maturity is a process." Wu Mu shook his head with a quiet sigh. "Too backward. In this backward era, we ourselves have begun to degenerate." Zhao Mengsheng smiled. "A central tenet of evolutionary theory is survival of the fittest. Losing certain abilities isn't necessarily degeneration, it's adaptation to the environment." Wu Mu let the point drop. "Yang Cao's report has already gone up the chain. She seems to have objections to Su Tong's actions. I agree, his conduct appeared too emotional, not decisive enough at the critical moment." "I've read the report," Zhao Mengsheng said. "Her judgment certainly has its merits. However, as I see it, there was no optimal solution in that situation, no textbook answer. Different people would have made different calls. Since we sent them to execute the mission, we must trust their choices and defend their decisions within the rules." "They are very different from each other," Wu Mu observed. "Everyone is unique. I'm glad our system has room for such people." Zhao Mengsheng paused. "Our organization is in a transitional period. These are extraordinary times, and we've had to employ unconventional means. That's the nature of special circumstances. But this exceptionalism cannot be permanent, nor can it be used without restraint. Do you remember what I told you about the Stasi?" "I remember. The Stasi truly achieved something close to omnipotence in the end, yet it failed to protect the very regime it existed to serve. That's a lesson worth remembering. We must never put the cart before the horse." Zhao Mengsheng lit a cigar. "Our territory is expanding. Within 20 years, the Senate will build a real nation. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. Ruthlessness at any cost doesn't suit us. Su Tong's performance might seem insufficiently decisive by Yang Cao's standards, but I personally appreciate him." Building foundations now to prevent future trouble, Zhao Mengsheng nodded. Liu Fuqing represents the old era, useful but limited, unable to adapt to the new order. Yang Cao is a sharp sword we forged ourselves. She accepts our governing philosophy completely, is utterly loyal and devastatingly effective. Su Tong is the scabbard, meant to contain that edge and prevent the blade from going astray. When King Arthur drew the sword from the stone, Merlin warned him that the scabbard's value was 10 times that of the blade itself. But Arthur eventually lost his scabbard. Those who cannot sheathe their sharpness seldom meet good ends. He slowly spread his 5 fingers. So, only children are forced to choose. Then his hand closed into a tight fist. These were unusually candid words. Wu Mu didn't pursue them, instead shifting topics. Synthesizing intelligence from all sources, the enemy appears to have completed their initial consolidation of forces. A comprehensive counterattack is likely imminent. What remains unclear is whether this will be confined to the Liangguang region or supported by external powers. If I were the great Ming Emperor or the Governor-General, I would prefer internal forces to strike first, blooming chaos at the center before the main army launched its offensive. That's the optimal strategy. However, intelligence from the Foreign Bureau casts doubt on whether the Ming court actually possesses such capability. In terms of shocking the realm, surely our capture of 2 provinces as giant bandits outweighs the threat from the roving bandits and wild boar skin. True enough, Zhao Mengsheng conceded. We've taken Liangguang, 2 of the 18 provinces. To the court and public, this is an unprecedented shock. But to the Ming throne itself, the Manchus prowling just outside the 5th Ring Road pose the more immediate threat. In a medieval society lacking effective communications, capturing the capital meant immense upheaval and a catastrophic power vacuum. The central court would spare no expense to defend it. Yuan Changhuan's execution stemmed largely from his failure to keep the enemy beyond the nation's gates, allowing the 8 Banners cavalry to appear beneath the capital's walls. For the great Ming, where the Son of Heaven guards the gate of the realm, the fall of distant Liangguang, thousands of li away, and the Manchus lurking mere hundreds of li distant were entirely different propositions. One threat was remote, the other imminent. The result was that the Ming court, while technically shocked by Liangguang's fall, remained in a state of paralysis, discussing endlessly, deciding nothing. Though the court hadn't yet reached its final extremity, the heavy troop concentrations in Liaodong couldn't be redeployed, and what remained of the mobile forces in the Central Plains were already stretched thin dealing with roving bandits. Even so, Zhao Mengsheng continued, we cannot afford complacency. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau's comprehensive assessment suggests the Ming court may launch a counteroffensive by year's end, though the scale remains unknown. Which means, this also explains why these opposition forces have suddenly grown active again. Zhao Mengsheng's voice dropped. On one hand, they want to seize this opportunity. On the other, time is running out for them. Our strategic adjustments are accelerating. Bandit suppression forces are being redeployed. Grassroots transformation has begun. Armed work teams are forming across the territories, but the Senate's policies remain mired in delay. Land reform hasn't been sorted out, and local gentry still hold enormous sway over public discourse. Our internal divisions are too deep. He left the rest unsaid, but Wu Mu understood. Fundamentally, the Senate's New Deal hadn't delivered sufficient benefits. The common people wouldn't rise up to rebel against them, but neither would they follow the army like shadows, carrying grain in their support. Creating peaceful times wasn't enough. There had to be tangible benefits as well, whether real or merely promised. So they won't resist when we arrive, Wu Mu said, but if someone incites and coerces them to rebel, that's not difficult either. The common people lack independent political judgment and retain a superstitious reverence for the traditional dynastic order. It's only been a few years since the change of dynasty. The Ming's residual prestige endures. But policy adjustment and implementation cannot happen overnight. Time. It all takes time, Zhao Mengxian closed his eyes. You may go, don't report to me again until this case is closed. I need to consider other matters now. Understood. Are you returning to Lingao? I'll remain here for a while. He paused. Lingao is already the past. Wu Mu pushed open the door and departed. Zhao Mengxian slowly reclined in his leather office chair. Sunlight scattered across the desk before him, carrying a trace of warmth. He found himself wanting to touch it, but when he reached out, the light shifted, almost deliberately, leaving him in shadow. Zhao Mengxian smiled bitterly, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Opposite the sunlight, there was only the shadow of Lingao. Wu Mu returned to his office. Yang Cao had been waiting and immediately began her briefing on recent developments. The most pressing matter, aside from Liang Kunhu's case, was the cadre training program recently organized by the Civil Affairs Department. Though led by Civil Affairs, the Political Security Bureau was part of the training apparatus, both to screen for suspicious individuals and to provide essential security training for backbone personnel. Many in this cohort were illiterate. The training work was arduous, needless to say, but everything had to start somewhere. Their cadre training and placement had so far concentrated on towns. The next phase would push deep into rural areas. According to current intelligence, Yang Cao reported, in regions where clan power is weak, secret societies and religious sects have proliferated, generating numerous civil and criminal disputes. Has the legal ban on secret societies been promulgated? Already done. The national police are distributing relevant proclamations. Once the newspaper publishes it, transfer all materials except those on the whitelist to Section 9. Wu Mu said, our people gather intelligence only. Actual suppression operations are handled by the police and national army. He paused. I'm not well versed in this area. Bandit gangs and Taoist sects are as numerous as ox hairs. I only started paying close attention to groups like the Heavenly Soldier Taoist Spirit Society after your last report. Do we have a unit specifically handling contact with these people? We have a group dedicated to reconnaissance of secret societies. Recently, though, one of our intelligence officers went dark. His work included cultivating defections from Zhu Tu's organization. He's likely dead, which means the defection attempt probably failed. Combined with the leaked bandit situation document from a few weeks ago, Zhu Tu is almost certainly planning a major operation now that he's consolidated the underground forces. With peaceful negotiation having failed, armed struggle is inevitable. However, secret societies are not our primary concern. Their power is the weakest in Liangguang, far inferior to the clans and gentry landlords. The Ming court will likely mount a major counterattack. We must guard against all of them. How is the work on the gentry progressing? Advancing according to plan? Yang Cao asked. Will they conserve their strength, waiting to coordinate with riots in our rear? I don't think they can afford to wait. Liang Kunhu's martial background gives him sharp instincts. They're like rats trapped in a bellows, squeezed from all sides. Time is running out for them. They'll certainly accelerate their integration. Plant intelligence personnel inside as soon as possible. Use controlled materials if necessary. We need first-hand information. Their movements, hiding locations, operational plans, timing. And strengthen coordination with the military. Operations of this scale are beyond what we can handle alone. End of chapter. Chapter 25:13. Court discussion. Yang Cao asked, should we close the net within the city? Not yet, Wu Mu replied. The bandit gangs are too mobile. After we failed to catch Su Tong, Iron Beam Temple emptied out overnight. They've long since fled the mountain. Our people inside the city are now isolated, cut off from any contact with our forces outside. The enemy lurks in shadow while we stand exposed. Our intelligence sources have grown dangerously thin. We need to expand them however we can. Leaving this bait in place might yet catch fish. Sooner or later, they'll reach out to Liang Kunhu. Besides, if we strike the Liang family, shouldn't we strike the others too? Once we've eliminated the lackeys outside the city walls, those inside become nothing more than fish on a cutting board. If the feast can be made richer, I don't mind postponing dinner. The capital, the forbidden city. The Palace of Heavenly Purity was the largest hall in the inner court, 9 bays wide and 5 bays deep. Gray-white light filtered through the latticed windows behind the throne, casting dappled shadows across the floor. A purple copper incense burner on the throne platform sent up curling wisps of smoke, shrouding everything in a haze of twilight mist. Changjin hesitated, then picked up a memorial from the imperial desk before him. Xing Wencan's report had sat in the document room for some time now. The fall of Guangdong had left him stunned. The Kun thieves, or Australians as they called themselves, had been nothing but mellow wine in a glazed bottle on his desk yesterday. Now they had become a problem demanding the Empire's attention. The fragrant tea on the imperial desk had long gone cold. The tip of his vermilion brush had dried out. Changjin rose suddenly from the throne and stood with his back to the gold-lacquered screen, silent for a long moment. Then with a sharp snap he hurled the memorial onto the steps below. It unfurled in the air like a fluttering butterfly, drifted briefly, and settled weakly onto the gold bricks before the hall. Changjin paced rapidly in front of the imperial desk, his movements quick and agitated. Then he shouted, "Xing Wencan has failed the nation, powerless against the eastern barbarians, useless at pacifying roving bandits. Now he cannot even resist sea pirates. Since we ascended the throne, we have striven to invigorate all things, drawing near to gentlemen, expelling petty men, abolishing the guarding eunuchs, employing the Donglin faction. We placed our heart and soul in them, and trusted them as our shield and wall. Yet when these men entered the court, all they knew was to argue over doctrinal differences, fight for power, form cliques, and pursue private interests. And what has this brought us? Defeated armies and empty coffers. The eastern barbarians pressing against the capital walls, confronting us across a single barrier. Now Guangdong is lost as well. Who caused this? We have never failed to trust and employ our civil and military officials, but who among them has truly exerted themselves wholeheartedly?" Xing Wencan spoke bold and inflammatory words beforehand, then tried to shift blame and gloss over his failures afterward. Unable to pacify, unable to win in battle. We tolerated him again and again, hoping he would redeem his crimes by recovering lost territory. Instead, things only grew worse, failure upon failure, grace betrayed and duty neglected. And now he has the audacity to come begging for troops. Xing Wencan is incompetent. The officials of Guangdong deserve execution. When he finished, an unnatural flush had spread across Changjin's pale face. His heavy breathing echoed through the hall, but the vast chamber remained empty, and no one answered his questioning. Wang Chenjin descended the steps soundlessly. He knelt and bowed, whispering, "Your Majesty's person is bound to the fate of the state. 10,000 hopes that you protect the sacred body." Changjin sank back onto the throne, somewhat deflated, his breathing gradually slowing. He waved his hand lightly. "State affairs are endless and tangled. Since the beginning of the year, Zhang Xianzhang and Li Zicheng overcame Xingyang and besieged Jiangdu at Fengyang, forcing us to bear guilt before the spirits of heaven, earth, and our ancestors. Now Guangdong is lost as well. Fire on all 4 sides, wind leaking through every crack. We have seen enough of these calamities that never cease from dawn to dusk. After so long, we needed to let out some complaints. These words are only spoken to you, our intimate servant. It is nothing." He paused, then added, "Summon the Grand Secretariat for audience." His gaze drifted to the window, eyes tired and unfocused, as though speaking more to himself than to Wang Chenjin. Silence filled the Palace of Heavenly Purity. The Grand Secretaries stood with eyes lowered to their chests. Everyone had already seen Xing Wencan's memorial, yet everyone seemed to be ignoring it, deliberately perhaps. There were already troubles enough, but however unwilling they might be, reality would have to be faced. Changjin spoke. "The Kun thieves invaded by sea. Guangdong has been lost for many days now." Previously, Xing Wencan's memorials were all given to the Grand Secretariat for drafting comments and forwarded to the ministry for reconsideration. Now Xing has sent another letter pleading for help. Have the ministers discussed a countermeasure? He turned his gaze. Minister Wen, since you are senior Grand Secretary, you speak first. Wen Tyern stepped forward calmly and bowed. To him, all of this was already familiar. Reality struck this young monarch's fragile self-esteem blow after blow. The uncompromising nature of his youth made him appear impatient and overwhelmed when facing the complex political landscape. His experience as a minor prince had not prepared him for the throne. Faced with the crumbling edifice that was Great Ming, few truly sought to prop it up. Most would only scoop away a handful of mud or pull out a fistful of thatch while it swayed in chaos, letting it lean ever more precariously in the wind and rain. The young emperor no longer trusted scholars out of office, nor did he direct those ministers who served him. No one could give him a sense of security. His renewed trust in the eunuch factory officials was an unfriendly weather vane for court officials. For Wen Tyern, however, it might not be bad news. An isolated monarch and an isolated minister must rely upon one another. Isolated minister or dictator, it hardly mattered. Power was the true summit. Your Majesty, Wen Tyern said, his voice carrying through the hall, regarding the Kun thieves, the Grand Secretariat and Ministry of War have held many meetings. However, the Kun thieves are visitors from overseas, located in the remote reaches of Qiangju. Very little is known about their circumstances. Examining Xing Wencan's reports, although the Kun people falsely claim to be remnants of the former Song dynasty, they all have short hair and wear coarse clothing. Observing their dress, etiquette, calendar, manufacturing, and firearms, they closely resemble the overseas Red Barbarians. Their people mostly speak with northern accents. They should be sea bandits who wandered in foreign lands adjacent to the Red Barbarians, certainly not proper descendants of our China. He continued, they occupied Lingao and engaged in smuggling and private trade with Guangzhou Prefecture for several years. Only now have they begun to cause trouble and plunder. Though fierce and arrogant, it is clear the Kun thieves harbor no great ambitions. Otherwise, since their weapons and armor are so formidable, why would they imprison themselves in Lingao for so long? Xing Wencan claims that the fall of Guangzhou Prefecture was actually due to the Kun thieves exploiting opportunity, inciting traitors, gathering malcontents, and planting hidden spies over several years before finally tricking the city into falling. Wen Tyern paused briefly. Examining their methods of combat over time, they are clearly skilled at naval warfare. The defeat at Qiangju came from being struck while our forces were crossing halfway. Our dynasty lost all its boats and ships, leaving tens of thousands of troops stranded in the desperate land of Qiangya without reinforcement or provisions, thus resulting in that defeat. In their attack on Guangdong, they first destroyed our naval forces, then relied on ship cannons to bombard the shore before taking Human. At Lingyang Gorge and Jiaking, it was the same. The naval fleet as vanguard foot soldiers following behind. Only then were they able to. Changjin listened with lowered head, his attention focused. When Wen Tyern finished, he said, fighting a war requires nothing more than soldiers and horses, money and grain materials. What you have described, where will the pay come from? Wen Tyern considered briefly. The ministers conferred. Currently there is no place to obtain money. We can only add levies again. We propose an increase for Guangdong supplies. These would be divided into two items. The first is equal transport, assigning grain by the mu. For every mu of field, levy an additional 6 g of rice for Guangdong supplies. Calculating 1 shi of rice at 8 kyan of silver, approximately 1.8 million taels can be raised. The second concerns excess land. Since the Wanli Rains land survey, registry records have been unclear, leaving many fields uncounted in collection. Now that state affairs are difficult, after verifying these lands clearly, we can levy them uniformly. This should produce several 100,000 taels more. Combined, the two items should levy at least 2.1 million additional taels. The levy period would be 1 year. When the Kun disaster is pacified, the Guangdong supplies cease. Salt tax silver and student exemption silver can also be slightly increased. This should be enough. Changzhen sighed. In the 3rd year of Changzhen, we already added new supplies. Such continuous adding of levies, the people's strength cannot catch even a moment's breath. This is the policy of draining the pond to catch fish. When Tyron was silent for a moment. Your Majesty's sympathy for the people is admirable, but military intelligence is urgent as wind and fire. It cannot be delayed for a moment. Lu Xiangsheng, Hong Chengchu, and the other governor-generals fight across 1,000 li, urging desperately for food and pay. Now, at the critical moment of breaking enemy fronts and pulling down their banners, we still need soldiers to press forward. We cannot fall short of success at the final step. Only when the realm is pacified can we take turns exempting grain taxes and give the people rest. He paused, then continued. The Kun disaster is a minor matter. Currently, roving bandits rage across several provinces. That is the affliction closest to the heart. Your Majesty should still take it as the main focus. Changzhen asked, how should Qing Wenken be dealt with? Allow him to bear guilt and be demoted while temporarily remaining in his post, when Tyron replied. Although Qing Wenken lost his forces and lost territory, there is currently no one else who understands Kun affairs and knows the Kun situation. Changing commanders before battle, we fear the army's morale will waver. Without knowing the details, we may lose what ground has been gained. Qing has blunted the enemy's spearhead repeatedly. Though defeated again and again, he continues to fight, willing to risk arrows and stones, charging ahead bravely. Now he hopes to reinvigorate our efforts, contacting loyal and brave men in Guangdong. Soon he will raise the bamboo pole for uprising. In his memorial, he requested authority to act as circumstances dictate, and permission to praise and reward those who show loyalty and righteousness. The ministers discussed and felt we can allow what he requests. Hearing this, Changzhen nodded slightly and exhaled. Aloud, who can serve as governor-general for the campaign against the Kun? Hong Chengchu, Lu Xiangsheng, and others are all capable commanders, when Tyron said, but the suppression of roving bandits requires them without pause. This decision must be left to the Sacred Heart to decide alone. Changzhen said, later, you and I shall discuss together as monarch and minister. End of chapter. Chapter 25:14. Returning south, when Tyron said, from what I have observed of the Kun people's conduct, perhaps blind suppression is not the only path forward. They are sea bandits, true, but also sea merchants. Order Qing Wenken to follow the precedent set with Zhang Zhilong, increase the offers again. By combining suppression with appeasement, we may yet eliminate this threat of war without further bloodshed. An hour later, when Tyron reclined in his great sedan chair with eyes closed, resting his mind, the sedan moved with such steadiness that sitting inside produced a gentle, rhythmic swaying that made him drowsy. He sensed the weakness pervading this empire, yet it still retained its massive size. He had never entertained thoughts of its collapse. Even relying on its enormous skeleton alone, it could still crush those upstarts who kept appearing to challenge it. The eastern barbarians might breach the border wall, but they could never hold the lands within the pass. The roving bandits raged across the provinces, yet they were merely a passing plague of locusts, and these newly appeared Kun pirates who had seized Guangdong. In Wen Tyron's view, they were nothing more than coastal brigands. He exhaled softly. As long as I remain in this seat, everything will improve. At the gatehouse of the Wen mansion, the household butler returned a gift list to Qing Wenken's messenger. My master has always been clean and upright in his dealings. Such generous gifts cannot be accepted. Return to Governor Qing and inform him that the entrusted matter has been arranged. There is no need for further visits. The side door of the Wen mansion swung shut with a bang, leaving only a retreating figure on the street. In Beijing, sand flew wildly through the air. The sun hung gray and hazy overhead. Gusts of dusty wind rolled up withered leaves along the roads, carrying with them the loneliness and desolation of the entire city. In the 12th lunar month of Changzhen's 9th year, January 1637, one of the fiercest cold waves of the Little Ice Age swept down from Siberia. The mountainous regions of northern Guangdong welcomed another heavy snowfall. Zhuji Lane, nestled beside Dayu Ridge, lay wrapped in silver. Since the Kaiyuan era of the Tang Dynasty, when Zhang Jiyuling oversaw the excavation of the new Dayu Ridge Road, this had been an essential route for merchants traveling between north and south. Two passages led from Guangdong into Jiangxi, the Mailing Road over Dayu Ridge and the Wujing Road northeast of Nanxing. The Mailing Road itself branched into three routes: the Hengpu Road, the small Meiguan Road, and the new Dayu Ridge Road, all converging at Nan'an. The Wujing Road headed east to Nan'ai. A caravan of merchants, some bearing loads on their backs, others riding in sedan chairs, still others leading donkeys and horses, crossed the ancient Meiguan Road. They rested briefly at Zhangzhen village before pressing onward, finally stopping at Zhuji Lane. Some would unload their goods here, complete their transactions, and turn back toward Meiguan. Others had to continue south to the first city of the southern sky, Guangzhou, for that was where their fortunes lay. Zhuji Lane had flourished since the Tang and Song dynasties. In its prime, it boasted 3 streets and 4 lanes, housing over 1,000 families who depended on the endless stream of merchants and porters flowing from north and south. Now the town had declined considerably from those glory days, and Kun's soldiers patrolling with firearms had become a common sight. Dayu Ridge had long served as the primary overland corridor for trade between Jiangxi and Guangdong. Goods traveling south consisted mainly of medicinal herbs, grain, and precious metals. Those heading north were largely Cantonese salt and ironware. In better times, the saying went, caravans heading south connect 100 packs each month, those heading north number thousands each day. But since the Senate had opened the ocean route, Jiangxi's goods could travel by water directly to Guangzhou at half the cost of overland transport. The number of traveling merchants along this trade route had dwindled accordingly. Many who had made their living as porters and pack carriers found themselves without income, their livelihoods gone. With no other recourse, many had taken to the green hills and turned to banditry. Even the once prosperous city of Nanxing now showed signs of decay. When the Senate's Central Army captured Nanxing County, its vanguard had pressed beyond Mailing Pass. Rumor held that reconnaissance cavalry had reached the walls of Ganju itself. Yet though the Australian forces advanced with fierce momentum, they had reached the limit of their strength. Within days, they withdrew from Jiangxi territory, retaining only the 2 exits of the Mailing Road, Nan'an and Nan'ai. Though the Five Ridges region now resembled 2 separate countries divided north and south, the road itself remained open. Common folk and merchants from both sides could still pass through freely. The reason was simple. Both the Australians and the Ming gentry needed this channel to maintain trade and the flow of people. Shortly after the withdrawal, the local Australian commander reached a private agreement with the gentry north of the ridge. In exchange for guarantees not to restrict trade, the Senate would cease attacks and harassment within Jiangxi. At that moment, in a tea shed beside the newly renovated official road, a scholar dressed in Ming attire gazed about with a sorrowful expression. Recalling a poem his mentor Huang Gongfu had composed when passing through this very place years ago, he felt moved to recite. The road to the long pavilion leads to Zhuji. Today, viewing the wind, I feel the sorrow of Shuli. Where people gather in the registered village, horses gallop on the shoulder-rubbing road. Young master, what does this poem mean? Asked the servant boy at his side. The scholar sighed. It merely laments the prosperous scenes of the past. Let us speak no more of it. Merchants resting nearby in the tea shed, seeing him sighing and reciting poetry, offered comfort. Old sir, there's no need to be so melancholy. Last year, with Song and Ming at war and bandits running rampant, this Yuling Road trade route was broken for an entire year. The common folk nearly starved. Fortunately, the war subsided quickly. The Fubo army proved effective and suppressed many of the bandits. Now that peace has returned, we can resume our old trade and scrape together a living. The scholar shook his head and sighed again. Pity that my great Ming nurtured scholars for more than 200 years. Who could have expected the cities of the southern sky to change hands in a single morning? All we raised were wine sacks and rice bags. One merchant rubbed his cold hands together and breathed warmth into them. Personally, I don't find the great song so terrible, at least. The scholar snorted coldly. Merchants, he thought. Always a generation who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. Running about chasing wealth, unable to serve one's parents, that is unfilial. Forgetting the ruler's grace for the sake of gain, unable to serve one's country, that is disloyal. Seeing his displeasure, another merchant spoke up. Sir sees only the decline in trade but not the hardships ordinary people endured. This region lies at the junction of Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong provinces. 10,000 mountains coil and knot together here. Streams wind through deeply blocked valleys. Imperial governance barely reached these parts. From the Zhengtang reigned through Changzhen under the Zhu Ming, more than 100 years. Peasant riots broke out nearly every other year. After the Great Song arrived, the bandits either surrendered, died, or fled. Though north-south trade is no longer as prosperous as before, making an honest living has become far easier. Another man joined the conversation. Indeed. In the first year of Changzhen, the Xingning mountain bandit Su Jun gathered a force and roved through neighboring counties of Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong, looting as he went. The southern Jiangxi governor first tried amnesty, granting the mountain bandit a few squad leader titles. It wasn't long before he rebelled again. After Su Jun was killed, his remnants under Zhang Lingxiu, thousands strong, rose again in the third year of Changzhen, roving and robbing through Huicheng, Wuping, and Chengxiang. The various counties suffered terribly. Because Xingning bred so many bandits, villagers chose defensible locations to build walled compounds for protection. They constructed 36 walled enclosures and 71 stockades. Nanxing alone has more than 10 passes built specifically to defend against bandits. The servant boy grew curious. If that's so, then what secret technique did the Song soldiers use? How could they clean up a bandit scourge that plagued this region for 100 years? Little brother, you don't understand. Are there any men born as bandits? The Zhu Ming's bandit suppression never addressed the root cause. It was like embracing firewood to put out a fire. As long as the fuel remains, the flames won't die. Then explain, the servant boy pressed. The merchant smiled meaningfully and lowered his voice. Most bandits were simply peasants pushed to rebellion. Powerful families would abuse their position to bully members of their own clan or oppress people of other surnames and tribes, acting with impunity. This lawlessness drove men to banditry. After the Great Song arrived, they struck down local tyrants and corrupt gentry, settled blood debts, and surveyed the fields anew. Those who resisted stubbornly either died or, if they survived, were said to have been exiled to Nanyang. The scholar sneered. So that's how it is. The Song soldiers have simply become the chief bandits themselves. Speak carefully, speak carefully. The merchant glanced around nervously, relaxing only after confirming no officials were within earshot. The scholar continued. An innocent man is made guilty by the jade in his possession. Seizing family property, dividing up people's fields. How does such behavior differ from banditry? Another merchant replied. Since ancient times, rise, the people suffer, fall, the people suffer. You and I live in troubled times. Surely you've heard the saying, bandits passing are like a wooden comb, soldiers passing are like a fine-toothed grate. Common folk fear bandits, but they hate government soldiers even more. Only this Great Song's Fubo army refrains from rape, plunder, and killing innocents for credit. And whenever military disaster strikes, epidemics follow close behind. Over the past 2 years, smallpox raged through northern Guangdong. Every village wore mourning white. Fortunately, the officials distributed vaccines. Now everyone in the border villages is vaccinated, no longer suffering the agony of watching loved ones die. If all bandits conducted themselves like the great song, what would be wrong with following them? The scholar said nothing more. When he and his servant had processed their entry at Nannan, they too had undergone the so-called purification quarantine. A short-haired woman in white clothing had pricked their arms several times with a type of needle he had never seen before. Only after a pockmark appeared on their upper arms were they permitted to enter, and they were even issued a vaccination certificate. The merchants continued discussing the recent war with animated faces. Wherever the Fubo army's vanguard pointed, resistance crumbled like dry weeds and rotten wood. They captured Nangsheng, Nannan, and Nanai in quick succession, and Ganju trembled. The Linwu miners rose in response. The Ming soldiers were beaten so badly they scattered like rats. Another laughed. The southern Jiangxi governor heard the saying, "Kun soldiers not 1,000 strong, 1,000 strong invincible," and was so frightened he ordered the city gates sealed tight. They say he nearly hanged himself. Ganju's walls are solid, easy to defend, hard to attack. I haven't heard of the Fubo army actually assaulting Ganju. Still, the southern Jiangxi governor lost more than half his jurisdiction. The Changjian emperor was so furious he threw him in prison. Listening to the merchants spin their tales in the manner of storytellers recounting the romance, the scholar raised his head and closed his eyes. On the 15th of the first lunar month 3 years ago, he had ridden through Guangzhou on horseback with friends, drunk and carefree, roaming the flower lantern night market in high spirits. It happened that Nanhai magistrate Huang Zai was out on patrol. When the scholar failed to yield in time, the yamen runners shouted abuse at him. He refused to dismount. Huang Zai grew furious and ordered his men to confiscate the horse. Relying on his talent and pride, considering himself a romantic scholar of his generation, the young man had quipped, "Riding a donkey, I chanced to meet the Huyin magistrate. Losing a horse, I am still like the old man at the frontier." With that single line, he had offended the magistrate beyond forgiveness. Huang Zai submitted a memorial to strip him of his scholarly title and sought to punish him further. His father-in-law, provincial judge Liang Yuanju, pleaded on his behalf to no avail. Left with no alternative,